Chapter 55, Tournament Bracket A3, Iltafarna vs. Lock Rojo 2. Narration. The crowd was holding their breath as the two fighters charged one another for their final attack. The gods are more of the same as they watched the fight on the edge of their seats. Anubis clenched his fist and bit his lips. "You can do this, Lock," he thought to himself as he watched his child charge on with determination and will to win. Ganesha stared intently at his vice-captain. He was proud with her grit as she took the punishment and waited for the opportune moment to strike back. "Go, my child." "Shit, I won't make it." Locke can already see the outcome. No matter how fast he is, Ilta's timing was just superb. He'll get hit first. As Ilta's fist got closer to his face, he gritted his teeth and braced for impact. Crack! Ilta grimaced in pain, her right ankle buckled. Because of this, she was thrown off balance. Her attack missed by a hair's length. It only grazed Locke's cheeks. A broken ankle, plus dizziness from blood loss, made Ilta waste her only chance. Locke can feel the air push his face away from that strike. If it hit him, he would have been finished. It was unfortunate for her, but Locke wouldn't waste such a huge opening. He pushed through, aiming his dagger at her chest. He will finish this fight now. He will win. But he miscalculated one minor thing. Ilta was falling towards him. Her momentum was going down. His dagger hit, but not on the desired target. He stabbed him on her shoulder, his dagger penetrating her, hitting her joint, making her scream in pain. But it wasn't by any means lethal. The pain made her jolt awake, and now she has leverage. I got you now, you slippery son of a bitch." Ilta's voice was staggering in pain, but her eyes were filled with fire. She was stabbed at the left shoulder. She knew the knife went into her socket. The pain was unbearable, yet she was smiling. Locke's eyes widened. He felt goosebumps when he looked at her eyes. Fuck, he thought as every cell in his body was screaming danger. He tried to jump back, to gain space and distance, but this time Ilta was a tad bit faster. She locked his hand with her left as she held on him, blood squirting out of her wounds. She was forcing it to move. She didn't care about the pain. She wanted to win. "Let's get wild." Her body glowed a fiery red as her mana ran wild. A vicious smile was plastered on her face. She rained down punches with her right. Locke can do nothing. He was hit multiple times by Ilta's powerful fist. His face became a bloody mess. He received the beating of his life. Anubis, seeing this, stood up from his seat. He wanted to rush out to save his child. "Stop the fucking match," the god screamed, his voice desperate. He couldn't stop himself from making his godly aura leak. The room shook at his power, making the other gods look in his direction. They too felt that the match should be stopped now. Time stood still for Locke. His mind was tethering between consciousness. He moved his mana to protect himself, but it was to no avail. Ilta's power in her every punch was just too strong. As he was about to fall into a deep sleep, he felt the aura of his god. He heard him scream. "Lord Anubis." At the corner of his eyes, he can see his god being held back by the other deities. He was trying desperately to reach him. "Why are you making that face?" He clenched his free fist. He could hear the muffled screaming of the crowd. "Right. I'm losing right now. My god is trying to stop the fight." He felt a serene feeling as another of Ilta's fists landed on his face. "I'm sorry for showing you such a pathetic sight. And to show my sincerity, I'll fucking win," he declared, his voice roaring with intensity as willed his body to gather every speck of mana remaining in him. As Ilta's fist was about to connect again, she felt chills as the Palom screamed for his victory. "Shut up and go the fuck down," Ilta roared at him. Her punch beamed straight at the Palom with all the intention of ending the fight, but instead of hitting solid flesh and bones, she hit nothing as Locke's body dissolved into a black mist. Anubis watched the whole thing happen with his mouth wide agape. Locke. His eyes scanned the whole stage looking for his boy. He spotted him standing a few distant away from Ilta. Smiles slowly emerged from the god's face. "You've finally done it now, child. Now show them why you're called the Arasura." Anubis screams at his child, the whole stadium hearing his roar. Everyone then saw the Palom, standing at the distance, a black mist surrounding him, his body seemingly blending with the environment. It's as if he's not even there. August, as well as every fighter who was watching, felt chills running up their spine. What a terrifying magic. said August, as he tried to reel in his mana that was attempting to run amok with excitement. He really wanted to fight that man. For the first time in a long while, Mashima Toga opened his eyes. A star-beamed smile of pure amazement can be seen on his face. His eyes glimmered at the man known as the Arasura. This kid, he can do nothing but applaud him. He recalled the profile of everyone in the tournament. He was of course the oldest at 74, with August and eyes tied at being the youngest at 16. And if he recalls, the man named Lock Rojo was only 22 years old. The young ones today sure are terrifying. He smiled as he muttered. His eyes darted towards Denki, his face showing awe at what the Palam was doing. I hope this event doesn't discourage you, Denki. As his master, he wants nothing more than to see his pupil succeed. He is worried, though. Being under the wing of the Gi-Bulg may open up his insecurities. And now another young man not far from his age is showing talent and skill above everyone else. He prays that his pupil will view this as a motivation to grow strong. After all, you're one of them. A monster as well, he returned his focus to fight at hand. The gods were all in utter shock. Every one of them is looking around for confirmation of what they have just witnessed. Thor was sweating as he calmed himself down with a drink. Tell me, old friend. He opened his mouth towards Heracles. Either crazy, or did I just see that child use ancient magic? Heracles couldn't believe his eyes. He had his fair share of run-in with users of ancient magic. He after all was mortal at a time where those magic were the norm. No, he really is using one right now. He then smiled at Thor. He used a pale imitation of one earlier, but right now, he is using the real deal. He returned his focus at the match, his eyes glued to the young Palam. He's shadow walking. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A? Thor's laughter booms in the room, making the other gods snap their heads at him. Anubis had found himself a monster. Heracles can't help himself but smile as well. His eyes search for the god who wears a jackal's mask. He found him clenching his fist in excitement and joy as he watched his child proudly. That he did. Heracles excitedly watched the match again, thinking, as he did, he only had one thought in his mind. I want to see August fight him. Freya was intrigued by Lock Rojo. She couldn't help herself. She after all heard Thor and Heracles talking about him. A user of ancient magic would be perfect for her familia. The only problem was Anubis. It's true, his familia was small, but that doesn't mean the god was weak. Anubis was after all a god of death, and she really didn't want to mess with those types of gods. Such a shame, she sighs and drank a small sip of the wine that she was holding. That child would have been perfect. Loki, on the other hand, was pissed. When Locke first arrived at Orario, he applied to her familia as most Palams did because of Finn. She thought he was just another Palam who idolized her captain, so she turned him down. She was pulling her hair in annoyance. She could have had him, a user of ancient magic, and shadow walking no less. Fuck me. She could only curse at herself as she regrettably watched the fight. Arthur was the one who was most shocked about Locke. He racked his brains trying to remember who he was. That dude was not in the anime as well. He came to that conclusion. What the fuck is happening? Who the fuck are these guys? He couldn't believe it. In his mind, Ilta would be the clear winner here since she was a canon character, and from his knowledge, one of the strongest in DANMACHI. Yet this guy, this unknown guy, is showing magic which he has never seen in the anime. And his god is Anubis, the Egyptian god of death. He wasn't in the anime as well. Arthur was starting to doubt everything. Was he really in the world of DANMACHI? Questions were stacking up in his mind. Was this because of me? Did I cause this? Did my presence in this world somehow cause a butterfly effect? He was panicking. His best weapon was his knowledge of the plot. Without it, he was just another adventurer in this world. Did I do something? I made sure not to meddle with anything before the canon starts. His very being was in turmoil. First was the adventurer named August. The moment he shook his hand, vision of that thing assaulted him. It even knew that he was not of this world. Then this Locke fella appeared. Right now, he was certain of one thing. He needed to change his approach, because right now, he might not even be in the DANMACHI world that he knows of. The crowd went wild, but Locke couldn't hear them right now. All his focus was on Ilta. He is angry because of her. His god, who fully believed in him, made that face earlier. Because of her, he looked pathetic in front of his god. Ilta, was it? I'll be sure to remember your name. He spoke coldly. This made Ilta flinch. the air around the palm changed. Right now Locke has no daggers left, he only has his fist. He smiled to himself. That's more than enough. After all, I have to return the favor for the beating that you gave me. Ilta kept her eyes glued at Locke. She was in a huge amount of pain. Her ankle was now completely broken and she was bleeding heavily all over. I'm fucked, aren't I? She asked herself. What the hell is that magic? He's there, I can see him, yet I feel like his presence is vanishing from my sight. She took a stance, making sure her right leg was behind her in order to hide it away from Locke. She missed her chance earlier. Maybe it was her only chance, but still, she needed to try. Ilta's eyes widened as the palm was suddenly right in front of her. Fast! She quickly threw a powerful jab, yet it hit nothing as Locke's body was now a black mist. She felt his presence at her left, then a fist suddenly landed at her abdomen. The air was knocked right out of her, but she didn't get a chance to rest as a knee was heading straight at her face. She raised her hand to block it, but no impact was felt. Her eyes widened again as Locke's body was not there anymore. Instead, a black mist now took his place. What the H? She didn't get to finish her words, as Locke reappeared behind her, sending a kick at the back of her head. Her vision turned dark as she felt dizzy. She was fainting as she fell hard on the ground, her head bouncing at the hard pavement. She snapped back awake, willing herself not to faint. The hair on her neck stood as she sensed danger coming her way. She might not be able to fully sense him, but her danger sense was still there. She rolled quickly to the right at the nick of time as Locke came crashing down where she was earlier. Using her hands, she pushed herself up, launching herself towards Locke, while grimacing in pain as her left shoulder burst blood. She ignored it and still went on the attack. She loaded up her right fist and delivered a powerful punch much stronger than the one she threw before. It was because of her skill, the more damage she takes the stronger her attack is. Much like Yang from RWBY. I made this decision for her skill since not much is written about her in her wiki page. This skill was based on her alias Palooza. I hope you guys find this skill okay. Eat this, she roared as the wind made way for her fist. But her fist hit nothing. Locke was no longer there, and only a black mist remained. Her punch blew the mist away because of how powerful it is, but even with that much power, it didn't change the fact that it hit nothing. Eat what exactly? She heard him whisper right beside her ear, making her jolt in horror. She didn't sense him that time. Her danger sense, which she fully trusts, didn't sense the palm that was right behind her with his face even close to her ear for him to whisper. She quickly turned around, making a spinning back fist with her motion, her right ankle bending in the wrong direction as she did, but she gritted her teeth and ignored the pain. But as usual, Locke wasn't there anymore and her fist only hit the black mist. She was suddenly sent flying as Locke kneed her in the back. Before she could even recover, the palm was right in front of her. He caught her in the air as he palmed her face and slammed her to the ground. She spat blood from the impact, but Locke wasn't done. He kicked her in the solar plexus while she was down, making her spit blood again. But she wouldn't pass out. She still had that determination in her eyes. She still believes she can win. But determination and believing in oneself can only take you so far. Give up, Locke spoke, his voice as cold as ever. You have no hope of winning this. He was giving Ilta the beating of her life. Her face was now a bloody mess much like his when Ilta was pounding it earlier with her face. The only difference is that the redhead suffered more damage. Locke respected her guts, but he could see that she could no longer fight. He wanted her to surrender. He didn't want to deal any more punishment at her. She just refuses to go down. Ilta was on the ground, breathing heavily. No matter what she tried, she couldn't get a hit. She was getting sick of that black mist every time her fist connected. Frustration was apparent on her bloody, beaten face. The crowd doesn't know how, but Ilta was still willing herself to stand. Her muscles were creaking in pain as she pushed herself up to the ground. Her jaw was broken and she couldn't speak anymore. It was now deadly silent, as they couldn't believe she still had the strength to stand back up. Ganesha wanted to stop the fight. He wanted to march at the middle of the stage and pull her child out of her delusional thoughts of winning. He knew the moment Locke used ancient magic that her child didn't stand a chance, but he didn't have it in his heart to stop her. He is a firm believer of free will, and he knows that her child would hate him if he stopped the fight. But Shakti didn't care for that. She landed on the stage with a thud shocking the crowd. Her face was stoic as she looked at her best friend and vice captain. "Give up," she said firmly. She then looked at Locke, who was just standing there. "This fight is over." "Apteni until it," Ilta argued. She couldn't even speak right because of the damage she received. Her eyes were now tearing up as she looked at her best friend and captain. "I until it, lees at me it." Shakti bit her lips, and with a deep breath she delivered a quick blow towards Ilta's solar plexus, knocking the wind out of her and knocking her unconscious. She didn't expect the blow, therefore she wasn't prepared to take it. "I'm sorry, Ilta." Her moves shocked the crowd as gasp can be heard all over the amphitheater. She didn't care. She caught her friend before she hit the ground and carried her on her shoulders. She turned around and gave a nod to Locke. "Thank you for not killing her." She spoke sincerely. She knows that if Locke willed it, her friend would have been dead. He was desperately trying to knock her out, but with her skill and will, she just wouldn't go down. "Take care of her." Locke nodded in response and turned around, walking off the stage into the waiting room. He too was at his limit. He needed to get away from prying eyes fast. He knew it. He was entering Mind Zero. At first he felt anger towards Ilta, but now he has nothing but respect for the redhead. He didn't know if he was able to take that much of a beating. Still, he viewed her decision to keep on fighting as stupid and insane, but he can sure respect her bravery and determination. As he was walking in the dark hallway, he was greeted by his god, Anubis. His vision turned blurry. He can finally relax now. Anubis hurriedly caught him before he fell face first on the ground. He was still conscious, but it was just barely. "You did good, my boy." Anubis smiled at him as he let his child use him as a crutch, placing his hand on his shoulder. "Now, let's get you patched up before you completely fall into Mind Zero." That would be nice." Locke answered him as the two walked towards the infirmary where Mayach and his familia were waiting for them to patch the participants up. Shakti carried Ilta slowly towards the other infirmary. She knew her friend well, and she knew that as soon as she woke up she'll be fuming in anger. Ilta was the type of person who wants everything to be on their own terms, and that involves losing as well. She knew that her friend would rather die than admit defeat, so she had no choice but to step in. She passed by Ganesha, who was getting ready to get on the stage to announce the winner and the next fight on the card. "Thank you," Ganesha said to her as she passed by him. She just nodded silently and continued on her way. She had been a member of Ganesha Familia for as long as she was an adventurer, and it's safe to say that she knew her god better than anyone else in her familia. Ganesha was the type of god who values free will to a T. He will stand idly by to watch his children as they face challenges and trials, and for them to make it past them on their own. Aside from giving sound advice, he was the type of god who wouldn't meddle with their business, no matter the consequences, because he believed that it may lead to a learning experience for them to grow into the person that they are destined to be. If that's your decision, then you should learn to live by it and face its consequences. This was what he always told them. Shakti can respect that. On the matter of fact, she preferred it that way. So she understood why her god didn't stop the fight. She knew that Ganesha was making Ilta make her own decisions and choices. And she can see it, how her god made such a melancholic and desperate face earlier. He really wanted to stop the fight, but he didn't, since it would be a slap to the face of his beliefs of free will. So as captain, she had to step up. She'll just buy something from the hostess for Ilta to make her cool off later. Ganesha stepped on stage. He did well masking his emotion for the crowd as he spoke to them with the same energy as he did from the start. The gods, however, can see through his farce. They all knew that Ganesha was feeling shitty after that match. What a start! He opened up, gaining the applause and cheer of the crowd. He was such a good showman. That match was a roller coaster ride filled with ups and downs, and in the end Locke Rojo, the Arasura from Anubis Familia, came out on top. His voice was jolly as he tried his best to hide his feelings. And with that, he moves on to the second round. "Now we go on to the next fight." The crowd erupted with cheers. A fight most of you had been anticipating. Well, I know I have. This earned a few laughter from the crowd. I, Ganesha, will now introduce the two next fighters. The crowd roared in excitement. At my right, the surprise participant who many didn't even expect would be joining this tournament. Not much is known about him except that he is fighting out of the kingdom of Rakia, the crown prince himself, Marius Victrix Rakia. The crowd still couldn't believe that a fighter from a foreign nation would be participating in this tournament. For as long as they knew, Rakia was one of the many kingdoms trying to conquer Orario because of the dungeon. They didn't know how to react when they found out earlier that someone from Rakia was participating. He was even the crown prince of that nation. Still, they were intrigued by his strength. He must be strong since he passed the test, and this is their chance to see the fire power of that nation. Marius entered with a smile on his face. The crowd booed him, but he didn't care. He even smiled mockingly at them, which made the boos grow stronger. My, it seems that the prince isn't welcomed by the Orario crowd, but his face shows that he just doesn't care. Ganesha being the showman that he has fed off the crowd and fanned the flames. Now for his opponent, she is the commander of Loki Familia second string, known for her speed and tact in battle, Orario's very own, the Alchat, Anikitty Autumn. The crowd cheered loudly, making it known that she was the favorite out of the two. She entered the stage with a confident smile on her face as she waved at the crowd who was fully on her side. Now that I've introduced you to both of them, let the match begin. Chapter 56, Tournament Bracket A4, Marius Victrix Rakia vs Anikitty Autumn. Narration. As soon as Ganesha gave the signal to begin, Anikitty quickly jumped back and created space for herself. This was the norm in fights between high-level adventurers. They look for openings and exploit them with precise attacks. The fight between Locke and Ilta was somewhat of an exception because of how the two of them had a vast contrast in fighting style. One was a brawler who likes to get her hands dirty, and the other was an assassin who is extremely agile and quick on his feet. But these two are swordsmen, and experienced ones at that. They understand and value the fundamentals of spacing and technique. So it was no surprise for everyone that Anikitty created distance. Anikitty took her stance with his sword on her right. Her left leg, which was her lead leg, was pointing straight towards the prince. A pretty standard and textbook stance that most adventurers use. The prince, on the other hand, has his eyes glued at the cat person's whole body. He pulls the long sword out of the scabbard that was placed on his back, but what shocked everyone was that he didn't get into a fighting stance. He rested the sword on the ground and placed both of his hands onto the pommel of it. There was a smirk on his face that seems to tell Anikitty to get on with it already. This infuriates her, but she was not stupid enough to rush at his space without so much as a plan of attack. She started intently at the prince, finding any opening to take, changing her stance constantly to find the best possible angle for her. Sweat falls off her forehead as in her mind she can see that she will get cut no matter what approach she would take. If she goes to the left, she'll get decapitated. To the right, she saw that the prince will cut her stomach open. At the middle, she'll be impaled. All possible angles of attack as she simulates it in her head lead to her death. And every one of those deaths felt real. "Are you just gonna stand there?" Marius asked her. His voice sounded lazy as he looked at her with bored eyes. They said that the adventurers of Orario are a cut above the rest. I've got to say, it seems that all of those are just talks and baseless rumors. His eyes went straight at her as his lips rose into a mocking smile. What a disappointment. Anikitty bit her lips. She doesn't know why, but her body just felt cold at the prince's gaze. She feels like a prey staring at the eyes of a predator. She tried to speak, to answer, but her voice was nowhere to be found. "Well, if you're not gonna come, the eye will." In a blink of an eye, the prince was right in front of her. At instinct, she was able to move because of muscle memory. She raised her sword up to block whatever attack the prince had planned, but contrary to her expectation, the prince just stared at her with an amused smile on his face. "Why so nervous?" he asked as he spun around and delivered a spinning back kick right at Iki's abdominal area. The impact made her spit out blood as her vision darkened and turned dizzy. She broke 3 ribs with that kick alone. She balanced herself mid-air as she tries to shake the dizziness off. She landed and skid a few more distance back, her hand still holding her sword, a testament to her skill as a swordsman. A slow clap entered her ears. He followed the sound and saw the prince standing right behind him, clapping his hand with a mocking look directed right at her. He then spoke in the most demeaning tone. Good job. Anakity jumped back again, gaining distance away. The prince did not pursue her and just stared at her. She locked her eyes at the prince. A mixture of frustration, anger, and fear was showing on her black eyes. Bastard. She growled at the prince. Oh, the kitty still has a fight in her. He smirked devilishly. Let's fix that, shall we? The prince slowly walked towards her. There was not an ounce of care on his step. He was just like taking a stroll in the park on how he approached a key. This infuriated her. I will not be toyed, she screamed as she mustered her courage and charged at the prince with her blade at the ready. She slashed at the prince when she was within her space. Vertical. Horizontal. A stab. From the right. The left. Down the middle. Every possible strike and slash was thrown by her at speed blurry to eyes of most of the spectators watching. She was known by her speed. She was one of the cat people who thrived at speedy conflicts, yet she couldn't land a blow. Her side hurts every time she delivered a slash to the prince. She pushed on, ignoring the pain from 3 broken ribs. All the while, the prince kept on mocking her with his expression. He dodged everything at a hair's length. Did you hear that? The prince asked her as he dodged the incoming barrage of strikes. Shut up, she shrieks at him as the frustration she felt grew larger and larger. Oh, but it's the sound of your broken heart, the prince answered as he caught the sword of Anakity right between his finger. See? He looked at the blade stuck in his hand, his reflection on it turning into a smile as his eyes darts back at the frozen face of Anakity. Broken. Boom. Anakity was sent flying back as Marius delivered a punch straight at her heart. The sound of the hit echoed all throughout the silent arena as the crowd was stunned by the turn of events. The gap between their strength was huge. It was as if an ant was fighting an elephant. Anakity entered a coughing fit as she tried desperately to catch her breath. She couldn't understand how. They were both level 5, their strength should be close if not equal. Why was she being beaten like this? She coughed and coughed until blood came out of her mouth. Breathing was becoming harder and harder for her. She was lying on her back and every part of her body was in pain. She turned and pushed herself up. She moved her head to look at the prince, who was right there standing like she was nothing. Her eyes widened as she got a good look at him. He was not holding his sword, it hit her. The prince from the start was fighting her with his weapon. Her eyes roamed and saw a sword embedded to the ground where the prince stood at the start of the match. Ha 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 ha. She started to laugh uncontrollably. Was I so weak that he didn't even need his sword to beat me? She thought to herself as tears started to form at the side of her eyes. Her pride was broken, as an adventurer and as swordsman. She didn't even have her sword now, it was still at the prince's hand, trapped between his fingers. Her laughter grew more loud as she realized how weak she was. All her hard work, endless nights of practice, and honing her skills in the sword. It meant nothing in front of absolute strength. The prince tossed her weapon as it landed with clang right beside her. Pick it up, the prince's tone was mocking her. Come on, pick it up, little kitty. Her hand almost instinctively moved towards the hilt of her sword. But she stopped midway, her eyes glued at her now shaking hands. She was afraid, her mind was already accepting the no matter what she'll do. She'll just lose. A failure. Oh, what's the matter, little kitty? Broken so soon? What a disappointment. Marius spoke with contempt. I for she was about to surrender to admit defeat. But a voice, nay, a scream stopped her and cut her sentence midway. A loud voice booms as a young man screamed on top of his lungs. Rahul. Anakity recognized that voice. It belongs to her most annoying yet cherished friend. She spotted him bending down at the railing. His face was red, both in shame from the crowd all looking at his direction and at nervousness at what he was about to say. He took a deep breath and every courage and will, he screamed and roared with everything he had. You can do it. I believe in you. Kick this arrogant asshole in the ass. Like a dam bursting, countless cheers and supports from the Orario crowd rained down for Anakity Autumn. The loudest of the bunch are the second string of Loki Familia, screaming with all their hearts for the victory of their commander. Why, you guys? The cat person couldn't help herself as tears dropped from her eyes. She wiped it off ruggedly and smiled from ear to ear. What a bunch of idiots. she mumbled to herself as she pictured her comrades at the second string, primarily Raoul Nord. Her body had stopped shaking from fear. She gripped her sword that was on the ground, and with a determined look, she stood up facing the prince. "What's this, a last hurrah perhaps?" Marius mockingly said as he looked at the wildly cheering crowd. "Be that as it may, it won't change anything." "That may be so," Anakitty answered him, which shocked the prince as her tone carried confidence in it. "But I ain't going down without a fight." With a roar of pure determination and passion, Anakitty unleashed her mana. A pale blue light glowed from her body, almost white. It was blindingly radiant as a powerful gust shortly follows, the wind seemingly flowing to her will as it clings to her. The prince sighs at this. "You have courage, I'll give you that." He then gestures with his hand for her to come. "Well, come on then, let's see that fight of yours." "Argh." She dashed head first towards the prince, plan be damned. All she has in her mind was winning and striking him down with her sword. For her comrades, for all of the people in the arena who put their trust in her, for her friends. Her speed was even faster than when the match started, the wind giving her a boost as her sword glowed brightly. She unleashed a barrage of strike, every one of them with an intent to win the match. This renewed fury of hers took the prince by surprise. That's a bit fast, he thought to himself as he dodged another slash directed at his neck. With fluid movement, he retaliated and threw two punches, one on the body, the other on the head. It was so fast that it seemingly looks like he threw both punches at once. Anakitty's enhanced senses kicked in. With a twirl to the left, she was able to dodge both of his fists and unleashed a counter of her own. She slashed her sword at an awkward angle that goes fluidly with her spin. The attack was placed just inside the prince's blind spot. The crowd held their breaths. This was it, a chance finally Anakitty can see an opening. But the prince saw it coming. With a seemingly impossible movement, the prince managed to spun his body and moved his head out of the way. Tisk! He clicked his tongue at the fact that this lesser being almost got a hit on him. For the first time in the whole match, Marius Victrix Rakia used his mana in the fight. He loaded both his feet in it, causing it to bulge as he dug his foot on the stage, and kicked it, causing his body to beam straight at the female adventurer. The speed of his approach was blindingly fast, as Anakitty couldn't even see his silhouette. "It's over," the prince thought to himself as he moved his mana into his hand. He formed his fingers into a spear. "Die, little kitty." But he failed to calculate one thing in his attack. Anakitty Autumn was still a beast person, and a cat person to boot. They have one of the fastest, if not the fastest, reaction speed in all mortals. Even if she can't see him, she can more or less sense him with her enhanced senses. All of the hair in Anakitty's body stood as she felt a tingle coming from her right. She trusted her instincts above all else, and with it, she jumped up and twirled her body sideways, just in time to dodge the incoming killing blow of the prince. What? Marius Victrix Rakia couldn't believe she was able to dodge it. He turned his neck only to see Anakitty smiling at him as her eyes were glued to his. Her face looked different. There was fur all over her body, her eyes were now cat-like, and her canine was now more pronounced. All of her cat-like features had been turned up a notch. Beastification. Anakitty had now entered that state. "Well, hello there, Your Majesty." She stabbed her sword straight down, right at the eye of the prince. He was still a tad bit faster than her, so he was able to dodge. He then jumped back to gain distance away from the cat person. The crowd erupted in cheers. Marius Victrix Rakia had took a step back, away from their very own Anakitty Autumn. The two of them landed on the ground, but their state were now the opposite of one another when they started the match. Marius Victrix Rakia now has a face of a person who swallowed a bitter bug. There was palpable anger on his face as he started at his opponent. A lesser being in his eyes made him make space. This was a blow on his pride. Anakitty, on the other hand, has a jovial smile on her face. She very much liked the way the prince looked at her. She might seem like a nice person, but deep down she was someone who was very cruel when enraged, to the point of being sadistic. She gave the prince her most polite smile and pointed right at his cheeks. The prince suddenly felt something warm falling and sliding down his face. He used his finger to wipe it up and see what it was. Blood. The prince did not get out of the way fast enough. For the first time in the whole match, Anakitty Autumn had connected on her strike and had drawn blood from the prince. This made the crowd cheer even louder than before. Everyone in the amphitheater, no matter what familia they were on, was giving Anakitty their full heartfelt support as they scream on top of their lungs. "What's the matter, your majesty? Broken so soon? What a disappointment." She then returned the question the prince asked her earlier with the same mocking tone he had. The prince's face turned ugly as all pretenses of his royal status flowed out the window. His face was now filled with anger towards the adventurer. The grace he carried himself with all throughout the fight was now gone and was replaced with unyielding rage. "I'm gonna fucking kill you, bitch," he said with venom in his voice. August was among the crowd who were cheering. He didn't know why, but this Anakitty was tugging at his heartstrings. She was fighting at massive disadvantage and was even on the verge of defeat, yet she was able to bounce back. She was even able to wound his opponent, the prince, in the face. The prince, who was seemingly untouchable from the start of the fight, had been wounded. "I have to apologize to her as well," he thought to himself as he remembered himself thinking that she was nothing special when they announced the participants. She was clearly a monster as well. She wouldn't be fighting there if she wasn't. His eyes moved to the prince. "But that man is still on another level compared to her," he mumbled. Even now, he still has no idea how strong Marius Victrix Rakia is. He was still not using his sword. "She can win this," Denki spoke excitedly as he sat on the edge of his seat. He as well was cheering for the adventurer's victory. Froke, on the other hand, has a serious expression on her face. She had been an adventurer for a lone time. Even if she's only level 1, she knew when someone was holding back. "I wouldn't be so sure about that," she answered, earning a glare from Denki. "What are you talking about? She has the momentum," Denki answered her. "That may be so, but the prince still hasn't used his weapon," August answered, making Denki quiet down. They are right, Denki thought. The prince was able to push Anakitty back with only his bare hands. He now realized how dire her situation was. She did all of that just for a drop of blood from an opponent that was still clearly holding back. "Does she have a chance?" he asked, his voice carrying a hint of hopelessness. Both August and Froke didn't answer. Instead, they just kept their eyes focused on the fight. That told Denki everything he needed to know. Still, he shook his head. He has to hope for the best. That is just how he is. "You can do it." Denki cheered along with the other spectators because right now it was the thing that he can do. Win this thing. Arthur was having a fanboy moment as he watched the fight. He can't stop himself from laughing at the whole situation. Now that's the power of friendship. He thought to himself excitedly. "I was able to see such a spectacle for real," he said, smiling, but it soon vanished. "But it looks like the power of friendship won't be able to pull her out of this one." He looked at the prince and frowned. What happened to him? He really want to punch whoever put him in this world. This was not Marius Victrix Rakia from the anime. This person seems overly arrogant and cruel, a complete 180 from his character at the anime. A theory was now forming inside his head. What if he is in the world of DANMACHI, but instead of the original, he was in an alternate reality? If his theory was right, then it would mean everything he knew about the canon would be utterly useless here, and he needs to find out what made this world different than in the original. Why are all of these powerhouse here? First was August, then Locke. The two of them are both non-canon characters. Then there's Bete, who is level 6 in this world, then the prince, who is the complete opposite of his anime counterpart. His mind was just getting clumped up by all this new information. To see if his theory is real, he needs to see the first anomaly he ever saw in this world fight. He needs to see August. For now, though, he'll have to watch closely and see if there are any more changes in this world, and right now, he has his eyes on the prince. The fight continued, and this time, Anakitty was the first to make a move. Her body seems to fly in the air as the wind follows at her track, giving her a boost. She was pissed at the prince, and she made it know with her attack. Each one sharper than ever before, she was like a tornado of death whirling towards the prince. Marius was still able to dodge each attack, and he was getting more pissed as time goes on. He had seen countless opening, but he couldn't get to it in time. "This bitch," he said angrily as he dodged another strike. "What's the matter, your majesty?" Anakitty pushed the tempo of her attack even more. Aided by her beastification, she was able to outmaneuver Marius at every turn. Another wound appeared at Marius' body. This time, it was on his right shoulder, as Anakitty was able to graze it with her sword. She was becoming more confident in their exchange. Don't get it wrong, Marius was still faster than her, but with her enhanced senses, she was able to predict every move the prince would take with her instincts alone. She was moving 5 steeps ahead, but she still couldn't get a clean hit. This was testament enough of how much faster Marius is. She was taking advantage of his limited choices. Without his weapon, he can only dodge the incoming barrage of sword slashes. And now that her sword was enhanced with mana, he couldn't possibly touch it with his bare hands. "This bitch is getting on my nerves," Marius thought as he dodged and threw a feint left hook. This time Anakitty's instincts worked against her, as the feint made her react prematurely. Shit, she had given away the tempo she worked so hard to gain, and can only curse it at this. The real attack of Marius shortly came after. She was outbalanced because of her earlier misstep. His fist beamed straight to her face. Any other adventurer would have been hit due to the awkward angle of the strike. But Anakitty was a beast person, and she used it to her advantage. She bent her body backwards and let the momentum of her mistake take her as she over-exaggerated the flow of her body. She then used her tail for balance, making it another limb for her to use. The punch flew harmlessly past her face. She then fully committed as she raised both of her feet, kicking the prince at the stomach, as the momentum of her movement made her do a backflip. The blow staggered the prince. He didn't expect that she would be able to throw an attack from that angle. A mistake on his part due to inexperience in fighting a cat person. The attack was weak, only enough to push him back, but no real damage was dealt, at least not yet. Anakitty dashed as soon as she landed. Again, using a trait from her species, she pounced at the prince, who was still unbalanced from the previous blow. "Allow me to return the favor." She smirked as she turned her body, performing a spinning back kick that landed on Marius's abdominal area. The blow sent him flying, and this time the damage was real. He spat saliva as the air was knocked out of him. He landed right where his position at the start of the match. He landed right next to his sword. He laid there as his eyes was full of anger. He was looking up at the sky, the sun shining down his face. He slammed his fist in the ground as cracks started form due to his strength. He was fuming. "This bitch, this lowly creature, I'll fucking massacre her." He stood up with a look of pure rage plastered along his face. "Pick it up," Anakitty spoke, her voice the same mocking tone he had when he threw her weapon at her. "Pick it up, your majesty." Everything that happened was within her expectation. She kicked him right towards his sword. She was still pissed about how the prince was fighting her barehandedly. As a swordsman, she felt insulted by it. "Ha ha ha, h, the prince laughed. His voice was maniacal to say the least. "You want me to fight you with my sword?" he asked, his voice cold. His hand moved towards the hilt. As he touched it, his mana began bursting in the air, dark, sinister, and full of hate. "Lord Ares had told me to not use this unless needed." His voice made the entire amphitheater shudder at how cold it is. "You see, I didn't need to use a sword against the likes of you." He looked up towards Anakitty, his eyes was glowing red. "But for you, oh for you little kitty, I'll make an exception." His voice suddenly changed. It was dark and metallic, deep like that of a growling beast. Anakitty's whole body suddenly became stone, her breathing suddenly stopped, her heart was beating off her chest. Fear. Anakitty's whole body was gripped with fear. August suddenly stood up from his seat. He couldn't believe it, his spear Beowulf was vibrating crazily at his back. No way. All the gods felt it as well. They heard him say that Ares had given him that sword, and knowing the god of war, he was crazy enough to do this. Freya shivered uncontrollable as the cold gripped her very being. "Another one," she said. This feeling was different than the first. This was a cold, chilling fear, unlike the primal fear she felt. Loki falls on her knees. 2 cursed weapons have now shown themselves and found a master. It can only mean one thing for her, and it was Ragnarok, the end of times. Hestia, who was sitting with Thor, and Heracles held her head in fear. This feeling was something she hates and can't control. All of the gods feel this fear. After all, it was programmed into their system. Well, it was programmed to all living beings. The natural fear of death. Heracles quickly held Hestia into his arms. He looked at his friend Thor, who was fuming angrily at the prince. He can see it in his eyes. He wanted to rip that child apart, and Ares as well for giving him that weapon. Thor stood up from his seat. His intention was clear. He will kill that child and seal that cursed weapon, even if the price was being sealed back in heaven. But he could only take a few steps before a voice stopped him on his tracks. Beautiful, isn't it? The voice made him more angry as he turned and see who it was. Ares, you fucking psychopath. Thor rushed towards the god of war with the intention of killing him dead, but he was stopped by another familiar voice. Enough! Hades entered the room. Along at his side was Athena. Her presence was a shock to other gods. What's the meaning of this, Hades? Freya questioned him. She was still shaking in fear. What is necessary for our survival? Athena answered for Hades. She then glared at Ares. Their whole plan was for the gods themselves to choose the owners of the weapons, but Ares the snake that he is goes behind her and Hades' back and gave the weapon to his child. Athena, sister, don't look at me like that. Ares smiled at her, which made the goddess more furious at him. Both of you enough. Hades again shut them all up. He looked at every god who was here at the room and opened his mouth to speak. The end of time is among us, and the Theiko Oplo may be our only hope in surviving Ragnarok. His eyes then landed towards Heracles. All the gods followed his gaze. I hate to ask this of you, but with 2 confirmed Theiko Oplo now with a master, I'm afraid I must. Most of older gods knew what Hades was talking about. Thor and Hestia glared at Hades. They couldn't believe what he was planning to do. We need the heroic bow. Can you tell us where it is? Alcides. Back at the fight, August couldn't believe his eyes. His heart was beating so fast, his hand almost instinctively moved towards Beowulf. Everyone in the crowd was frozen in shock and fear. And Anakitty, who was the one facing the aura, felt like her whole world was going to end. She never felt mana like that before. The prince smiled at her. You wanted my sword, right? Then here it is. Come. He pulled the sword up as it glowed a purple-blue light. MISTLTINN. Chapter 57, Announcements. Chapter 58, Tournament Bracket A5, Marius Victrix Rakia vs Anakitty Autumn. Narration. What's the matter, little kitty? Marius Victrix Rakia asked with a mocking tone. I thought you wanted me to use my sword. He called closer and closer towards Anakitty, who was turning paler by the second. What the hell is that thing? She asked herself as every cell in her body was screaming for her to flee. Fear had taken over her. Well, little kitty, where is all that bravado now? The prince's mana burst in the air. It was filled with killing intent so dense it made the crowd fear for their lives. You really thought you could beat me? You, an insignificant creature. Don't make me laugh. With a quick burst of speed, the prince vanished and appeared right in front of Anakitty. Her eyes widened by the speed he displayed. Her instinct kicked into overdrive. She quickly held her sword up to block an attack she couldn't even see. She was moving solely on her instinct. With a thunderous sound, metal meets metal as the 2 weapons collide. Anakitty was sent flying with the impact. She landed hard into the ground. Dust flew around her as her body was cratered in it. Everything hurts. She was bleeding all over from that, and she even managed to block it. She dreads the thought of that strike hitting her cleanly. Oh ho, good job blocking that one. The prince clapped his hand sarcastically as he watched the broken and bruised body of Anakitty. But it seems like that was all you wrote, and I was looking forward to testing what this weapon can do. Bummer. Anakitty gritted her teeth as she turned her body around in pain. She heard a crack. She looked and watched her left arm dangling weakly. It is broken with her bones breaking flesh. She ignored it and grunted heavily as she used her right that was holding her sword to push herself up. She looked at her sword, a dire adamantite weapon. It was chipped and bent, but she was still thankful that it held on. If it didn't, she would have been dead. She finally was able to make it at her feet, but her stance was groggy. As much as she hates to admit it, the prince was right. She is spent. She no longer has the strength to continue. But still, she was standing adamantly in front of the prince, and with a heavy grunt she raised her weapon in front of her as she took a shaky stance. Why you tea-talk too much? Tusk, the prince clicked his tongue. This bitch was really getting on his nerves. He wanted to make her submit, to make her realize that she was nothing more than a pebble in front of him. He wanted to break her spirit, to set an example for everyone to see. Stubborn bitch. Yet Anna Kitty was still standing in front of him defiantly. That guy, August spoke extremely low, making his voice sound like a growl. He had a cold look on his face as he watched the prince. He's gonna make an example out of her. What do you mean? Denki asked. He was still inexperienced when it comes to this topic. Orario and Rakia are neighboring countries, yet their relationships are somewhat bad, and right now we are in a state of cold war with Rakia. Froke was the one who answered him. She may be level 1, but she was a local of Orario and has plenty of experience in dealing with people, so she can guess what the prince was thinking. He wanted to demonstrate just how much stronger Rakia's adventurer was by beating Aki with only his bare hands, but it ultimately failed since he failed to account for Aki's beastly traits. She took a deep breath and continued. Because of that, he was forced to use his sword, which in his mind humiliated him. Using his sword, he broke and battered Aki's body, but she still got up and stood in front of him with the intention to fight. That made him even more angry, and you can probably guess what he'll do now. With Froke's explanation, Denki widened his eyes. He finally put 2 and 2 together. You can't mean. The bastard's planning on killing her to set an example. August finished Denki's sentence. He gripped the arm rest in his seat, breaking it with his sheer strength. He hated the type of person the prince was, someone who bullies the weak. Denki didn't want to believe it. He looked at Froke for her to disagree, but he got nothing but silence as she bit her lips hard until it bled. Denki can do nothing but watch the match with gritted teeth. August's eyes searched the area. It stopped when he found who he was looking for. He saw Finn. Besides him were Bite, Reveria, Gareth, Eyes, Tyone, and a young lady elf that he didn't know of. All of them are watching the match with a dark look in their eyes. What are y'all gonna do? He asked no one in particular as his eyes returned to the match. Somehow he feels like everything would all be fine, but something good will happen. Isfi couldn't believe her eyes. Is that really the prince? She thought to herself as she doubted her eyes. She refused to believe it yesterday when she saw him, even more so now that he's actually fighting. Where did that unfortunate yet smart and sensible prince go? This was a complete 180 from when he met Marius first. She remembers him wanting to go to Orario to become an adventurer, yet now he looks like a completely different person. What the hell happened to you, Marius? She asked softly towards the air, knowing full well no answer will come. Finn, along with the executives of Loki Familia, are watching closely to the match. There was a strict no-killing rule in place, but there's a loophole in that rule. Finn and everyone knows that they are preparing for the worst. Suddenly, a prickly pain emerges in Finn's thumb. He then knew what it meant. Anna Kitty is in grave danger right now. The Prince Mana surged as his weapon glowed in a violent dark light. I admire your bravery, little kitten. But this is the end. The air rapture at his sheer mana, it blew a violent gust of air everywhere as he dug his feet to the ground and made a mad dash towards the beaten-up adventurer. Die. Boom. A bright light took over the amphitheater as the prince made his attack. Everyone in the crowd was blinded by the light. When it settled, they saw the prince being held by Bita, and Gareth, with Finn standing in front of him, pointing his spear at the prince. He was not holding his sword anymore. It was stuck to the ground as a slash mark appeared on the stage. Stand down, this fight is over, Finn said, his voice filled with authority, making the prince glare at the Palum. Finn then pointed behind him where Anna Kitty was now unconscious and was being tended to by Reveria and Lefia. She's already knocked out. If you still want to continue, Gareth spoke with an extremely low voice. Well, be happy to oblige. Batek continued as he smiled sinisterly toward the prince, showing his canines. The prince looked at the three of them and raised his hands up. He closed his eyes and smiled. He vividly recalls what happened earlier in his mind. Finn arrived instantly in front of him and parried his sword. He was able to do it with such ease. He redirected the strike downwards, hence the huge slash in the ground, and with the same motion he was able to disarm him. He shrugged at the three of them as a sign that he no longer had any desire for a fight. Bite and Gareth let him go after that. Finn Damney, your reputation precedes you. The prince spoke arrogantly as he walked towards his sword. Well, it is an honor to be known by someone from the Rakia royal family. Finn answered him flatly, no emotions can be heard in his voice. Well then, I'll be taking my leave now. He sheathed his sword and walked away, not before looking disgustingly towards Anakity, who was lying at the ground. Lucky bitch. He whispered to himself, but he made sure it was loud enough for everyone in Loki Familia to hear. Bete tried to rush the prince, but Finn stopped him. He shook his head no and glared at the prince who was walking away. Bastard, Bete could only curse as he too glared at the prince's back. The fight was one-sided, it had seeped away the energy of the crowd. It was hard to watch someone getting toyed and insulted like that. Sure, Anakity Autumn had given it her all and tried her best to win, but the prince was just way too strong for her to handle. The crowd clapped as they saw her being stretched out by her familia as a sign of respect to her unyielding determination. Some were even crying watching her state. Raoul Nord clenched his fist until it turned white. There was a palpable anger in his demeanor as he watched his friend being carried like that. He was angry at himself because he was unable to do anything but watch as his friend was getting beaten up to a pulp. She was almost killed in the fight, yet he can do nothing. A tear started to fall on his cheek. His hand moved at his sword, a sword given to him by Anakity. He pulled it out of its sheath and looked at it as his eyes are reflected in the cold, hard steel of Protagonista. At that moment, he made a promise to himself. He will become strong enough to protect those he cares about, his friends and family and his familia. He will be strong enough to stand by her side. With a determined look, he sheathed his sword back and ran towards the infirmary where they would be taking Anakity. The gods in the VIP room on top of the amphitheater were all silent after the fight. They didn't know what to do. A second Thay Kuplo had appeared, and it was at the hand of the crown prince of Rakia. What made it worse was the fact that a god had knowingly given it to a mortal. They were angry and demanded an explanation. And all they got was a vague prophecy. What made it worse was Heracles, the mortal-made god, was revealed to have one of the half-Thay Kuplos. They were more shocked when Hades called him Alcides, the name of the mortal who had slayed multiple gods in the ancient time. Only a few gods knew of his name, and there was an unwritten rule not to speak of it since he was now a god himself. Heracles closed his eyes. The memory of the past he tried desperately to lock down his heart had risen to the surface once more. Hades, I have long forgotten and abandoned that name. He opened his eyes and looked at the old god. Don't mention that name again, he said coldly as sparks of his aura were threatening to explode out his body. The gods were tense as the air became thick with pressure from two powerful gods. Hades didn't back down from Heracles' gaze. As a matter of fact, he still has that stoic look on his face. Athena, feeling the pressure, stood in front of the two gods. She was sweating from the aura of the two. She then spoke. We have more pressing matters on our hand than you two fighting about the pass. With her words, the two relaxed and pulled their aura back, much to the relief of everyone in the room. What a killjoy. Ares clicked his tongue. He really want to see who will come out on top of the two gods fought, but Athena was being Athena. His remark earned him a glare out of everyone in the room. What? He asked while shrugging. Athena ignored him and continued on the talk. Now that I've got everyone's attention, Hades is right, Ragnarok is coming, the appearance of the Thay Kuplos are proof of this. Thor slammed his feet, making the room shake. Then what are we waiting for? Let's find the user and kill them to seal away the weapon. Wow, you're even a bigger idiot here. Loki answered Thor sarcastically, making the god glare in her direction. If you have been using your brain, you would know that the weapons are not causing Ragnarok, but are instead a sign of it coming. She then shrugged. Well, that's to be expected from someone who used muscles instead of the brain. I will break you in half, Thor screamed loudly. Case in point, Loki shrugged and sighed. Anyway, everything you said has a point, Athena, but there's a chance that it's only a coincidence, or someone being stupid. She directed her eyes at Ares while she said the last part. I had already taken that into account. I wouldn't be here if I didn't have any other evidence. Athena took a scroll out of her bag. Here I hold in my hand a prophecy of what's to come. All the gods became quiet as Athena opened and read the prophecy for all to hear. The flow of time had been disturbed. Chaos spread unto the world. Someone who should have died lived and created a disturbance in the flow of time. The world will be plunged in darkness. The age of heroes will come again, as mortals, gods, and monsters will battle for the faith of the realm. Mother Night will come for all. She will bring with her an army to cleanse the world. All will fall under her wrath, unless 4 heroes will come to pass. A man who lived, a white rabbit, a mortal not of this realm, and a daughter not of this time. These 4 heroes must rise and bring the day to chase away Mother Night. Athena finished reading from the scroll. She then closed it and stared at everyone in the room. Nix, it was Balder who broke the silence. Everyone winced at the mention of that name. How accurate is that seer of yours? He asked. The seer was Princess Dahlia of the Empire. Athena answered him straight. Her answer made the gods curse. Dahlia was known as all throughout the land for her prophecies. She was the one who prophesied the fall of Zeus and Hera. Made what you wish with that knowledge. So that's why you said that we needed the Thay Kuplos to kill Nyx. Freya, who was silent for most of the talk, asked. A plan B in case we don't find the 4 children of prophecy. Hades answered for Athena. He then looked towards Heracles. So with all this knowledge, I ask again, where is the heroic bow? Someplace safe, Heracles answered dryly. That's not good enough, Athena protested. It is for now, Heracles answered. We don't know when that prophecy will come or if it'll ever come, and as you said, the Thay Kuplos are our plan B. The heroic bow is mine to begin with. But with your divinity, that weapon is nothing but a piece of junk in your hands. Or have you forgotten that no god can use a Thay Kuplo? Loki argued. Heracles smirked at her and said, Yes, I may not be able to use it, but it's my piece of junk, so deal with it. H-E-H-E-H-E? Thor laughed loudly at Loki's expression, well at everyone's expression as Heracles declared his selfish stance on the matter. Well, you heard the god. Or are you lot gonna fight us for it? Thor grabbed his hammer and twirled it around, making the other gods gulp at the sight of the giant. He will stand by his brother's side. Hades looked at the 2 of them and sighed. Very well. He then turned around and exited the room. If you ever change your mind, you know where to find me. Well, glad that's over. Hestia, who was quietly hiding at the back of Heracles, and Thor released her breath that she didn't know she was holding. Are you sure it's wise to go against Hades? She asked Heracles silently. No, but who cares? It's not the first time the 2 of us butted heads. He answered while shrugging, making Hestia palm her face. Anyway, the next match is about to start. He scanned the room and saw Athena standing alone. Like Ares, she was an outsider, but unlike Ares, she has shame and self-consciousness to know the basic etiquette of social interaction, so she was keeping to herself. Athena, Heracles called, why don't you join us? Athena blinked her eyes, shocked that Heracles called for her. She slowly made her way to join the trio at their table. I must apologize for earlier. I didn't expect Hades to do that when I told him about the prophecy. Enough about that for now, let us focus on the fight. Thor cut the conversation short as Ganesha was marching on top of the stage to announce the next fight. I am Ganesha. We have witnessed a powerful display from the Crown Prince. Will he be able to carry his momentum towards the next round? But enough about that, for the next fight will now begin. The crowd finally cheered, but it was not as loud as before. They were still affected by the last match. But Ganesha, the showman, that he has tried his best to uplift the down crowd. Now, that is no way to welcome our next fighters. I need you all to go wild, especially when the next fight is of this caliber. The crowd, intrigued by Ganesha's words, cheered on wildly at his command. He smiled at this and continued. Now then, let me introduce you to the next fighters coming up the stage. At my right, her strength is among the top here in Orario. She is the captain of the Ishtar Familia. With her battle axe in tow, she had demonstrated and cemented her place as someone who is not to be trifled with. The Androctonus Phryne Jamal. She entered the stage waving her hand. She was feeling herself at the cheer of the crowd. I expected more for a beauty such as myself, but this is enough for now. She muttered to herself. Ganesha gave her a few moments before he continued again. And on my left, he has earned a reputation inside the dungeon. Known for his quick reflexes and precise strikes, he is one of the fastest adventurers in the city. Taka Kumar, the Vivad Karanvala. Taka entered the stage. He had a serious expression on his face. You can only assume that he means business from the start. Now that I've introduced you to both of them, let the match begin. Chapter 59, Tournament Bracket A6, Frine Jamal vs. Taka Kumar. Narration. The two fighters heard Ganesha's signal to begin, not wasting any time. Taka charged headfirst towards Frine, brandishing his weapon, the Katar. Frine blocked the first charge with her massive battle axe, and with speed shocking for her size, she made a quick turn and slashed horizontally at Taka. He smirked at the incoming axe and pivoted his left to dodge the strike while delivering one of his own. Frine was able to dodge, but Taka didn't give her a chance to retaliate. Using his momentum, he spun while slashing his weapon multiple times. His movement made him look like he was dancing as he spun, weaved, and slashed at the female adventurer. Tusk! Frine clicked her tongue. Seeing that there was no other way to stop the tempo that Taka had established, she leaned in at the hail of blades and aimed for an exchange of blow with her axe. A loud clang sounded as Taka's momentum came to a stop, but he had enough speed and power that he was able to push the larger female back. The exchange only lasted for a couple seconds. The two of them had the crowd erupting with cheers. Holy shit. What a start. That's Taka for you, always on the attack. But Frine was able to handle that like it was nothing. The crowd couldn't help but stood up on that exchange. Right now, the two of them are showing why they made it on the main stage of the tournament. Not bad, Taka smirked while he stretched his body up. E-strong, maybe you'll actually give me a fight. Hi, you're not so bad yourself, pretty boy. Frine spoke with a seductive tone as she licked her lips. You make me want to gobble you up. Taka just smiled while taking up his stance. Well, that image is stuck in my mind now. His weapons glowed blue as he casually let his mana loose. Of course it's stuck. With a beauty like me, it's understandable that I'm in your head doing lewd stuff. Frine took her stance as well, her weapon glowing a dark green hue as her mana hums in the air. Not what I meant. With a grunt, Taka beamed straight to Frine. Right before he reached him, he jumped in the air and slammed his weapon down at her. Frine saw this and raised her axe to her side. She let out a short shout as she slashed her axe to meet Taka at the center. Boom! A thunderous sound boomed all throughout the arena as their two weapons met. Metal against metal, mana against mana, neither one giving an inch. I should take the initiative in establishing the tempo. Frine thought to herself as she tilted her axe to let Taka slide right beside her. She remembered the exchange earlier and came to the conclusion that Taka's style relies on him gaining the advantage first in their exchange. She was not about to give him that. Tusk! Taka clicked his tongue. His choice is limited at his current position, and the only attack available for him to take is a stab at Frine's side. He didn't like it. He felt like he was being guided to take that strike. He didn't get more time to contemplate as Fian delivered a kick. He had no choice but to jump back and retreat. Frine missed her kick. She quickly transitioned on chasing after Taka, who had opted to gain distance. Come here, pretty boy, I swear I'll be gentle. She taunted while chasing after him with a smile. Sure, Taka answered, which caught Frine off guard. He then came to a sudden stop and like clockwork he dashed to meet Frine head-on. Here, catch. With a punching motion, Taka stabbed his weapon straight at her face. Frine's eyes widened because of his sudden attack. She has no way of stopping her momentum right now, and his timing was perfect. Still, Frine wasn't a level 5 for nothing. With an awkward movement, she was able to move her head out of the way, but she didn't come out unscratched. Taka's weapon embedded at her left shoulder, gushing out blood and sending it everywhere. She winced at the pain and gritted her teeth in anger. She was tricked by him, and it didn't sit well for her. She didn't even get time to recover as Taka was relentless in his attack. With a quick pull of his right Katar, he delivered an uppercut with his left Katar. Frine was fast enough to block his blow, but Taka wasn't finished. Determined to establish his tempo, he let loose multiple slashes towards her. He's faster than me, she thought to herself as she tried to block every attack. Unable to do so, she turtled up using her axe to block the majority of slashes and her mana to take care of the rest. She was particularly hiding her face, so Taka didn't see her smiling under her cover. But I'm stronger, she wailed as she slammed her feet to the ground, cracking the stage with her sheer strength with the help of her mana. A mini earthquake was felt, making Taka lose his balance. He staggered a bit and lost the initiative, but it was the least of his worry as Frine's axe headed straight for his chest. "Shit," he cursed as he hurriedly tried to block it, but Frine was a tad bit faster. The axe hit him square at his chest. Luckily for him, he was able to move his mana fast enough to block some of the damage. Still, the blow sent him flying along with an ugly gash running across his chest as blood squirted out from the slash. He was able to turn his body mid-air, and he landed on his feet. Wincing in pain, he looked at Frine, who had a massive smile on her face. She looked at him seductively and licked his blood on her axe. She then smiled and said, "You taste good, pretty boy. I can't wait to taste more of you." Taka felt chills run up his spine. He felt like he was in danger, not because of the fight or that Frine was much stronger than him. No, he felt danger in a different kind of way. Not really my type, though," he answered back while scratching his head. "Playing hard to get?" Frine acted cute while moving her hips back and forth. "I like that in my man." Her action made the audience want to wash their eyes at how disgusting she looks, even more so now that she's dripping in blood and sweat. Taka looked at her confused. He had this look on his face that seems to scream, "What the hell is wrong with this woman?" As he tried to recall where he made it seem like he was into her. "You don't have to do that anymore. I know that you want me. All men do," she said proudly as she raised her hands up in the air and slid it down her breast. "Tell you what, pretty boy, if you surrender, I'll give you a taste of heaven," she said as she moved her body seductively for everyone's displeasure to see. Everyone in the crowd was silent. Ishtar, her goddess, had a disgusted expression on her face. She knew that Frine was a narcissistic bitch, but she didn't know it was by this much. The other gods had the same look as her. They didn't know what to do about this. Even Ares, who was a psychopath, was feeling emotions he didn't know he had. Taka, who was experiencing all of that up close, couldn't help himself and laughed out loud for everyone to hear. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. His laughter made Frine's face glow. "Wow, I know I'm hot, but I didn't expect this." He's laughing from joy just imagining us doing the deed. He's lucky he's hot, she thought to herself as she smiled. "So what do you say, pretty boy? Do we have ourselves a deal?" "Fuck no, H-A-H-A-H-A. No offense, but you look fucking repulsive," Taka answered while holding his stomach. He couldn't stop laughing at what he was seeing in front of him. "Lady, you look like a toad who died and was left outside to rot in the sun. And you expect me to surrender to have the opportunity to sleep with you? Hell no." The crowd couldn't help themselves and laughed along with Taka, who was now rolling on the floor with laughter. And Frine's face looked like it doubled in size. Her eyes were now red in anger, and her face had veins all over them. "He's talking about me? He can't be. I'm the most beautiful mortal on earth. My beauty even rivaled that of the gods." She was fuming while having these thoughts in her head. He fucking insulted a beauty such as myself. Unforgivable. Taka stopped laughing as he felt a massive mana. It was Frine, and she looked mad. She was even more hideous than before, but Taka doesn't have the luxury to laugh anymore. "Unforgivable," she muttered over and over again as her axe cracked under her grip. She then looked at Taka, her eyes red as smoke rose out all over her body. "Deal's off. I'll RIP you to SHREDS. With a booming scream, she rushed at Taka with her axe in tow. Fu, Taka didn't even finish his curse because she was already at his grill. She slashed down her axe straight at Taka. He quickly raised his weapon to block the blow, yet he didn't expect that he'll be blown away by it. He was sent skidding back with the mad adventurer following closely. She was like a bull seeing red as she chased him relentlessly. Taka blocked another of her slash, sending him reeling back from the impact. His eyes widened as he saw a chip in his weapon. "Holy shit," he cursed. Another strike came, and another, each one getting heavier and heavier, and each strike chipped away at his weapon. "Die, you little shit." Frine moved her mana towards her axe, making her strikes even more stronger than before. Taka blocked the blow, but this time, she mowed down his guard along with his weapon. Taka was wide open. This made Frine smile. "I got you now, you son of a bitch." "Oh, really now?" Taka answered, making Frine feel chills run up her spine. Still, she pushed on, thinking it was a bluff on his part. Unfortunately for him, Taka wasn't bluffing. As she slammed her axe down, putting all her weight on the blow, Taka smirked and took a step forward inside Frine's personal space. Taka's right foot established itself inside the two legs of Frine. He then turned his body around and caught the arm of Frine. He then performed a judo throw, slamming the woman hard on the ground. Arg! This forcefully expelled the air out of her lungs as her back cracked the ground. But Taka wasn't finished. He jumped in the air and slammed both of his knees at her solar plexus, making her spit saliva with a mixture of her earlier breakfast. He then mounted her and rained down blow after blow straight at her face. Frine tried to fight back. She gripped her axe and tried to slash it at Taka, but he saw it coming with quick reflexes. He caught her arms and moved to side controls as he trapped it right between his legs. Locking up her joint, he performed an armbar, and with one quick pull a snap could be heard, making the crowd wince in pain. But Frine, who received it, actually felt her bones snap in two. Arg! She screamed in pain, her body wiggled and convulsed as she tried to pry her hand free from Taka's grip. Taka let it go. He has no use in holding on for it. He kicks up and watches as Frine rolled on the floor in pain while holding her hands. Had enough? He asked. Go to hell, she answered as her face was full of rage. Lady, looking at your face makes me believe that I'm already there. He answered him while shrugging. Well, now it looks a little bit better since all that blood is blocking your mug. I'll kill you, Frine without thinking charged at him. Taka sighed at it. The moment Frine let her emotions control her was the moment that he won. He was disappointed. Frine was a strong fighter, yet she was a slave to her temper. It made the fight easy. She moved exactly the way he wanted her to move. He didn't move from his spot as Fian charged at him. He let her come closer, anger in her eyes. Without her right hand, she was now holding her axe with her left. She slashed at Taka wildly with it and hit nothing but air. Taka dodged the blow and delivered a sharp counter right straight at her chin. The blow shook her brain as her vision darkened. He then followed it up with a kick to her knees, busting her kneecaps to pieces, and finished his combo with a well-delivered knee to the chin as she was falling down. He watched as Frine falls to the ground unconscious from his combo. He clicked his tongue at it and muttered to himself, "What a shame, she could have given me a challenge. Oh well." Taka raised his hand up, signaling for the end of the fight, as the crowd cheered with his victory. He smiled at the clapping audience and waved as he made his exit out. Meanwhile, Fian was stretchered off the arena as she lay out cooled. Well, that was easy, Denki said out loud while sitting lazily. Yeah, I thought so too. Froke agreed with him as she munched on the food that she bought from a vendor. It's because you didn't see the full picture. August answered them both while eating a sandwich as well. The two looked at him, asking for an explanation. He devoured the sandwich in 2 bites before he answered. The two of them are evenly matched. Even at the end, their strengths are close, and the match could have gone either way. Either way, you must be joking, Froke argued. Yeah, I don't really agree with Froke all the time, but she's right. How could you say that when Taka won that fight easily? Denki seconded Froke. To keep it simple, Taka was smarter. He knew when to control and to give up control in the fight, but it all started when he attacked the toad. I mean Frine mentally. August licked his fingers while giving the answer. He then took another sandwich out of his bag and opened the packaging of it. In short, he made her angry, and she let her emotion dictate the way she attacked. If the two of them are fighting on the same mental and emotional wavelength, then it could have gone either way. So the bitch is stupid? Froke asked. That's the gist of it, August answered. The three then talked more about the fight, waiting for the next match to start. Chapter 60, Tournament Bracket A7, Edwin Hyrule vs. Tiona Hurute. Narration. Ganesha marched at the stage with a smile on his face. He was feeling quite jovial due to the fact that Taka Kumar won his fight. What a spectacular display of skill shown by Taka. Even with his weapon destroyed, he had still come up on top in that match. The crowd applauded at this, and Ganesha smiled proudly. Now he will move on to the second round. But enough about that, we have a banger for the next match of the tournament. Now this fight was something the crowd was itching to see. The one fighting was one of the most popular adventurers of Orario, and she is fighting an outsider as well. Now allow me to introduce to all of you the next fighters. In my right, this fighter had traveled all over the world. He is one of the 4 pillars of Athena Familia. With his sword and shield, he had come to Orario to test his might. The paladin, Edwin Hyrule. He entered the stage with a confident strut. Every step he took generates a heavy thud as his armor clangs at his movement. And he is adorned with it. Almost no area in his body is left untouched by the heavy silver armor. He raised his hands and bowed at the crowd as he arrived in the middle, earning him a few claps and cheers for good luck in the process. At the VIP room, Heracles raised an eyebrow at Athena when he heard that the knight covered in armor was one of her children. "So is this why you decided to stay and watch?" he asked with slight amusement in his voice. It was his idea. He wanted to see how he would fare against the adventurers of Orario. She answered while shrugging, "A good child. He wants to prove his worth as a pillar." "Oh ho, I have heard many tales of Athena's 4 pillars. They say that their strengths and strategic mind is a cut above the rest. The elite of the elites." Thor smiled as he said those words. He then looked at the knight standing at the middle of the stage. "I got to say, it looks like they live up to the hype." "But isn't it risky?" Hestia, who was silent, couldn't help herself and asked. "I mean, from what I heard, the pillars are the first line of defense for the Empire. Wouldn't losing here damage their credibility?" This made the 3 gods turn their head almost mechanically towards the petite goddess. Heracles was the first to speak. Hestia." It was followed by Thor, but you're stupid." Athena, on the other hand, just stared at Hestia with wide, unbelieving eyes and mouth wide agape. Hestia turned red in anger as she wailed about being a goddess and demanded respect befitting of one, but in a more colorful set of words that would make a sailor blush. "Anyway, it isn't that risky," Athena answered, earning a look from the trio. "Edwin is a newly appointed pillar. It hasn't even been a year since he rose to his position." Athena then looked at them with a huge grin. "He is currently the weakest pillar right now." The 3 smiled in understanding. Athena really is a god of war. She had positioned herself and the Empire with everything to gain if Edwin wins and nothing to lose if he didn't. She is cunning, which makes her even scarier than Ares, another god of war who relished in violence and slaughter. She looked back at the match, just in time for Ganesha to announce the next fighter. "And at my left," he wailed excitedly, making the crowd cheer. "She is known by many as one of the strongest adventurers in the city. With her sheer strength, she can crush her enemies using only her bare hands. One of the executive members of Loki Familia, the Crusher, Tiona, Hiryute." The crowd cheered loudly at the mention of her name as they stared at the entrance waiting for her appearance. But she wasn't there. The crowd got confused by this, but their confusion turned into a maddening scream of wild excitement as they heard her voice mix in with the crowd. "Yhoo!" Her voice echoed as she jumped from the stands, going straight to the stage, a smile on her face as she carried her weapon, which is twice or even more her size. The Amazon had arrived with style. She landed on the stage with an audible thud as she then raised both her hands up in the air and started laughing, making the crowd laugh with her. She was pumped and ready. All the previous fight awakened the battle maniac that is residing in her. Finn wanted to crawl on a deep hole watching one of his executives doing such a Tiona-like stunt. He was massaging the bridge of his nose and sighing deeply because of it. Bite was laughing his ass off. While slapping the back of Finn, tears were forming in her eyes from laughter. Tione had a scary expression on her face. She wanted to strangle her sister. Eyes was being eyes and just stared while tilting her head sideways. Loki, on the other hand, was laughing as well. She was a childish god by nature and absolutely loved this type of stunts. The other gods didn't share the sentiment, though. They looked at Loki with dry eyes and deadpan faces. Still, the trickster didn't care and continued to cheer and laugh at her child. Ganesha, eyes inside his mask, twitch at the shock of a contestant jumping from the stand. Still, he was a professional, so he rolled with it quickly. "Well, now that introductions are out of the way and the 2 fighters looks eager to start, let this match begin." Ganesha declared the start of the match, much to the excitement of the crowd. The 2 locked eyes with one another and waste little time in harnessing both of their mana. The stage shook at the sheer aura both of them are exuding, and without missing a beat, the 2 of them vanished from where they stood. And almost instantaneously, a loud and thunderous sound boomed, sending shockwaves all throughout the amphitheater as the 2 clashed their weapons in the middle of the stage. Both of their faces had this viscous grin plastered on it, as their eyes are maddened with battle frenzy. Tiona pulled her weapon back and delivered a knee. Edwin had the same idea. A sickening thud sounded as their limbs clashed. But the two weren't done. Tiona went low as she slashed her weapon upward. Her strength made the wind give way as her weapon made a whistle sound. Edwin went high, slamming his sword downwards, so fast and strong that it gave the illusion of his sword bending. A third clash exploded, stronger than the previous two. Tiona was embedded on the stage down to her knees as a crater formed, and Edwin was sent flying up. Tiona jumped up, freeing herself from being knee-deep inside the stage, and Edwin landed roughly on his feet. The two of them shared a smile, then it turned to laughter. The crowd jaws were on the floor as they witnessed the opening exchange. What monsters were on their collective minds? The sound of the blows were so loud they all were wondering if two giants are the ones fighting right now. 3 strikes, all it took was 3 strikes for the crowd to know that they'll be witnessing something awesome. August was clenching his fist at what he had just witnessed. Excitement filled his soul. He wants to fight both of them. This tournament had been an eye-opener for him. First was Locke, then the prince. Taka was strong as well, and at the same time he was cunning, and now these two, the paladin and the crusher. He looked at the VIP section where the gods were sitting. His lips slowly rose into a happy smile. Old man, he thought, I'm really thankful that you've brought me into this place. Arthur's eyes were twitching. Another fucking one, he said frustratingly as he stared at Edwin. He couldn't understand where these monsters were coming from. Tiona was a canon character, and a very strong one at that. From what he understood, she's at least at Iza's level, and this Edwin Hyrule, this random-ass character, is keeping up with her blow for blow. He wants to take his enthusiasm back. He was so happy when he reincarnated in this world, but now he wants nothing to do with it. Well, apparently monsters are just growing on trees now, he muttered with an exhausted voice. Heracles had this twitchy smile as he watched the match. He then looked at Athena, who was calmly drinking her ale while watching the fight. So, your weakest pillar, huh? I told you, the pillars are the elites of the elites. Athena just smiled as she answered. Just because he's the weakest doesn't mean he's weak. Now I'm really curious on how strong the other 3 are, Thor said amusedly. Let's just say that the strongest of them can give Otter a run for his money. She answered loudly, making sure the other gods heard her, including Freya, especially Freya. A voice suddenly joined the conversation. Pillar or not, Tiona is still one of my executives. It was low-key, and she has a scheming smile on her playful face. So Athena, wanna make this interesting. The gods perked their ears at this development. Gossip started to fly among them. Oh, what do you have in mind? Athena answered back. Nothing much, Loki answered while smiling. A Durandal-class sentient weapon would be nice. When Loki said those words, all of the gods grunted in return. The money needed for such a weapon would be astronomical, not to mention the task of collecting the necessary materials to create such a weapon. Mithril and orichalcum aren't necessarily growing on trees. How about that? The loser has to give a Durandal-class sentient weapon to the winner. Loki shrugs like it was nothing. Athena was contemplating it, but the risk of losing would be a huge hit to her, even more so that the Emperor and her aren't on speaking terms at the moment. Still, it was a tempting offer, and she trusted the strength of her child. Athena estimated the price in her mind. 300 million volleys was the lowest number she could calculate. She looked at Loki and saw a smirk on her face, almost as if she was mocking her. This made a vein pop in her head. Fuck it, she thought. Sure, she said with gusto and flair. How about we take an oath for it? And she doubled down on it. This caught Loki off guard. She thought the goddess would back down. She was already in debt because of Ai's new weapon that was specifically what she mentioned. Seeing the hesitation in Loki's eyes, Athena smirked at her. This pissed her off. Let's take the oath right now, she wailed, not backing down. Not wanting to look weak, Athena stood and bit back. I'm ready anytime, dashboard. Bring it on, pancake. Loki also stood up from her seat. The gods wanted to point out that the two of them are equally flat in that area, but were too afraid to do so. And so the oath was made. Whoever loses must pay with a sentient Durandal-class weapon. As the two made the oath, they both turned around looking sick on their stomach. They didn't know that the two of them were just playing chicken with one another, and even if they knew nothing could be done now, the oath had already been sealed. The two fighters had no idea that their match now involves a huge amount of money. Because of that, they can enjoy it without a care in the world, and enjoy it they did. The two of them are battle maniacs, and it shows on their fight. Every strike sent shockwaves, every move was done in full strength. Every hit was returned twofolds, and all that happened with them having a huge grin on their faces. The crowd was now on their feet. It was like a party, and every hit was the beat of the music. Both of them are bloodied, but they didn't care. They are enjoying the fight so much that the two of them are laughing as they exchange blades. With a grunt, the two weapons met as their mana burst in a colorful array of power. A fiery red glow for Tiona and a cold metallic silver for Edwin. The clash sent them both flying back, sliding on the floor as they land. "You're super strong," Tiona said with a smile as she twirled her beloved urga and slammed it at the ground. "I can say the same thing about you," Edwin answered back while slamming his sword and shield together at a rhythmic beat. "Now I guess this is enough of a warm-up, don't you think?" Tiona beamed a smile while tilting her head, making her appearance super cute, but her words tell a different story. "Yeah, I guess so," Edwin laughed and scratched his head while answering. The crowd, hearing their words, wanted to scream at the two of them. They were holding back. That was just a warm-up. What the fuck are these monsters made of? The participants who were watching couldn't help their beating hearts. Even the prince was getting excited. He wanted to fight the two of them, to crush them on his feet. "So, how about we turn it up a notch?" Edwin asked while getting on his fighting stance. "Edwin, was it?" Tiona asked as she pulled her double-bladed weapon out of the ground. Read my mind. She twirled urga and got on her stance. The two smiled and laughed, making the crowd gulp in anticipation. And as if on cue, the two of them unleashed the full extent of their mana at the same time. Boom! A roaring, thunderous sound consumed everything in the amphitheater. Their mana exploding in the air as it rages on in excitement at the prospect of a good, unadulterated fight. Their skill, which were eerily similar, boosting the two of them. Everyone in the crowd, mortals or god alike, gulp at the extent of their power. Tiona with her berserker skill, making her stronger the more damage she received, and she had received a lot of damage in their warm-up, paired with her intense heat skill, that raises all of Tiona's abilities by a large amount in a pinch. She had now become on par with a level 6 adventurer. But Edwin had an answer for that. His skill, Steel Will Activate. This skill allows him to grow stronger the longer the fight goes, and it goes hand-on-hand with his short chant magic. Haplaizen Teleos, an enchant magic that strengthens the user. Arise, heroes of old. Silver mana arose from his body as his eyes glowed with the same color. His muscles bulged as the magic took erect. Haplaizen Teleos. With the combination of the two, he as well was now on par with a level 6 adventurer. The crowd, seeing this, didn't make a sound. They all held their breath back. Luckily for them, a barrier was set up earlier to protect them on whatever may happen on stage. This includes the aura that the two are releasing. If it wasn't for it, the adventurers below level 2 and the civilians would have all fainted because of the sheer size of the mana the two are exuding. "So, shall we?" Tiona asked as she crouched low on the ground. "Bring it," Edwin answered enthusiastically while getting on his stance, shield up front and sword at the back. "Round 2. The two of them screamed simultaneously as they charge at one another, their speed so fast that it was actually blinding and invisible to those not strong enough to keep up with their movements. At 6 seconds, they met at the middle and slammed their respected weapons against each other. Boom! The shockwaves made the barrier flicker at how strong it was. The fight was now on its second stage and is nearing its climax. Chapter 61, Tournament Bracket A8, Edwin Hyrule vs. Tiona Hurute. Narration. Fast, extremely fast, and strong to boot, those were the reactions of the crowd, mortals and gods alike. Their weapons and mana battled for dominance as their two blades locked up with one another. The ground shook at their wake and both of their feet dug deep in the ground, neither giving an inch. Edwin was the one who broke the deadlock. Using his shield, he pushed Tiona back as he slammed it straight to her face. A direct hit. Tiona's head whipped back as blood splattered from the hit. That hit broke her nose. The knight followed it up with another shield bash, but the same trick won't work twice for the Amazon. She stabbed Urga straight to the ground right in front of her. Using the ground as leverage, she was able to block Edwin's assault and retaliated with an attack of her own. Using Urga as a pole, she swung to the left and delivered a kick using both of her legs. Edwin saw it coming and moved his sword to meet it head-on. But he didn't expect the kick to be a feint. Tiona grit her teeth as she strained her muscles to stop her body from completing the motion. With a grunt, she pulled her blade out and with bad intent slammed it straight down to the off-balance knight who was fully expecting a kick instead of a slash. Arghh? Edwin wailed as Tiona's blade buried itself into her right shoulder, his armor doing little to stop the Amazon's attack. She followed it up with a Spartan kick straight at his gut, which sent him reeling back. Tiona smiled, looking sinister and malicious because of her bloody face and broken nose. She chased after the knight at savage ferocity. She doesn't have a plan, all she has is the singular mindset, and that mindset is attack. She brandished her blade and attacked with speed and power that is unimaginable with her build. Edwin grimaced as he blocked the incoming barrage with his shield. Every hit made his hand tremble and ache. Even so, Tiona wasn't able to break his implacable defense. Tiona wild attacks has no pattern to exploit. Her blade came from every angle and at breakneck speeds. Edwin can only defend, but it was his specialty. He earned his spot in Athena's pillars with his defense. His alias, the Paladin, was also a testament for this. Any other adventurer would have succumbed to the relentless attack of the Amazon, but Edwin was like a wall, nay, a steel fortress that no one could penetrate. The earlier hit was a mistake on his part. He was jealous of his fellow pillar who excels in offense. He wanted to be like them, to attack relentlessly, like the opponent he had in front of him, so he fought Tiona with the intent of exchanging blows, and he suffered a clean hit because of it. That exchange made him realize that he couldn't win against the Amazon in sheer attacking force and exchanges. Sure, he's able to keep up, but she has more experience, skill, and talent in that regard. You can say that it was her specialty. He, on the other hand, boasts talent opposite of what she has. And he hates it. He wanted to be like his fellow pillars, like his mentor, like her. He is a peculiar individual, a mortal who has a high aggression and is by all account a person you may consider as a battle maniac, has little talent in offensive combat and excels in defense. His talents are the complete opposite of his personality, and he hates it with a passion. Tiona couldn't help but admire the man standing in front of her. She had tried everything in her arsenal of moves and attack. She even threw feints on the mix, and he was still handling everything with flawless execution. She felt like she's attacking a fortress, a wall of steel. Unbreakable and unmoving, he was even blocking her feints as well. She tried to use her speed and attacked him from behind, but he was still able to read her like a book and block it. Anyone would have been frustrated, but not her. She felt excitement, intrigue, and hunger. Will I be able to break that wall? Her mind asks herself this question, but no frustration showed on her face. Instead, it was determination and fire. The challenge of penetrating an unbreakable wall excites her very core, and it shows in her attacks. It kept on getting faster, stronger, more unpredictable. The crowd can even see after image at how fast she was moving as she tries to find an opening for her attacks. The barrage of blade looked more like a tornado of twirling death as Urga came at every direction. Above, below, at the sides, in front, at the back. All manners of offensive attacks had been thrown, all meeting the knight's shield. The two of them looked like they were dancing. For the people not experienced in fighting, it looks like Tiona was pushing Edwin back. But the truth was the two of them are being dragged to the edge of their limits. Her muscles are aching nonstop at every attack she delivered, but at the same time she was getting stronger and stronger because of it. Still, it was straining to one's body. She was getting faster and stronger. Months of improvement all being done and happening in just a span of this battle. Edwin was not faring well as well. His body trembled at every attack he receives, his bones rattling at every blow he blocked. Still the two of them kept on, they enjoyed the fight, and right now, no one was stopping them. But it was apparent, not to the common crowd, not to the civilians watching, but everyone who has fighting experience can see it clearly. No matter who you asked, be it a common adventurer, a doctor, a healer, no matter what race, be it a god, they will all answer the same. Mortals couldn't handle that much of a growth in strength, especially if the body was not ready for it. Boosting magics and skills are somewhat of a double-edged blade, especially those that continues to give the user stats as the battle continues. There's only so much strain the body can handle, and eventually it will reach its limit and overheat, especially if it's not prepared to handle a surge and rise in power. It's just basic science. Think of a person as a cup and its contents as their mana, strength, speed, etc. The body has a finite limit on how large of a boost it can receive. Too much and it will overflow. But unlike a cup, the body has a lid. Too much and you'll end up bursting with the overflow of power. The unbreakable shield versus the relentless attacker, an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Something has to give. The fight had now become a battle of attrition. It became a battle of whose body can handle the power surging in them more. The crowd was wild and on their feet, cheering, screaming, applauding the two warriors who are giving it their all. The two of them locked on a deadly stalemate, attack versus defense, grit versus grit. The two are determined to win. You know, Edwin spoke, a tinge of jealousy apparent in his voice. I envy people like you. How I wish I had what you have. He blocked another barrage flawlessly. Oh, and what's that? Tiona goes low as she tries to sweep the knight's leg with her own. He was able to block it with his shin guard. Edwin smiled. He saw the blade of the Amazon rising from under him. After the failed attempt to sweep his leg, she bent her body so fast while delivering a blow straight for his head. Never mind, he answered as he moved his head to the side, dodging the blow by a hair's length. You wouldn't understand it. He tried to counter but stopped when he realized he had no time. A kick from the Amazon followed after her failed attack. He didn't have a chance to retaliate and can only defend. He hated it. The kick sent him skidding back. He could see the opening, he could see the attack on his mind, he just couldn't take it. And it was now too late, the opening was closed. Tiona was now in his space once again, not giving him a chance to do anything but defend. He hated it. He wanted what she had, if only he had that talent instead. Tiona suddenly stopped her attack. She had a pissed look on her face, her mouth turned into a snarl, and her eyes were filled with anger. Why? She asked, her voice merely a whisper. This confused Edwin. Why'd she stop? He thought, and he couldn't understand her question. Why the fuck are you making that face? She wailed at the knight, her face red in anger, her mana burst at her rage. Where is that smile? Who the fuck are you? Where is that person I was fighting earlier? Edwin was dumbfounded by her actions. He was even more dumbfounded when the Amazon stabbed her weapon in the ground and walked at him without her weapon. He couldn't comprehend her actions. He was wondering what she was doing. She was now within his striking distance. He could slash his weapon at her and win, but he couldn't. There was no honor in that for a victory. She now stood in front of him, her eyes staring holes at his, and then slap. The crowd was stunned by it. Even the gods had their mouth wide open. The participants watching don't know what to do. Tiona just walked in front of Edwin and slapped him square at the face. There was no mana, no extra strength, it was just a plain old slap. Don't you dare fight me with that pitiful look, she wailed, her voice almost sounding hurt. I don't know what you're thinking about, and truth be told, I don't give a flying fuck about it. That doesn't give you the right to half-ass this fight. She spat at him with fiery resolve. Edwin blinked his eyes a few times. Questions had flooded his mind. His eyes drifted toward Tiona, her face red. She was fuming, and he could have sworn that smoke came rising out her ears. PFT, he sputters a chuckle, and then it became a full-on laughter. Ha ha ha, he stopped and looked at the confused Amazon and smiled. Thank you, I needed that. His voice had a tone of gratification in it, and then he continued with a jovial voice. Sorry if I showed you something pitiful, let's fight with all our heart. Tiona, hearing this, beamed a smile. She gave him an energetic nod and walked back to her weapon. She was practically skipping. She placed her hands at the handle, and with ease she pulled her weapon out of the ground. "Now with that out of the way, I'll fucking break that defense of yours," she said with a determined face and a smile that could reach the heaven as she twirled the large weapon all around her body. Her mana radiating a wild inferno as heat oozed out of her body. Her declaration made Edwin's heart skip a beat. He may not like his talent, but he still had pride in it. "Break my defense, she say?" He thought to himself as a smirk emerged on his face. His mana exploded, his whole aura screams impenetrable. He slammed his shield on the ground as his stance became a solid fortress. Tiona laughed as she saw this. "Now that's more like it, here I come." "Bring it," he answered back. He didn't know why, but his heart just won't stop beating in excitement. Tiona vanished from her spot, which made Edwin's eyes shot wide open. She was even faster than before. Then he heard her voice, right behind her. "Let's have some fun." He quickly turned and saw Tiona already in her motion of attack, a huge predatory grin on her bloody face. Boom! Chapter 62, Announcement. Chapter 63, Tournament Bracket A9, Edwin Hyrule vs. Tiona Hurute. Narration. Boom! Edwin was sent flying back. He was able to raise his shield up on time. Still it was strong. He didn't expect it to be that strong. The force literally lifted his feet off the ground, and he was by no means a small man. He balanced himself mid-air and landed on his feet. He skidded a few more feet back. He quickly set his shield up in front of him to guard against Tiona's follow-up, but no attack came. No, the Amazon was nowhere to be seen. The hair on his body stood up. He felt a shiver. His senses were screaming at him. And Edwin followed it. He looked up and saw the Amazon falling straight down at him with her weapon in tow. "Try this on force eyes," Tiona wailed as she came crashing down at Edwin, slamming her weapon at the knight. Edwin raised his shield up. Dodging was never an option for him. He might hate his talent, but he still has pride for it. Both of their weapons glowed. Enchanted by mana, they prepared for the clash. Boom! Metal hits metal as the two forces collide. Edwin's knees buckled by the weight of Tiona's strike. The stage erupted in an explosion of dust and debris. And when the dust settled, it showed that Edwin had blocked Tiona's blade with his shield, and around them a crater had been made. Edwin was kneeling on the ground, yet his shield held firm, a smirk visible in his face as he stared at the wide-eyed Amazon. She had put everything she had on that attack, every ounce of mana in her body. She pushed her muscles to the limit, and with her everything she slashed at the knight who was able to block it. She had to move fast. Sure, he was able to block it, but his balance was all over the place. His iron wall was now showing some cracks in it. With her muscle aching, Tiona willed herself to move. Twirling and spinning to the side of the knight, she unleashed another powerful blow. Edwin calculated the attack. She was moving to his right. His shield won't be able to make it on time, but his sword can. With a move that can be described as sloppy at best, he raised his sword to block Tiona's twin blades. It may be ugly, but the result was all that matters to him right now. He refused to lose. Yet even when he blocked it, he still felt chills run up his spine. Then he saw it. Tiona's face. She was smiling. A predatory smile. Her eyes felt like she was looking at her prey. "Gotcha," he heard her whisper, but for him it felt like a scream. Tiona continued to twirl around the knight. Using her momentum to its fullest, she spun all the way towards his back. His back that was completely open, vulnerable to any attack, especially now that his balance was broken and he was down on his knees. "Shit," he cursed, "he won't be able to make it. He physically can't. Try as he might, it was just not possible." "Well played." He gritted his teeth and spoke. He physically couldn't block the attack that was coming, but his magic can. "Guardian," he wailed, his voice booming all throughout the amphitheater, a short chant magic. A magic that he could only use once per day, the magic that earned him his alias as the Paladin. A light beamed down towards Edwin from the heaven above. Boom! Tiona felt both of her arms go numb as her own force bounced back at her. She was knocked back a couple of meters with her feet off the ground. Fuck, that felt like a solid wall. Tiona thought to herself as she balanced herself mid-air in order to land on her feet. She then looked at Edwin. She covered her eyes in the process as a binding light shone from him. I've got to say, I didn't expect you to push me this hard. She heard him speak as the bright light slowly subsidized. This allowed her to get a look at the knight who was now staring right at her. A silver aura surrounded his whole body. A wing made out of pure mana has sprouted out his back. His eyes glowed in an almost divine silver hue. On top of his head rests a sun-like halo with 5 distinctive rays. His appearance was close to that of an angel in the legends. Tiona was amazed. In her mind, this was a new summit for her to climb, a new challenge for her to conquer. Any other adventurer would have cowered or submitted in front of Edwin's power, but not her. Not Tiona Hryut. Edwin grimaced. He really didn't want to use this. This was supposed to be his triumph card, a last resort. He could have taken that hit, and he was sure that he could have taken it. But his body moved on its own. Right before the attack hit, he remembered what the Amazon said to him. Fucking break that defense of yours. And at the brink of her breaking it, he unleashed his triumph card, maybe because of pride. He hated his talent. He absolutely despised it. He wanted to be someone who can trade blows, who can beat his opponent down in an exchange of swords, yet he was blessed with an unparalleled talent for defense. He hated it, but at the same time, he hated the feeling of losing. He hated losing above all else. And he felt like if Tiona had hit her with that attack, he would lose. Not the match, but his pride. So without thinking, without so much of a second of thought, he unleashed his ultimate magic. A magic of which stood for everything that he hates, the perfect shield, unbreakable and unmoving. Tiona Hryut, you are strong. Me using this magic is proof of your strength, so with the utmost respect, I will beat you with everything that I have. Edwin spoke as the entire arena shook from his mana. Ancient magic. A huge gust of air blows everywhere as the wings behind his back flaps in a show of power. Guardian. You've got to be kidding me. Another one, Thor wailed as he watched the event unfold. The other gods felt the same way. Another ancient magic user had shown itself for everyone to see. All eyes then turned towards Athena. The goddess didn't give them any attention and instead was focusing on the fight. On her face was a mixture of emotions that made her unreadable. So, your child is an ancient magic user, huh? Heracles asked while the rest of the gods listened in. They as well are curious about this child who along with Locke had used the magic of the old world. Yes, he is, Athena answered, still not letting her eyes off the stage. Is that the reason why he is appointed as a pillar even though he's only level 5? Heracles smirked as he asked the question. Athena finally took her eyes off and looked at Heracles. She didn't say anything, which Heracles took as a confirmation. She then turned back into the match. So he's able to use the Guardian. Well, that's annoying. Heracles also returned his attention to the match. A magic which makes you practically invincible, a perfect and unbreakable shield. I faced someone who has had this magic before, and I have to say that magic is bullshit. Oh ho, judging by your words, it seems like you really hate that magic. Thor, who had finally calmed down, asked his friend, who had experienced facing someone who used that magic. The one who created that magic was a bastard and a fucking headache to deal with, but I have to admit that he was a strong opponent who was able to match me blow for blow. Heracles recalled his time when he was still mortal. Come to think of it, he kinda looks like that child, he said as he pointed towards Edwin. So he's a reincarnation of that man, Thor said while looking closely at Edwin. His eyes suddenly widened when he realized who Heracles was talking about. Edwin Hyrule is the reincarnation of purest Thunderwrath. Seems like it, Heracles answered while shrugging. Now let's focus on the match. It looks like it's about to reach its climax. Edwin rushed towards Tiona, which shocked the Amazon. She didn't expect for him to come charging out at her. Still, it was what she wanted, a head-on fight. So the Amazon rushed at him in order to meet him at the middle. Edwin seized this and placed his shield in front, and in one swift motion, he pushed it towards Tiona. Tiona was much faster still. She couldn't understand it. There's a nagging feeling behind her brain, yet she chose to ignore it. With a quick sidestep, she dodged the shield bash of Edwin and was now on his right. Not wasting any time, she swung her blade straight at him. He's not blocking it, she thought as Edwin was letting her attack hit. Clang! The fuck, she cursed. Her weapon stopped at Edwin's body. She felt like she was hitting a wall of solid adamantite. At her peripheral, she saw his sword heading at her. With a fluid motion, she ducked the slash while delivering an attack of her own. This time she was striking at his head, where no armor was present. "I got you now," she declared as her blade sliced the wind at the speed of her attack. Arg! When the attack hit, Tiona groaned. All her momentum came to a sudden halt. Her eyes widened, her weapon connected, yet as she looked at Edwin, she saw him just taking it like it was nothing. "How?" she asked. Edwin did not answer. Instead, he bashed Tiona with his shield, hitting her at her head. The blow sent her head back. She then felt a thudding blow at her abdomen as Edwin delivered a Spartan kick straight at it. Guiua! The air in her lungs was forcefully evicted by that blow. She then hit the ground hard as she rolled a couple more meters before stopping. With great difficulties, she looked up, only to saw the knight already at her space. She forcefully rolled to the side, just in time for her to dodge the sword of Edwin. But she didn't have time to think. A kick followed her on which she blocked using her twin blade. The roles have now reversed, as Edwin was now on the offensive. Tisk! Tiona clicked her tongue. The knight was relentlessly chasing after her. She was able to launch a couple of counter along the way, but it had no effect on him whatsoever. Edwin gave her an overhead slash, on which Tiona flawlessly parried to the ground. She then retaliated with 3 consecutive blows that which hit Edwin at his chest and head. But it had little effect if there was ever one. Edwin was just shrugging all her blows like it was nothing. Edwin again bashed her with his shield. This time she was able to see it coming. Getting her feet off the ground, she took the hit head-on with her urga, and using the force to create a considerably large amount of distance between the two of them. She landed on her feet unstably. Her breathing was rough as her body was littered with wounds and bruised. She was at her limit. Even with her skills, her body just couldn't keep up anymore, and she knew it. Edwin was looking at her. He also knew that the Amazon will go down with a couple more blow. Hell, even one clean hit will probably bring her down for the count. "The fuck is that magic?" Tiona asked, her voice filled with frustration. "Wait, don't answer that." I wasn't planning on answering it." Edwin couldn't help himself but to chuckle. The Amazon, even with all her wounds, still has that cheery personality on her. "Well, either way, I'm pretty much spent. All I have now is one more attack," she said with a challenging smile. "I'm curious, though, that magic of yours, will it be able to handle it?" she issued a challenge. Edwin looked at Tiona. She still had that fire in her eyes. His heart beated fast. How could he back out when she was challenging him with all the determination and fire? "Bring it," he answered as he placed his shield in front of him. His mana roared at her challenge. A bright silver light glows and radiates out his body. Tiona smiled viciously at this, her canines showing from the excitement. "I did say I'll break that defense of yours." Her mana, a fiery red, exploded in the arena as the heat even reached the crowd watching behind the protective barrier of the stage. Seeing Tiona made Edwin heart beat faster. He couldn't understand why. Because of excitement? Fear? Awe? He didn't know. All he knows is that at this moment he wanted to win. And with it, an appreciation for his talent bloomed deep inside his heart. Tiona took her stance. Her hand gripped her twin blade urga with everything she had. It even cracked her handle. All the strength and power that she gained because of her skill erupted as she willed her mana to move. It roared and covered her entire body. She was radiating power. The mana she released was now on par with the level 6s in her familia. Right now her power was that of a high-ranking level 6. Finn and the members of Loki Familia felt chills as they watched the power of Tiona. They knew she was strong, but not on this level. "Looks like you're way above me, sis," Tione whispered as she clenched her chest. She was proud by her sister's strength, but at the same time, there was a pang of competitive jealousy tucked deep inside her. "I'll catch up," she thought as she watched her sister with determined eyes. Eyes didn't believe Tiona had this much power. She firmly believed she was above the twins, but now there was doubt in her heart as she witnessed the amount of mana Tiona was releasing. Her eyes wandered towards the knight who will be taking that attack. He was smiling, a look of confidence in his face, a look that screams, "Come, I'll beat you no matter what." This made Eyes wonder. Would he be able to take that attack head-on? Bita was shocked by how much strength the Amazon had. her strength right now was at his level. And he's a level 6. What made it worse is that he only leveled up recently, so right now Tiona was actually stronger than him. Gotta be kidding me. He couldn't help but mutter at the sight he was watching. Finn was impressed. He was proud by the strength Tiona was showing right now. Hell, she might actually win this. Go get him, he whispered as he clenched his fist in support. Tiona gritted her teeth. Her muscles were screaming in pain, and her body was getting heavier by the second, yet she didn't care. Her heels dug deep as the ground where she was standing cracked with her sheer force. She pushed herself off the ground and beamed straight towards Edwin, a red-orange light following in her trail. She pushed every mana inside her body towards her weapon, and it glowed a violent red light. Here I come, she wailed as she slashed her weapon straight at the knight. All her power, her mana, her strength, all in that one attack. Arghhh? Edwin pushed his shield forward to meet her weapon head-on, his mana roaring along with him as his shield glowed a brighter silver light. Boom! The two forces collided with a loud and thunderous boom, their mana battling for dominion against one another, red fiery light intertwined with a silver radiant glow. Sparks from their clash hit the barrier surrounding the arena, making it crack and shake by their force. Arghhh? The two roared at each other as they unleashed everything they have. The unstoppable force that is Tiona Hryut, the Crusher, against the immovable object that is Edwin Hyrule, the Paladin. Their clash so strong made the barrier break in their wake, and the crowd who were watching now felt the full brunt of their aura and mana. This made the crowd, especially those who are weak to faint on the spot, some even vomited as they felt the oppressive force in their system. August was fast enough to deploy his mana to protect Froke from suffering the same fate as those weaker individuals. Denki, who was somewhat able to withstand the aura, felt his heart beating so fast in his chest that he feared that it might explode out. Froke was pale. August may have protected her, but she was able to get a glimpse of that oppressive feeling, and it wasn't exactly nice. She felt like she could have died. The others weren't as lucky, though. They have suffered the full brunt of the classing aura, making them shake violently, and faint from their power and intent. Riva? Finn quickly called the elven mage, on which she noted in understanding, as she hurriedly enacted a new, stronger barrier to block the two aura from doing any more damage. Clang! A high-pitched sound suddenly echoed all throughout, as suddenly the red aura was swallowed by the silver one. Tiona watched as her beloved weapon, Urga, cracked and shattered in her hands. Edwin saw this as well. Their eyes met, and with it Edwin whispered a word that only Tiona could hear. I win. The two landed behind each other with Tiona now only holding the handle of her weapon. Her face still carrying a cheerful smile, she turned around to face Edwin and spoke. Nice freight. Tiona's vision darkens. She feels dizzy. The pain she felt in her muscles vanished, and her body became as light as a feather. With sheer will she kept her eyes open and beamed the knight with the brightest smile she could muster. She then spoke. I'll get you next time, and fell unconsciously as her body entered Mind Zero. Edwin, seeing this, hurriedly caught the Amazon before she fell hard on the ground. He was exhausted as well. Tiona had pushed him to his limit. Any more, and he would have been the one unconscious right now. I'll be ready anytime, he said softly like a whisper as he placed Tiona on the ground. He then stood tall and raised his sword up, declaring his victory. The crowd, who finally took their breath, which they didn't know they were holding, cheered loudly, raining down applause at the two combatants who had given them such a good fight. Edwin looked down at the unconscious Amazon and smiled gently. He'd like to thank her for waking him up with her slap earlier. He then made a promise to himself that next time he will win against her in a blow-for-blow fight. He then turned and exited the stage. He knew his next fight would be an even greater challenge, for he will fight the prince next. Loki was pulling her hair out and was fuming in anger. She wanted to vomit. The prospect of paying over 300 million volleys made her shudder. What's even worse was that she's paying it to Athena. Her head creaked and looked at the table where Athena was sitting and saw the goddess smirking at her. Oh, how she wanted to rip the war goddess's eyes out and feed it to her. She started murmuring some colorful words, much to the displeasure of the god sitting next to her. She didn't give a flying fuck, though. Athena, on the other hand, was on cloud nine. Sure, there were some instances where she almost had a heart attack, particularly at the last attack, but her child held on and won. Now she awaits her prize, and she can't help but be smug about it. With that, the first round came to an end. Some of the spectators left their seats to get some refreshments and something to eat. The others, who had fainted from the clash of the two, were carried out towards the infirmary to recover. There was a 2-hour rest time for the fighters, where they are being tended to with the best potions and healing magic for them to fight at 100% or at least close to it. Luckily for them, Riveria was among the mages who are tending to the fighters, and with her magic, the fighters who will be fighting at the semifinals are receiving the best treatment they can get. Loch Rojo, the Palom who will be fighting next, was thankful for this. He had suffered a heavy injury in his previous fight, and his mana was close to running dry. Orario had spared no expense for the participants, and it showed. He was now ready to fight again in the stage. Be it so, he is nowhere near his full capacity, but with the additional 2 hours rest, he might just recover close to it. "How are you feeling, my boy?" Anubis, his god, asked nervously. He knew the previous fight had taken a toll on his child. "Groggy, but I can still fight," Locke answered as he moved his mana inside his body in order to circulate it for a faster recovery. "You'll be facing Ganesha's boy. I heard he's a good fighter and an excellent tactician to boot," Anubis said as he caressed his chin to think. "Unlike your previous opponent, he has tact to go along with his skill, and from what I can dig him, he is the one who calls the shot inside the dungeon. Think of him as a lesser version of Finn. So in summary, he's strong and smart." Locke paused for a bit and continued. "I'm guessing he'll go crazy at the start and try to finish me off quickly since his match was quite short, and he'll be thinking I haven't recovered yet. And if that doesn't work, he'll prolong the fight for as long as he can to drain my stamina more." "I believe so," Anubis sighs and continues. "Either way, you'll be facing a hard battle ahead. But still, I just can't imagine you losing, especially now that you've finally perfected that ancient magic." Locke didn't answer. His ancient magic, shadow walking, took a heavy toll on his body, and with the amount of mana each time he used, that magic was so draining for him. Even so, it is the best weapon in his arsenal, and his only chance in winning the whole tournament. "Locke," Anubis called his name, "what are you thinking?" Locke looked at his god and smiled as he clenched his fist in determination. "That I'll win this whole thing." "That's my boy," Anubis smiled at his answer. Taka was sitting inside one of the many infirmary. His mind was in a constant simulation on how to fight an untouchable opponent. There are countless theories that was swarming inside his mind on how Locke's magic works. That Palom had beaten his vice-captain. Even he wasn't confident in beating Ilta in a straight fight, yet Locke was able to do so. And it's because of his magic. Tusk, he clicked his tongue while thinking about it, that magic is fucking annoying to deal with. His concentration was suddenly cut when he heard a knock. He opened his eyes and answered for the knocker to come in. The door opened, and Shakti entered the room. Besides her was Ilta, who was now able to walk on her own, thanks to the recovery magic done by Riveria, along with the potions provided by the organizers. "Captain, Vice-Captain," Taka stood up to greet the two, only to be stopped by Shakti. "Sit down, you need to recover as fast as possible. You'll be fighting next after all." Shakti smiled and continued. "So how are you feeling?" she asked. "I feel good, to be honest. My fight wasn't that hard to begin with," he answered. "That's good to know. Anyway, here's the thing that you asked me to get." Shakti handed a black pouch towards Taka, which he received gleefully. "Why do you need that exactly?" "Well, I have a theory on how Locke's magic work, and if it is what I think it is, then this would absolutely help me out a lot." He answered them with a smile. He then looked towards Ilta and asked, "Now I have a few questions for you, Vice-Captain, if you don't mind." "Geez, I always hate it when you're so formal like that. Be more loose, for crying out loud. I've known you since you were a kid." Ilta pouted and glared at Taka. "Hee hee," Taka scratched his head as he laughed awkwardly. The two ladies smiled at his reactions. "Okay, shoot. I'll answer your question, but you have to call me Big Sis like you did when you are younger." "Deal?" Ilta said while smiling. "Boo." "No buts, take it or leave it," Ilta said as she smiled teasingly. Taka looked at Shakti for help. but all he received was a shrug and a chuckle. "Don't look at me, your deal is with her," Shakti said while smiling teasingly as well. "Fine, be big sis. Can I ask you a question?" he asked again meekly. "Please," Ilta teases him. "Arg, can I please ask you a question, big sis?" Taka asked again, this time a bit annoyed by Ilta's antics. "Sure," Ilta answered jubilantly. "It's about your fight with Locke," Taka said, this time seriously. This made the vibe in the room crumble as Ilta bit her lips recalling how the fight went. "Okay," she answered, this time she was serious as well. "Tell me everything. I want to learn how it feels like fighting him from your perspective. In doing so might confirm the theory that I have with his magic." Ilta took a deep breath as she closed her eyes to recall the fight. She then started to tell Taka how it all went down from her perspective. Well, for starters, Ganesha walked towards the stage. The 2 hours intermission before the semifinals had come to an end. The crowd was now going back to their seats, carrying with them some foods and drinks for the continuation of the tournament. "I am Ganesha. I see that y'all are ready to continue the cheer and go wild for outfighters." The crowd responded with a wild cheer as Ganesha started to hype them out. "Now then, I won't keep you waiting much longer. Let the semifinals of the tournament bracket A begin." Chapter 64. Semifinals Bracket A1, Locke Rojo vs Taka Kumar. Narration. Ganesha feels the crowd as they cheer all over the stands. The energy inside the amphitheater was off the charts. Now these two fighters needs no further introduction. You all witnessed their skills, their strengths, their will to win in the first round. Ganesha made sure to hype the crowd, not that it needed any at this point. Still, he was a showman through and through. Now then, let us welcome the two warriors on the stage. At my right, the Arasura, Locke, Rojo. Locke made his entrance under the wild screams of the crowd. On his face is a steel-like determination. His eyes carried the fire of his will to win. He marched to the middle of the stage, raising his right hand to the air to acknowledge the support everyone was giving him. There he is. Locke. Win another one. The screaming of the crowd reached his ears. He gotta admit, it felt good, but right now he has no time for it. Right now, he needs to focus on the task ahead. And to my left, Ganesha continued. Vivad Karnevla, Taka, Kumar. Another round of wild cheers erupted as Taka made his way towards the stage. His strides were confident, a huge grin on his face. He waved to the crowd, making them cheer louder. You got this, Taka. I've put a lot of money in you. You better win this thing. Taka, marry Emmy. A mix of loud cheer rained down for him. Majority of it was from the female crowd. He is after all a good-looking guy, and a pretty famous one to boot. He winked at the ladies in the crowd who in turn swooned all over him. Frine was among the crowd watching. She was fuming when she recalled how she lost. She was glaring at Taka, who was all smiles while entering the crowd. Arrogant bastard. She muttered with venom in her voice. That's what you get, you narcissistic bitch. Aisha Belka, who heard her curse the young man, thought to herself. She really hated her captain. Well, to be fair, all of Ishtar Familia did. She ignored her mumbling and brought her attention back to the stage. So that's Locke Rojo. Taka stared at his opponent. He was analyzing everything from the way he stands, he walked, and even the way that he breathes. Damn, he really has no presence. It's as if he wasn't there at all. Tusk. He clicked his tongue. He couldn't read the palm. Unlike Frine, who has her emotions in her sleeves, Locke was a blank slate. Even his information was a mystery. Taka arrived in the middle where he came face to face with Locke. The two of them gave a respectful nod to one another, but their eyes are in constant alert for any opening they can find. Ganesha wanted to say more but stopped. The eyes of the two fighters speak volumes. They are ready to start. Both sides are ready. Let the match begin. As soon as Ganesha announced the start of the match, Taka moved in to attack. Brandishing his katar, he delivered a straight stab with his right. Tisk, Locke clicked his tongue. He expected this. Still, Taka was much faster than what he had calculated. With a fast movement of his own, Locke intercepted the katar with his dagger, parrying it to the side, and with a fluid motion he delivered a counter-side kick. With his right hand thrown off, Taka blocked the kick with his left, bringing his elbow down to meet Locke's shin. A fraction of a second later, he brought his hand down holding Locke's right ankle that was still up from his kick. Taka pulled Locke towards him and jumped up, performing a flip, using the momentum to strike down with his right guitar. Locke was off balance, but he was agile enough to dodge the attack on a paper-thin margin. He moved his body out of the way by bending backwards, and with a flick of his left hand, he launched one of his throwing daggers towards Taka. While spinning, Taka saw the projectile coming. Using the momentum of his spin, he blocked the dagger with the guitar on his left, and in a swift motion, kicked the pommel of the dagger, launching it back towards Locke. Locke saw this all happen. He smiled at Taka's action. Even though they are opponents, he can still appreciate a good move if he saw one. He threw his other dagger towards the incoming one, knocking it out in midair, and with a decisive motion, he loaded mana into the soles of his feet and rushed towards Taka, catching the two falling daggers while doing so. Taka landed on the ground. The moment his feet touched the ground, he beamed straight to Locke as well. He also managed to load mana into his feet. The two meet in the middle, exchanging deadly slashes at extreme speed. Their blades clashed with one another as a harmonic rhythm of metal against metal sounded all over the amphitheater. Taka was the one who broke the rhythm of their clash. Instead of parrying Locke's dagger, he instead stepped inside his space deeper while barely dodging the blade. A red line appeared on his cheek, but his gamble worked. He was inside Locke's guard. With a precise movement, he grabbed Locke's arm and performed his patented judo throw, but Locke countered it by landing on his feet while his body was bending upside down. Locke smirked at Taka. Seeing this, he tried to jump back, but Locke already has a hold on his arms. He didn't let go of it when Taka threw him. He performed a backflip, landing on Taka's shoulder, riding him with his legs wrapped around his neck. Locke was still holding on to Taka's arm. Falling to his side, he let go of Taka's left arm and focused on his right. As he fell, he wrapped his legs around it, performing a standing falling armbar on Taka's right arm. Knowing that if Locke succeeded, he'll have a broken arm, he moved quickly and grabbed it with his left, not allowing Locke to have full extension. Locke now hangs upside down in the air while holding on to an incomplete armbar. Gra! With a grunting scream, Taka pulled Locke up, and not a second more he moved his body straight down. He was planning on slamming Locke on the ground. Seeing no other way out, Locke used his ancient magic. As he was slammed to the ground, his body turned into a black mist, dispersing in the air. He was now behind Taka, twirling the dagger in his arms downward. He stabbed straight at the vulnerable back of Vivad Karanvala. "How utterly predictable," Taka muttered, and Locke heard it. Alarm bells started ringing inside his head. His eyes caught Taka's right palm. It was pointing towards him. Everything was moving in slow motion. Locke saw Taka's face. He was smirking. "Shit," Locke cursed. He didn't know what Taka was planning, but he knew it was bad for him. He then heard him mutter another word, and with it, he knew he fucked up. Firebolt. Boom! A huge ball of fire erupted, devouring the Palam's whole body in its fiery destruction. He was able to shadow walk away, but he didn't escape unscratched. His body was littered with burns. He was able to cover his body with mana, but he was a step late in doing that as well. Taka had completely caught him off guard. Locke was kneeling on one knee while staring at Taka, who was standing at a distance away from him. He knew, any later he would have been burnt to a crisp. There's a dangling question at the back of Locke's head. Why did his shadow walk took longer to activate there? He could have moved earlier, but his magic didn't activate as fast as it could have. "Well, that's interesting," Taka spoke with a smile on his face. "You were able to dodge that, but it looks like you still suffered some damage from my magic." "Yeah, you got me there." Locke stood up, whipping the burnt fabric off his body. He then stared at Taka. "I was a bit slow there." He then took his stance with both of his hands holding his dagger. "It won't happen again," he said with conviction. "We'll see," Taka smirked as he answered. He also took his stance, with both his guitar pointed towards Locke. The two stared at one another, waiting for their move. The two of them are technical fighters who relies in speed and precise movements. As they stood away from one another, both fighters changed their stance to counter the other. A constant change on their approach. They inch closer and closer, each step taken with maximum precaution. The two of them know what the other was capable of. The fight that started fast and hot had now become a tactical war of wits and feints. Each stance accommodating and countering the other, the two of them are in a constant flux of movement, trying to gain the upper hand when they inevitably go in for their clash. It was as if they were dancing to the rhythm of the other, constantly changing, constantly throwing feints, bluffs, and fakes. The two of them inches closer to one another, until the two of them are now inside each other attacking range. At the same time they both came to a halt, their eyes roamed on each other's body, searching for an opening they can exploit to their advantage. The crowd dead silence, holding their breath. They know, whoever makes a miscalculation will ultimately lose the fight. Taka was looking at Locke's face, their eyes met for a second, but in this second chills run up Taka's spine. He saw it, Locke's lips had rose into a smile. The next moment Locke, who was standing in front of him, was now a pile of black mist. Locke had made the first move. He shadow walked right beside Taka, appearing at his left flank. He was fast, mix in with his ancient magic. He literally vanished in front of Taka's eyes. Brandishing his dagger, he stabbed straight, aiming for the spot under Taka's armpit, a vital spot. His specialty was showing. Even though he can keep up with anyone in a straight combat situation, Locke was still an assassin by practice. Alarm bells started ringing inside Taka's head. He saw Locke's silhouette at his side. His movement was fast enough for him to block the incoming strike, but as his weapon connected with Locke's, the palm turned into another blow of black mist. This was Locke's plan. He knew Taka can keep up with his speed. Hell, he demonstrated that earlier. He knew his stab would get blocked, but he pushed on nonetheless. As he shadow walked to another spot, the black mist, which was the result of his magic, acted as a smoke screen for him. It covered Taka's vision and allowed Locke to attack him while he's blinded by it. Not wanting to suffer a direct blow for Locke's dagger, Taka resolved himself. He gritted his teeth and pointed his right palm straight on the ground. The black mist may have covered his vision, but he was sure Locke couldn't see him as well, or at the very least he couldn't get the full image of him. With a determined look on his eyes, he unleashed his no-chant magic directly to the ground. Firebolt. Boom! The flame erupted as the ground shook with its destructive power. A crater was created as debris came flying everywhere. Dust had taken the place of the black mist as it clouded the stage when the explosion occurred. The two of them came flying out, Taka, who was directly above the magic, and Locke, who didn't see it coming. Taka was able to prepare for it, though. He had covered his entire body with mana in order to receive the explosion. Still, he did suffer a good amount of damage nonetheless, yet he still had the presence of mind to balance himself mid-air and land on his feet. Locke, on the other hand, didn't have time to prepare. As he was going in for the win, he did not expect Taka to sacrifice himself like that. Again, he tried to shadow walked when he heard him chant Firebolt, and again the magic came late. This time, he didn't even manage a quick escape and suffered the full brunt of the spell Taka had released. He landed on his back hard as he slid to the floor, burnt marks appearing on both of his arms as he tried the magic with it. Seeing this, Taka didn't waste any time. He loaded his legs with magic and beamed straight at Locke. So my theory is correct. He wanted to give himself a high five, but he has more important matters to deal with, and right now he was going in for the win. At the sight of his eyes, Locke saw Taka coming his way. Arg. He gritted his teeth and willed himself to move. He needs to get up. I got you now. Taka unleashed both of his katar towards Locke, who was down on all four. He managed to turn and crawl, but Taka was now above him. His eyes reflected the katar that was coming straight down at him. This is for Big Sis. How utterly predictable. Locke spoke with a smile on his face. Chapter 65. Semifinals Bracket A2, Locke Rojo vs. Taka Kumar. Narration. How utterly predictable. Taka's eyes widened, chills ran up his spine, his eyes caught a glimpse of a smile, a predatory smile. As Taka's weapon was inches away from Locke's head, the palm moved surprisingly quick. Like a snake, his hands slivered around Taka's, holding him right under his elbow while still dodging his katar. And in one fluid motion, Locke pulled Taka on the ground, placing the adventurer on top of him. He wrapped his legs on his neck and squeezed tightly. Locke had countered Taka's finishing blow with a triangle choke. Fuck, sneaky bastard, Taka thought while trying his best to bend his right elbow in order to loosen the pressure on his neck. Arg. He was grunting and wailing, his left trying desperately to reach Locke, but the palom had a great position. He placed his knees tactically, not allowing for Taka to stab him with his free arm. Give up, Locke spoke, his voice cold and firm, his hold on Taka becoming tighter and tighter. He fought well, there's no shame in admitting defeat. Seeing that his left hand couldn't reach Locke, Taka gave up on that idea. His right elbow was getting tired with it. Locke was able to squeeze in some more pressure on his neck. His vision was getting darker, his face was becoming blue from the lack of oxygen. Still, there was still some fight left in him. Give up, Taka thought to himself. He then looked at the palom, the two fighters' eyes met, both of them had filled with fire and determination to win. Taka spoke with a strained voice. Never, I will win, and no matter what. After that his right elbow gave out, allowing Locke to full control of Taka's neck. You fool, Locke clicked his tongue and grimaced. He respected Taka's determination, but not giving up now is a fool's errand, especially with their position. Locke tightened the hold even more with the intention of putting Taka to sleep. But suddenly, the alarm bells inside Locke's head sounded. His instinct, of which he trusted above all else, screamed for him to run. As he was face to face with Taka, he saw his lips slowly rising to a smile. His right hand, that was inside of Locke's hold, slowly opened. With it, Locke realized what Taka was about to do. This mad man. Locke tightened the hold even more. He became desperate in putting Taka to sleep at this moment. Fire! As soon as he heard Taka spoke, Locke activated his ancient magic, and Shadow walked away from the adventurer. Taka was free. He coughed heavily as he tried desperately to chase his breath. All this time, his palm was still pointing towards the palom. You're such a mad man, Locke smiled as he stared at Taka. You would have taken yourself with that as well. I told you, cough, I'll win this no matter what. Taka answered as he slowly got up on his feet, even if it means risking my body for it. Locke stared at the adventurer from Ganesha Familia. The fire in his eyes showed that he firmly believed that he would win. No matter the cost. He smiled at it. Taka Kumar was just like him. They are eerily similar. Both are tactical fighters who relied heavily on speed and technique. Both have a strategic mind and would look for things to exploit to have the upper hand. Taka when he baited him earlier, and Locke as well. But what was most similar is the two have this unshakable will to win. Taka Kumar, Locke spoke, I respect your resolve, but I will win this match and move on to the finals. He then got in his stance, pulling two daggers out of his back pouch. You, on the other hand, is an obstacle in my way, and I will beat you. Taka looked at Locke as he declared his victory. He smiled. Locke Rojo, you've got it all wrong. He took his stance as well, his two katars poised and ready to attack the enemy in front of him. I will be the one beating you. The two stared at each other, eyes unmoving. The crowd loud cheering was not registering in their ears. Right now, they are alone on the stage. All their attention and focus are fully directed against one another. Full concentration, the two inched closer to one another. Their sweat trickles down their face, both reaching their chin and at the same time dropping to the ground. Drop! As their sweat hit the floor, the two moved simultaneously, leaving dust at their trails. The two clashed in the middle of the stage, with their weapons raining down on each other. Locke opened with a left vertical slash. Taka parried with his right, and in one swift and fluid motion, countered with the same hand. Locke saw this and moved his head to the side, a red line appearing on his cheek. He countered with a right stab to the head coming from below, aiming at Taka's jaw. Taka clicked his tongue when he saw Locke dodge. On his peripheral, he saw Locke's incoming attack from below. Using his left, he blocked the incoming dagger. Seeing Taka blocking his attack, Locke pulled his right hand back. He then spun and delivered a spinning side kick using his left. This caught Taka off guard, but it was still something he could handle. Raising his right knee up, he checked Locke's kick. He then delivered a stab with his right katar in a Superman punch motion. Locke used the momentum of his spinning attack to dodge the incoming strike. Taka's katar missed him by a small margin. He continued his spin, delivering another kick, this time a right to the head. Taka blocked the blow with two hands. He grimaced at the power behind the kick as his body skid back, creating space away from the assassin. Locke followed it up by throwing his 2 daggers towards Taka. He timed it well as he threw it when Taka was blocking his vision with his own hands. Arg! Taka ground as he was hit by the 2 daggers at his left shoulder and bicep. Blood gushed out from the wound. Locke was not one to miss this chance. He charged in, taking another pair of daggers in his back pouch as he went in for the win. Taka saw this and pointed his right palm towards Locke. This made the Palom stop on his tracks and jump back. He didn't know why, but he couldn't use his ancient magic as well as he could when Taka was unleashing his firebolt spell. This in turn made him cautious of it, which made it the perfect deterrent for Taka to use. Gotcha! He smirked and went for the counter-attack, which caught Locke off guard. Taka gritted his teeth and pulled the dagger stuck on his shoulder. He then threw it towards Locke. The Palom blocked the projectile, but it was enough time for Taka to get closer. Loading mana into his feet, Taka performed a somersault axe kick towards Locke, hitting him at his right shoulder, making him drop his dagger. As he landed, he followed it up with a spinning 45, which hit Locke at his solar plexus. Locke flew in the air as the air was expelled from his lungs. He tried to balance himself mid-air, but Taka was already in pursuit of him. Seeing this, Locke threw the only dagger he had left towards Taka. The dagger sailed to the air straight at the adventurer. This made Taka smirk, a desperate attempt. He mutters as he tilts his head to the side, his eyes catching his reflection on the dagger sailing past him. "I made you look." He heard a voice behind him. Taka's eyes widened. The Palom who was in front of him was nothing more than a black mist now. Right now Locke was behind him, and he caught the dagger that he threw towards Taka. Blood splurts as Locke slashes his dagger across Taka's back. The latter grimaced as the sharp pain assaults his senses. With a grunt, he turned and opened his palm towards the Palom, but he wasn't there anymore. Again, a sharp pain assaulted him. This time the slash came on his left side. It targeted the spot just under his armpit. He was then sent flying as Locke kicked him at his ribs. Fuck, I was a tad slow there. Taka balanced himself and landed shakily on the ground. His knees were like jelly, and his vision was beginning to become dark. "Give up," he heard Locke's voice. "He slashed your back and axilla, you'll bleed to death without medical attention." He then saw Locke looking at him at a fair amount of distance away. "All I have to do is wait and you'll just go down on your own. This is my victory, give up." Hee, Taka chuckled as he got to his fighting stance. "I'll have to make me," he answered as his knees buckled momentarily. "Don't be stupid. From what I'm sensing, you're already in your last leg. Your remaining mana is minuscule at best. I reckon you can't even perform your magic, and we're only using it as a bluff now." Locke spoke angrily. He hated people like this. There is no logic in fighting a losing battle. You can always fight another day. "You don't get to say that to me," Taka screamed. A dark circle was now forming under his eyes as his skin was getting paler by the minute. "I need to win this. I made a promise to someone." "Your life is more important than a promise that you've made," Locke answered him with a cold voice. "And what do you know? You're an assassin by practice. What makes you think you can talk to me about life and death?" Taka retorted with venom in his voice. He was trying to anger him, trying to use the trick that he pulled against Phryne. But Locke was someone who is experienced in this field. After all, it is one of his many tricks when he is out completing a contract. Still, the statement Taka spoke stings quite a bit. "That's precisely why I value life," Locke answered, his voice making Taka pause because of how sincere it is. "I am an assassin by practice. I have taken life countless of times, be it monsters or mortals alike. I have killed and I know that I will kill again, and with that knowledge I know that every life in this world is precious." Locke took a breath and continued. "I kill for duty and with honor. Killing you right now will be a spit to what I believe in. I may be an assassin, but I have a code." "I don't care. If you want to beat me, then you'll have to kill me." Taka spoke with resolution. "That is if you can." He wailed as he charged toward the Palom assassin, brandishing his weapon. His mana screamed, at least all that is left in him. Locke sighs as he watches Taka charge him. A scowl then formed on his face as he whispered under his breath, "Then so be it." A dark mist oozed out of Locke's body as he too charged towards Taka. He gripped the dagger on his hand, now stained with Taka's blood. Inches away from each other, the fighters prepared their weapons. Taka with his katars and Locke with his dagger. Taka saw that Locke had no intention of dodging him. Locke knew Taka couldn't perform another firebolt that for some reason countered his shadow walk, so his plan was to finish the match as quickly as he could with his ancient magic. Taka knows this as well, but he was planning this. Flashback. Ilta took a deep breath as she closed her eyes to recall the fight. She then starts to tell Taka how it all went down from her perspective. Well, for starters, he's fast, too fast for me to handle, especially when he injured my ankle. Ilta winced as she remembered the events of the fight. Still, I reckon that you can keep up with him. After all, when it comes to speed, you have me beat as well. So, a fast and agile fighter? Taka made sure to remember that he was someone who plans for everything, so this stuff wasn't enough for him. How about his magic? How did it feel when you're facing him? Tusk, Ilta clicked her tongue before answering. Annoying, his magic is a headache to deal with. It felt like his bending in the environment and suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Taka closed his eyes and imagined himself in Ilta's shoes. Elaborate, he said as he got into his stance. I can't exactly explain it well, but it felt like he was getting swallowed by something, and poof. A dark mist would take his place as my arm would just pass by him. Taka became silent after that. He was inside his head, simulating what he heard from Ilta. The two saw this and decided to stay quiet. This was Taka's way of meditating, and they didn't want to snap him out of whatever trance he's on. Taka suddenly opened his eyes. As of now, my theory on how his spell works is still the same, but I wouldn't be sure if it's true without facing him first. Either way, what you said made me about 40% sure that I'm right. And can you beat him with only 40% data? Shakti asked him. And what are you planning with that thing that you've asked for? It's enough for now. I'll know more when we fight. It's something I came up with to counter his magic. If my theory is right, then this is his biggest weakness. He then paused and looked towards Ilta. Oh, and I was looking forward to beating you, but I guess I'll settle for him. This angered Ilta, who in turn grabbed Taka by his collar. What did you say, you arrogant brat? Chill, chill, chill. I'm just joking. Ilta let him go as Shakti came to his rescue, arguing that he'll be fighting later, so injuring him would be a no-go. For now, geez, you just can't take a joke, can you? He mutters under his breath. No wonder you're still single. Huh, what was that? Ilta asked, looking at him with intense eyes. And nothing, he flailed his hand while he answered. Ilta then came closer and raised her hands up, making Taka wince and close his eyes. He waited for the fist to come to his face, but instead he received a hug. Make sure you win and beat him up for little bro. Ilta hugged him tightly. She then pulled away and exited the room quickly. Taka stared dumbfounded at the door. Right before Ilta left, he saw a glimpse of her face. Her eyes were a bit red and her nose was puffy. On his shoulder, he felt something wet when Ilta hugged him. I better make sure she's all right. Do your best out there. I believe in you. Shakti quickly followed Ilta out. Taka can even hear her scream wait up as her footsteps ran after the redhead. He moved his hand on his shoulder as he wiped away the wet feeling. He knew it was a tear. She was crying. His big sis was crying. I'll win, he said to no one as he looked at the door. I promise I'll win. End of flashback. As the two of them are inches away from one another, Taka reached for something on his back pouch. Locke saw this. He activated his magic to prepare for Taka's last hurrah. Taka saw this and smirked. You know, you really shouldn't rely on your magic. Taka pulled a small black ball not larger than a pebble on the street. After all, no magic is truly perfect. With a quick movement, Taka threw the small object to the ground. He then closed his eyes while doing so. It then exploded into a bright white light, blinding everyone who was watching except for him. Locke was blinded by the light as well. Fuck, he cursed as he tried to get away using his shadow walked. But he can't. No matter how hard he tries, he can't perform the ancient magic. Locke Rojo, I win. Locke felt chills as he heard the voice beside him. A sharp pain then assaulted his senses as blood gushes out from his side. Taka had stabbed Locke with his katar, hitting him at the ribs. And in one swift motion, Taka performed a spinning heel kick straight at his abdominal, sending the palm flying in the air. Many thoughts are running inside Locke's head. Questions of how and why are flooding inside his mind. His magic, The ancient magic on which he had spent years of his life trying to perfect and master had failed him right at the moment he needed it the most. He landed hard on the ground as his body bounced off a couple of times before coming to a halt. Blood was gushing out his wounds. He coughed blood as well. The wound he had received was quite fatal without treatment. His hands moved and applied pressure on the wound, but his hands were numb and no strength came up to it. He sat up, using everything that he had in that action alone. He saw Taka walking to him, his steps were shaky, his face looked like shit. He too had received a fatal wound as well. How? He asked with gritted teeth. How did you do it? Taka stopped on his tracks, a smile-strained smile slowly forming on his lips. How did you do it? That magic was perfect. How did you counter it? Locke wailed. His voice was a mixture of anger and curiosity. He really wanted to know how his magic, a magic on which he had given everything to master, was snuffed and counter just like that. Taka laughed as he heard Locke's question. A perfect magic? Please don't make me laugh, it hurts when I do. Taka then fell on his knees. The blood loss was now getting to him, his vision was now black, but he was desperately clinging to his consciousness. Locke Rojo, let me tell you the thing my big brother used to tell me when I was young. All magic, no matter how powerful it is, no matter how strong it will always have a weakness. He said as he fell face first to the ground. Even his consciousness was starting to vanish. If you really want to know, find it out yourself. Locke was dumbfounded by Taka's answer. He really wanted to stand up and beat the shit out of him, but his legs refused to listen to him. Hell, his body was shutting down at a fast rate. He fell back down, lying at a pool of his blood as his mind wondered how Taka managed to counter his magic. Fuck you. He cursed under his breath as the pain he felt vanished. I'm sorry, big sis. Looks like I lost. Taka spoke his last words before the darkness swallowed his consciousness. The medics hurriedly rushed at the stage towards both fighters, seeing that Taka was out cold and Locke was still clinging on to his consciousness. Locke was declared the winner and moved on to the finals. The two were bombarded with healing spells as they were carried towards the infirmary. The crowd clapped at the performance of the two. It was an intense fight that could have gone either way. But at the end, only one will come out on top, and that one was the Erasure, Locke Rojo. Ganesha came up on stage and announced the result, the crowd applauding at it. Some were louder than the other, but all of them had gained a lot of respect towards the two fighters who had given it their all. What an intense fight, Ganesha spoke, trying his best to hide his worry as one of his children was gravely injured in the fight. Still, he has to act as a professional. The show must go on, and only he could come up on stage and announce the next fight on the card. Now, the second fight of the semifinals will begin. Chapter 66, Celebration. Chapter 67, Semifinals Bracket A3, Marius Victrix Rakia vs. Edwin Hyrule. Narration. There was a palpable difference in the vibes of the amphitheater. The crowd was uneasy with the upcoming fight. Both fighters were outsiders from different countries and had beaten adventurers from the favorite to win it all, Loki Familia. Ganesha tried his best to hype the match up, but all he received was some scatter applause and disapproving groans from the masses. Still, it didn't make the god less professional, as he announced the two fighters with the same enthusiasm as he did in the earlier match. On my right, the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Rakia, Marius, Victrix, Rakia. Ganesha called the prince out on top of his lungs, trying to urge the crowd to give a reaction to the upcoming fight. Boo! And it did. A united boo from everyone inside the amphitheater rained down on the Crown Prince. And it got even louder when he walked down the entrance, an arrogant smile plastered on his face, and a look that screams, "All of you are beneath me." Ganesha wanted to continue with his introduction, but couldn't because of how loud the crowd was with their insistent booing. The prince arrived at the middle of the stage and arrogantly ran his hand on his hair as he smiled mockingly for everyone to see. After a few more seconds, the crowd finally settled down, and Ganesha quickly called out the next fighter. And to my left, the paladin, Edwin Hyrule. This time the crowd cheered, showing that even though he was an outsider, he at least was someone who fights with honor. Edwin marched on stage. His face is the very picture of determination. His eyes stared at the prince. The knight arrived at the middle and stopped inches away from the prince. The two of them are around the same build, with Edwin being a tad bit larger in width. The two fighters engage in a stare down, waiting for Ganesha to give them the signal to begin. Seeing this, the god took a step back to exit the stage, and with a loud and firm voice he shouts, "Begin." As Ganesha gave the signal, Marius smirked and slashed his sword straight down towards Edwin. He wanted to end the match quickly, and thus he used his weapon at the very start. But Edwin's defensive instinct kicked at the same time. He moved his shield in front, blocking the sword of the prince. In a show of brute strength, he pushed his shield forward, pushing back Marius' sword, and with a quick follow-up, he stabs his own sword towards the prince. Marius, showing that he has tremendous strength as well, pulled his weapon back down, blocking Edwin's blade, and with a quick spin, he held his sword with two hands and slashed vertically. Edwin blocked the sword with his shield like usual, but this time it didn't go as well as he planned. The prince's sword slammed against his shield, and Edwin flew back, his feet lifting out of the ground. His eyes widened at the power of the slash he received. He flew straight towards the wall, slamming his back on it. He slid down and fell on his knees. "Is that it? I thought you would give me more of a challenge." The prince placed his sword on top of his shoulder as he mocked the knight who had fallen to his knees. "I thought Athena's pillars were strong. What a disappointment." Edwin got to his feet. His eyes glared towards the prince as he gripped his sword and shield firmly. He used his momentum to generate power. He was also able to pull his weapon back with relative ease, even when he is out of position to do so. Instead of answering Marius's provocation, he thought back and reviewed the attack he received. Edwin took a deep breath and oriented himself. As much as he hates to admit it, the prince was strong, but he still has some tricks up on his sleeves. "You sure do pack a wallop," Edwin spoke as he cracked his neck. "Now then." Boom! A violent surge of mana oozed out of Edwin. The force of it sent torrent of violent winds all over the stage. "Arise, hero of old. HOPLIZON-TELIOS." The atmosphere became more dense as Edwin's mana roared as he unleashed his enchantment magic. This made Marius's expression falter a bit. He knew about Edwin's magic. He was watching the match earlier, but watching from the sidelines and having a close and personal experience against the knight's magic are two very different things. "Now then, your majesty, come. Looks like you'll be entertaining after all," the prince answered. Athena bit her lips as she watched the match heat up. The prince is a powerful individual, and he is a Theiko Oplo user to boot. She has confidence in the strength of Edwin. Athena firmly believes he can beat anyone in this tournament, but not as he is right now. Edwin's ancient magic, Guardian, can only be used once a day, and he already used it when he faced Tiona Hurut. "Have faith." Athena heard a voice beside her that snapped her out of her train of thoughts. Athena looked to see Heracles staring at the match. He then spoke again. "Trust in your child. That is the only thing you can do now as his god." Athena brought her attention back to the match. Heracles is right. She thought, "I have to put my faith in Edwin. He can do this." Ares caught a glimpse of Athena's grimacing face. Seeing it put a smile on his face. The two of them are god of wars. Siblings by blood, the two had been compared to one another for as long as he can remember. This is the chance for him to prove that he is the superior deity. And with the demonic sword Mistletoe at the hands of Marius, his victory was assured from the start. "I can't wait to see the look on your face, dear sister," he whispered to himself as he tried his very best to hold his laughter back. He returned his attention back to the match, a psychotic smile plastered on his face. Edwin didn't remove his eyes on the prince who was circling him. He had this bad feeling inside him ever since the prince pulled his sword out of his scabbard. The aura he is releasing feels repulsive, dark, and evil. He could feel his body shivering, like the cold was running inside his veins. But he must fight, and right now he will utilize his talent to the fullest. Marius tapped his sword on his shoulder. He was searching for an opening, but there is none. The knight's defense was airtight, and he must say it was impressive. Still, it is no match for my power, he thought as he rushed in. Edwin's eyes widened. He didn't expect a frontal attack to come. The prince arrived in front of him in a blink of an eye. Marius slashed horizontally. his sword slicing the wind as it traveled at extreme speed. Though caught off guard, Edwin was able to block the incoming attack. He felt his hand vibrate at the force. Marius followed it up with another slash at the same direction. Over and over again, the prince slammed his sword at the same spot, and Edwin can do nothing but turtle up as he has no space nor time to deliver a counter. "Let me pry open that unbreakable defense of yours." Marius let out a crazed wail as he bashed Edwin over and over again. As the attack continued, Edwin was being pushed back. Seeing this, Marius loaded mana into his sword, and with one final slam, the prince pushed Edwin's shield to the side, essentially opening him up for an attack. The crowd gasped. The prince had destroyed the perfect defense of the paladin. A look of shock enveloped the knight's face. He was able to withstand attacks from his fellow pillars who are a level or two above him. Yet the prince, who was the same level as him, was able to blow his shield to the side. With a smirk, the prince raised his weapon one more time. It glowed a sinister purple hue as he loaded it with even more mana. And with a smile, he slashed down straight towards the knight's unprotected body. But Edwin was not going down without a fight, raising his sword up as well. He loaded it with his mana as it crackles in a violent silver light. With a primal scream, he slashed his weapon forward. Boom! The two weapons collide as a combination of purple and silver light shone bright, their mana battling for dominance. "How utterly foolish," the prince spoke in a mocking tone as his mana overpowered Edwin's. Boom! Edwin was sent flying as his sword shattered like glass. His back met the cold, hard concrete wall of the arena. The impact shook the stadium as his body slid down. Bloody and battered, his whole body was filled with wounds and bruised. Cough, cough. Edwin coughed up blood as he felt his internal organs taking damage with that strike as well. His mana flickered on and off as his mind fought off the drowsiness that was beginning to set in. "You could have dodged that, not that it would have made a difference." The prince took his sweet time as he walked closer towards the down knight. "Now then, unleash that ancient magic of yours so that we could fight with our fullest. What was it called again? Oh, right, Guardian was it?" Sorry, cough, sorry to disappoint you, but I can't do that at the moment." Edwin slowly got up to his feet. His whole body was shaking as he continued to cough up blood. "What do you mean you can't?" Marius stopped on his tracks as he asked in a dangerously low voice. "Give me that bullshit." Edwin finally got up to his feet. His knees were shaking. He looked at his right and found that he was only holding the pommel of his sword. The blade had been shattered. Seeing this, he tossed it aside. He then looked at his left hand, at his shield. This made him chuckle. "Looks like destiny is choosing the path for me. God damn it, I really wanted to win at least once in a fiery, hot exchange of blows." "What are you laughing at?" The prince was annoyed. He did not like to be ignored. "Fight me with that magic or die." "Are you some sort of an idiot?" Edwin deadpanned as he moved the shield from his left to his right hand. "I already told you I can't." He smirked as he looked at the fuming face of the prince. "Either way, I don't need it to beat you," he said with confidence. A vein popped out of the prince's head. He was angry. His mana rose as the rage inside his body grew. Then it clicked. He can't use it, so it means it has a condition. Marius put two and two together. He was an extremely smart individual. A powerful magic such as that has to have some limitations. "That magic? You can only use it once a day?" he asked. Edwin did not answer, but his silence only serves as a confirmation for the prince. "And you decided to use it on that weak bitch." This made him even more angry. "Knowing full well that I'll be your next opponent, I will not stand for such a disrespect." "Weak?" Edwin's voice became cold. His mana exploded as the cold silver light erupted out of his body. His mana felt like that of pure steel. It felt unbreakable and unmoving. It roared in rage as Edwin's face turned into a violent scowl. "She is twice the person you are. She is anything but weak." "What's this?" Marius spoke in a mocking tone. "Tell me you've caught feelings for that bitch." "Don't you dare call her that." Edwin screamed as his mana rose to new heights. The pressure he was emitting became even larger. Marius wanted to laugh and mock the knight, but he was suddenly pushed back by a blunt force. He balanced himself mid-air, and he landed on his feet. He felt something warm trickling down his nose. Using his hand to wipe it, a confused look emerged in his eyes as he saw blood on his finger. He looked at Edwin with a confused face, only to see the knight glaring at him at the distance. His body was oozing a silver raging aura as everything around him was being pushed back. A crater had now formed from where Edwin stood. What in the gods? Marius spoke absent-mindedly. Edwin was mad. He didn't know why, but the moment he heard Marius insulting Tiona, he felt something snap inside him. Unknowingly, he unleashed some sort of a barrier, which expanded and hit the prince, which sent him flying back. This happened due to the event of their fight. The price had unknowingly unlocked Edwin's full potential. He insulted Tiona, which leads to Edwin's anger. This made the knight reach down for power in order to put the prince in his place, to defeat him, to make him eat his words, but the deciding factor came much earlier, when the two clashed with their swords. Marius Victrix Rachia won their clash. He won it convincingly by breaking Edwin's sword with his own. This made Edwin realize that no matter how hard he tries, he isn't qualified to use the sword with it. Edwin embraced his talents, nay, now he fully acknowledged it. With only his shield remaining in his arsenal, Edwin Hyrule fully commits in his talents, and with it, his potential had been unlocked. August felt goosebumps all over his body. His eyes are stuck at Edwin's whole person. The mana he has was so large it felt bottomless. Right now, August didn't see a man, he saw a fortress, he saw an unbreakable wall. Amazing, he muttered to himself. Arthur had his jaw opened wide, his eyes were threatening to jump out of its socket. Where did all this monsters come from? He already forgot how many times he asked the same question to himself. Is that fucking Neofumi? He asked as he watched the knight stood tall with only a shield in his hand. I told you, Edwin spoke, snapping the prince out of his stupor. I don't need that magic to beat the like of you. The prince could only glare at the knight. He couldn't believe his eyes. Smoke came rising up from Edwin's body as his wounds started to close. Healing power. Since when did he gain that skill? His eyes widened when he saw it. Now then, what did you say again? Something about prying my defense open. This time it was Edwin's turn to mock the prince. Then why are you just standing there? Bastard, Marius cursed as he raised his sword up. Don't get arrogant, you trash. He wailed as he rushed towards the knight who was just standing there waiting for him, a smirk on his face. Argch. Marius slammed his weapon forward, his sword crackled, it glowed a violent purple. Edwin moved his shield in front of the blade, stopping it on its tracks. Their mana burst as the two weapons meet, shaking the entire arena. This time it was Edwin who pushed Marius back. With a grunt, he forced his shield forward, sending Marius flying back. Edwin then rushed towards the prince. Holding his shield with two hands, he timed his approach perfectly as he bashed him with the blunt object. Marius was able to move his sword in front, but the force of Edwin's blow still sent him flying back. He couldn't believe it. He was losing ground against someone who doesn't even have a weapon. Marius balanced himself mid-air, and as soon as he landed, he rushed forward again. This time he went for a speedy approach. He rained down slash after slash, only to be met with Edwin's seemingly unbreakable shield. The prince attacked from every angle at blinding speed. His movement even left after image at how fast he was moving. It almost looked like 5 persons was attacking the knight all at once. But Edwin was able to keep up with it. He was blocking everything with terrifying accuracy. Of the attack of the prince looked like there were 5 persons attacking Edwin at the same time. The knight defense looked as if a solid steel wall was surrounding him on all sides. The prince was getting frustrated. Seeing this, Edwin smirked at him. This further infuriates Marius as he increased the tempo of his attack. But it was a mistake that have already cost countless of people their lives. The prince, Marius Victrix Rachia, was letting his emotion get the better of him. Because of it, some of his attacks are becoming sloppy. This, of course, was all too clear for Edwin. With a smirk on his face, the knight spoke, slipping, and with it, he pushed his shield forward, hitting the prince straight in his face. The hit was devastating. Marius was moving at extreme speeds, and with speed comes force. Getting hit by something blunt and heavy while moving like that would do massive amount of damage. And Marius felt the full extent of that. He was sent tumbling down as he rolled at quite a far distance. His face was now a bloody mess because of the hit. Marius shakily pushed himself on all 4. He was breathing heavily. He looked up only to see Edwin standing and looking at him with a look that screamed, "Is that all that you've got?" Seeing this, Marius felt anger like he never did before. He heard laughter, he heard mocking, he heard doubt, disappointment, he heard the world laughing at how weak he was. Pathetic, he heard a dark, cold voice inside his head. No, 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 no. No. Marius gripped his head. His hands pulled his hair as the voices inside his head kept getting stronger. Seeing this, Edwin came to a stop. Alarm bells was ringing non-stop inside his head. You have me, and still you lost to this weakling. The dark voice spoke again inside Marius's head. How pathetic can you get? Shut up, I haven't lost yet. Marius was now slamming his head on the ground back and forth as blood gushed out from his head. And he can't even use his strongest magic. Yet you still lost. The voice was coming closer and closer. And then like a whisper, Marius heard the voice right beside him, coming from the sword, coming from Mistletoe. How disappointing. Marius' eyes widened, he felt a hand clasping at his neck. It felt cold, it felt like his whole body was frozen solid, it felt like his blood was ice. The hairs on Edwin's neck stood, he jumped back, getting as far away from Marius as possible. His back stopped as it hit the wall, cold sweat fell, fear gripped his very core. The knight didn't know why, his body moved on his own, his instincts screaming at him, begging for him to run. The voice then spoke. This time Marius heard it everywhere. It reverberated inside his body, in his very soul. A dark, cold voice that felt like it came from the very depths of hell. Now allow me to show you how to properly use me, my pathetic master. Chapter 68, True Fear, True Hope. Narration. The gods all felt death gripped their hearts. Every single one of them felt a deep fear assaulting their very core. Even the bravest of them gasped at the sight of the one true thing that could erase them out of existence. Freya shook uncontrollably. Her eyes were stuck at the prince, who was releasing such a terrifying and sinister aura. Loki couldn't breathe properly. She clutches her chest as she felt her heart beat so fast that she feared it would jump out of her chest. Hestia's vision darkens, she feels weak, like her knees just turned into jellies. She almost fell onto her ass, but Heracles caught her before she did. The god of strength was not immune to the fear. Even he felt it creep deep inside him. He couldn't control it. The fear was plastered deep into the subconscious of every god, yet he was taking it better than most. Thor slammed his fist on the table. He was feeling a mixture of rage and fear. He was angry. He really hated that weapon. Ares, you fool. He spoke with venom in his voice as he glared at the god of war. Ares was smiling like a psychopath at the sight of his child. His heart was beating fast. As crazy as he is, even he wasn't immune to the fear. Is this it? Will Mistletoe finally choose him as his true master? He let out a soft chuckle as he thought of it. He ignored the sensation of death grasping his heart. All he can think right now is the possibility of owning and controlling someone who is a master of a Thay Kuplo. That line of thinking was enough to make the god of war hard in excitement. The smile on his face slowly turns into an uncontrolled laughter. Athena, the other god of war, felt dread. Not only was the weapon affecting her, her child was fighting that thing. An image kept on repeating inside her head, and that was the death of Edwin Hyrule. She stood up. She had full intention of stopping the fight, but alas, her body wouldn't listen to her. As soon as she stood, she automatically fell right back into her seat. She couldn't raise her voice. The fear was too much for her to handle. The other gods weren't faring any better. They were frozen in place, as their eyes were stuck at the prince, who was now standing back into his feet. August felt something deep inside his body. He felt a sensation akin to hunger. As the prince's mana rose, the sensation grew stronger and stronger. He was confused. He didn't know why he had this feeling. Then it clicked. This wasn't him. This was Beowulf. This sensation was its. The weapon was reacting to one of its own. And as its master, he too felt the hunger Beowulf is feeling right now. The spear wanted nothing more than to rip the prince into shreds. The power of the spear was threatening to come up on the surface. August quickly moved his hands to Beowulf. As soon as his fingers touched its body, he felt a feral instinct to hunt the prince. I thought my battle craze was rough. Looks like yours is even worse. August couldn't help but think that as he let his mana travel inside the spear, he was trying to suppress it. And try being the key word to it. Even with his efforts, some of Beowulf's aura leaked. Easy there, August murmured as he used more of his mana to wield the wild spear. This time he succeeded, but the damage had already been done. Another sensation hit the gods, this time a primal fear gripped every one of them. It felt like a beast was lurking in the shadow, watching them all, waiting to rip their throats out. As fast as the other sensation of fear appeared, it quickly vanished as well. But the gods already felt it, and with it, they knew the other user was inside the amphitheater as well. August, Heracles' mind quickly jumped into action. His eyes widened as it roamed throughout the stands trying to find his child. He wasn't able to get a good look with all the commotion the crowd was doing. There was a small panic in the stands. They too felt uncontrollable fear, which led to them acting like small children who had seen a monster. Some of the spectators fainted on the spot, some even stained themselves, some vomited, and some of them cried and wept uncontrollably. They all may have different reactions, but everyone felt the same sensation of fear gripping their heart. Tusk, Heracles clicked his tongue when he couldn't find August. He suddenly felt Hestia, who he was holding, went limp. The goddess had fainted from the fear she felt. "Why do I always have to take care of you, little squirt?" he muttered as he sat Hestia carefully into her seat. "My friend, did you feel that?" Heracles heard Thor ask. "The other fucker is inside as well. Hell, he might be one of the participants." "I did, but I doubt he's stupid enough to stay here after that," Heracles answered, well knowing August, he's probably still in the dam building. He thought as he urged Thor to continue watching the match. Edwin was like a deer in headlights. He couldn't move a muscle as he watched the prince scream crazily, as if he was getting tortured in pain. He watched as Marius's mana became increasingly high that it almost felt like it had no limit. His heart beat so fast, as his whole body was going numb, there was a prickly sensation in his skin as the prince's mana touched his. "What the hell are you?" Edwin asked. His voice came out shaky and tense. He didn't know why, but he was feeling a deep fear at the prince's sight. "Ha, ha, ha, h. Marius started laughing. His voice felt like it was mixed with something, like that of a gurgling deep sound. It was uncanny and creepy. Then he suddenly stopped as his eyes darted to the stands. This confused Edwin. The attention of the prince was not on him. He was open. He could just go there and attack him. The prince's eyes were searching for something in the stands. Anyone would have gone and attacked such a vulnerable opponent, but Edwin couldn't move a muscle. His feet are glued to the ground. "The damn mutt," Marius whispered, but Edwin was able to hear it given his level 5 status. "Hey, you're ARSNESS? I'm still here," Edwin screamed. He mustered all his courage to do so. He didn't like that the prince was ignoring him. He felt small because of it. Marius turned towards the prince in a lazy manner. His eyes looked at him as if bored. "Oh, right? You," he spoke, his tone lazy and condescending, as if he was talking to a toddler. "I must thank you. Without you breaking him, I wouldn't have this chance to let loose." "What the hell are you talking about?" Edwin asked, confusion plain in his voice. Marius ignored him and looked at his hands. He clenched it closed open and smirked. His eyes then darts back toward Edwin's. This made the knight jump back. "Now, I shouldn't be wasting any more of my precious time up here on the surface. As thanks for allowing me to come out and play, I'll give you the privilege to fight me, even though you're weak as a cockroach." He spoke in a polite and condescending manner. Suddenly, he vanished on the spot that he was standing at, and before Edwin knew, the prince was standing right in front of him. "So don't disappoint me, okay," Marius spoke with a smile before giving Edwin a backhanded slap. Edwin didn't even see it coming. His consciousness suddenly vanished, and when it returned, he was now flying up in the air. The knight landed hard on his back. He bounced a couple of times before coming to a sudden halt. He felt a heavy force on his shoulder, and when he looked up, he found the prince stopping his momentum using his feet. Edwin's eyes shot open as he moved his body up. He took quite a distance away from Marius, who let him be with no resistance. The knight can taste iron inside his mouth. He didn't know how, but he was hit, strong enough to render him unconscious for a second, even drawing blood inside his mouth. "Bastard," he mutters as he takes his stance. He was desperately trying to get rid of the fear that he was feeling. "Very good. Now, from what I know, you have this immaculate defense. I have to say I am not impressed." "Then why don't you come here and test it out yourself?" Edwin was getting angry at how Marius was looking down on him. He held his shield with both of his hands as he placed it right at the middle of his stance. He was caught off guard. Now he was ready for whatever was coming. His mana exploded as he prepared for the prince's onslaught. "Tusk, tusk, tusk. Silly boy," the prince spoke. Edwin blinked as a sweat dropped on his eye. He was suddenly assaulted by fear as he heard the prince's voice right beside him. "Test it, but I already broke it." Blood suddenly gushed everywhere. As the moment Edwin opened his eyes, he felt like his shield had become lighter. Like slow motion, he watched as his two hands that were holding his shield flew in the air, unattached to his body. Everything was quiet. Silence was all that the knight could hear. He didn't even feel it. One moment he was standing in front of the prince, the next his hands were cut off his body. "See, broken," the prince spoke again as he stared at Edwin's eyes. Edwin stared back. His eyes had a look of doubt, his mind unable to fathom what just happened. And then the pain struck. Like clockwork, it assaulted his body in an unbearable level of pain. "Arg!" he screamed as he fell on his knees, his eyes moved to his now severed hands. Marius winced back as Edwin screamed in pain. He held his ears as he looked at Edwin. "Why do they always scream?" he asked himself as he sighed. The blood pooled up below the knight as his body suddenly gave out. He fell face first on the pool of his own blood, his eyes staring at the empty space, unmoving and seeming dead. Yet he was still breathing. Well, that looks painful. Still, you are such a disappointment. I really thought you would be able to entertain me, even if just a bit." Marius raised his sword up in the air, the blood trickling down his face. "Allow me to put you out of your miserable life." The prince slashed down at the unmoving knight, aiming for his neck. He brought his blade down with a sadistic smile. The crowd gasped. There were some screams for him to stop, but he didn't. They could only watch in collected horror as the blade fell down towards the knight's neck. Suddenly, a burst of mana erupted out of nowhere. Something incredibly fast fell out from the stands and beamed straight at the prince. Boom! A loud, thunderous sound echoed all throughout the amphitheater. The two mana crackled as they met. The very space moved around them as the magic battled for dominance. Every god in the VIP room had their eyes wide open. They didn't expect this, no. This was as far from what they thought would have happened. Ganesha, who was watching at the sideline, closed his eyes. "Well, the jig is up, isn't it?" "That damn idiot!" Heracles spoke in a mixture of anger and awe as he stared at the middle of the stage. Seeing that he couldn't do anything anymore, he could only smirk at what was happening. "I raised him well," he said, taking credit for his actions. Frok and Denki felt a strong gust of wind besides them, and the next moment, he was gone. They could only open their jaws at his action. "Your captain is an idiot." Frok spoke with a shaky voice as she felt her heart tightening up. She didn't know why, but he looked so fucking cool right now. Denki nodded in agreement, a smile plastered on his face. "I wouldn't want it any other way." The whole arena erupted in wild cheers as they saw the sword stop, before hitting its intended target. The crowd watched in amazement, their heart beating wildly at the turn of events. The fear they have vanished, now they feel hope that everything will be fine. They watched as the man, the one who many had viewed as the embodiment of death, stood at the side of life, giving them hope. Then, as if practiced, everyone screamed his name. Gbulg. The two stood against each other, their weapons on a struggle, their magic shining brightly as it swirled around the two. Their two eyes met. August smirked, making the prince's face turn into an ugly scowl. "That's quite enough, don't you think?" August said with a polite yet firm voice. "Damn mutt," the prince snarled as he tried to push even more power into his sword. But August answered it. He let his mana run wild, and Beowulf devoured it hungrily. Their mana crackled the air as the space around them distorts. Then their clash exploded as the two of them were pushed back by their own clash. The two landed on their feet. The prince glared at August, while he just smiled politely at Marius. "Look, the fight is over. I suggest you back down now." August spoke in a calm manner as he twirled his spear and placed it to his elbow. "After all, we don't want anyone to get hurt now, do we?" he said with a smile as he looked around the stage. The prince followed his gaze only to see multiple level 5 adventurers glaring at him. Some are even level 6. Hell, even Otter was looking at him with a back-off look. The prince wanted to continue. He did not care about the weakling around. He wanted to kill the mud in front of him. But before Marius could speak, he stopped. Its time was already over. Fine, I already had my fun. He placed the sword back into its hilt as he walked off towards the exit. Fuck, looks like the prince is waking up now. Oh well, that was at least fun. He thought to himself as he looked back at August. So that's Beowulf's master. Lucky mutt. August watched as the prince left the stage. He then walked towards Edwin, who was still unmoving. He was alive, but his eyes told a different story. Tusk. August clicked his tongue. He knows that look. He had that look in the past. August heard footsteps behind him. It was the medics. He made way for them as he walked back towards his seat. The crowd cheered his name as he walked away. The prince had won his fight, and he moved on to the finals to face Locke. Most of them felt excited for the match ahead, but disappointment was the only thing waiting for them. Locke couldn't fight in the finals. The medic had done everything, but the wounds he had suffered were lethal and would take time to recover, even with all the potions and magic in their disposal. The Palom wanted to fight, but Anubis pulled the plug on it. He would not send his child to face that monster. With it, Marius Victrix Rakia won the Bracket A of the tournament and had moved on to the finals, where he would be facing the winner of the Bracket B. The crowd slowly exited the amphitheater, some groaning at their loss, some winning huge amounts of cash. August, along with Denki and Froke, exited the arena at the same time. August had invited them both to dinner at the hostess. As the mortals go on with their lives, waiting for tomorrow's continuation of the tournament to come, the gods stayed and held an emergency Hiatus for the event that had transpired today. All eyes are on Ares, as he was invited to partake in the event despite being an outsider along with Athena and Heracles. And as Ganesha said, the jig is up. Chapter 69, Traveling. Chapter 70, Secrets Revealed, Faith, Brotherhood, Bracket B start. Heracles Povey. Noisy. That was all that I could think of as I sat inside a room full of gods having a screaming match against one another. The gods had called for an emergency Hiatus, and as I suspected, it quickly turned into mayhem as they spout nonsense and idealism of how we should tackle our current predicament. A prophecy has been made, the end is coming, and with the emergence of the Theikuplos, all signs are pointing that the vision of the seers holds true. We should kill the owners and seal away the weapons. Maybe it will buy us some time. Spout a god who I literally have no care for who the fuck he is. You must be an idiot. They may be our greatest asset and your plan is to seal them, answered another idiotic god. Asset or not, it doesn't change the fact that those things can kill us. I say we kill them and hand the weapons to a mortal that we can control. A puppet of sorts. And there's Apollo, the biggest idiot of them all. Hear, hear, most of the gods agree with him. Of course they will. If there's one thing I know to be true about the gods, is that their greed knows no bounds. Yeah, good idea. Except for one minor problem in your plan. They choose their fucking owners, you moronic idiot. Loki wailed at the idiot known as Apollo. No doubt she was still in a bad mood after the loss of her child. Well, I can't blame her. She of course has to pay Athena a weapon worth 300 million volleys or more. And the two absolutely despise each other. The room again quickly devolves into a shouting match as the other gods scream their opinion against one another. Enough, a booming voice stopped all of them as Hades stood up from his seat. All of you are acting like children, and you call yourselves gods, what a joke. His voice cold as his eyes roamed inside, gazing at everyone in the room. That being said, we couldn't change the fact that two weapons already found a master. He continues as his gaze in my direction. So we do nothing? Apollo stood up as well, his face red as he glared at Hades. Ares, I can understand. He at least has his child on a leash. But him, he points at me, the butcher of our kind, he wasn't even one of us a few centuries ago. Be careful, I said, my voice turning low and dangerous as my eyes glared at the idiot. Or what, you'll have your dog kill me? Or better yet, you'll do it yourself like what you did in the past? Will you kill me like all the other gods you slaughtered in cold blood? He chuckled mockingly as he continued. The mortals sing your praises, applauded you for your exploits, your heroism, calling it your labors, feats of courage, and tales of might. They may have forgotten it, but I haven't. They deemed you a hero, but I know you for what you really are, Heracles. Or should I call you Alcides, butcher of the gods? I can feel all the gods in the room staring at me, their gaze fearful and condescending. I look around only to see them dodging my gaze as my eyes pass theirs. My eyes met Thor's. He looked at me coldly. Well, I can't blame him. He hates those weapons and he has every right to do so, and now that he knew that August holds one, his anger was understandable. I sigh as I found Hestia at Thor's side. She has tears threatening to leave her eyes. That squirt, looks like I made her worry. Then my eyes met those of Hades. He was looking at me with eyes that seemed to say, "What will you do now?" He is one of the gods here that I actually respect. See, silence, the answer of the guilty. The idiot spoke again, this time with a little more volume in his voice as the other gods agree with him. Even with divinity, you are no god. You can never be one of us. You are a monster, a butcher. He looked at every god who had clung to his words and continued to speak. And now his child holds a weapon that can kill us like he did in the past. He points at me as the veins in his neck starts to bulge. Who's to say that he wouldn't give the order to have us all killed? I say we kill that mortal and take that weapon out of his hands. Murmurs of approval echoed inside the room. This made the idiot smile as he smugishly looked at me. You know, the gods all have their attention on me as I started to speak. I really don't care what you lot have to say about me, nor do I give a flying fuck about your opinions of my past. Do as you like, but if any of you ever get the idea of touching my child. I let a sliver of my aura leak as I looked at everyone inside the room, my glare staying at the idiot that is Apollo. I'll make all of you remember how I earned my name as a butcher of gods. Apollo flinched as my eyes stayed on him. I can see the idiot sweating from where I sat. Seeing him like that made me smirk, which made him turn red in anger. Lo, Apollo tried to say something, but Hades cut him off. I grow tired of your yapping, Apollo. Hades spoke coldly. You say that he is no god, yet he is here with us right now. Again Hades cut him off before he could speak. And he acts more like a god than you have ever did, so shut up and know your place. The idiot stopped talking as he sulked at his seat like a little bitch that he is. Now then, back to the topic at hand. Hades fixed his suit while looking at every one of us. He then continued. Heracles, Apollo might be out of line, but some of his words hold truth. Your child holds a theiko oplo. What I want to know is how he received the weapon. I took a deep breath and looked at Hades. I cannot say, I answered. Our eyes stared at one another's for a few seconds before Hades sighed and closed his eyes as he massaged the bridge of his nose. Heracles, did you give it to him? Hades asked. No, I answered him straight. This made the gods around us murmur and chatter. I can even hear some of them say liar. Then how did he came to possess one? Hades asked again. I cannot say, I answered more firmly this time. He lies. Bullshit. What do you expect from a former mortal? An eruption of disapproving jeers entered my ears as the gods threw slanders at me. I clenched my fist under the table as I feel my temper starting to rise up again. He does not lie? A voice cut through the asinine noise that the idiotic gods are making. It was Ganesha. He stood up from his seat as all the eyes inside the room looked at his direction. He is under oath. He cannot speak of what he knows. Oath, you say? Hades' eyes shines as he stared at Ganesha. And how do you know of this? Because his oath is with me. Narration. Hades' curiosity was piqued. His eyes took a glance at Heracles, who was now looking at Ganesha with a serious expression on his face. This should be interesting, thought Hades as he signaled for Ganesha to continue. Ganesha closed his eyes as he recalled that faithful day. He was not under oath like Heracles, so he was free to tell what he knows. The theiko oplo in young August's hands are possessed due to faith and destiny. He began telling everyone how he came in a possession of the spear, how he didn't know what it was, how he gave it to his child Siegfried Kaiser, and how he discovered his mistake. The gods listened to his every word as he recalled the story. He told every part of it without hiding anything. About how Zeus discovered that it was a theiko oplo first, and about his plans, how Siegfried sacrificed all of his talents, his career, his potential to keep the weapon from falling in the wrong hands. And then on how August found the weapon, he told them how Shakti Varma saw it, how it looked like the spear called for August, how the magic within activated when he touched it. He told them how August was legitimately chosen by the spear due to faith and destiny, that it wasn't fabricated and forced like how Ares did with his child. He ended his speech at how Heracles took an oath as he told him the truth. An oath that he may never speak of this to anyone, not even his child. That even now, August doesn't know he possessed such a weapon, or so Ganesha thought. Little did everyone know that August already knew of this fact. Hades grimaced as he hears the truth. "What have you done, brother?" he thought as he stared at the god of strength. He couldn't understand Zeus' logic. Was this all planned by him? If so, why? Was his brother still chasing that illogical dream of his to return the world back to the age of heroes? Still, he now understands that August had come to the possession of the spear by mere coincidence. It was his faith to hold that spear, a destiny that was already set in stone. Did his brother know this would happen? What they didn't know was that Faith's supposed plan for August was death. He was destined to die that day, along with his family, yet he survived. And with it, Faith's plan was all thrown out the drain. With August's survival, the timeline crumbled and a new branch was created. And with it, a threat that once looms in the darkness had risen. With the faith and destiny of the world broken, so was the shackles that held Mother Night. Ganesha sat right back down. His eyes traveled to Heracles, who nodded at him. He nodded back. "With that, August is safe. Siegfried, I'll keep him safe, I promise." He closed his eyes as he thought of his deceased child. Some gods still tried to argue about the legitimacy of it, but Hades put a stop to it, for even the gods couldn't challenge faith. With that, the DANMACHI had come to a close. Heracles exited the building feeling a mixture of emotion, but before he could make his way back home, he was stopped by Ganesha. "Hello, Heracles," Ganesha spoke as he strained a smile. "Ganesha," Heracles gave a nod. "I guess now that the truth is out, the oath between us is no longer needed." "It seems so." Heracles kept his answer short as he wanted to go back home and sleep as soon as possible. "Then let us break the binds of the oath." Ganesha extended his right hand. Heracles gave a curt nod as he extended his as well, but he stopped it in the middle. He stared at Ganesha's eyes and took his hand back down. "Heracles?" Ganesha was confused by his action. They couldn't break the oath without the consent of the two parties involved. "Let's keep the oath in place, for now at least," the god of strength said as he walked past a confused Ganesha. Ganesha didn't know how to react to that. "Why?" was the only thought in his mind as he watched Heracles walk away from him. Heracles arrived home. Waiting for him at the gate was someone he really wanted to avoid right now. It was Thor, and at his side was Hestia. Though Heracles didn't get to finish his words, a first landed squarely at his face. The hit staggered Heracles back. He shook his head as his vision became momentarily blurry. Before he knows it, another fist landed. This brought Heracles down on his ass. Thor then mounted him and rained down punches, all landing into his face. "Thor, stop!" Hestia tried to pull the god of thunder back, but he just pushed her away, sending her falling on the ground. "Stay out of this," he said as he brought his attention back to Heracles. Heracles saw this. He didn't have any intention of fighting back, but when he saw Thor pushing Hestia down, his temper rose up. From below, he kicked Thor at his gut, making the god of thunder wheeze as the air inside his lungs was forcefully ejected. He then got up and punched Thor hard on the face, which staggered him back. Heracles knew he was stronger here. If this was on heaven, the fight could have gone either way, but here on the lower world, where he retains his natural strength, he was stronger than Thor. But that doesn't mean Thor didn't have superhuman strength in the lower world. As Heracles delivered another punch again, Thor caught his arms and head-butted Heracles straight at the nose. The hit drew blood, which Heracles wiped with his hand. The two glared at each other as they took stance, but before they could charge at one another, Hestia ran up in the middle of the two. Her eyes teary as she cried for them to stop. Seeing this, the two giant men halt. Thor clicked his tongue as he walked to leave. He passed by Heracles and gave him a shoulder bump. "Thor!" Heracles called for him to stop as his hand reached for Thor. "We were supposed to be brothers." Thor slapped Heracles' hand away as he turned and screamed at his face. "Brothers, I trusted you, I stood up for you, I didn't care about you past." He did so as he poked his finger at Heracles' chest. I thought you would have the same respect for me as I have for you. Heracles tried to speak, but Thor cut him off. Enough, Heracles. I've heard enough back there. I don't want your explanation. Thor spoke in a hurt voice as he walked away. Heracles can only stare at his back. He didn't know what to say to his friend, to his brother at arms. Heracles knew why Thor despised the weapon. He knew why he hates it with that much of a passion. A Theiko had taken everything away from him. His sons Modi and Magni, and his wife Sif was all slain by that accursed weapon. And his daughter, Thrutter, blames him for everything that had happened. He lost everything because of the Theiko and now has deep hatred embedded in his heart. Heracles closed his eyes as he massaged his head. This day was really starting to piss him off. He turned around only to see Hestia looking at him. "He'll come around," she said. "He just needed time to cool off." "I hope so," he answered as Hestia come closer to him and kicked him at his shin. "The fuck was that for?" "For keeping it all from me," Hestia answered haughtily. "You squirt, I was under oath," Heracles said, answered him, frustration apparent on his voice. "I know," Hestia turned her back as he walked away from Heracles. Heracles could only mumble profanity as he followed Hestia inside, and with it, the day came to an end. Morning came, Heracles walked out the house as a loud whooshin sound entered his ears. He then saw August. He was swinging his spear as it cut the air around him. The god observed his child as he's doing his morning workout. Each slash of his spear sharper and faster than the once before, there was a look in August's eyes, a look of excitement and determination. August saw Heracles in his peripheral and stopped his spear mid-swing. "Morning, old man." He greeted as he resumed what he was doing. "Save some for later," Heracles spoke as he took a seat on one of the chairs outside. "I'll need the energy for the tournament." "Oh, don't worry about that," August answered as he stabbed his spear. It was blindingly fast as the air bends away from its path. "I'm just warming up." August twirled his spear and placed it snugly on his back. He then turned around to face his god. "Now shall we go?" Heracles nods and stood up. The pair exited their house as they head towards the amphitheater. August clenched his fist. He was fired up. Watching all those match yesterday really made him itch for a good fight. And he'll finally have that today. "I can't wait." Chapter 71, Tournament Bracket B, One Eyes' Dominance, Shakti Varma vs Tyoni Hurut. Narration. The crowd all cheered wildly as they watched a dominating performance inside the stage. Eyes Wallenstein was the very picture of someone who is unbeatable right now. Lucia Craven had been attacking non-stop for the past few minutes, but everything she threw all hit air. The Sword Princess was dodging everything without any difficulties. It's as if she knew where the attack would be coming from. Lucia is by no means weak. She is a werewolf. This should have given her multiple advantage against her human opponent. Be it speed or strength, she should have been the one controlling the pace of the match. But alas, all of that was nothing in front of Eyes Wallenstein. With a frustrated growl, the she-wolf lunges towards the Sword Princess with no regards for her defense or well-being. But that turns out to be the beginning of the end. As she threw a straight right punch using her gauntlet that was shining bright with her mana, Eyes casually took a step to the side, the she-wolf passing by her completely as their two eyes met. And with blindingly fast speed, Eyes slashed down towards Lucia. The latter willed her mana around her body as she desperately raised her defense to the max. But as the sword hit, it cleaved right through her mana as if it was a hot knife through butter. The sword hits Lucia at her back. As the blade penetrates her armor and cuts through her flesh, blood gushes out as a gnarly wound streak right at her back. A new scar for her to carry in her body that is already riddled with it. Using the momentum of her slash, Eyes spun and delivered a spinning side kick that sent the she-wolf flying in the air. The kick landed at the back of her head. This knocked her out instantly as her body landed and bounced at the cold, hard floor of the arena, skidding a few more distance before coming to a stop. With that, the match ended as the crowd stood to their feet to cheer for the individual who had achieved an overwhelming victory. And Eyes, for all the dominance that she had shown, was still holding back her strength. The cheer of the crowd did not enter her ears. All she has right now is one goal, and that is to win. This was the natural outcome for her, as she walked back towards the waiting area to await her next match, her face as stone cold as it did when the match started. Denki, who was watching the tournament with Froke, were at awe at Ai's performance. Unlike yesterday, August was not with them in the stands. He was at the waiting room with the other fighters who were waiting for their match. August had told them that out of all the people in the tournament, he wanted to fight the Sword Princess the most. Now they understood why. She was strong, overwhelmingly so. And Lucia was no pushover. The fact that she was able to make it into the top 16 was proof of that. She was a werewolf and had even used her beastification at the very start of the match. She was the one who initiated the tempo. She was the one who charges first. Her speed and strength in their eyes were equal to Ai's, maybe even better. And yet she was outclassed by the Sword Princess who, by the looks of it, did it without breaking a sweat. "Hey Denki," Froke spoke, a drop of sweat falling and streaking down her cheek. "Did August really say that he wanted to fight that?" she asked as she points to Ai's. Denki didn't speak, his eyes glued to the back of the Sword Princess who was walking towards the exit. He just nodded silently to answer Froke's question. "Like I said, your captain is an idiot." Froke shook her head as she leaned back on her seat. "Anyone who wants to fight that is an idiot in my book." "The captain can take her," Denki quickly argued. But there was doubt in his voice, because he remembered that before his captain could have his fight with Ai's, he would be facing his master first. And Denki wasn't even sure if August could beat Mashima Toga. "I've no doubt in my mind that August is strong. It's just that I've been in Orario longer than both of you, and it is standard knowledge that Ai's stood above all the level 5 in the city." Froke sighed as she said that. "Well, August is not from here, and I haven't seen him fight with everything that he has. Even against Goliath, I can tell he was holding back so that you could gain some experience in that fight." She continued. "The only reason he got injured in that fight is because he tested out his new magic. Even with all of that, I just can't see the Sword Princess losing." Denki couldn't refute her. Like Froke, he could only speculate on how strong his captain is, for he as well didn't know how strong August was. Nobody did except for maybe his god. But Ai's has been in Orario since she was a level 1. People had witnessed her journey, and with it she was dubbed as one of the strongest if not the strongest level 5 in the city. The dominating performance she showed earlier cemented that fact. Still, if Froke couldn't see Ai's losing, so did Denki. He couldn't imagine August losing to anyone. The same goes for his master. This has made Denki somewhat feel down. He too wanted to have strength like that. He too wanted people to think that he wouldn't lose to anyone. That even imagining it would be a task in and of itself. Ganesha moved back up to the stage. He was looking professional despite the even that happened yesterday. With vigor in his voice, he hyped the crowd up. "What a dominating performance by AISWALLINSDIN." The crowd erupted in cheers. And with it, she moved on to the semifinals and will face the winner of this next match. Ganesha looked around to see the anticipation in everyone's eyes. "So without farther ado, allow me to introduce our next fighters." With a dramatic voice, he bellowed loudly. "On my right, she is the captain of my familia. She had made a name for herself as one of the fastest adventurers in the city. With her spear she had kept peace to Orario and had enacted justice to those who opposed peace. The ANKUSHA? Shakti, VARMA." The crowd roared loudly as Shakti marched her way towards the stage, a look of confidence plastered on her face. She twirled spear around her fingers as she arrived at the middle, giving Ganesha a nod as she awaits for her opponent to come out. Ganesha gave a proud nod and began his introduction to the second fighter. And to my left, known to be one of the strongest fighter in the city, she had stained the ground in the blood of countless of monsters, one of Loki Familia executive. With her 2 swords, she had spearheaded the exhibition inside the dungeon along with her familia and has reached the deepest parts of it. The JORMUNGND, TIONE, HIRYUTE. The crowd once again let out a loud cheer as the Amazon walked calmly towards the stage. A calm smile on her face, she kept her eyes glued in Shakti's way. The two of them had known each other for years now, and by this point they have respected each other's capabilities. They know they'll have a hard fight ahead of them, and right now the two of them share the same goal, and that is victory. Tayoni stopped a couple of steps away from Shakti, and she gave her a nod which Shakti returned. She also gave a respectful nod to the god, who was hosting the even. Seeing the two fighters ready, Ganesha continue along to start the match. Now then, the two fighters are ready, let the match begin. As soon as Ganesha announced the start of the match, both fighters took distance away and prepared their weapons. Shakti with her spear, a mithril-grade weapon, Fang, and Tayoni with her twin kukri knives, Zolas. It was to be expected in a fight between two adventurers in their level. The two of them looked at each other's stance, searching for an opening to exploit. Finding nothing but wanting to take the initiative, Tiona threw one of her kukri towards Shakti. It beams straight towards the adventurer. Shakti saw the blade coming. With a simple twirl of her spear, she swatted the blade out of the air and launched it upward. That was enough for Tayoni. Moving mana into the soles of her feet, she launched quickly towards Shakti, brandishing the other kukri she has on her hand. Tusk, Shakti clicked her tongue. Tayoni had taken the initiative to strike first. She didn't want that. She knew that the Amazon had the first strike skill in her arsenal. Thinking quickly, she made another spin on her weapon and strike the pummel of the kukri hard. This sent the blade beaming straight towards Tayoni. Tayoni moved her head at the side while still moving forward. The kukri flew right by her, and with outstretched hand, she plucked her blade out of the air. A smile forms on her face. She now has two of her weapons in her attack. But because of it, her eyes left Shakti for a fraction of a second, and for a speedy fighter on the caliber of Shakti, it was all the time she needs. As soon as Tayoni returned her line of sight towards Shakti, she saw a spear heading straight at her face. Her eyes widened. Fast was all that she could think about. She knew that Shakti was fast, but her speed still caught her off guard. With it, her chance of gaining the tempo and momentum of the fight was thrown down the drain. A barrage of spear stab curtains towards Tayoni. She grimaced as she put her own blades forwards as she blocks the incoming rain of blades. Their hands blur in the eyes of the crowd as the spark of metal hitting metal shines in their eyes. A streak of red lines up in Tayoni's shoulder. She had misjudged one of Shakti's stab. It only grazed her, but it didn't change the fact that Shakti had drawn first blood. Tusk, Tayoni clicked her tongue. She decided to take a risk. Right now the two of them are in a sort of a steel mate with Shakti at the advantageous spot due to her speed. The Amazon didn't like that. She didn't like it one bit. She kept her eyes on the spear, waiting for the opportune moment. Wounds kept piling up in her body as multiple streaks of red line appear in it. The hits she was receiving are starting to pile up. But it still was not the time to strike. With another stab heading for her head, Tayoni's eyes shine as her lips rose to a smile. This is what she was waiting for. She leaned forward, her head inched closer towards the blade of the spear. Shakti's eyes widened. What the hell? She asked herself as she watched her spear travel closer towards the Amazon's head. What are you doing? Her mind fully picturing an impaled skull. With it, her grip falter for a bit. Her mind is fully imagining how she'll kill the person in front of him. No matter what level you are, a stab to the head will kill you, especially if the person stabbing you has the same level as you. Shakti has no intention to kill Tayoni, and to her horror, she could only watch as she can no longer pull her spear back. Everything happened in slow motion. The spear traveled towards Tayoni's leaning head, and then Shakti saw it. A smile, the smile, and Tayoni's eyes that were looking at her with a predatory glint. Shit, Shakti cursed out loud. Her hand that was faltering tightened quickly. She gripped the spear as her fist turns white, and with a grunt, she pushed forward. But it was already too little, too late. Because of Shakti's fumble, Tayoni had enough time to dodge, and in the last second, before the spear reached her head, she tilted her neck slightly to the left. A red line streak on Tayoni's cheek, the blood sliding down on her face into her lips. Tayoni licked the blood along her lips as it colored it red. She raised her weapon up, striking the spear at its base, sending it up along with Shakti's hand. Shakti was outbalanced and wide open, and then she heard it, a word spoken in a beautiful voice. Gotcha. Shakti watched as the blade on Tayoni's hand travels in the air, heading at her abdomen. She tried to bring her spear down, but realized something. I won't make it on time, Shakti thought as she saw her eyes reflect in the blade. Shalop. The crowd gave a collective grasp, as red started to fill their vision. There was a shocked silence as they all saw blood splattering on the stage. Chapter 72, Tournament Bracket B, 2 Monster Tamer List Iorum. Narration. Blood spluttered in the air as the crowd let out a collective gasp. Tayoni's eyes widened as she felt her blade penetrating flesh, and then she was thrown far by a blunt force which sent her slamming to the ground. The Amazon shook her head to shake off the dizziness as she slowly got up, her eyes glaring in front as sweat trickled down her face. Well, that's unexpected, she mutters as she takes her stance. Her eyes traveled down Shakti's legs where she saw a dead hard-armored, an armadillo-like monster that could be found in the 11-12 floors in the dungeon, and at her side a silverback holding a large wooden club. But that's not all. Right in front of Tayoni stood Shakti, along with multiple monsters snarling and glaring at the Amazon. Shakti smiled as she twirled her spear. Well, I am a tamer after all. As she said that, all of the monsters around her roared loudly. Monsters such as silverbacks, hard-armored, hellhounds, firebirds, bad bats, and ledgerfangs, all totaling to a number of 25 monsters in total, with the majority of them being the hellhounds. I could have brought more, but I reckon this is enough. Shakti smiled as she said those words. Hearing it, the crowd cheered loudly. Loki, who was at the VIP room, stood up and started to complain. Hey, what the hell? This should be a one-on-one match. She should be disqualified, she wailed as she pointed towards Shakti. Afraid not, she was answered by Hermes, who was smiling playfully. Every arsenal the adventurers have is allowed. Shakti is a tamer, and her monsters are to be considered as her weapons. Therefore it is legal. Bullshit it is. The match is supposed to be one-on-one. How in the ever-living shit is that one-on-one? Loki spoke with utter annoyance clear in her voice. That's what you get when you laze around when we were discussing the rules, Hermes answered while shaking his head. Fact of the matter is, what Shakti is doing is legal. But why are you worried? Tayoni can kill all of that monster with her eyes closed. Naive as always, Hermes. Freya was the one who answered, gaining the look from everyone in the room. Well, I guess that's to be expected from a non-combatant such as yourself. She spoke while twirling the red wine on her glass as she kept her focus on the match. Hermes shrugged and sighed. Well, you got me there. Loki pulled her attention back to the match as she watched with a bitter look on her face. As much as she wanted to argue about the legality of it, what was done was already done. She could only hope Tayoni can pull through. Hermes was right. Tayoni could kill every monster in the stage in her sleep. Hell, even with both hands behind her back, she could do it. But there were two factors that made the task difficult with her current predicament. The first is that those monsters were trained, they were stronger than what they were inside the dungeon, and they can do basic formation and attack, follow basic commands. Still, even with that, they would still be no match for the Amazon. But the second factor is where things became tricky for Tayoni. Shakti was among her attackers. Tayoni needs to be constantly vigilant about her. She has to guard incoming attacks from the monsters while also that of Shakti's. After all, the two of them are equally matched. Loki bit the nail on her thumb. As of right now, Tayoni was in a disadvantageous position. Her only chance was to get rid of the monsters fast. But Shakti would probably not allow that. Tayoni had her eyes peeled at Shakti as she commands her monsters to encircle the Amazon. She was surrounded on all sides. Excluding the hard-armored she killed earlier, there were 24 monsters in Shakti's command. 4 hard-armoreds, 10 hellhounds, 5 silverbacks, 2 firebirds, and 3 ledgerfangs. She clicked her tongue as her eyes roam around. All of the beasts awaiting their master's command. They were growling and snarling at the Amazon. Whistle Shakti let out a whistle that was enhanced with mana for the sound to travel. That was the signal they were waiting for. Every monster charged in, as if hungry beast ready to devour a meal. Shakti joined the fray. She filled her legs with mana as she dug her feet to the ground. She rushed first, brandishing her spear towards the Amazon. Shakti was the one who arrived first. In a blink of an eye, she was in front of Tayoni, and without a second's delay, she slammed her spear down towards the Amazon. Tayoni blocked the incoming strike with her dual kukri, and without delay, she instigated a counter towards Shakti's abdomen, but her plan was thwarted by a large club coming down her head. Seeing this, Taioni jumped back to dodge. She didn't get any time to orient herself, as 4 of the 10 hellhounds rushed at her with their fangs wide open. She jumped up, dodging one, twisting her body in the air. She delivered a slash to the other one, but a spear blocked her attack. She suddenly felt a lot of heat coming from her left. She turned only to see 2 fireballs beaming at her direction. Seeing that she couldn't dodge it, she loaded her body with mana as an azure glow radiates all throughout her body. Bo-boom! She was hit. It did little to no damage thanks to her mana, but it was enough to push her back. As soon as she lands, she was greeted by 2 Ligerfangs, all prepared to strike her down. She turned to face them, but chills suddenly ran up her spine, and her instincts screamed at her on the incoming danger. Shakti pounced at her at the right moment, coming behind her. Shit! She cursed as she spun around to block the spear that was beaming straight at her. In doing so, she was wide open for the 2 monsters. Blocking the spear with her kukri, she felt a sharp pain behind her as the Ligerfang's claw dug deep inside her flesh. This made her movement pause for a bit, a chance Shakti took as she twirled her spear, hitting Taioni with the back end of it straight to her chin from below. The hit was solid as it made Taioni's feet leave the ground. Shakti followed it up with a Spartan kick right at the Amazon's abdomen. Gwa! Taioni's lungs forcefully expelled the air inside it. She flew back, and awaiting her were the 4 hard armoreds that were spinning rapidly towards her. They all hit her on her spine, slamming her to the ground. She wasn't prepared for the hit, which made it effective even with her level 5 body. In her peripheral, she saw Shakti, along with 2 Ligerfangs charging at her. She didn't have time to catch her breath. She was getting battered by attacks coming left and right. With gritted teeth, Taioni pushed himself up quickly to face the onslaught that was Shakti and her monsters. Shakti arrived along with her monsters, and she began sending barrages of spear stabs towards the Amazon, her monster aiding with the attack. Left, right, center, every possible angle was covered. Taioni chose to ignore the monsters, letting her mana defend their attacks while she focused on Shakti's spear. She was able to have some success at blocking the barrage, but the monsters, like annoying flies, didn't give her any space to counter. I have to get rid of them first, she thought as she jumped back to create space away from Shakti, but 2 silverbacks were waiting for her with their club poised for an attack. This time, Taioni was ready for them. She was expecting it. With an extremely precise movement, she dodged the 2 clubs and stabbed her 2 blades at them, straight through their skulls. This was accompanied by 2 loud roars as the 2 silverbacks wailed in pain. Taioni twisted her blade, scraping the brain, killing them right at that moment. 2 down, 22 to go. Taioni mumbled to herself as she turned back towards the tamer and her monsters. Shakti, seeing this, clicked her tongue. She whistled another signal as her firebirds launched a barrage of flaming projectiles towards the Amazon. Taioni skids back as she dodged, but the fireballs are the least of her worries. The 10 hellhounds group together and pounce right at her, like wolves hunting their prey. I guess I have to use it then. She made up her mind. If she wanted to get rid of this annoying monster problem, she has to use her magic. Unfortunately for her, her magic required a long chant. Doing it under the pressure of Shakti and her monsters is a task in and of itself. My desire that was sunk in the sea. She started chanting as she jumped up away from the jaws of the hellhounds. My longing that was nurtured in the sea, the time has come. Shakti heard it. She gave chase as she sent her monsters to attack Taioni with even more ferocity. And like sharks smelling blood in the water, the monster did as they were ordered. Shape yourself, bare your fangs, and become a snake. Taioni continued her chant as she dodged a hard armored ramming straight at her. As she did, she slashed down, cutting the monster in half. Escape the sea, cross the land, and cover the world. Capture time, stop time, and trample over time. She rolled to the side to dodge multiple slashes from the claw of the Ligerfangs. Shakti arrived in front of her. She slashed her spear horizontally on which the Amazon block, their weapon locking as the Amazon pushed on with her strength. She could feel the monsters rushing at her from all sides. But she was done. Taioni smirks. She was done with her chant. Shakti's eyes widened as she feels the mana rising out of Taioni's body. An azure glow emanated from the Amazon. List IORUM. Shakti jumps back, just in time as tendrils like whip rose up below from where she stood. She was lucky, but her monster weren't. Every single one of her monsters that were on the ground were caught in Tyone's magic. They were snared to the ground as the whip-like tendrils wrap around their bodies. The one that missed Shakti was grabbed by Tyone. She then wrapped it around her arm and tied her kukris at the end. With a smirk, she twirled the magic around her as it spun with blinding speed. It was like a whip, and its end are her kukris. With a quick flail, she killed 17 out of the remaining 21 monsters, their body turning to dust, as their monster core were all that remains. She killed 7 hellhounds, all 5 of the silverbacks, 3 hard-armoreds, and 2 ledgerfangs. She smiled at what she had done. She then looked at Shakti. "Well, I guess it's my turn," she said as she twirled the magical whip all around. Like a tornado of death, she made her way towards the monster tamer. The crowd was now in their feet as the fight draws to the climax. Chapter 73, I'm an Idiot. Ladies and gentlemen of Webnovel, I would like to tell you a tale of a dumb idiot who goes by the name of the Man Candy. It was a week like any other, part-time job here, drinking coffee there. The Man Candy was having the same routine he has every day. And now, without worrying about collage, he found himself more free. He spent most of his time with his kid and his lovely partner. But that was when tragedy struck. See, the Man Candy thought that after graduation his trouble in school would all be over, that he'll get to relax, find a more lucrative job than what his part-time job has to offer, maybe drink a beer or 2 while at it. But no, his group mates just have to fuck it all up, with only printing the hard copies and book binding to go. One of the Man Candy's group mates lost our flash drive, i.e., all of our files and hard work in their thesis. And because of it, the Man Candy now has to pull an all-nighter to write the whole thing up again, go to a computer cafe when it's done, have it printed, and have it book-binded, travel to another city and pass it before the deadline comes. ARGGS-YWJDYWBSUSBUSBSU. I wanna fucking scream. Chapter 74, Tournament Bracket B3 XS. Shakti had a strained smile on her face. She was bloodied and battered. The moment Tyone unleashed her magic was the moment things turned for the worse for her. Beside the 2 firebirds that were flying in the air, all of her monsters had been slain in a matter of minutes. Even with her supporting them, she couldn't do much because of the reach Tyone had gained due to her whip, which she created with her magic. Tyone again rushed towards the tamer, her whip biting at Shakti with terrifying precision and speed, like a snake that is poised to strike. Shakti jumped back to dodge, but she failed to gauge the proper reach of the whip. The kukri which Tyone tied to the end reached her legs as it cut her flesh. Arg! With a frustrated grunt, Shakti whistled, a signal for her monsters, or at least her 2 firebirds, to open fire, and that they did, sending a barrage of red-hot flame towards Tyone's direction to slow down her onslaught. Tyone saw this and smirked. She twirled the whip around, blocking the projectile, and with the final spin she sent the whip straight to the air. It hit one of the birds, killing it instantly. Now only one of Shakti's monsters remained. At the Amazon's peripheral, she saw a spearhead beaming at her left. Shakti had used the fireballs as a smoke screen for her attack. It would have been successful, but Tyone was expecting it. Within the last second, she moved her body to the side, making the spear pass by her harmlessly. She then pulled the whip back and wrapped the spear and yanked Shakti closer to her. With those annoying monsters gone, your attack had become easier to read. Tyone spoke coolly as she pulled her head back and slammed it straight to Shakti. She headbutted Shakti straight to her nose, breaking it as blood gushed out of it. She was not done. She spun around, wrapping the whip around her body, pulling Shakti closer because she refused to let go of her spear. The sole remaining firebird saw this, and with an eagle-like shriek, it charged to save its master. A poor decision. Tyone twisted her body to face the monster, and with a powerful yank, she threw Shakti towards it. The beast and its tamer collided mid-air, and like a snake that found its time to strike, the whip beamed straight at them, the kukri at its end as its fangs. Shakti was facing away from it, and the monster was the one who saw the strike coming, using all of its strength. It turned Shakti away and used its own body to block it, essentially sacrificing itself to save its master. With a pained cry, the kukri penetrated its body straight down its monster core. It died shortly after as its body turns to dust, leaving only its monster core. Shakti's eyes widened as she crashed down to the ground. There was a palpable anger inside her body. That firebird was special. It isn't just any monster. As it turned its body to protect Shakti, it whispered something in her ears before turning into dust. Win. That firebird was a Xenos, a monster who had gained sentient thought, intelligence, and even emotions, believed to be created due to respawning multiple times inside the dungeon. That monster isn't just a tamed one for Shakti, it was a friend. Shakti stood up, her eyes glued to the cracked monster core, a kukri stuck inside it. She knew that with its monster core damage, that firebird wouldn't respawn anymore. This tournament was supposed to serve two purposes for Ganesha Familia. One was Shakti's personal favor, and that was to gain August into their ranks. The other was to slowly reveal the existence of the Xenos in hope to smooth the relationship of mortals and monsters, that one is the collective desire of everyone in the Familia, including her. That firebird was supposed to be the first to make its existence known to the mortals watching. A female firebird with the name of Kiza, she volunteered herself for her kind to be the beacon for them. But now she is gone. Shakti didn't have time to mourn for the Xenos. She rolled to the side following her instinct. Just in time, as from where she once was, the whip crashed like lightning from the skies. At the Ganesha Familia building. Some adventurers are doing some grunt work in choirs with a bitter face. They are the low-level members of the Familia and had drawn the short end of the stick since they couldn't watch the events that were happening today. "This sucks," said Sashel, a level 1 adventurer of the Familia, while she slammed a sack of processed meat at their stables. "Why do we have to do this?" "Just so your job," Pico, another level 1 adventurer of the Familia, answered annoyed. "It's shitty enough as it is, your complaining is making it worse." Suddenly they feel the ground shaking, and a powerful roar erupted in their ears. The two of them locked their eyes with one another. Both had a look of surprise. "The fuck was that?" Sashel asked, her voice filled with worry. "The fuck if I know," Pico answered. Another shake assaulted their body as they both fell on their ass. "It's coming from the stables," they said at the same time as they hurriedly got up and rushed to see what it was. When they arrived, they saw a huge hole in the roof and scorch mark all over. They felt the heat of the sun prickling their skin as they stood below the hole. "Shit," Sashel cursed. The door suddenly opened, which made the two adventurers jump back in shock. "What happened here?" Madaka entered while panting. He looked like he ran quite a distance to reach the stables. Pico looked around. As he did, his eyes widened. Kiza wasn't the only Xenos in their stables. There was another one, and right now, his stable of which he is staying is burned and destroyed. "Agon, Aichi's not here," Pico said, stuttering. "Shit," Sashel again cursed as she pulled on her hair. "Oh, they are in so much trouble now." Shakti can do nothing but dodge. She tried to block the whip earlier, which resulted in her suffering a huge gash on her shoulder. As a spear user, Shakti was used on controlling the distance with her long reach. But now, she was the one at a disadvantage due to the huge reach of Tioni whip. "I need to get closer." Shakti thoughts and intentions were all so clear for everyone to see. It was common knowledge. A shorter weapon is at a disadvantage at a distance against a longer one. "Don't even think about it." Tioni smirked as she twirled her whip at devastating speed, cutting Shakti's path. A fraction of a second later, the whip beams at Shakti like a snake striking. Shakti jumped back to dodge. "Oh no, you don't." Tiona, seeing this, smiled. With a quick flick of her wrist, she changes the direction of her whip. It quickly wrapped around Shakti's left foot, and with a powerful tug, Tioni slammed the tamer down to the ground with a sickening thud. GWAH, Shakti bounced to the ground like a ball. A small crater formed upon impact. She then felt herself getting pulled. Tioni wasn't done. Her eyes widened as she saw the Amazon coming down at her from above, her fist glowing in azure hue as mana was charged in it. Tioni smiled as she struck a heavy mana-amplified punch straight to Shakti's solar plexus. The tamer spat as extreme pain assaulted her body. Not done, Tiona rained brutal punches towards Shakti. The tamer can only cover herself as she received heavy punishment. As the pummeling continued, the crowd gasped as a massive shadow covered the stage. Thyone felt a chill run up her spine, the shadow blocked the sun above, the stage darkened by it. Thyone looked up, her eyes bulge almost popping out of their sockets. "You gotta be kidding me." Shakti, who was confused on why the punches stopped coming, also looked up and got a glimpse of the thing covering the sky. "No, what are you doing here?" Her mind raced as she saw it, when she saw the green dragon that was circling the amphitheater. Roar! The dragon let a thunderous roar as he made its presence known to everyone. It then dives at extreme speed, straight towards the Amazon and the tamer. Holy shit! A green dragon. What's that doing here? The crowd all panicked as the dragon descended. The members of the Ganesha familia panicked for a whole different reason. Agan, Ilta, who was watching the match, has sweat dripping on her face. Oh gods. She quickly ordered the members of her familia to scramble and to take care of the panicking crowd. "Fuck me, I'll take care of those knuckleheads later." She made a mental note to Chu Madaka and the rest for not doing their job properly as she runs as fast as she can towards her god. Fuck! They needed to move fast to clean this mess up. Ganesha, who was already feeling down with the death of Kiza, now Agan, another Xenos, was here, and he has no idea why. He was worried. Agan was not an ordinary green dragon. He is stronger than the average one, temperamental, reckless, and proud. He as well as Kiza volunteered to fight with Shakti, but because of his attitude, Ganesha didn't allow him. He needed the mortals to see monsters as sentient being, but Agan was wild by nature and would only fuck the job up. It would have been okay if that was only the case, but Agan is unique in another aspect as well. He had become conscious and sentient for a long time. He was older than most Xenos, perhaps the oldest of them. Ganesha didn't know, and with his age came his strength. He was strong. Most green dragons have the strength to stand up to a level 4 adventurer. Agan can fight a monster Rex on the higher floor one-on-one. That was when they first discovered him, eating the core of Goliath Rex. They thought at first that he was another Rex who somehow escaped his boss room. They prepared to fight, but then it talked. And another unique thing about the dragon is that he can use magic. It baffled all of them when they discovered it. Even today the god still couldn't wrap his mind on how Agan can use magic. Lord Ganesha. The god's thoughts were cut short as Ilta arrived by his side, panting and sweating. "This is bad." "I know, it is too early. If the mortals discover the existence of Xenos at this moment, a witch hunt will inevitably occur." Ganesha sighed and stared at his captain. Let's hope it doesn't come up to that. Ganesha and his familia had been planning the whole Xenos problem for a long time now. They started the Monster Furia in the hopes of having the people of Orario being used to the existence of monsters. Their next step was to have Shakti, their captain, slowly show that monsters can be tamed and trusted. This tournament would have been the best place for that, and Kiza was gonna be the mascot for that project. Kiza was perfect for it. She was intelligent, careful, and most of all, she looked majestic for people to look at with awe. A complete opposite of the large and intimidating green dragon. "Ilta, take everyone you can. We must control how this looks." Ganesha ordered. "Make the populace believe that Agan is another one of Shakti's tame." "But Lord, we should stop Agan, capture him and bring him back to the base," Ilta argued. "Do you really think we can keep this under wraps by doing that? It's already too late. A good amount of mortals and gods already saw him. Our best bet is to adjust how they see him as." Ganesha looked up to the green dragon, "And I doubt he'll even cooperate quietly if we do what you suggest. We want this to look as clean as possible, Ilta. Make it happen." Ganesha spoke with a commanding tone. Ilta didn't have any room to argue. Ganesha had made it so. It was the few moments the god actually issued an order like this, where the familia has no say in it. "Understood," Ilta answered. "And go to Lord Uranus, tell him of what happened, and that Ganesha will need his help in this one." Ilta nodded and ran. She has her orders and she will follow them. Ganesha watched as Ilta made a run for it. He hoped that her effort would bear fruit. If the adventurers saw the Xenos as a threat, and with Agan they'll start hunting them left, right, and center. And if that happens, a war could spark because of it. And all his hopes of coexistence will be flushed down the drain. "Shakti, I'm sorry, but I have to put this burden on you." Tayoni quickly jumped out of the way as the dragon swept by her. Her shoulder was nicked by its claws, and a gash opened up. The green dragon then landed by Shakti's side. It was glaring at Tayoni, smoke coming out of its mouth, as it snarled, showing rows of large and sharp teeth. "Where's Kiza?" a voice echoed inside Shakti's mind. It sounded angry. Agon didn't speak. He used magic to telepathically talk to Shakti, which the tamer was thankful for. At least he was still preserving the secret existence of his kind. But she dreaded the fact that her answer might anger Agon enough for him to rampage in front of this many people. "Where is she? And you better not lie to me, mortal. I felt her connection being cut." Agon's voice in her head became even angry. She's gone." Shakti meekly answered the angry dragon. "She sacrificed her life for our cause. Please don't let her death be in vain." This time her voice became firm as she continued on. A low growl then vibrated the whole stadium. The barrier shook violently as a powerful torrent of mana oozed out of the dragon. "Agon, please," Shakti pleaded. "If Agon rampaged here, it would lead to the worst-case scenario. For Kiza, for all the Xenos. No more death from my kind. If you and Ganesha are still wishing for the coexistence of our kind, then I'll be the one who'll step inside this stage." The dragon gazed at Shakti's eyes. "Do I make myself clear?" And he wouldn't take no for an answer. "Understood." Shakti hung her head low and nodded. "Then let's win this farce and be done with it." Agon spoke as he reeled his mana in. He then glared at the Amazon and let out a mighty roar. Chapter 75, Tournament Bracket B for Victor, Aftermath, the Sparrow and Death. Tayoni had her eyes peeled at the monster and its tamer. It looked like the two of them were communicating, which was quickly scratched out her mind due to the impossibility of it happening. Monsters are too stupid for that, but she just can't shake the feeling that something is different about this green dragon. She had faced many of them when she was in the dungeon, and those monsters were strong, but for a level 5 such as herself, they are still monsters and nothing more. She decided to hang back for a bit. If they wouldn't come at her, then she would rest and gain her strength back. But suddenly, a heavy force seemed to push her down to the ground. The whole stage trembled as even the barrier around them shook. Her eyes then locked towards the dragon. It was glaring at her with anger and rage. The eyes of the beast made her unconsciously take a step back. "That thing is dangerous," she thought to herself as she gulped. With that in mind, she decided that she needed to attack that thing, kill it before it made a move. But her body didn't move. No, it refused to listen. "Its aura, that thing feels like a Rex." She cringed at the realization, but then her whole mind came to a halt. No way, that thing used mana earlier. Then, as her mind came to that realization, the dragon let go of a mighty roar. The roar made Tayoni's ear ring. It was so loud that she could feel it deep inside her body. She felt a hot liquid trickling from her ear. And when the dragon was done with it roaring, Tiona felt a prickly sensation on her skin. "You gotta be kidding me." She felt intent. Impossible. The dragon then charged towards the Amazon. It didn't even reach 1 minute, and Tayoni was out of commission. She tried to put up a fight, unleashing her whip towards the dragon, but Agon just slapped the whip along with her around the stage, ragdolling her body as if she were a toy to him. And as if that wasn't enough, Argon breath attack devastated Tayoni, her skin charred and boiled by how hot the flames of the dragon were. Fortunately for everyone, Shakti manages to stop Agon before he could kill Tayoni. But the damage she had suffered was sickening, chunks of flesh missing on her body, her hair scalded and burned, her skin looked like it melted. She was breathing roughly, she was alive, but barely. There is a dead silence as the crowd watched as the medics hurriedly rushed inside the stage. Shakti was grimacing at the sight that was Tayoni. This will make the populace fear the monsters more. She clicked her tongue as she made her way out. Agon followed behind her. "What the hell was that?" Shakti asked, making sure no one was around. "You almost killed her." "But I didn't," Agon answered like it was nothing. "I'm trying to help your kind. I thought our goal was coexistence, what you did be. What I did back there was the very nature of us monsters." Agon cut her off before she could finish. "Be naive, mortal. Just because us Xenos can live in coexistence with your kind doesn't mean that every monster out there can as well." The dragon looked at Shakti in the eyes as he continued to talk. If you want coexistence between our two species, then your kind should understand that we are dangerous, that we are equals. Your kind has the strength to kill ours. I'm just showing them that we also have the strength to kill yours. Agan then walked past Shakti, so that when the time comes for my kind to rise to the surface, your kind won't get any idea to treat us as slaves or hunt us for sports. He looked back at Shakti. This will serve as that warning. The dragon then took flight to return, back towards the Ganesha Familia building. Shakti stared at the flying dragon, her mind shuddered at the brutality that he showed. Tayoni didn't have a chance, he toyed with her. Coexistence, huh? Guess he won't be helping me in the semifinals, she muttered. Let's kill that fucking dragon? Loki was fuming. She demanded the head of the dragon on the platter as she paced back and forth. Her aura was leaking, making the room shake. The gods can only watch afraid of what she might do to them. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. Hermes was the one who spoke. He stood in front of Loki unafraid of the goddess. As I said, the monsters are part of Shakti's arsenal and they're. I don't give a fuck about that, Loki cut Hermes off. That thing almost killed my child. She spat with venom in her voice. That thing is dangerous, and I say we kill it before it can kill any of our children. Most of the gods agree. Murmurs of support sounded inside the room, but their intentions are out of greed and envy. They couldn't stomach that Ganesha had that strong of an asset. They want to snuff it out. Hermes was about to say something, but someone beat him to it. I'm afraid that it isn't possible. The gods followed the voice in the far corner of the room, and from the shadows emerged a lanky, non-binary mortal. They are wearing it to cover their face. My lord had ordered me to tell you all that no harm will come to that monster. Fells, and why would Aranos care about that monster? Loki glared at them, her voice was dangerously low. He did not say. Fells answered politely and bowed at Loki. I am just relaying my lord's orders, Lady Loki. He does not have the authority to order me around, mortal. Loki marched face to face with Fells. Her aura became thicker as she now didn't make a conscious effort to hold herself back. Fells felt their skin crawl. They couldn't breath as the pressure fell directly down at them. Oh, of course, Lady Loki, they answered while stuttering. My Lord is not ordering you. He specifically says that he'll owe you favor for this. The gods were now intrigued. Aranos was someone who didn't like owing someone, but the god was asking for a favor for a monster. Loki paused. Aranos owing her would be like a gold mine, but she was still very much angry for what happened to Tayoni. Loki pulled her aura back. Her eyes are glued at the non-binary mortal in front of her. My lord even states that the green dragon wouldn't be appearing in the semifinals. I already asked me to talk to Lord Ganesha and his child earlier to relay his suggestions. Fells continued while still bowing towards Loki. And Ganesha agreed, Loki asked. Yes, he did, Lady Loki. Loki was now curious. Why would Ganesha and Shakti agree? She wanted to get to the bottom of this and made a mental note to have Finn investigate that monster, and what made it so special that Oranos would allow himself to fall on debt. The other gods are thinking along the same line as Loki. Very well, Loki answered rudely. Tell your lord that I will collect my favor, and the price would be steep. Fells gave a respectful nod as their body meshed with the shadow. Their presence was now gone inside the room. Loki returned to her seat without making another sound. She was still pissed about it. On the bright side, Tayoni will live and her injuries will be recovered by magic and potions, though it may take a while. Still, she can't take the thought of what that thing is. She knew it was no ordinary monster, and she would not stop until she found out what it was. August Povey. I was inside the waiting room meditating. I did not watch any of the matches prior to mine so that I may focus on the task at hand. I find myself excited to face Mashima Toga, and if Denki's words are to be believed, that man is strong. I let the mana inside my body flow all throughout my system. It helps me stabilize myself and prepare. If my calculation is correct, the match right now should be between Hothar Clegane and one of the Gulliver brothers, Ulfrig, and whoever wins between the two would be my opponent in the semifinals. But I have to beat Mashima Toga first. Knock 3x. My eyes opened as I heard a knock on the door. It's time, a voice spoke from the outside. Be right there, I answered as I pushed myself up. My body feels extremely light. It feels like everything around me is moving in slow motion. My heart was beating on a steady rhythm. Right now, I feel unstoppable. I opened the door and found Asfi waiting for me. Her eyes seemed to ask if I was ready, on which I gave her a smile and a curt nod. I walked towards the entrance. The light was blinding, as the rays of the sun shined on my eyes. This is it, after waiting for so long. It's finally my turn. Narration. The crowd cheers as Hother exits the stage with his hands raised up in the air. He and Ulfrig fought a close back-and-forth battle with him coming out on top. Today's event was a roller coaster ride for the crowd. It opened with Aiza's show of dominance, Tyone's near-death experience in the hands of Shakti's tame monster, and a close fight between two of the more famous adventurers of the city. By now the crowd should have been exhausted with all the excitement of today, but the match they are all waiting for is happening next. A match where a relatively new face, who took over the rumor mill of Orario, will be fighting at. The next match will feature August Kaiser. They didn't care who he was fighting, they just wanted to see if all the hype surrounding him was real. Mashima Toga was, after all, not that famous as an adventurer. He was old, and people didn't flock to a person with his age. August, on the other hand, was a young, handsome man, with a mysterious background to boot, and the rumors surrounding him were plenty. He and Aiz are often compared with one another. There was even a debate all over town between the two of them. But alas, the young man was still a mystery to the people of Orario. But now, everyone will finally see him fight. Ganesha marched on stage as he addressed the wild crowd. "Oh ho, from the looks of it, y'all are waiting on this match." The crowd cheered loudly in agreement. "If that is so, then I won't be wasting all of your time. Allow me to introduce our next fighters." On my right, a man who had traveled all the way from the Far East, a master of his craft. It is said that his sword bends to his will and that you'll be cut by it without even knowing. The captain of Bisham Familia, the Suzume, Mashima, Toga. The crowd applauded as the old man walked towards the stage, wearing a white and pink kimono. He walked with his eyes closed. On his right were a pair of katanas, one shorter than the other. He walked with confidence in his step. His appearance made the crowd gulp. If they didn't know him back then now everyone knew the name Mashima Toga. His whole aura feels like that of a sharp sword. They all felt like they would be cut by him at any moment now. Denki had his eyes glued to his old master. It was the first time that he ever saw him after all those years. "Master?" he mutters, which didn't escape Frok's ears. "That's your master?" Frok asked, her eyes stuck at the old man's person. She fears that if she looks away, she'll be cut. "No wonder you're a freak." She said the last one to herself. Ganesha felt shivers in his spine. Even he, a god, didn't expect this much pressure coming from a mortal. The swords on his sides are just for show. Mashima Toga is the weapon himself. He thought to himself as he tried to peel his eyes off the old man. Ganesha shook the pressure he was feeling off. He then continued. "And to my left," he said while pointing towards the left entrance. The young prodigy who made a splash the first time he entered the dungeon. The only person who killed a monster Rex alone on their very first dungeon dive. His spear brings death and fear to his enemies. The embodiment of death himself, the captain of Heracles' Familia, the Bulg, August Kaiser. August marched on the stage with a calm face. His posture was the very definition of tranquil. He was like the calm before the storm. The crowd didn't cheer, not because they didn't want to, but because their body couldn't move. August was releasing such a terrifying aura that made the crowd see Death's scythe poised around their neck. What pressure. The gods inside the room can all feel it as well. It's suffocating. Some gods are lost for words. Never in their life did they expect such pressure coming from a mortal. All their eyes are glued towards August Kaiser, the spear of mortal death. Ganesha wants nothing more than to get the fuck out of the stage. The two mortals are releasing pressure and mana at a terrifying degree. The two of them are ready and waiting for his signal. The Sparrow and Death faced each other with their weapons poised to strike at any moment. Ganesha couldn't help but gulped and took a step back. He then felt two sets of two eyes looking at him. It was the two fighters awaiting his signal. Ganesha woke up from his stupor. He then wailed the word the two fighters were waiting for. Begin. Chapter 76, Tournament Bracket B, 5, August Kaiser vs. Mashima Toga. The moment Ganesha gave the signal to begin, the two fighters unleashed their mana. Simultaneously, a dome of pure mana formed from the two, expanding in size to cover the whole stage. Tusk. August clicked his tongue. He got to admit, the old samurai got him beat in the technique. He was in a mixture of frustration and awe as he watched Toga's mana dome dwarfing his own. Seemingly out of nowhere, a slash came towards August. The old samurai was the one who made the first move. This caught August off guard. He was able to raise his spear to block. His eyes widened as inches before the katana and his spear made contact. The blade curved at an impossible angle. It's as if the blade dodged his spear. His reflexes kicked in, and with an impossible maneuver of his own, he bent his body to dodge the incoming blade. He was in an awkward stance, which made his counter more surprising for Toga. August countered by stabbing straight at Toga's chest. The old man leaned to the side, letting the spear pass by him. He then unleashed a cleaving slash from below. August again moved his spear to block. Tusk. He clicked his tongue in annoyance as the katana shifted and curved to a different angle. Again, it dodged his spear and went straight to his ribs. Seeing this, August kicked the shaft of his spear, making it spin and position it to block the blade. It hit the spine of the katana, which offset its course, missing his body by an inch. August swirled. Using the momentum, he swept his spear down Toga's feet. The old samurai jumped to dodge. August continued the motion of his spin and delivered a spinning side kick to Toga, who was in mid-air. Toga smiled. He finds August impressive. Being able to attack him at that angle is a feat not everyone can do, but he won't let some youngster one-up him. Raising his feet up, Toga looked like he kicked the air to gain more lift, and with a fluid motion, he stepped on top of August's feet that was kicking. Toga then loaded mana into his blade and slashed downward, but August was a tad bit faster on his follow-up. Using his spear for balance, August stabbed the floor below and jumped into a kick using his other leg, twisting his body and spinning like a top, performing an enziguri that aimed at Toga's head. Toga abandoned his slash. He leaned left, letting gravity take hold of his body as he fell sideways, dodging the kick in the process. He then slashed, this time upwards towards August's chest. August pushed on his spear, making his body shoot right, dodging the blade with very little space for comfort. He then pulled the spear out of the ground, and using one hand he slashed vertically, the spear heading towards the old samurai at terrifying speed and accuracy. He's adaptable as well, Toga thought as he let the momentum of his swing carry him into spinning, also dodging the spearhead at a hair's width, and using his free arm, he balanced himself via flip to get back on his feet. August also landed on his feet, and as soon as he touched solid ground, he loaded mana into the soles of his feet and charged towards the old samurai, the ground cracking from his force. Toga stood his ground, opting to wait for the young adventurer. He took a modified version of the basic Far Easter stance with the katana placed in front of him and his lead leg tilting slightly to the left. His defense is good, how about his offense? He thought as he planted his feet firmly into the ground. August raised a brow at the old samurai's defensive approach, but paid it no mind. He smirked. He's testing me. He thought as he continued his charge, very well, I'll show you something that'll blow your mind, old man. With a forceful step, August raised his spear up to the skies. It glowed a violent red as he loaded it with mana. It crackles, sending sparks everywhere. How disappointing. Toga frowned at this. August had shown him an impressive display of fluidity, flexibility, and adaptability when he was defending the old samurai's attack earlier. He was able to mix in counter as well. August was thwarting his own attack with ingenuity and unpredictability. But this was predictable. August's attack was so telegraphed that even a novice fighter could tell where it will be coming from. With a practice motion, Toga moved his blade to block the attack, loading mana into his sword as well. It glowed an emerald-like green, mixed with an orange hue. His mana looked like the color of fall. It was controlled and smooth, unlike August's wild and violent red. August smirked as he saw Toga move in for the block. He slammed his spear down. The crowd gasped. He looked like he was aiming to brute force through Toga's guard. As his spear was inches away from meeting the sword, Toga felt a chill run up his spine. August's spear swerved. The attack that was coming from above now came at an awkward angle from the left. Both of Toga's brows rose in shock. It's a bit sloppy, but it was his very own technique. The reason for how he got his alias. Suzium the Sparrow. This kid, he muttered in shock. Even so, it was still Toga's technique, which meant that he was the master of it. His katana swerved as well. He was able to bring his blade down to meet August's spear. Their weapons clashed as sparks flew. August pulled back his spear. He didn't want to lock their blades together. He moved extremely fast and rained a barrage of stab, mixing a curving strike every now and then. Toga's brows furrowed. It was a sloppy imitation of his technique, but it was still effective. Pushing his senses to the max, he blocked everything August threw at him, but he was getting pushed back. Damn, his tempo is faster than I imagined. His mind races on how to get out of this pinch. At this rate, he'll break through my defense. Toga blocked the spear that was aiming for his head. His left hand then let go of his blade and grabbed the body of August's spear. The old samurai then pulled hard, as well as sliding himself inside August's space, bumping his shoulder hard on August's chest. The hit pushed August back, breaking his tempo. Toga then slashed vertically, on which he blocked with his spear. The force of the two weapons colliding sent both fighters skidding back on the ground. August had made sure to load mana into his spear when he blocked Toga's slash. It resulted in the two of them being pushed back. The crowd was left speechless, with their jaws hanging wide open. All of that happened in a flash. An exchange of extremely fast offense and defense. It left the crowd in the dust. The two of them smirked at one another and took their stance. As if on cue, the crowd let out a wild cheer. Denki was in awe of the two fighters. Once again, a pang of jealousy rose deep inside his chest at seeing August. The curving blade, or the sparrow as his master called the technique, is something Denki have been practicing and honing since the first moment that he saw it. And it took 15 long years for his master to perfect it and use it in actual combat if his master is to be believed and August. His captain saw it once and actually performed the move and added it into his arsenal. Their clash on stage looked like an intricate dance. It's as if the two had rehearsed their moves. Each attack leads to defense and vice versa. Flowing and natural, their every movement holds purpose, unwasteful. He can understand how his master was able to do such a feat. He was experienced, a master of his craft. Mashima Toga has done everything there is when it comes to the sword, created a new technique, innovated the art, and has traveled far and wide all throughout the continent. A true master. But August? A boy who is younger than him, August, is 16, while Denki is 17, who will be turning 18 this year, who had started his journey in battle. Much later than him, August started training at 6. While Denki started at 3 per Far Eastern tradition, August had surpassed him in every sense, both in combat prowess and talent. He is both amazed and envious because of it. He thought that he had moved on, that he accepted that the boy was just better. But seeing him fight his master on equal ground just made him feel shitty inside. Froke, who was besides Denki, saw the bitter look on the young samurai's face. She was pissed just watching it. If Denki felt that way, imagine how she was feeling. She's a level 1 at the age of 22. She was stuck at level 1 for more than a decade now. Even her god gave up on her, and she was relegated to becoming a freelance supporter for beginners, scamming them off their money just so she can get by. She was shit, bottom of the barrel. She thought she found a silver lining when August hired her as their party's supporter. She had beaten a monster Rex along with them, and she knew that with it, she could finally break the level 1 barrier. But her god ignored her. When she asked for an update in status, her god told her to piss off. She wanted to quit, but her god wouldn't let her go because of the money she was generating in her support work. She was not a member of a familia, she was a slave. If Denki was envious of August's talent, Froke was envious of Denki's freedom. She hated how the young samurai looked at August. He wanted to bash his face in, to tell him how lucky he was to have such a great familia, that he has no reason to be feeling that way for all the blessings that he has. In her mind, Denki was lucky, and she hates the way he looks like he was dealt with an unfair card. But she can't. She was afraid. What if they leave her after knowing her circumstances? After all, what can two mortals do against a god? And even if they didn't and somehow involve their god, what can a small familia do against the Apollo familia? Tusk. She could only click her tongue and be quiet. She turned her attention back to the match, choosing to ignore Denki and his stupid face. Arthur wanted to hide under a rock. Where did all this monsters come from? He shouted, earning the gaze of the audience near him. But they have to admit, he was right. The inhabitants of Orario wondered as well. Why didn't they know of the existence of these so-called monsters? Or maybe it's just because they had taken it for granted. After the events of yesterday and today, they now realize that a level 5 adventurer is just living weapons at this point. And Orario has an abundance of these so-called living weapons. But the shock was bigger for Arthur. The adventurers here are much, much stronger than he could ever imagine. It makes it seem like their anime counterparts are just children recreating the actions of the real thing. The pressure the two of them are emitting is so dense. Arthur thought to himself as he could feel cold sweat starting to form on his forehead. I should really come up with a plan on tackling these monsters. Holy fuck, the cannon hasn't even started yet. Realizing that fact, he was thankful for one thing. He was thankful that he came to Orario before the whole mess that is Belle. Thankfully, the protagonist hasn't come into the picture yet. He cringed just imagining if he arrived later, where Belle and Hestia already found each other. He'll be so underprepared that it wasn't even funny. Especially now, where he finally accepted that this isn't the DANMACHI universe that he knew. The existence of these monsters supported that fact. At first, his plan was to go with the flow of DANMACHI, just watch from the sideline. He knows what to do and what to avoid. But with everything fucked, at least for him, he basically have no knowledge of what may happen. Still, the question ran in his mind. How did the timeline become so fucked up? The two fighters stared at one another. They were watching each other as they adjusted their stance to counter each other. So, are you done gauging my strength? Suddenly, out of the blue, August asked a question which caught the old samurai by surprise. Toga relaxed his stance and placed his katana on his shoulder. Oh, so you noticed? He said in a tone that as if he was caught doing something inappropriate. August does the same, stabbing the spear on the ground. He started stretching his back, arms, and knees, seemingly warming up and jumping in place. Well, it's pretty hard not to. August answered as he closed his eyes and rotated his head clockwise and then counterclockwise. You could have continued to apply pressure, yet you chose to hang back and fight defensively. Not that it matters, I still would have gained the tempo. He did not say the last part. Call it a genuine curiosity of an old man. I could say the same thing about you. There is a sarcastic tone in Toga's voice as he continues. I must say I'm impressed. Using my own technique against me just to see how I would react. Yet I doubt that that's the limit of your strength. August raised his two hands in surrender. Well, you got me there. August then smiled viciously. I just can't fight you seriously if you're holding back after all. It is difficult to step on an ant without crushing it. As he said that, his aura began to rise. All around him, the ground started to crack from the pressure that he was releasing. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Toga shook his head, and for the first time in the whole fight, he opened his eyes to look at August. Is this confidence, or blind hubris? Either way, you really have to respect your elders. Remember young August, even an ant. Suddenly, Toga vanished in front of August's view. He suddenly felt a sharp object pressing against his neck. August then heard Toga right behind him. Can bite someone much bigger than itself. There's a look of shock in August's face. Even if he couldn't see him, his monodome should have picked up on his movement. Yet Toga was right behind him, his sword pressed lightly on his neck. There was a serene smile plastered on the old man's face. Now then, young August, why don't you show this old ant what you're really capable of? He then jumps back and smiled at August. The shock on August's face slowly formed into a predatory grin. He touched his neck and felt a hot liquid on his fingertips. There's a mixture of anger and excitement in the young adventurer's system. Just so you know, old man, you asked for it, he said as his mana raged out of him, shaking the whole stadium with its potency. Chapter 77, Tournament Bracket B, 6, Talent versus Technique, The Ballad of the Ordinary. Deafening sounds echoed repeatedly all throughout the amphitheater as August chased down Toga. August unleashed a barrage of spear strikes, not giving the old samurai a chance to retaliate. His attack hit everything inside the stage but Toga, who was dodging the blows with a smooth and practiced movement. The stage was a mess because of August. Rubbles are littering everywhere, craters forming with every swing, yet no attack came even close to touching the old man. This would have made any fighter frustrated, but August kept his calm. He was analyzing the fight as it goes. It's like what Denki said. This old man is slippery as hell. He thought as he stabbed his spear forward only for Toga to sidestep out of harm's way. I could have used the sparrow there, make the spear curve to follow him. But if I miss it, I'll lose the elements of surprise. August kept on attacking, waiting for the opportunity to make that decisive move. It's like he knows what I'll be doing and moves with that knowledge in mind. Precognition, perhaps? No, I don't think it is. It's experience. August delivered a strike from below, climbing up horizontally towards Toga's head. The old samurai leaned to the right and moved his katana to intercept the strike, tilting the blade ever so slightly in his direction. The spear slides on the katana, missing Toga by a small margin. Toga saw an opening. His sword glowed momentarily, but he decided to jump back to gain more distance away from August. Sneaky brat! Toga couldn't help but applaud the skill of August. He was almost lured into a trap. Thankfully, his instinct warned him just in time. Tusk! August clicked his tongue. His mind was processing everything. He was calculating how the old man moved in every situation he threw at him. From the outside, it looked like August was pressuring Toga into a retreat, but the old samurai was actually the one controlling the pace of the fight, leading August by the nose, making him move the way he wants him to move. His dodges looked effortless and smooth. But every strike he dodged, a shiver crept up his body. This kid is adapting well. It's frightening how level-headed he is. He feels like a beast observing his prey. Toga couldn't do anything but dodge. His instincts are telling him so. Even with all the openings, he can spot an August's attack. He's baiting me. The opening is something only a skilled fighter could see. Even with my mana dome up, it's well hidden enough that it only opens up for a fraction of a second. He smiled nervously, a fraction of a second that he knows only I could spot. Youngsters these days are quite terrifying. August gave chase. He was still on the attack as Toga continued to dodge everything the young adventurer threw at him. Their intricate game of cat and mouse continued as their mind moved at extreme speed, processing everything inside the stage. Most people couldn't see it, but the two are having a fight within the fight. The two of them are playing a deadly game of chess, trying to outmaneuver one another, searching for that one strike to tilt the game to their advantage. August with his talent and Toga with his experience. Their dance continues, mesmerizing the crowd deeper into their deadly game. Athena, who was watching the match, couldn't help but applaud the two mortals. She can understand the process the two are taking. She knows that the two of them only needed one strike to determine the winner. She was watching the match along with Heracles and Hestia. The only person missing from their table from yesterday is Thor. It was understandable given his history with the god killing weapons. They made an agreement not to talk about it. The goddess of war was someone who appreciates these types of fighters, those who hone their skill to the extreme and don't rely on pure violence. Your child is impressive, she muttered to the god next to her. He trained him well. He's okay, Heracles answered with a shrug. He still has a lot of work to do. He could have finished the fight 5 times by now. Not everyone is like you, Heracles, Athena sighed. Stop comparing the boy to yourself. Still, for someone his age, I got to say, he's polished, cunning, and calm. He's leaving openings here and there to bait Suzyum into a trap. Athena put a finger on her chin as her eyes followed the two on stage. But Suzyum is still the better fighter of the two. Heracles begrudgingly nodded. As much as he hates to admit it, Athena is right. The Suzyum, Mashima Toga, is much more skilled than his child. He was controlling the pace of the fight and keeping August in arm's length. Even though August holds the reach advantage, the old samurai was controlling the distance as well. All of that without even retaliating with an attack of his own. Heracles watched, his eyes glued on August. He then smirked. Bishaman's child may be the better fighter, but my child is quite stubborn. He let a soft chuckle escape his lips and continued, "And an extremely sour loser." "How does that change anything?" Athena furrowed her brows as she asked, confused. Heracles didn't answer, he just smiled viciously. And Athena could see that Heracles and Auguste's image merged inside her mind. "It's their smile, it's the same," she thought. Then the sudden realization hit her, and no way. Heracles returned his attention back into the fight, the same vicious smile plastered on his face. "That idiot? I know he's stubborn, but this is just obsession at this point." Heracles knows that while Toga may be the more skilled fighter because of his skill and technical prowess, August could still beat him due to his overwhelming advantage in strength and overall power. It looks like he was really affected by the fact that Toga was able to one-up him. Now that idiot wants to beat the old samurai in skill as well. He's taking everything and learning as the fight goes on. Damn prodigy? The smile on his face grows larger and larger. Damn prodigy? Toga was thinking along the same line as Heracles. The more the fight goes on, the better August is becoming. The brat is starting to outpace me. A spear slashed appeared on the old samurai's vision, seemingly coming out of nowhere. He hurriedly raised his katana to block. The spear curved, dodging his katana and heading straight to his chest. "Damn brat," Toga wailed as he curved his own blade as well, a battle of the sparrow. But something happened that shocked everyone in the arena. August's spear curved and bent for a second time. The eyes of Toga had never been wider. The boy in front of him performed his technique flawlessly. Gone was the sloppiness it had when he first used it. It was now as polished and sharp as his own. And August was able to do it twice in a row. The first one was a feint, and Toga had fallen for it due to how perfect August had performed it. Toga felt a prick on his neck. August had stopped his spear while touching the old man, right at the same spot where he touched August with his sword. The old samurai was frozen solid. The sensation of cold metal touching his skin and hot liquid dripping on his neck made him unable to move. His eyes looked down, he followed the spear, and at the end of it stood August, a serene smile on his face. "Looks like we're even now, old man." August spoke. He pulled the spear back, placing it on his shoulder as he walked away from Toga, putting some distance between the two of them. Toga touched his neck, feeling the hot liquid on his finger. A chuckle escaping his lips. "Have someone ever told you that you have a shitty personality?" "Once or twice," August answered while shrugging, "though if you ask me, I'll say I'm a pretty lovable guy." He then twirls his spear and takes his stance. "Well, enough about that. Let's continue." "Ah, youth, always in a hurry. You know that was the only chance you would get right." Toga also got on his stance. This time it was an offensive stance with his sword placed right above his shoulder on the right, pointing at August. His stance was low to the ground, and his lead leg bent slightly upward. You should have ended the fight right then and there. He let his mana go as a tranquil emerald green light with a wisp of orange rose from his body. "I don't know about that, old man. The thing about me is that, once I've already done it." August suddenly vanished from where he stood. Toga's eyes widened at that. He then felt the tip of August's spear pressing lightly into his neck, his voice right behind him. "Things becomes much easier for me." Toga unleashed an extremely fast slash towards August, who was behind him, only to hit nothing but air. Then again, he felt the sharp point of the spear pressing ever so slightly on the skin of his neck, and August's voice sounded right behind him. Case in point. Toga was shaken up. August was able to bypass his mana dome not once, but twice, all in quick succession. Never in his life had he ever received such a shock. There was an old saying on which Toga had taken by heart: "There's always a bigger fish." It was a proverb in his hometown. Simply put, there will always be someone better, if not now, then in the future. For the majority of his life, he was always the bigger fish. No one even came close to his talent in the sword. Leveling up faster than anyone in his village, he quickly rose to the ranks of his familia. By 32, he was level 4 and was made captain by Bishaman, and by the age of 46, he reached level 5 without the aid of the dungeon. He had long surpassed his master, and the master of his master. And with his talent, he further improved the art of the blade, creating new techniques and innovating the philosophy and art of the Far Eastern martial arts. He became the master and had gained students all over the Far East. Then he met Denki, a young boy from a small village in a poor province. He saw talent in the kid and decided to train him in the way of the sword. That was the first instance where he felt that the old proverb may hold truth in its words. Denki was even more talented than him. He had grown stagnant, stuck, and he felt that the boy was clawing up into his domain, diving deeper into his ocean, a bigger fish. Denki was absorbing his teaching like a sponge, and he knew that soon he would surpass him as he did his master before him. Toga couldn't take it, and when Denki reached level 2 way faster than anyone, even himself, he left. He urged his god to travel to Orario to take a new journey. And in Orario he discovered that he was not the biggest fish there is. The likes of Otter, Mia, Finn, Gareth, Reveria, Beta, and many more outclassed him in every way, dwarfing the talent that he thought he once had. He was ordinary. Still, he never stopped training, he never stopped honing his craft to perfection, but still, after all those years, he was still stuck. Stagnant and out of his prime. He was even more devastated when he saw Eyes, a person blessed by the blade. Envy started to fill his heart, he hated it, he hated the word prodigy. All because he longed to be one of them. He longed to have the talent of Denki, Eyes, Otter, Mia, Bete, and now the person right behind him, the person who is pointing a spear right on his neck. He longed for August's talent. He longed for it, but he knows that the world is unfair. Mashima Toga is, and forever will be, ordinary. But Mashima Toga refused to be beaten by a brat who still has milk on his lips, especially under these circumstances. His pride wouldn't allow it. I must admit, young August, you really are something special. Toga spoke with a surprisingly calm voice. There is no doubt in my mind that you could have beaten me any time you wanted, especially since I know that you are still holding back. August pulled his spear back and smiled awkwardly. Not the only one who is holding back, old man. That may be true, but even if I did go all out, you would have still come up on top. Toga faced him, a sad smile on his face. So if you will, would you humor this old man a favor? August didn't answer. He likes the old samurai and all, but his god had taught him that a favor is something no one should take lightly. Oh, don't be like that. My favor is something that would benefit you as well. Toga smiled playfully at August. You might just learn something from this. August pondered for a moment. I'll hear it, but I won't be answering just yet. Very well, it's quite simple really. You're familiar with our customs, yes? August nods, confused on the old man's line of questioning. Good, so that means you're also familiar with our martial arts philosophy. I don't like where this is going, old man. August answered, his face turning serious. Toga ignored August and continued. One strike, one kill. A sharp glint shines in his old eyes. I want you to go all out. In turn, I'll show you everything that my old bones could muster. A smile raised up on his face. One final strike to determine the winner. One strike, one kill. August didn't answer. His eyes met that of the old samurai, and in it, he saw pride in his strength, skill, and prowess. Right there, and then he knew. The old samurai wasn't done. So what do you say, young August? August woke up from his stupor as the voice of Mashima Toga entered his ears. Would you humor a favor from little old me? The old man smiled, his eyes challenging August to accept. August's heart beats fast. He knows that this could backfire and blow up on his face, but at the same time, excitement filled his whole body. He wanted to see the final hurrah of Mashima Toga. He wanted to see if he could beat it. His battle maniac tendency takes hold over his more logical self. The spear on his hand vibrated, even Beowulf wanted it. A predatory grin slowly rose on August's face, and with it his answer left his lips. Sure, old man. Extra. Toga touched his neck, feeling the hot liquid on his finger. A chuckle escaping his lips. Have someone ever told you that you have a shitty personality? Once or twice, August answered while shrugging, though if you ask me, I'll say I'm a pretty lovable guy. He then twirls his spear and takes his stance. Bullshit, Heracles muttered with a blank face, catching Athena and Hestia by surprise. Lovable guy my ass. He thought to himself, remembering all the disrespect August showed him for all the years that they've been together. Bullshit, Denki practically wailed as he cursed at August, remembering how his captain made him fight multiple monsters as he watched and eat snacks on the sideline. His sudden scream made Froke jump in shock. What a fucking bullshit. Bitek cursed as he heard August. In his eyes, August is everything but a lovable guy. The other members of Loki Familia who were sitting beside him, Finn, Gareth, Reveria, could only laugh and scratch their heads awkwardly. Chapter 78, Tournament Bracket B, 7, Surpassing One's Limit, the threat that looms in the shadow. The Far East, an island country and a nation-type familia led by Amaterasu. A country known for its secretive nature, unique culture, and deadly martial arts. The #1 philosophy in said martial arts is one strike, one kill. A philosophy that values efficiency and lethality above all else. It means speed, accuracy and precision, and above all else technique. Things where Mashima Toga excels at. Sure, old man, August's answer made Toga smile. He knows that August will beat him. It was inevitable, even if he goes all out and outclassed August. He knows that the boy would adapt and catch up to him mid-fight, and with enough time, overtake him. He was sure of it, he saw it happen firsthand. The boy has a remarkable talent in fighting. He was able to decipher his moves and apply it into his own. He knows that it would be a pointless struggle. The longer the fight goes, the better August will become. He was mature enough to accept that he was outclassed, but he still had his pride, and with it, his will to win. There is no doubt in my mind, young August, that you would be one of the people who will push the world to a new age of heroes. But that time is not now. Toga thought as he took his stance. He drew his second sword out of his scabbard. Your time will come, young August, but that day is not today. He unleashed the mana within as the once tranquil flow became a raging torrent. A violent light of fall colors erupted out of the old samurai, his eyes sharp with pride and experience, his lips curved into a smile. August was mesmerized. Toga's mana was not only powerful, it was also beautiful. The mana surrounding Toga molded into a set of wings that enveloped him inside. Suzyum, August muttered. Denki's eyes couldn't leave the sight of his master. His heart was beating faster than ever. Master. It's beautiful, Froke muttered absent-mindedly. I didn't know mana could have such emotions, Denki continued. He took a deep breath, remembering what August told him. An attack should have intent. This goes beyond that. Intent is vague, but this is all so clear. Froke nods, agreeing with August. If she didn't see it happening right now with her own two eyes, she wouldn't believe it. How could mana have emotion? I don't know. Denki was at loss for words. He had just learned how to use intent in his attacks. But this is a step above intent. The gods watched with bated breath. This was a first for them as well. They all know how intent can be used as a weapon to strengthen one's attack, how it can be used to exert one's will. It is a well-known technique, something even the gods use in their battles. And to their shock, this mortal had pushed the very limit of what intent could be truly capable of. Bishaman watches his child with a proud smile. Show them Toga, show them the product of your hard work. Athena stood up from her seat. Never in all of her eternal life had she seen anything like this. This was not magic, this was pure technique, intent driven to the max, mastered and polished to the extreme. She was in awe at what the mortal had done. Mashima Toga had pushed his boundaries and had created something both beautiful and terrifying. That's a mortal. H-A-H-A-H-A. She turned to her side and saw Heracles bellowing a loud, hearty laugh. What are you laughing about? Your child is about to receive that, Athena asked, her voice becoming increasingly loud. Oh, he'll be fine. Heracles shrugged and chuckled as he got a good look at everyone. They are all shocked at what Toga was doing. The look upon their faces made Heracles smirked. How are you so sure about that? Athena asked, her brow raised as she gestures at Heracles. I know you're confident in August's abilities, but that's just hubris at this point. He's smiling. A meek voice made Athena look at her side. Hestia was pointing towards August. Athena had no words. The smile on August's face told a whole different story. All the gods had a look of shock, slight fear, awe. Everyone in the amphitheater looked the same. But August has a look of excitement, curiosity, intrigue, and confidence. It almost looked like arrogance, but Athena felt like he had the room to back it all up. Suddenly her heart beats loudly. It felt like it would jump out her chest. A primal fear gripped her heart, and every god felt it as well. Because of what Toga showed, they almost forgot. But now they were reminded of the fact that August Kaiser is a Thay Kuplo user. Marius Victrix Rakia watched the fight with an unreadable expression. The arrogant look on his face was nowhere to be found. The sword on his side vibrated nonstop. He clenched his fist as he felt August's power. He hates it. Someone as lowly as that trash shouldn't have that much power, he thought to himself. For him, only he should have the right to hold such weapons. Only he should be powerful as everyone else is beneath him. His mana fluttered as he tried his best to reel it back in, and it seems like the sword on his side agreed. He took a deep breath to relax himself, a dangerous smile slowly emerging on his face. August unleashed his mana, the dark red light oozing out his body. The ground around him shook as the space seemed to ripple his presence. He took his stance and placed the spear in front, pointing at a downward angle. He crouched low the ground, like a wolf preparing to pounce. His aura bends the very space of where he stood. His intent flowing in every direction, the crowd felt their skin crawl at the malicious mana that August was releasing. Toga paused. He had seen his fair share of dense mana, but never had he seen a mana that felt like death. It felt oppressive, like that of a dangerous predator. He felt like he was staring at the jaw of a beast. "You really do stand up to your name? G-B-U-L-G?" He spoke as he began to feel hot inside. Crazed by excitement, he knows that this is it, life or death, and right now, he was staring death right at his face. But August wasn't done. He was asked a favor, and he agreed to it. "Old man, this is the first time that I'll ever use this on another mortal. I hope this will satisfy you." August paused. He closed his eyes. All the violent and malicious mana suddenly vanished in the air. The crowd finally let out a breath that they didn't know they held. Then suddenly it felt like the whole world was shaking. August opened his eyes that now shines a violent red and black light as it crackles with excess mana like electricity. "You wanted me to go all out. Here it is, old man." The raging torrent of mana polluted the air. The barrier started to crack, which made Reveria tense up. She has been maintaining the barrier since the start to avoid the same accident that happened yesterday. But now, her flawless barrier started to crack under the pressure that August was releasing. The ground surrounding August turned to dust as a huge crater started to form under his feet. Everyone felt it, the vile sensation crawling deep within their skin, the hand of death gripping their heart, the beast of calamity staring into their souls. The strong ones felt like an agonizing force was pushing them down. The weak convulsed uncontrollably and fainted on the spot, their orifice bleeding as their mana was shaken by the violent force that is August's mana. The spear in August's hand glowed sinister. It looked like the very weapon that brings death to all. Then he unleashed it all. With a single chant, he unleashed the violent magic within. Endless battle. Boom! The barrier burst like it was hit by an unstoppable force. The crowd felt the full brunt of August's magic. The gods felt the primal fear gripped them. They all wanted to run and hide. Froke bleed from her eyes, nose, and mouth as she fell limp, as if she were a puppet and her strings were cut. She couldn't handle the magic, especially now that the barrier was broken. Denki was in a much better shape. He was level 3, he could stand the magic, but just barely. His vision was getting blurry by the minute and his body felt pain all over. But he was strong enough to stay conscious. He suddenly felt the heavy weight vanished as a new barrier, a much stronger one was cast by Reveria. Beads of sweet covered the elven mage as she enacted a barrier that could even contain the level 7 otter, or at least in her calculation for a few minutes, or seconds at least. With it, Denki was able to get a clear view of the stage, where the two fighters stood tall against one another. No words were exchanged between the two. They already know what to do. This will be their last clash, a clash to determine the winner. One strike, one kill. As if practiced, the two moved at the same time, charging at each other at blinding speed. They both unleashed their final attack. Toga gripped his two swords, loading all of his mana into it. He unleashed his ultimate technique. Mamoha no Suziomi no Hisho. 100 slash, 100 sparrows, all flew towards August with bad intentions, all at the same time. Mashima Toga's ultimate technique, flight of 100 sparrows. A cluster of curving slash, all performed with incredible speed, all arriving at its target at the same time. For the one on the receiving end, it looked like 100 slash was coming at you in every direction. An illusion made with speed and technique. August felt incredible pressure from the technique. He remembered what Denki told him about how Toga questioned the philosophy of Far Eastern martial arts, and with it how he pushed it to new heights. To strike at multiple places at once. And every one of those slashes was filled with Toga's mana. August smiled excitedly. He changed the hold of his spear. He gripped it at the very end of its shaft. Damn it, I don't have a fancy name for this. With a powerful burst, August planted his lead leg, performing a perfect first step. The ground cracked due to August's force. And with everything he had, he slashed his spear forward, generating enough force to burn the wind in its path. Arg! With a guttural scream, he unleashes his attack, a powerful vertical slash with all his power behind it. Boom! The two attacks collided, the whole city shaking behind their power. The barrier that Reveria created broke once again because of the force the two of them generated. Their mana battling for dominance as their two colors mix, one trying to consume the other, a blinding light generated because of it. Dust and debris flew as the whole stage cracked, a dust cloud covering everyone's vision. Everything happened in a flash, a blink and you'll miss it moment. And as fast as it started, so was the climax and its ending. The dust settled, revealing the two fighters. The stage was a complete mess. And there stood the two, with Toga holding the handle of his two broken swords, and August pointing his spear at Toga's neck. Well done, Toga spoke weakly. His hands shook as it received the majority of the damage. No sooner, he dropped the two broken blades as he fell on his knees. Unleashing everything, he had pushed his body to its limit. With it, he entered the state of mind zero. He fell face first on the ground as his body lost its consciousness. August twirled his spear and placed it on his shoulder. "Good fight, old man," he whispered. He then raised his free hand up, signaling his victory. In the shadows of the arena, a group of 3 people watched the fight, their faces hidden under their hood. So it is safe to assume that the primal spear already views him as its full-fledged master, said one of them as he plays with a dagger in his hand. That seems to be the case. Anna answered, annoyed at the big idiot for stating the obvious. Hey, no need to be hostile here. The hooded man shrugs, not really caring what the girl thinks. Is elimination even possible at this point? The other hooded man asked. Not to sell ourselves short, I know that we are strong, but even with the 3 of us working together, I just can't see us beating that monster. Then what do you suggest? Anna asked. We have a mission, and I doubt Lord Erebus would be happy if we reported to him empty-handed. We don't have to worry about that. I have a plan, the playful one said as a smirk appeared on his face. Chapter 79, Noise, the one blessed by the sword, the honored one. After August's match, the crowd was in shambles, with the barrier being broken momentarily thanks to Reveria quick casting. They felt the full brunt of August's mana, which led most of the crowd, civilians and low-level adventurers, fainting from his aura. But out of all the people here, one was smiling from ear to ear. For the mortals around her, it was the first time they ever saw her smile like that. It was excitement, anticipation, and feral. She turned around and walked back towards the waiting room, her mind craving for the opportunity to fight the spear of mortal death. She walked loosely, her blonde hair swaying with her every step, the sword on her side glint as the light passed by its cold steel scabbard. Her face fell back to her usual stone-like statue demeanor, but her excitement was plain for all to see as there is a skip within her every step. Finn saw it all happen, a smile crept up his face. He never saw her having such an animated look on her face before. Itching to fight him, aren't you? Eyes. Like yesterday, there was a 2-hour break for the fighters to recover, but now it doubles as a way for the medics to deal with the crowd as well. As that was happening, the gods were discussing what transpired earlier on stage. Some of them haven't recovered from the fear, while others were having a screaming contest in the middle of the room. We can't allow that mortal to live. It was one of the gods, Nanook. He was screaming on the top of his lungs with a red, fuming face. He is a danger to out-existence. You must be stupid. Another god, Pinga, butted in. She had a calm look on her face, but her eyes were dangerously looking at Nanook. Aren't you paying attention yesterday? The Theiko Oplo users may be our only weapon against Nyx. And you want to kill someone who is fully chosen by faith? He is a war potential we cannot afford to lose at this time. War potential or not, he is still dangerous for us to exist. At least with the prince, Ares has a hold on his leash. The god Hanuman entered the heated debate, and I don't trust the butcher with that much power, he said as he glared at Heracles' direction. Be careful with your tongue, ape. Heracles answered him with a dangerously low voice. Mind what you say, or I'll pull that thing off your mouth. Hanuman didn't answer, but his eyes were glaring daggers towards Heracles. If looks could kill, Heracles would have been killed 10 times over. I for one agree with Hanuman. Apollo smirked as he said his words. The butcher had slaughtered our kind before. Him having that much power makes me uncomfortable. He already has the heroic bow in his possession, and now he has the primal spear user. Murmurs of agreement sounded all over as Apollo continued his speech, and we don't know what is running inside that barbaric mind of his. He stood up and started to speak louder and more passionately. I say we kill the mortal and give the spear to Some more qualified to handle it and take the heroic bow out of his hands. Heracles didn't answer the god, he let his aura do the work for him. He unleashed it as it pushed everyone down by its pressure. He started to take a step towards Apollo. Apollo saw this and smiled. His face then morphs into fear as he faces the other gods. See, his true nature is showing. He'll kill every one of us without second thought, a butcher of our kind. The other gods started screaming as well in support of Apollo, but Heracles didn't stop his approach. He didn't care about them. He will make an example of Apollo right now. And Apollo wanted that to happen. He wanted everyone to be hostile towards Heracles. This would make them agree with him even more, and he could use this to fuel their fear. Heracles knows this as well, but he didn't care. If they want to see the butcher so much, they will get the butcher, and Apollo will be his first victim. Athena tried to stop him, but a glare from the god of strength made her stop on her tracks. 50 things Heracles hates. Number 25, he hates being called the butcher. Number 49, he hates being threatened. Number 50, he hates that his child is being used to threaten him. But before he could lay a hand on Apollo, a loud bang echoed inside the room, and Apollo came crashing towards the wall. Everyone stopped, everyone was confused, all their eyes were glued at the god who was now twitching unconscious, embedded inside one of the walls in the room. Yo, a man spoke, all eyes moved towards the voice. They saw a man with a relaxed and lazy expression. He was wearing a loose tunic and baggy sweat pants. On his shoulder is a long bow staff, and at its head was a lantern-like helm with 3 rings on each side. He has a clean-shaven face and a short and tight ringlet curls for a hair. He continued speaking. Sorry about that. The weasel is annoying to look at. Herals's eyes twitched. A strained smile formed on his face. Buddha, you son of a bitch, he said with a voice that was threatening to crack in laughter. Buddha smiled and lashed his tongue out playfully. The gods were confused by the appearance of Buddha. They were caught by surprise. Some of them were angry at him, but they didn't want to say it out loud. Heracles was someone who was tactful in his approach. Sure, he was scary, but at least he was still calculating enough to not do something rash. But Buddha was different. He does not care. He'll do whatever he wants, whenever he wants. He's like chaos personified. He didn't care about rules or decorum, and he was someone who would show it. So I hear that those magnificent weapons are back. Must be hell for you guys. He spoke playfully as he scanned the room. Oh hey Thor, I'll get to you later. What the hell are you doing here? Pinga spoke, bewildered by the sight of the god. I'm here to ask you out on a date. Buddha answered as he jumped nearer towards Pinga. I hope you won't turn me down this time, he said near her ear. Tisk, Pinga clicked her tongue as she turned away from Buddha. He had developed quite a moniker in heaven as a womanizer, and right now he was showing it without care. Buddha, a cold voice entered Buddha's ear. He turned to see Hades staring at him coldly. Answer the question, why are you here? Hades, still have a stick up you ass I see. Buddha answered while shrugging. here on vacation, and it was pretty boring in heaven, especially with my two bros ditching me up there all alone." He sighed and spoke sadly. Hades didn't answer. Talking to Buddha was tiring for him. He was the most annoying god to deal with for Hades. Buddha was unpredictable and chaotic, which made it hard for Hades to cope up with him. "Anyway, it looks like I came here at a good time. I was watching the match earlier, and Heracles, you have yourself a good child. I'm jealous. Maybe I should make my own familia." The gods groan when they heard him. If he's making a familia, it means he will be staying here. Heracles smiled when he saw the other gods react to his friend. Nay, his brother's antics. "Well, you can, but I doubt you'll find someone like August." "Oh ho, I'll find someone better than your child," Buddha said with a sure tone. "In fact, I already have eyes on one." He continued as his eyes flowed to the crowd below, landing on a mortal with grayish-white hair. Heracles shrugs and chuckles. "Someone better than August? In your dreams, bud," he thought. "Good luck with that." "Arg!" A groan made all eyes wander towards Apollo, who is slowly getting up. "Who dares?" He screamed angrily as his eyes roamed the room, landing towards Buddha. This made him pause. "Yo, Weasel," Buddha greeted him playfully. "You sure are carefree. Why in all the realms are you sleeping here?" "Be Buddha," he stuttered in seeing the god. He then realized that he must be the one who hit him in the back of his head. "You dare hit me, you fucking degenerate?" he said as his face turned red in anger. "And good day to you too," Buddha answered as he threw his bow staff straight to Apollo's chest, slamming him in the wall, knocking him out again. "He sure is carefree, isn't he?" he asked Heracles. Heracles didn't answer, but his eyes were twitching. 9 years spent in the lower world made him forget how uncaring and chaotic Buddha is. After all of his focus was on the development of August. Now where were we? Oh right, the god-killing weapons. This made the other gods focus on Buddha. "Since I'm a god as well, and I assume I have a vote on this, I say let the boy keep it," he said as he checked his fingernails. Why in all the realms would we agree to that? A random god, at least in Buddha's eyes, erupted with a scream. Especially after that, he is dangerous. "Thank you," Buddha stared at him for a moment, trying to remember his name. Random god for the question, and to answer it, because it seems like fun and I'm bored. Why, the random god argued, but Buddha cut him off. "And because if you want to get to him, you'll have to get through the big guy right here," he said while pointing his thumb towards Heracles. "And if you decide to fight with him?" He looked at Thor seriously, his eyes staring straight at Thor's eyes. "That hammer-wielding fat man will also fight along with him, and most importantly." His eyes then scanned the room as his voice became dangerously cold. "I'll have to fight me as well." He said it with the same playful smile on his face, which made it all the more scarier for the gods. The gods gulped at his declaration, and like nothing happened, Buddha was back at his playful tone. "Oh, and this little runt will be on our side as well." He rested his palm on Hestia's head, which made the goddess yelp in surprise. Hestia gulped as all the gods' eyes stared at her small stature. She wanted to curse Buddha for pulling her in this shit. "Why, you arrogant asshole," Apollo shrieked. He was now back up on his feet, glaring daggers towards Buddha. "Oh goody, you're up again," Buddha spoke sarcastically. "We will not stand for this," Hanuman wailed as his voice booms inside the room. "And I don't care," Buddha shrugs. "Come at us if you want. I'll be happy to send you back home to heaven." Hanuman didn't answer. He clicked his tongue and sat back down his seat. He was fuming, but he knows he was no match for Buddha. The other gods follow suit. Heracles was hard to handle by himself, and they heard a rumor about him and Thor having a falling out. They view this as a perfect opportunity to strike at the lone god. Sure, Hestia was still at his side and would probably support him, but she was useless when it comes to fighting, and she didn't even have a familia to help Heracles. But with Buddha here, all of that was now thrown down the drain. Thor may not help Heracles, if the rumors were true, but with Buddha he wouldn't watch on the sidelines. He would come in the aid of his blood brothers, and dealing with 3 powerful gods would be a huge task, even with all of their strengths combined. The gods who stage it doubt that everyone would agree with them. Athena was also showing support for Heracles. They were smart enough to back down now. "Cowards!" Apollo glared at the gods who had agreed to his plan and had backed down because of Buddha's presence. He glared at Buddha as he made it back to his seat. "I'll have my revenge, you fucking degenerate." Buddha saw Apollo glaring at him and flashed him a smile. Well, someone is angry, he thought. He walked with Heracles towards his table and sat next to him. "When did you arrive?" The moment they both sat down, Heracles asked Buddha. Oh, yesterday," Buddha answered as he snapped his finger. His bowstaff returns to his hands. "I was gonna surprise you too, but a cute mortal caught my eye. By the way, how's your jaw?" "So I take it you saw what happened yesterday." "I sure did. Thor really gave you a beating, didn't he?" I understand why he's angry. We are not on speaking terms right now. Well, at least he is." "Don't worry about it. I'll talk to him, but first we must give him time." Buddha answered as he filled his glass with ale. "We are brothers not by blood but by heart. He'll come around." "I hope so." "Are you sure that was wise?" Athena joined in their conversation. Her voice made Buddha jump. "Oh, Athena, you scared me there." Buddha then smiled and leaned over to her. "It's good that you're here. I've been meaning to ask you out for a date." Athena ignored Buddha and instead asked her question again. "You made an enemy with the majority of the gods here. Are you sure it was wise to do that?" "And as always, you're no fun," Buddha pouted. "Anyway, it was a calculated risk." He shrugs as he answered Athena's question. Athena looked at him, as if saying to explain more. "He was leaning on the fact that those idiots would back down," Heracles answered. "After all, heaven is a boring place for a god. It is the very reason why they decided to go here in the lower world. The very threat of going back there made them think twice in going to war with us." "Bingo," Buddha answered as he gulped down his drink. "But wouldn't going back to heaven make their life easier? I mean, they would be out of harm's way if they are there, since even with a theiko oplo, a mortal couldn't enter heaven." Hestia entered the conversation as well. "That would be the case, but gods are greedy beings," Heracles answered with venom in his voice, "especially those lots. Being up there means they lose their hold in the lower world. It means no more influence, no more power." Buddha shrugs as he continues to explain. "Those lots couldn't stand losing their hold here. They would rather die than be sent back to absolute boredom in heaven. And with them there, they would be the first target of Nyx if the prophecy is to be believed. By the way, how sure are you that your seer is legit?" "She is. I wouldn't be here if she wasn't," Athena answered. Her tone was implying for them to drop the topic. But that doesn't answer Athena's question. Hestia continued the topic as the table was becoming awkward with Athena's reaction. "Oh, frankly, I don't care if those fools gang up. I don't give a fuck if they chose to fight. What I said right there is true. And the reason I know that they will back down is because I am here." Buddha gulps another glass of ale down before continuing. "They can come at me all they want. It will not matter. They'll all lose." "I see that you've got Heracles' blind hubris as well," Athena sarcastically said as she too gulped a glass of ale. "Oh, this is delicious. I wonder who made this," she thought. "Hubris? How can it be hubris when it's true?" Buddha smiled as Be lazily placed his head on his arm. "Throughout heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one," he said as he looked at Athena's eyes. This made the goddess gulped as she felt a dangerous aura surrounding Buddha. Chapter 80, Monsters Galore, a True Monster. The 2 hours have passed, and the crowd, although still a bit shaken, has now recovered thanks to the medics stationed around the amphitheater. This time it wasn't Ganesha who marched on stage to introduce the fighter. It was one of his children, Ibriya Cha. Ganesha, meanwhile, was just coming back from their base of operations. He had quickly gone home to have a talk with Agon, but to his dismay, the green dragon hadn't returned to the stables. Ganesha entered the VIP room and was greeted by the stares of every god in the room. Loki in particular was glaring at him, showing open hostility at Ganesha. "Yo, Ganesha," the god heard someone calling him, and when he turned to see who it was, he found Buddha grinning at him while waving for him to come. What's he doing here? Ganesha wondered as he made his way towards their table. He saw him sitting alongside Heracles, Athena, and Hestia. "Buddha," Ganesha nodded in respect. Heracles, Lady Athena, Lady Hestia. He also nodded to the trio who was with Buddha. "Mind if I sit here with you? I fear that my presence is not welcome for the others here," he said as his eyes scanned the room, seeing the gods staring at him with an unpleased expression. "Sure, grab a seat." Buddha nodded energetically. Here, have some ale, the big guy is paying, so drink as much as you want. Ganesha smiled and did so. He really needed a drink after the earlier incident. So you're not hosting this time? Hestia asked. After what happened earlier, I feel like I wouldn't do a good job. Don't worry, Ibri is good when it comes to this type of event, he answered. Just as Ganesha answered, his child started to give the introduction. The gods brought their focus down on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Ibri screamed at the top of his lungs, giving it his all to hype the crowd. A round of applause and cheers entered his ears, and he smiled joyfully at it. At least it seems like they have recovered well enough to cheer. Let's give them a show, he thought as he continued. Welcome to the semi-final rounds, where the competition becomes even more treacherous for our champions who will be fighting on this very stage. Now, allow me to introduce our fighters for the first match in the semi-final bracket B. To my left, she had shown dominance in the first round, winning her match in record time. She had the fastest win in the tournament so far. Will her dominance continue here in the semi-finals, where the lights are brighter? The Sword Princess. AISWLLNSTNE. The cheers erupted as the crowd went wild. Well, it was to be expected given that she was one of the most popular, if not the most popular adventurer in the city. Her beauty and strength had pushed him as such. She entered the stage, her gait was confident. Every step she took showed her unquestioned belief of her victory. She stood in the middle of the stage to the cheers and adoration of the crowd. What a welcome! As expected, the Sword Princess is as popular as ever, but popularity does not have a say in this match. Ibri word captures the crowd's attention. He was masterfully controlling the crowd. And her opponent to my right, she showed her mastery in the spear as well as her prowess as a tamer. What will she show us now? The captain of Ganesha Familia, ANKUSHA, Shakti, VARMA. The crowd cheered, but it wasn't as loud as what eyes had received. Still, the expectation they have was through the roof. Ibri had said it best. What would Shakti Varma show them now? And they were not disappointed in their expectations. Roar! Multiple roars, growls, and shrieks sounded from the tunnel. Eyes raised her brow as her eyes were drawn at the entrance. The ground she was standing on started to shake. Shakti walked out to the stage, and everyone in the crowd gasped. Their eyes opened widely. Behind Shakti are monsters, ranging from the common goblins to the large grand trolls. Their numbers made the crowd feel claustrophobic as the monsters filled the stage. Even Ibri, who was a member of Ganesha, had his eyes wide open. Holy shit, she's seriously bringing this many? It's like she's going to war. The gods all stared at the stage. Disbelief was apparent in their eyes. Shakti had brought a small army to the stage against one mortal. There were range monsters, flyers, melee bruisers, sneakers, even mini-bosses such as forest trolls, all sorts of monsters, all under her control. Athena, who was sitting right beside Ganesha, spoke with a strained voice. Isn't that a bit overboard? Buddha was laughing hysterically. The faces of the gods were such a spectacle for him. Holy shit, Ganesha, your child is a riot. Even Ganesha was shocked. His eyes twitched under his mask. A strained smile formed in his face. Did she really have to bring that much? She even brought monsters from the deep floors. Loki stood up from her seat as she wailed and pointed at Shakti. What the fuck is that? That can't be legal. Hermes, who was sitting a few seats next to Loki, answered. As I said, her monsters are part of her arsenal, but I didn't know she could control that many. August, who watched the match, saw Shakti bring out her monsters for the first time. His heart beat so fast, his mana was running wild inside him. He wanted to jump on stage and massacre every single one of those abominations. His mana leaked because of his anger, making everyone besides him choke on the dense mana in the air. Interesting. A hooded figure who was within the stands saw this and smiled. His presence slowly vanished and mixed in the audience. Ibri couldn't see the end of the monsters. There were still plenty inside the tunnel. He gulped and asked, excuse me, Captain, but exactly how many did you bring? 100, Shakti answered. She then looked at eyes. This isn't a problem, isn't it? As shakes her head, her eyes are focused on Shakti. No problem, she answered curtly. Shakti smiled at eyes. Good. She took her stance. The monsters besides him growl menacingly towards eyes. She actually brought half of the stable. Ibri shakes his head and sigh. Well, whatever, it's not like I'll be facing it. Now are the two fighters ready? Shakti nods, so did Eyes, then let the match begin. As soon as Ibri gave the signal to start, Shakti whistled loudly. All of her monsters charged at Eyes. The ground shook at the stampede. Eyes didn't move from her spot. She pulled her sword out of the scabbard and took her stance, waiting for the monsters to come to her. The first to arrive were the hellhounds. They pounced at Eyes like wolves. Eyes moved her body to the side, dodging the first of the hellhounds. She then slashed her rapier up, slicing the monster in two. She carried that momentum and twirled, dodging another one of those monsters. This time, she loaded mana into her feet and kicked another hellhound straight to the monster who was running at her. The hellhound crashed among the goblins, and Eyes took advantage of the broken file. She jumped at the fray, her weapon glowing in a light green hue as mana started to dance along with her every strike. Every swing she does, a monster succumbs to death. Shakti observed Eyes. She made sure to send the small fries first in order to gauge how Eyes deals with multiple enemies, seeing that the Sword Princess didn't seem to have a problem with dealing with them. Shakti whistled again. This time, monsters like minotaurs, lygerfangs, and lizardmen joined in. Eyes felt the pressure increase. She was surrounded on all fronts. Wherever she turned, a monster was there. Sure, they were weak, but their sheer number is starting to overwhelm her. They attack in an orgenes group, not like the monsters in the wild or in the dungeon. They always aim for her blind spots. An axe swung by her face as she leaned slightly to the right. She dodged it perfectly and aimed her rapier at the minotaur neck. But at a seemingly perfect timing, a lygerfang pounced at her. Not only that, another minotaur was charging at her with its horns. Fu, tile. Eyes mutters as she twists her body in a display of extraordinary flexibility and agility. She dodged all the incoming attacks in one fell swoop. But that wasn't all. She also was able to deliver a series of lethal strikes to the monsters who attacked her. As she lands, their bodies turns to dust as their monster core falls to the ground. She then slashed blindly behind her, on which Shakti blocked with her spear. Her eyes widened as it met Eyes' emotionless eyes. How? I timed that attack perfectly. Shakti couldn't comprehend how Eyes knew she was coming. She charged as soon as Eyes' feet left the ground when she dodged those monsters. But not only did the Sword Princess saw her coming, she also delivered an attack faster than her, which gave her no choice but to block. Tisk, Shakti clicked her tongue. She then delivered a strike to the left, timing it as a lizardman also charged at Eyes on her right. Eyes blocked Shakti. She then used the force behind her spear and spun right as she cut the head of the lizardman in the process. As she did that, she delivered a spinning back kick to Shakti's abdomen. All of that in one quick motion. Shakti blocked the kick with the base of her spear, but the force sent her skidding back a few meters away. Shakti whistled, giving a new order. This time the range monsters as well as the flyers joined in on the attack. There was no change in Eyes' expression, but her movements became even more sharper and faster as the monsters surrounding her became more numerous. Every move Eyes made, a monster was turned to dust, and she was at the middle of the fray, twirling and slashing like a hurricane of death. Her rapier moved so fast that it was a blinding for everyone. She was at an unstoppable lethal dance. Shakti was contemplating in sending in her trolls. She only had 2, but they are quite powerful. The downside is that they would also take out her monsters. Her trolls were hard to control. They only know basic commands such as attack. And when they do so without minding their surroundings, making them a liability for her other monsters. I have to be smart about this, Shakti thought as she shook the idea of sending in the trolls. She joined her other monsters in the attack instead, the same strategy that she used against Tyone, but this time the numbers were even more slanted in her favor. As Eyes cut another lygerfang's head, a spear entered her peripheral vision. She placed her sword on an upward angle as she parried Shakti, letting her spear harmlessly slide on her rapier. A hellhound suddenly jumped at her back, its fangs aiming for her neck. Eyes in an impossible angle flipped toward Shakti. Her movement made the hellhound miss. But at the same time, she also extended her leg, delivering an axe kick straight to Shakti's shoulder. The tamer winced at the pain. Not only did she dodge an attack at her blind spot, she also delivered a counter on me. Shakti's eyes went wide. Eyes wasn't done. She also sent a barrage of stab towards Shakti. The tamer hurriedly blocked the incoming cluster of blades, but her body was riddled with wounds as she couldn't block all of it. Eyes' barrage stopped when a minotaur cleaved at her with an axe. With her smooth movement, she dodged the incoming attack by taking a step back, giving Shakti a much-needed breathing room. But Shakti's eyes went wide at Eyes' next course of action. She slashed up, cutting the minotaur's hand off, blood splurting everywhere. She then caught the axe mid-air and spun to her back as she threw it with overwhelming force straight to the incoming monsters that were chasing her on her heels. It cleaved right through the monsters, the axe killing everything in its path. She didn't forget about the minotaur. She quickly disposed of it as she gave chase to Shakti. A barrage of fireballs came crashing down at Eyes, but she was an unstoppable force. She ran past the fiery projectiles, not minding the damage she received. The firebirds continued to rain fire at her, but Eyes, in a swift motion, sliced the incoming fireballs like it was nothing. The air seemingly pushes her towards Shakti. But as she got closer, Eyes' vision suddenly became all black as a club smacked her directly, sending her flying in the air. Shakti smirked. Her plan worked. She was leading Eyes in that direction, all for her troll to have a clean hit of her without suffering any collateral monsters. It was the first time Eyes was hit in this tournament. She landed hard on the ground as crimson flows on her head. Eyes lay flat on the ground. She was staring at the sky. My mistake. She sat up as she wiped the blood on her forehead. I didn't expect her troll to come in at that moment. Tunnel vision. Eyes stood up and dusted herself off. Shakti paused at what she was seeing. As she took a direct hit from a troll, how is she standing like it was nothing? Panic started to fill her mind as Eyes stared at her. Her face was still emotionless and unreadable. Shakti stared at her monsters. Out of the 100 monsters that she brought, only half of them remained, maybe less. All of that for one hit that, from the look of it, didn't even faze her. All these monsters on the stage? Shakti spoke, gaining Eyes' attention. But it looks like you're the true monster here, Eyes. Eyes didn't answer. There's no point. Instead, she took her stance, her rapier at her front. The air inside the stage suddenly shifted. It felt heavy. The monsters that were surrounding Eyes unconsciously took a step back. Shakti, who could feel mana, was the most affected by it. It hit her. She was only using the basics of mana manipulation when she killed all those monsters. It's as if she wasn't even using mana at all. What a monster. Right now, Shakti knew the real battle was just getting started, and she was worried. Did she bring enough monsters to fight this person? Chapter 81, She Who is Blessed by the Sword, Unbearable Pain. The match continues as Shakti ordered her monsters to attack. Gone were the formations and tactics. Right now, Shakti's sole order was to overwhelm Eyes with her superior number. The monster roared as they charged at the sole mortal who was standing in the middle of the stage. Eyes still didn't move from her spot. I think it was something like this, Eyes muttered as she willed her mana. A huge mana dome formed, enveloping the whole stage. August, who was watching in the sideline, had his mouth wide open, his shock slowly morph into awe and then excitement. Eyes just performed the technique of Mashima Toga. She had formed a mana dome of her own. Toga, who had by now recovered from his fight with August, was also watching in the stands. His eyes opened as he stared at the mortal who was blessed by the sword. What an unfair world, he thought. He had spent multiple years creating that technique, only for two brats to recreate it like it was nothing. Denki had his mouth wide open as she watched Eyes perform his master's technique. Seeing her do it made him realize just how far back he was in the pecking order. He knew Eyes was strong, he wasn't stupid. But seeing her perform something that took him years to do made him feel small. The world around Eyes became all so clear. She could feel everything inside the dome. She could see how the monsters move, how their muscles twitch, how their claws scratch the ground as they charge towards her. Ho Shakti was loading her spear with mana, preparing to charge in along with her tames. The feeling was exhilarating. Eyes felt like she was seeing the world for the first time. A smirk slowly formed on her statue-like face, and as the monsters got closer, it formed into a predatory grin. Chills ran up Shakti's spine when she saw the smile on Ai's face. It was the first time she ever saw the Sword Princess make that kind of expression. Gone was the stoic and blank stare, it was replaced with a somewhat feral look. There was a bad feeling deep in Shakti's gut, one she chose to ignore. She needs to win this no matter what, so she swallowed the bubbling unease and pushed on. But what happened next was a massacre. In a blink of an eye, Ai's slaughtered every monster that was charging at her. Blood splattered everywhere, as Ai's mowed down everything in her path. In a matter of minutes, only Shakti and her 2 trolls remained. She was bloodied as she tried to defend Ai's assault. Right now, they were exchanging blows at the middle of the stage, with Ai's being the one who holds the advantage. Roar! One of the trolls was charging at her with its club raised high in the air. Tusk! She clicked her tongue in annoyance. The trolls were a pain in her ass, their regenerative ability made it annoying for Ai's, and Shakti was always there to make sure that she couldn't deal the finishing blow. Ai's jumped back to dodge the club that came slamming at her, and with immaculate timing, Shakti delivered a stab at the small window that she had. Ai's blocked the spear, but the other troll was now in her space. It slammed its club at Ai's side, but it only hit air as the Sword Princess jumped up. She then stabbed her rapier at the troll's left eye, twisting her sword as the blood spattered all over her. The troll roared and flailed in pain. Ai's pulled her blade out and jumped down, just in time to dodge the other troll, who slammed its club straight to the face of its comrade. The head splashed as it popped like an overblown balloon. It turned to dust shortly as the blow killed it. This is what Shakti was worried about. Trolls are generally stupid, and they don't care about their surroundings when they attack, which makes it harder for her to control them. But Shakti didn't have the time to contemplate, as Ai's was already charging right at her. She moved her spear to block the incoming attack, but Ai's turned to her right, straight to the other troll who was confused from killing its own kind. Shakti clicked her tongue and gave chase. She knew that if Ai's finished off her other troll, then she wouldn't have a chance against her in a straight-up duel. She whistled, snapping the troll out of its stupor. It turned around and found Ai's charging at it. It gave a mighty roar and ran towards her with murder in its eyes. It raised its club up in the air, with the intention to slam it down towards the puny being that was charging at it. But alas, Ai's was faster. She ran past the troll and slashed at its Achilles tendons. The troll fell on its knees, and Ai's took advantage of it and delivered the final blow with a slash at the back of its nape, straight at its monster core. Shakti stopped on her track as she watched her last monster turn to dust. The crowd went wild as the last of the 100 monsters was slain. All 100 were killed by only one mortal, and right now that mortal has her eyes on the monster's tamer. The fight had now turned into a one-on-one. Ai's turned to her. She was a bloody mess, but the blood that clings to her wasn't hers. It belonged to all the monsters that she slayed. Shakti took her stance. She knows that Ai's had now solely focused on her. After the loss of her monsters, the fight ended shortly after. Ai's completely overwhelmed Shakti in terms of speed and offensive capabilities. Shakti was able to stand her ground, but it didn't last long. Shakti was knocked unconscious as Ai's got behind her using a feint, and then delivered a devastating blow using the pommel of her rapier at the back of Shakti's head. The crowd cheered at the winner as Ai's stood over the unconscious body of Shakti. With this, the first match of the semifinals had come to an end with Ai's as the winner, and she would move on to the finals of the Bracket B tournament. Ibriya-cha marched to the stage. He was disappointed that her captain lost, but that didn't show on his face. What a match! The crowd cheered loudly, showing Ibri that they also agree. With it, Ai's Wallenstein had now moved on to the finals. She had continued her dominance with this win, beating Shakti Varma and her 100 monsters, showing us that even outnumbering, she still is a dominating force to be reckoned with. And now, we will move on to the second and last match of the semifinals of the Bracket B tournament. Ibri voice was pulling the crowd. He was really good at it, as Ganesha gave a nod of approval inside the VIP room, with the winner facing Ai's Wallenstein in the finals. Now, without further ado, allow me the honor and the privilege to introduce our next fighters. The crowd erupted in screams of excitement. They were hyped for the next fight. To my left, he had shown us his enormous strength in the first round. With every blow, he makes the ground shake under his mighty war hammer, the brute force of Dia Familia. The mountain, Hothor, Clegne. The crowd applauded as Hathor marched on stage with a huge grin on his face. He was a mountain of a man, one who gave his alias justice. His huge war hammer on his shoulder, his every step felt like that of a giant as it thuds and shakes the ground. He was laughing as he stood in the middle of the stage, and he dropped his hammer to the ground, cracking it by its sheer weight alone. He sure is big, but can his size stop our next fighter? Ibri continued with his introduction. To my right, the seemingly unstoppable force, he had shown great prowess when it comes to his deadly spear. He is deemed by many as death incarnate, the captain of Heracles' Familia, Bulg, August, Kaiser. The crowd started to feel tense. The first experience they had in witnessing August's fight was still vividly engraved in their minds. They felt a bit worried about what he would do this time. And they were right. August marched to the stage with his mana and aura at full throttle. He was pumped after witnessing Ise's fight. He arrived at the middle and twirled his spear as he placed it snugly on top of his shoulders. Ibri nodded, seeing that the two fighters were rearing to go. Now then, without further delay, let the match begin. August, I see that you're quite excited, Hathor spoke as he picked up his hammer. You could say that, August answered and took his stance. Then let us give the crowd a show. Hathor bellowed out a hearty laugh, which August responded with a smile. A show, huh? August mutters. I doubt it, he thought. Sure, Hathor was physically stronger than him, but he was used to fighting someone with his style. In his mind, no brute force fighter was scarier than his god. And Hathor was just a downgraded version of Heracles in his mind. By the way, August spoke, which caught Hathor's attention. Nothing personal here, bud, he said as he smiled politely. And in the next second he vanished out of Hathor's sight. Hathor felt a chill that was imploring him to look down. There he saw August crouching with his spear poised to strike. The mountain quickly slammed his hammer down. A loud, thunderous boom echoed all throughout the arena. It cracked the whole stage as Hathor attacked with everything he had. But it only hit the ground. August was gone from that spot. He was behind Hathor, his spear was rising from the ground up. Like an uppercut, August delivered his blow. It connected and made every male on the crowd wince and whimper. August attacked Hathor from behind and targeted his family jewel, hitting it with the base of his spear with his full physical prowess. Hathor's eyes bulged as it threatened to pop out of its socket. His mouth had the O shape as he screamed silently. His hand let go of his hammer as it crashed to the ground. He fell on his knees while grabbing his nuts. Seconds later, the whites of his eyes show, as saliva started to bubble on his mouth, as he crashed to the ground unconscious and in an embarrassing position. August, seeing this, started to feel bad, but there were no rules about what he did, and with Hathor towering above him, that spot became so much easier to hit. August wins by knockout, Ibri announced as he too was feeling the phantom pain that was his family jewel. He will move on to the finals and face Ise Wallenstein. The crowd didn't know how to react to what they had witnessed. Every male was looking at August like he was a demon and at Hathor with pity. August, meanwhile, exited the stage with a slightly guilty look on his face. Heracles watched the match with his mouth wide open and his brow twitching. What August did made him feel second-hand embarrassment, as all the gods in the room are looking at him dryly. Buddha was laughing his ass off at his side. He was wiping tears off his eyes. He never witnessed a fight between two high-level adventurers ending that way. Fuck Heracles. Did you teach him that? Maybe we should give him a different alias. August the Nutcracker Kaiser. Heracles didn't answer, more like he couldn't. He taught August efficiency and going for the weak spot in fighting, but never that. Dia felt betrayed. Her expectations for this fight was high, as Hathor was one of the strongest members of her familia. But to end like that, she felt like she swallowed an extremely bitter bug. Denki and Froke had an awkward look on their face. They didn't know how to react to that. Should they be happy that August won? Denki viewed August as a monster, but now he views him as a demon after that. And now he has one more thing to worry about when they spar. He paled when he thought that August may do the same thing to him at their training. He won't do that to me, wouldn't he? He felt shivers just thinking about it. All he knows is that he'll watch out for that in every sparring match they'll have in the future. Extra. Hawthor was lying face first on the floor while holding his family jewel. His mind was blank as all he could think of was the unbearable pain. He felt like dying was the better option right now. He hit me on my dick. Why did he hit me on my dick? He mutters as his mind slowly succumbed to the pain, and everything went white. Chapter 82. Tournament Finals Bracket B, One Clash of the Titans, the end of one's adventures. There was a palpable excitement inside the amphitheater. It can be felt by mortals and God alike. The next match was perhaps the most highly anticipated in all of the matches so far. It was a match between two prodigies, two individuals who have shown dominance in all of their matches, a clash of the titans, as some people call it. They have been compared with each other ever since August entered Orario and made his presence known. There was even a city-wide debate on who was better between the two. The Sword Princess, who Orario had witnessed her growth as she fast-tracked all the records in leveling up. Or the Gi Bulg, the mysterious prodigy who entered the city and took it by storm as he killed a monster Rex on his very first dungeon dive. Even the gods were excited by the upcoming matchup, especially now that they discovered that one of the fighters is a master of Ethiko Oplo. Ibria Cha could feel the energy of the arena as he marched towards center stage. There was a smile on his face. He, as well as everyone else, was hype for the upcoming fight. Ladies and gentlemen, it's TIMEA. He wailed at the top of his lungs as the crowd cheered wildly. Welcome to the finals of the tournament Bracket B. The stage is set for the two strongest fighters in Bracket B. Whoever wins this match would be facing the Crown Prince, the winner of the Bracket A tournament, His Highness, Marius, Victrix, Rakia. He points to the prince who was sitting in the stands, smiling arrogantly as the rain of boos entered his ears. They really don't like him, huh? Ibri thought to himself. Now, without any farther ado, allow me to call our fighters on stage. To my right, he had proven that the hype surrounding him was in fact real. Death incarnate himself, the Gi Bulg, August, Kaiser. August entered the stage, calm and collected. If in his other match he was letting his mana run wild, this time it was as if it was the quiet before the eruption of a volcano. He was relaxed, unhurried with his step. But the crowd still felt the sharp aura that was surrounding the young adventurer. Most of the crowd gulped, for reasons unknown to them. A calm, relaxed, August Kaiser was scarier than the time he entered with his mana on full throttle like on his previous fights. He stopped in the middle of the stage, his eyes focused on the entrance on where eyes would be coming from. Ibri unconsciously took a step back. He gulped as sweat trickled down his face. What a terrifying presence. He thought as he swore he could see a dark wolf-like beast following behind August. There was total silence inside the arena. All eyes were glued towards his person. With his spear on his side, the crowd knew that they would be witnessing something amazing in this fight. Ibri shook his head to shake off the stuffy feeling that was welling up inside his body. He then continued, and to my left, she had shown absolute dominance, the one blessed by the Sword Princess, AISWLLNSDIN. Eyes marched to the stage, and for the first time in the tournament, she marched under a pin drop of silence from the crowd. She too was calm and collected, and like August, the aura around her made the crowd feel shivers run up their spines. Her eyes were glued towards the person in front of her, towards August Kaiser. If August is the quiet before the eruption, eyes felt like the calm before the storm. Ibri took another step back, his heart beats faster than it ever did. His breath became stagnant as the air inside the stage became dense. He felt like he was standing beside two calamities that were waiting to explode. For a level 2 like himself, the two beings are like gods for him. He was but an ant for August and eyes. All his preparation for making the crowd cheer and wail was thrown out the window. Right now all he wanted to do was to get the fuck out of these two monsters' way. Oi, he snapped out of his stupor as he heard a voice. He followed the sound and saw August staring at him coldly. If he hadn't peed earlier, that look would have made him wet his pants. Start the match. He shakily nodded as he almost dropped the artifact that amplified his voice. He then spoke, stuttering every syllable in his words. Let the M match. Begin. After giving the signal, he hurriedly scuttled off the stage as if his life depended on it. The two fighters stared at each other as they heard the signal. Their eyes met, and they could see the fire deep within it. At the same time, a dome of mana formed on each fighter, enveloping the stage as they used the same technique, created by Mashima Toga. Well, now that's just rude at this point, Toga muttered with a strained smile plastered on his face. August smiled viciously as his mana raged, his intent booms making the stage shake as he let go of his power. Ai, seeing this, couldn't help herself and smiled as well. Her mana erupted with her intent, clashing and battling for dominance against August's. And at the same time, the two unleashed their magic. Endless battle? A dark, violent magic erupted out of August. This time Reveria was prepared for it as she strengthened the barrier. She didn't want a repeat of what happened in the first round. But she didn't account for Ai's. Tempest? Ai's chanted. Her magic made the space shake as the air bends to her will. She glowed a translucent green shade. Mana seems to coil all around her, like an armor of tempest wind. Their magic clashed once again. Cracks started to form in Reveria's barrier. This greatly shocked the elven mage, as by her account her barrier can even hold the likes of Otter for a few seconds. She gritted her teeth as she loaded more mana into her barrier, mending the cracks as they appear. Finn, I need mana potions, a lot of them, she said with great difficulty as she was concentrating on her task. Finn quickly ordered for them as he stared at the stage. There was a smile on his face. He was excited to see the two clash, much to the dismay of the elf beside him. Ai's and August took their stance, grinning at the challenge that they were facing, adjusting as to counter the other, countering what the other throws. Ai's shifts her lead leg to her left. August placed his spear slightly to the right. Ai's moved her rapier slightly down. August countered by shifting his weight to his front. They were calculating and adopting to each other's stance, constantly changing to get an advantage, as they both know that the slightest of one would lead to controlling the tempo of the fight, and by doing so, the match as a whole. Their movement, like an intricate dance, stubbornly taking the lead and initiative out of each other's hands, battling for control as they view their strength to be equal. She's baiting me, thought August, as Ai's revealed an opening for him to take, a pretty obvious one at that. She's inviting me to take the first move. Well, who am I to decline that offer? August rushed at Ai's, taking the first move. His spear glowed a violent red as he loaded mana in it. Ai's tightened her guard whilst pouring mana into her blade as well. She also loaded mana into her legs as her feet dug deep into the ground, preparing to take August's attack. August, inches away from Ai's, made a quick step to his left, vanishing for Ai's view, appearing at her right. He then slashed vertically as his spear traveled at blinding speed straight for the sword princess's midsection. That's a masterful feint. Toga, who was watching on the sidelines, thought so. A good first step, nothing Ai's couldn't handle though. Finn nods in appreciation at August's sudden move, but at the same time, he also could see Ai's moving along with August. Ai spun to her right and blocked the spear. She then slid inside August's guard, rendering his reach advantage null. Her pummel then traveled towards August's face. August twists his hands and blocks the incoming blunt force strike with the spear's body. He then used his feet to sweep the legs of Ai's, kicking down on her calf. Ai's raised her right leg, checking August's kick. Their shins connected with one another as a painful thud echoes all throughout the stage. The two of them pushed at the same time, gaining distance and space for them to use their weapons against one another, obviously having the same idea forming inside their minds. August stabbed straight to Ai's face, the female adventurer doing the same, Ai's with her speed advantage due to using a rapier and August with his range due to the longer reach of his spear, their weapons arriving at their respective target at the same time. August leaned his head to the right, Ai's leaned her head to the left, both dodging the stabs at a similar fashion. A crimson line appeared on both of their cheeks, as blood trickled down all the way to their smiling lips. Amazing! Ibria Cha, who was also tasked with commentary for the finals, screamed as the crowd cheered wildly. These two have left each and every one of us in the dust. At how fast they were moving. Marius sat at the end of his seat, his hands clenched, the arm rest as it cracked under his strength. This was unacceptable. He should be the one who stands to top. These two trash are nothing compared to the majesty that is him. Yet no matter how hard he tried to deny it, he can't deny the strength of the two. It pisses him off to no end. He can't wait for tomorrow to come. He can't wait for him to destroy whoever wins in this match to show that he is the superior being out of all. His sword vibrated in agreement, feeding not his ego. Even you agree, don't you, Mistletoe? An angry, maniacal smile formed on his lips as veins bulge on his forehead. Trash like them are nothing to us. The two fighters pull their weapons back, and not wasting any more time, launch a barrage of slashes that seemingly bends their weapons at speeds that cuts through the air. Their weapons clashed as sparks flew with each hit, metal against metal, mana against mana. They moved faster and stronger as the fight continued. Eyes blocked an overhead strike, she felt her hands vibrating as a pinching pain developed on her palms. Ignoring it, she countered, delivering a quick lunging stab towards August. August moved out of the way, but Eyes wasn't done. To his surprise, Eyes' sword bent and curved following him. The sparrow. August mused as he hurriedly placed his spear in between him and Eyes' sword. August was pushed back slightly, his feet skidding in the ground as his palms felt sore as he received the attack. Not to be outdone, August unleashed a bending strike of his own as he gripped his spear at the very end and slashed upward towards Eyes, showing precisely how he held the advantage when it comes to distance and space. His spear bent from left to right, and Eyes used the guard of her rapier to block the incoming slash. They continued their exchange as Toga's technique became their main point of attack, their respective weapons bending in their every strike, prying each other's guard. Each one of their strikes are poised to end the fight, yet their defense held true, not allowing for even a single one to connect at their intended target. A violent dance of which one false move would likely end the match as a whole. And for Eyes and August, it was an exhilarating feeling. Damn prodigies, Toga spoke bitterly as he watched the fight. It was a tough pill for him to swallow, seeing two fighters use the technique he had created with ease. Witnessing the fight made Toga accept as hard as it is that his time was really over. He was an old relic, try as he might. He can't deny that the two fighters on stage are better than him and would take his technique to new heights, one he couldn't achieve no matter what. I guess it's time to hang up my sword, he thought. I leave the future to you too. He expanded his mana dome, finding Denki watching the match with an awestruck look on his face. Selfish as it may come, I'll leave my legacy and fire to you, Denki. You may not realize it yet, but you stand along with these monsters. A small chuckle escapes his lips as he imagines the future. With it, Mashima Toga's adventures ended as the old samurai declared his retirement and the end of his journey as a swordsman. Chapter 83, Tournament Finals Bracket B2, Unprecedented Talents, a glaring weakness. The gods marveled at what they were watching on stage. They are on par with everything, be it speed, strength, and skill. Even their magic is similar as both use enchantment-type magic to boost their overall stats way above the level 5 threshold. Everything they threw against one another was received and thrown back. There was an unending exchange of offense and defense that flows in every move they make. The gods can only speculate how much they would grow in the future. The two of them are only 16 summers old. Incredibly young, yet their talent seems to have no limit. They can see it in plain sight. Eyes and August are improving at every exchange they have. The two fighters refused to be outdone by their opponent. If Eyes improved in their fight, August would catch up to her and pass her, and Eyes would do the same. Athena, Freya, and Ares, the three war gods, grimaced at the terrifying sight of two mortals adopting and improving their skills at a pace that is plain to see for everyone. The war gods knew that with the pace that they were going, the two of them would sooner or later stand on top of every mortal. Buddha, for the first time since in who knows how long, was silent. His whole undivided attention is on the match. He watched as sparks flew every time their weapons collide. Their mana mixing and mashing with one another, a beautiful radiant glow of red and green intertwine at every blow they throw. both battling for dominance, trying to devour each other. Their styles both complement and counter one another, as Eyes could outspeed and outmaneuver August due to her weapon of choice and blitzing style of fighting. Yet August could control the space and outflank Eyes due to the superior reach and unrelenting style. Neither one was giving an inch against the other. They are both prioritizing their offense as the two of them excel in the art. A slash here, a counter there, their weapons cut through the air as a violent clang echoes all over the arena, again and again and again. Wounds started to appear in both fighters as the small cuts line crimson in their bodies. This made Heracles feel uneasy. What is happening? He thought to himself. How could he keep up with August? His skill should be overwhelming her by now. Heracles couldn't comprehend how the sword princess could exchange blow for blow against August. With all the wounds the Eyes is receiving, lethal tempo should be activating by now, and she would literally be left in the dust. How is she keeping up? He wondered if the skill wasn't activating. But it was. Lethal tempo was in full bloom with every drop of Eyes' blood. August became faster, stronger, more precise, and lethal. Yet Eyes could still keep up, surprising both August and Heracles. It was because she was improving on an exponentially fast pace as well, not because of a skill. She was growing the old-fashioned way. For the first time, Eyes had found an opponent where she could let loose, where there is no fear of accidentally killing her challenger, that is capable of defeating her even with her going all out. This made Eyes unconsciously let go of her hesitation, and with it, made the block she had cast on herself to unravel. For the first time in her life, fighting was fun. The thrill of it was fun. There was no guarantee that she was gonna win. She didn't have to hold herself back because she will undoubtedly lose if she did. The wounds he received hurts, but at the same time it filled her with joy. This is fun, she smiled as a chuckle escaped her lips. Her eyes glowed, her mana was running wild inside her body. She could feel her muscles straining with every blow she threw and blocked. No more was the stoic, stone-like statue impression that Eyes wore exclusively on her face. Right now, her face was filled with emotions that are previously unknown to the young female adventurer. Ha 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 ha! The chuckle evolved into laughter as her attack became even more sharper, faster, stronger. New wounds started to appear on her body, but she didn't care. With every wound she received, August became more and more stronger, which in turn made her crave the challenge even more. For the first time, even those in Loki Familia, even Loki herself, witnessed the true power of the one blessed by the sword. A child out of time, a child of prophecy, they witnessed the true power of the sword princess, Eyes Wallenstein. August saw the expression on Eyes' face, a smile crept up to his own. I like the way you look, princess. August spoke in a jovial tone as she blocked the incoming barrage. This suits you so much more. Pushing his spear up, he unleashed a barrage of his own. Eyes felt shiver and excitement ran up her spine. Her smile deepened as she moved to intercept the cluster of spear with one of her own. As I thought, you really are the best. Blood splattered as the two received wounds all over their bodies, but that didn't stop them at all. In fact, quite the opposite happened. With their battle crazed at an all-time high, the two of them ignored defense completely, opting for the best defense is a good offense approach. The two moved at an incredibly alarming speed, leaving after image at their wake. The ground cratered every time the two met, as they ran all around the stage, lines of red and green chasing one another, making the barrier crumble and crack at every second they exchanged attacks. Even the air became their domain, as both had the same idea of jumping midair, meeting head-on in a violent collision. Sparks of red and green mesh in the air as a radiant white light covered the vision of everyone watching. The crowd couldn't breathe as their jaws hit the floor. Some level 5 adventurers felt small compared to the two monsters that were fighting in front of their eyes. Some of the level 5 in the city complained that they didn't get a chance to fight in the tournament, but that all died down when the main tournament started, and right now, they were even thankful that they didn't have to face these monsters head-to-head. Their blood and sweat mixed as the fight went on. The stinging pain was ignored. Right now, all they could think of is how to beat the person standing in front of them. The two of them didn't know who would come out on top, and frankly, they didn't care. The smile on their faces told the whole story of how the fight was going. All they could think of right now is how much fun they are having facing each other right now. Hidden in the stands, 3 hooded figures gulped as they watched the match with their eyes wide open. This is what we are going against. The playful man lost his playful tone as he stutters in disbelief at what he was seeing. What's this? I thought your plan was foolproof. Anna asked with a mocking tone. You were quite confident about it earlier. Listen here, you little bitch. He bit angrily, but was cut off by the other hooded figure. Knock it off, you two, he spoke stoically as he eyed his 2 comrades. Though unprecedented, we did expect him to possess strength way above our own. Lord Erebus expects results from us, and we will deliver on his expectations or die trying. He stepped closer, standing toweringly above his 2 comrades. Do I make myself clear? Crystal, Anna answered begrudgingly. Lucius, the stoic man asked the other one as he didn't get a reply from him. Yeah, whatever you say, boss. No respect can be heard from his voice as he answered, I really want to slit all of their throats. He thought to himself as he turned around and walked away. An evil smile plastered on his face as his tongue licked his lips. August and Eyes slammed their weapons against each other. They could feel their muscles groan every time they received each other's blow. Their weapons locked as their eyes met each other's gaze, their face filled with excitement and fire, a crazed smile both on their lips. Their breathing became labored as the strain of their prolonged fight starts to show in their body that was filled with bruises and wounds that would make any mortal or god winced in pain at seeing it. Still the 2 were fighting like it was nothing. August pushed his spear, making Eyes take a step back. He then slashed upwards, delivering a cleaving blow straight for Eyes' abdomen. Eyes, although unbalanced, was still able to move her rapier to intercept August's blow. But August saw it coming, his spear bent and curved, changing direction and dodging Eyes' blade. The sparrow. Eyes, instead of defending, opted to match August's blow, making her rapier curved straight to the spearman, launching a sparrow of her own, trusting her reflexes to be enough to dodge August's blow while attacking. Both instinctively moved their bodies out of the way, but both received a wound at their abdomen. Their only respite is that the cut was shallow, but damaging nonetheless. August was the first to recover. Twisting his body to the right, he slammed his spear towards Eyes' side, using his weight along with his physical strength in his strike. Eyes tried to block it, but was delayed due to being off balance with her lunge earlier. The shaft hit her cleanly, sending her flying, spitting blood and saliva as she felt her ribs crack tempest armor and all. August had landed the first clean hit of the fight, making the crowd explode in cheers. And he was not done. He gave chase, not giving time for Eyes to recover. Eyes crashed on the wall of the stage as her body bounced off of it. Her eyes widened as he saw a spearhead enter her vision, heading straight for her face. She hurriedly moved out of the way, dodging the blade by mere inches, too close for her comfort. Rolling sideways, she quickly got up to her feet only to be met with an overhead strike from August which she had no choice but to block. Her knees buckled behind the force, and August took advantage of Eyes' unstable stance. Pressing the tempo of his attack, he sent a barrage of strike which pushed Eyes to fight defensively. August had gained the momentum and tempo of the fight. Otter watched as August took the tempo away from Eyes, his eyes following every movement the 2 did. Unlike the others who were watching the fight, Otter could see the 2 move very clearly. For him, it was as if the 2 were standing in place. Such is the strength of a level 7. Still, he couldn't deny that the 2 of them are impressive. Being that strong, that young, is something he can respect for the 2 fighters. Given time, the 2 of them might even catch up to him, but he knows that won't be happening anytime soon. His eyes were particularly drawn towards August. He remembered him as the child they saved 9 years ago, the one who declared that he'll surpass him. He acknowledged his resolve and determination, and suffice to say he wasn't disappointed for doing it. He sure has grown well, he mutters with a small smile parting on his lips. He then looked at Eyes. There was a slight hint of disappointment on his face as he views the female adventurer. Her weakness is showing. He thought as he remembers her analysis on Eyes. He recognized Eyes as a mighty fighter, considered one of the strongest first-class adventurers. Otter acknowledged her prowess as remarkable among her generation, however. He also noted that she isn't as skilled against other people as she is against monsters, losing to those who fought the Zeus and Hera familias, such as him and her familia's top executives. Eyes is not very good against other people and specializes in fighting monsters due to her skill. She would be able to hold the edge against skilled level 5s like her fellow low-key familia young executives in a pure duel, though could still lose to them sometimes if they managed to make a reversal against her. There is no doubt in Otter's mind that Eyes has the potential to be one of the strongest mortals in the world. He firmly believes that if Eyes is against a monster, she is by fact the strongest adventurer here, maybe even surpassing him in killing monsters. But that doesn't erase her weakness. A glaring weakness in the views of Otter, and right now that weakness is showing. As the fight continued, August had become used to Eyes' speed and technique. It shows the differences in experience the two have in fighting against other people. Otter could see where this match would go, but he wasn't sure. The look on Eyes' face still screams that she still has a fight left in her. And from his experience, that determination and will to win may lead to a miracle happening. This is still anyone's game. Chapter 84, Tournament Finals Bracket B, 3, Climactic Clash. Eyes was panting heavily as she tried her best to hold off August's onslaught. For some reason unknown to her, the boy was leaving her behind in terms of speed and strength. He was getting stronger the longer the fight occurred. It must be the skill B10 mentioned when they fought. Eyes mused as she blocked another vertical slash, which pushed her back a few steps. It's similar to the captain's chain attack skill. Maybe even slightly stronger since it doesn't reset every time I put a halt into his attack. Eyes was in a pinch. She could still keep up. But she has a feeling that if the fight continues into this trajectory, she would inevitably be outclassed by August. She needs to make a move, and she needs to do it now. Gritting her teeth, she decided to take a risk as she opened herself up for an attack, exposing her left side for August to take. August saw this and smirked. Did she really think that I'll fall for that? He was a bit insulted at Eyes' attempt. It was so obvious that she might as well scream that it was a trap. Eyes' inexperience in fighting other people was showing. Her every move was telegraphed and straightforward. And the longer the fight goes, the more August could see the habits and tell of Eyes. August ignored the opening and instead went in for Eyes' right, greatly surprising the sword princess as she hastily moved her sword to block. But at the last moment, August spun to the left, a perfectly executed feint which Eyes fell for hook, line, and sinker. And the trap that she sat up earlier was exploited. August feint left her open for an attack. The spearhead connected at Eyes' side. Blood splattered out as its blade dug out flesh, leaving a wide gash at Eyes' side. Argh? Eyes grunted in pain as he swung wildly towards August, which he blocked with relative ease. He then kicked Eyes on her left knee, making her unbalanced, whilst slamming the butt of his spear straight to her nose. The blow sent her reeling back in pain. Her vision darkened for a bit. She then felt a sharp pain in her abdomen as August's Spartan kicked her straight to her solar plexus. She flew back as she spat out blood, hitting the arena wall hard, knocking the wind forcefully out of her lungs. August this time didn't give chase. There was something that was bugging him. He didn't know why, but he felt uneasy. What is this feeling? He asked himself as he took a defensive stance. With his skill mana manipulation, combined with Toga's mana dome technique on which he learned, he could more or less gauge the mana capacity within an individual. What made him uneasy was that he was going all out, unleashing everything he has, and by the looks of what Eyes is giving him, she as well was going all out. Or at least she thought she was. He could feel that Eyes wasn't digging deep into her reserve, that she still has a dormant mana that she isn't using. On their multiple exchanges in this match, August more or less knew that Eyes isn't relatively skilled in anti-personnel combat. She was fighting him as if he was a humanoid monster, making multiple avoidable mistakes, such as the trap she set up earlier. She was also straightforward with her attack. At first he was struggling with Eyes' pattern, but the more the fight progressed, August started to adapt to her fighting style. Even with all of that advantage, August still felt uneasy on continuing his assault. And it was due to Ai's reserved mana that she hasn't even touched yet. From his perspective, Ai's already has the stats to level up to 6. She has more mana capacity than August. She was also faster and stronger than him. The only reason he was able to close the gap was because of his magic and skill, and the only reason he was able to proc his skill is because he is a much better fighter than her. But what if Ai's used that hidden reserve? Would he still be able to keep up with her? This made him uneasy. The crowd was shocked at August's defensive turn. He had all the advantage and control, yet he didn't pursue Ai's when she was clearly out of sync. Then it happened. As the smoke cleared from Ai's crash, August felt a violent explosion of mana. He was right to follow his instinct to not continue his assault. Violent winds blew everywhere. It felt like a tornado was forming inside the stage. August unconsciously took a step back as the wind grew stronger and stronger. It was violent and full of malicious intent. August's eyes widened as he gripped his spear tightly, his knuckles turning white from how strong he was gripping his weapon. The crowd went silent as they saw the sword princess. The wind that was a bright emerald green slowly turned to black, the tempest armor that adorned her, growing larger and more robust. On her face, a vicious smile as blood mixed in her white teeth. An excited expression on her face as the wind seems to follow her every move. The barrier cracked and finally burst like glass shards, her aura enveloping everyone in the amphitheater. The crowd felt chills as their body felt rigid. They couldn't move, they couldn't breath. They felt like the air was sucked out of them. Riveria fell on her knees as blood trickled down her nose. The backlash of Ai's sent ripples into her core. Everything hurts for the elven mage as she quickly gulps a whole bottle of mana potion and erects a new barrier on the stage. Finn, send for Lefia and the other elves. I don't think I'll be able to stop these two. Finn nodded and quickly issued the order. He then went to Riveria's side to support her as he could see her knees shaking uncontrollably. How long can you keep the barrier up? Not long enough, Riveria answered with a strained voice as she started to sweat. 3 minutes tops. How many mana potions do we have left? 3, Finn answered dryly as he stared at the stage, back at the match, her black winds. I thought she could only use it against monsters. I'm as surprised as you are, Riveria answered. This is bad, Finn mutters as his eyes locked onto Ai's. You think, Riveria rolled her eyes as she concentrated on her task at hand. August hastily moved his spear in front as Ai's suddenly appeared swinging her blade at him. It was instantaneous, as if she teleported right into August's space. The spear blocked her sword, yet countless wounds appeared on August's body, the wind slicing his flesh as it touched him. The blow pushed him back, and Ai's was hot on his trail, sending a slash after slash on which August can do nothing but defend. She's so much faster than before. August grits his teeth as his feet dig deep into the ground. He then felt a sharp stinging pain on his left shoulder as Ai's sword bent and curved, dodging his spear and digging deep into his body. Arghh? He felt hundreds of pricking pain as multiple crimson lines spat out blood from his shoulder. The wind shreds his skin into a messy mesh of flesh. He jumps back, trying to gain distance away from Ai's, but the sword princess wouldn't allow for that to happen. She kicked down, targeting August's ankle. August was hit, which made him fall off balance. Ai's then stomped at his stomach, which knocked the air out of him. He spat a mixture of blood and saliva. August didn't get a chance to process the pain, as Ai's stabbed her blade towards his chest. August loaded mana into Beowulf and attacked the floor, slamming his spear into the ground, taking a page out of Heracles' book. The ground cracked and then burst as it blew into a massive crater, enough to make Ai's lose her balance and miss her stab. August took advantage of this and pulled Ai's down by the collar of her shirt, whilst also pushing his spear forward, hitting Ai's at the face with its shaft. The blunt blow sent Ai's reeling back, and August quickly got up to his feet. Ai's recovered quickly and moved from side to side towards August, after images following her movement making it appear as if there were multiple Ai's charging towards him. August intercepted and slashed his spear forwards, hitting nothing but air. He only slashed one of the after images of Ai's. GWAH. He winced in pain as Ai's slashed behind his knees. He then felt a hand clasp the back of his head as a knee appeared on his vision. The knee connected to his nose, breaking it so bad that it looked like it dug deep into his face. Blood gushes everywhere on his face as his head snaps back from the blow. Ai's eyes suddenly went wide when she felt a sharp pain. August stabbed his spear at the bridge of Ai's right feet, going through it and embedding deep into the ground. Beowulf greedily drank the blood, giving August a much-needed buff into his stats. Ai's crouched down due to the pain, and August took advantage of it, head-butting Ai's broken nose and all. The crowd grimaced as their fight turned into what looked like an ugly brawl. August pulled the spear out of Ai's feet as a violent crunch echoed into the silent stage. He then stabbed towards Ai's chest, on which she dodged and locked the spear in place between her elbow and body. She then proceeded to hit August with the pommel of her rapier in his face, slamming it multiple times before August caught it with his free hand. He lifted his right leg up and kicked Ai at the stomach, sending her back while also pulling the spear out forcefully, making Ai grunt in pain as the spear tore her flesh on the way out. August and Ai stared at one another. Their body was battered. Blood was rushing out all over them as gnarly wounds riddled their flesh, making them look like a bloody mess. August spat blood to the ground. There was even a tooth mixed with all of the blood. He wiped his mouth with his hand and smiled towards Ai while breathing heavily. Ai was holding her side, applying pressure to the wound, breathing as roughly as August. She also smiled, her eyes sparkling in excitement. "Still having fun, princess?" August spoke with great difficulty. He was hurting all over his body. "Eyes, see, call me Eyes," she said with a strained voice. And yes, this is fun." "Huh?" August chuckled, which turned into a howling laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha, yeah, you're right. This is fun. Eyes, huh? You can call me August then." He then winced as he held his abdomen. "Fuck, you sure pack a wallop, even laughing hurts." Eyes tilted her head, confused. "It means you're strong," August answered as he got into his stance, his hands and knees shaking from the pain. Eyes, seemingly understanding, nods her head. Thanks," she answered as she also got into her stance. She was also unstable as she felt her muscles screaming in pain. Strong too. Boom! At the same time, their mana erupted, channeling everything they have inside them. The whole city started to shake at their power. They both knew that this would be their last attack, one that would determine the winner. Black winds all coiled up towards Eyes, enveloping her body in a dense tempest armor. The very space around her seems to submit to her will as her aura shook the air. Eyes looked like Slife, the very spirit who controls the air. She looked as mythological as those spirits, standing tall with her rapier in hand. She crouched, moving her body closer to the ground, placing her blade at the side of her head, pointing towards August. A battle-crazed smile plastered on her face. August dug deep within him, his mana flowing onto every crevice of his body. Taking a deep breath, he pushed everything out as Beowulf devoured it hungrily. Sparks of red coiled around his body, the ground on his feet cracking at his very presence. His muscles bulged as veins started to pop out all over his body. His mana felt violent and malicious. Right now, he was the spear of mortal death. Moving his left hand forward, he took the spear to the side of his head, positioning for a throw. The same crazed battle smile on his face. The air around the stage came to a halt as it seems to stop. Eyes' sword glowed black as she dug her feet deeper into the ground. "Consume everything in your path," August chanted, his spear glowing brightly in a dark red color like that of blood, "and bring death to thy enemies." The two of them lock eyes, and as if on signal, the two of them made their move at the same time. Eyes launched herself towards August, a trail of black wind following her body, destroying everything in her path, the ground cleave as she ran past it. He soared, pointing straight towards August. August jumped up, leaving the ground cratered from where he stood, his eyes glued towards the storm that was coming right at him. He aimed his spear straight towards Eyes. Lil Rafaga, Gibulg Beowulf. Chapter 85, no update today. Chapter 86, Tournament Finals 4 Triumph, a dangerous game. Lil Rafaga? Eyes screamed her attack, the black winds roaring as she beamed straight towards August. Her body became a natural disaster, like an unstoppable hurricane, she moved with destruction at her wake. Bulg Beowulf. At the same time, August unleashed his spell, the most powerful attack in his arsenal, blood-red mana compressed into his spear Beowulf. It roared as August, with all his strength, threw his spear, beaming towards eyes. The whole space shook at their power, the barrier cracked. Even with the help of the mages from Loki Familia, the majority of them were elves, the barrier still sustained heavy damage. Some of August and Eyes' mana passed through. Their mana densely engulfed the whole of Orario. Every crevice in the city felt their magic. Every civilian dropped from where they stood, convulsing uncontrollably as the violent mana forcefully entered their system. The ones inside the amphitheater felt it worse. Their blood started to leak out of every hole, even their pores started to squirt blood. The mana was so dense that every fiber in their being hurts like hell. The adventurers weren't faring any better. Those who are low level, such as those who are level 1 and 2, got knocked out as soon as their mana touched them. Those who are level 3 or higher felt a prickly pain, like 100 needles was forcefully shoved inside their bodies. Riveria watched as some of the elves who were helping her with the barrier faint from entering Mind Zero. Those who were awake were hurting all over from the backlash of August and Eyes' magic. Their weapons clashed in the middle of the stage. A loud boom exploded as their mana collided. A blinding light engulfed everyone's vision. For everyone watching, the world became white. Somewhere in the mountains, north of Orario, an old man with grayish-white hair and mustache was busy collecting firewood in the forest. He wiped the sweat that was coming out of his head due to hard work with the towel he kept in his pocket. He couldn't wait to go home, have a nice bath, and eat some good food, all while watching his grandson read his favorite book. He gripped the axe he had placed to the ground and raised it high to continue on his task. He suddenly stopped mid-swing. His eyes darted wide open as the hand that was holding the axe started to shake. He stopped what he was doing and looked towards the direction of the city, towards Orario. A frown formed on his face. It's all happening way too early, he thought as his hand let go of the axe, dropping into the ground with a thud. Guess I don't really have a choice now, he mutters to himself as he starts to walk towards a large cliff on the mountainside. The world is moving forward, faster than I expected it to be. He stood inches away from a long drop. He took a deep breath as his mind wandered off towards the small hut where he lived for 14 years, along with the child who he came to love as his own grandson. Be well, Belle? He smiled sadly as he started to rip off a portion of his clothes. He placed it near the cliff, obvious enough to be spotted by someone who passed by. Your adventure starts now, my little Argonaut. He then dropped the bag he had in his back along with his axe and started walking away from the village. The white light slowly died down. The mana that was densely engulfing everything subsided. Riveria breathed a huge sigh of relief as she dropped her hands. The barrier was able to hold. Her eyes hurriedly darted towards the stage to see the outcome of their clash. A cloud of dust covered the stage, blocking the vision of everyone watching. It slowly dissipated, revealing a large crater at the middle of the stage. The whole stadium was now unrecognizable. Patches of upturned solid stones littered the whole stage, cracks and fissure lined the ground. It was desolated and worn out. And at the center of it, one was lying on the ground and the other was standing with one arm raised high, signaling victory. His victory. August Kaiser stood tall and had beaten Eyes Wallenstein. Eyes laid on the center of the crater. Her sword, which was made to have Durandal properties, was destroyed, leaving only the handle that, even when unconscious, was still gripped tightly into her hands. She was a bloody mess. Her shoulder was a pulp of meat and gore, bones protruding out of the open wound, as a chunk of her flesh was rent out by the spear. And Beowulf was embedded in the middle of the crater besides Eyes, mana still oozing out of it. You can even see parts of Eyes' flesh clinging into its shaft. Everything happened way too fast. One moment they were both unleashing their most powerful blow. The next moment, one of them is laid unconscious in the ground with injuries so gruesome, some adventurers felt their stomach churn at the sight. When their weapons clashed, their mana and magic was equal. The only difference was that August held the superior weapon. Eyes' rapier shattered like glass upon impact, so much so that shards of her sword were found embedded inside her body. She was able to change the trajectory, negate some of its force, but she was still hit by the spear nonetheless, and was still damaged to the point where she was bleeding heavily in the ground. The medics all rushed to the stage, Reveria among them, the elf running on top speed aided by body enchantment magic, while gulping mana potion, as she believed she needed every mana she had to heal Iza's injury. When the elf arrived on her side, she grimaced at how serious the wound was. The spear may not have hit a vital spot, but the injuries she sustained were still critical. She hurriedly cast healing magic. The others started to carry Iza's prone body into a stretcher, moving as fast as they could because her life depended on it. "It won't budge," one of the medics grunted as she tried to pry Iza's fingers open. Even now, with her unconscious, she was still gripping her weapon tightly. "Leave it," Reveria ordered. "Her body and mind is still in combat even with her being knocked out." She thought, "I don't know if I should be thankful for it since it helps that her muscles are tensing up, stopping the blood from pouring out. But at the same time, her mana is resisting my own, and healing her at this state would likely drain me." They finished loading her into the stretcher. With it, they rushed her inside, into immediate medical care. August stared at their work while breathing heavily. His right hand was shaking nonstop, his vision going in and out of focus as his mind fought the drowsiness that was taking hold of his body. His right hand was also unrecognizable. He had made improvements in his spell. His fight with Toga helped him a lot, but it was still unfinished. All his fingers in his right hand were bent out of their natural shape. It was black and unrecognizable. His whole right arm was charred as it burned with his use of excessive mana. With eyes gone from the stage, August could finally relax. He was still tense when they were moving eyes. He could still feel her mana and intent, still wanting to fight. And with August relaxing, his spell, Endless Battle, came to a stop. Ibri Acham marched on the stage to announce the winner, but as he got close, August fell face first into the ground. Her body entered Mind Zero, a side effect of prolonged use of his spell, Endless Battle. August Povey. My body felt light, like I was floating, unburdened by my own weight. It was a feeling that I was familiar with. I'm back at the abyss. But this time, it felt slightly different. My body felt much more calm than when I entered it before. Not only that, but it looks different as well. There are bright twinkling lights from the distance. Like stars, although few, their lights were more pronounced in this vast, empty darkness. "Hello, August." I once again heard the dark and unsettling voice that seems to vibrate the entire space that surrounds me. "Beowulf," I answered, looking around trying to find where the voice came from. "Curious, aren't you?" The voice sounded, like a whisper beside my ear. I turned only to see the blank, empty space. "I'm sure by now you've noticed the change in this place." "What exactly is this place?" I asked. My voice was curious as I looked around. All I could see is darkness traveling for who knows how long and starts shining here and there. "Come on, give it a guess." The voice sounded amused. "If I have to guess, then I say that this is you. This place is inside you, inside the spear to be exact. This place represents you, Beowulf." "Oh ho," a good answer but sadly lacking. The voice chuckled, its laughter vibrated my very core. "Enough games, why am I back here again?" I asked. "Tell me you were bored again." Impatient as always. The space shook as a large chain floated in front of my eyes. Grown stronger, August. With it, one of the many chains that binds me has been broken. I silently watched the chain float in front of me. My hand reached into it, and as my finger touched it, the chain shattered and broke like glass, its pieces shining brightly, flying into the vast empty darkness, forming the stars around me. "Can you feel it, August? My power coursing in your veins. With this, you've taken a step closer towards your goal. With this, your power will climb much more." "Will it though?" I spoke dryly. My eyes moved towards the side. I could feel its presence right there. "What's this? I thought this news would make you happy. Did you not wish for strength, for revenge, to slay all the monsters?" The voice sounded much deeper. It felt insulted. Did I really grow stronger? Because from the looks of it, it was your strength that grew, not mine. "You are my master, my wielder. My strength is yours, my power is yours." I could feel his pressure growing stronger and stronger. "Oh yeah, then tell me, Would I have won my fight with eyes if it wasn't for you? There was an eerie silence, the voice didn't answer. I clicked my tongue and grimaced, a bitter taste clings to my mouth, like swallowing a bug. I felt it at our clash. It may look like we were equal, but she was stronger than me. She only lost because of our weapons. Because of you? I took a deep breath and continued. Beowulf, I realized since coming here in Orario that I have relied on your strength, so much so that if it wasn't for you, I would have died the very first day that I've entered the dungeon. You might say that your strength and power is mine, but the way I see it is different. I'm greedy, I don't want reliance, I want my own power. And right now, you're in my way. Be very careful of what you're about to say, child. The whole world shook as its voice boomed all around me. I felt a pressure pushing me down. My body suddenly felt heavy. A pair of golden wolf-like eyes glared at me, shining brightly in this vast empty space. I was but a speck of dust at how large the eyes were. There you are, I smiled viciously as I locked eyes with Beowulf. How nice of you to finally show yourself. Your arrogance will get you nowhere, August. Beowulf spoke. Its voice was clearly angry, its eyes glaring daggers at me. I can sense what you are thinking, and I must advise you against it, or suffer the consequences. I told you, I'm greedy, I longed for strength, my strength, not yours. You are but a tool for me to use, and I will take every ounce of your power and make it my own. I smirked and tilted my head. Don't look at me like that. As you said, you can sense what I am thinking. What makes you think I couldn't sense yours? Aren't you planning on doing the same? Taking over my body once my strength reached its peak. Think of it as a game. Whoever wins between the two of us will get power and strength, and freedom. I didn't say the last part out loud. A smile slowly crept up from the vast empty space. A set of large, sinister teeth showed. A low, rasping laugh echoed. Ha ha ha, so it's like that, huh? The eyes slowly closed, bringing the darkness and emptiness back. You really are the best vessel I could have asked for. Why, thank you, I answered as I felt the pressure slowly dissipating. I guess that's it for my time here at this endless abyss. I spared a glance back at the empty space where I know Beowulf resides. Don't worry, though, you'll get the freedom that you so crave, one way or another. As I said those words, I felt my body falling. My eyes snapped open. I was lying down. I stared at the unfamiliar ceiling as my body ached all over. My bones felt like they were creaking at my every move as I raised my right hand up to see the damage that I sustained when performing the incomplete magic. To my surprise, my arm was healed. Aside from the pain, it was practically good to go. Heh, it looks like Beowulf still has a soft spot. I know that he was the one healing me after all. Well, aside from the medics the tournament provided for us. I sat up, or at least I tried to, but a hand pushed me back down. Quite forcefully, if I may add. I looked to the side and saw my god, Heracles, sitting at a stall, his hand extended to my chest, pushing me back to bed. Old man, as the words left my mouth, I felt a thudding pain smacking me at the side of my head. What the fuck? I'm still recovering, you fucking old geezer. Call me old one more time and I'll shove my foot up your asshole, he said coldly, and I can swear to everything that is holy that Heracles is the scariest being in this world. Do you understand? I swallowed and shook my head up and down. Why the hell is he pissed? Good, how are you feeling, August? He asked. Is he worried? Why can I hear a hint of worry in his voice? Like shit, I answered curtly. Everything is in pain, even my fucking hair hurts. Good, the old man replied and shrugs. Good, what the hell? At least you're well enough to feel pain. That's a good sign, he said indifferently as he stood on his seat and walked out of whatever room I was in. I could only open and close my mouth. I think my mind stopped working. In what realm is feeling pain a good sign? God fucking damn it. Narration. At the vast abyss. Don't worry though, you'll get the freedom that you so crave, one way or another. Beowulf snapped his eyes wide open as he heard August's last word, yet as he did, August was already gone. Countless thoughts ran up Beowulf's mind. It was his greatest desire to be free, free of its bindings, free from his burdens. His every action was for that purpose, for the freedom that he so craves. What are you planning, August? He asked himself, his voice echoing in the empty abyss. He tried to move, but the chains that were binding him stopped him on his tracks. It rattles and chimes as he tries to pull free from the bindings. He hated that sound, it reminds him of his plight. It grates his ears at every rattle the chains makes. He released a low growl, his mind wandered back to the boy who has become his master. Fine, I'll play your game. He spoke with a jovial and curious low voice, but the moment you ever show any sign of weakness, ha ha ha, ha. His laugh echoes dangerously at the vast empty void that is the abyss. Chapter 87, A Night of Drinking, Froke's Hell. There was a certain buzz in the city. The excitement earlier hadn't died down. All the pubs were full as rowdy adventurers who made a killing in the tournament. Cheers and laughter filled the streets. Even those who lost big money joined in on the celebration to drink away their anguish, the fight between the two prodigies still fresh in their minds. It was a happy time for the adventurers of Orario. Well, not all adventurers, though. The ones from Loki Familia are all down in the dumps. Considered to be one of the strongest familia in the city, they have suffered defeat after defeat, as all of their fighters aside from Eyes all lost in the very first round. Loki in particular was in a very foul mood. Aside from Tiona, all of her children are severely injured. Tione was still in critical condition due to the green dragon, Anakitty had her left side destroyed, and Eyes, although stable now, was a hair width away from dying. Not only that, she owed Athena a huge amount of money, not to mention she was already in the red when she commissioned Eyes' weapon from Hephaestus, the weapon that was destroyed in her fight with August. Another, she wailed while raising her hand. She cursed her godly body as her tolerance on alcohol was stopping her from being blackout drunk. Finn, Gareth, Bete, and Tiona could only watch their god. It was not a good look on their part. All the regality a god should have was thrown out the window. Reveria stayed behind to tend to the elves who were injured while maintaining the barrier, as well as the 3 members who suffered injuries in the tournament. Chloe Rollo arrives with a full pint of ale and places it at the middle of their table. "Anything else, Lady Loki?" she asked politely. "Keep it coming," Loki answered without looking up as she chugs another full mug of ale. She was planning on getting drunk or die trying, whichever came first. Chloe looked at Finn, as if asking if everything was okay. The Palom just sighed and nodded with an apologetic look. Chloe bowed before leaving. It was not as if she was part of their familia to care about their god's drinking habit, but she was just worried that the goddess might cause trouble inside the pub. Finn watched Chloe making sure she was out of earshot before turning to Loki. "My lady, aren't we short on cash, if you keep drinking?" "That's precisely why I'm drinking," Loki cut him off before he could finish. "I'm drinking my sorrows away, leave me alone," she said while pouting. Finn had a strained smile on his face while his eyes twitched. He was used to his goddess childish nature. Hell, all of the members of her familia was aware of the fact that Loki could sometimes be hard to deal with. That was why, as captain, Finn had a huge responsibility in making sure the affairs of the familia was running smoothly. He had adjusted their budget well when Loki commissioned Eyes' weapon, but he did not foresee that his god would bet 300 million volleys to Athena. And right now, his mind was trying to do mental acrobatics to keep their familia on the green, but every glass Loki drank seems to stab him at his brain. He looked at the 3 members that were with him, asking for help, only to see Bete and Gareth chugging alcohol and Tiona stuffing her face with today's special. Finn blankly stared at the trio, his mouth opened and closed. He took a deep breath and opened his mouth. But before he could let a rant, the door opened and loud cheers erupted inside the pub. "Well, look who it is. August. I won big money because of you." That was one hell of a fight. August entered the hostess of fertility, along with Heracles, Denki, and Froke. In came the loud applause of the adventurers drinking. "Tusk." Finn could hear 2 sets of tongue clicked. Loki and Bete both had a sour look on their face as they eyed the new arrivals. "Well, this is gonna be a problem." Finn's face cringed at the timing. He has no qualms with August and his familia, and to tell the truth, he was impressed at the showing he did in the tournament. Even with the unfortunate ending with his match against Eyes, he understood that it was an unavoidable outcome with them going all out. One of them was gonna end up hurt. But that doesn't mean the others share his line of thoughts. Eyes is Loki's favorite. It was obvious for everyone with two pairs of eyes, and he knows that his god was fuming at the injuries the sword princess received. And Bita has this sort of bad blood with August, a childish rivalry in his eyes, but one that is currently a ticking time bomb at the current circumstances. Well, would you look at the time? My lady, I believe it's getting late now, and frankly, I don't think our budget will cover a whole night of drinking right now. Finn hurriedly moved in front of Loki. Oh why, musclehead, but Loki already called on to them. Finn palms his face and groans, this is gonna be a long night. He thought as Heracles, along with his familia, walked into their table. Oh why, musclehead. The adventurers all went quiet as a shrieking high voice took over the bustling, rowdy crowd. Everyone turned their head and saw a table full of adventurers from Loki familia and the goddess herself. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and when Heracles marched towards their table, the adventurers gulped. They all moved out of the way and started to avoid looking in their direction, opting to chat and drink as if they weren't there at all, afraid of the two gods that, from the looks of it, are at odds with each other right now. Heracles arrived at the tables. He looked at everyone and gave a curt nod in greeting. Loki, he said to the goddess, a nice night for a drink, isn't it? You owe me 320 million volleys. Loki glared at the god while extending her hand as she declared Heracles' debt. I'm sorry, I must have some trouble with my hearing today. I owe you what exactly? Heracles said as moved his head closer towards Loki whilst picking his right ear with his pinky. 320 million volleys. Loki answered, emphasizing every word that left her mouth. You must be drunk. Heracles spoke with a hint of amusement in his voice. I don't recall owing you anything. The weapon your child destroyed was worth 320 million. Loki stood up, standing face to face, although she only stood below Heracles' chest with the god of strength. And the rules dictate that the god must pay compensation for any asset that was lost opposed to the other god. Heracles smirked. He couldn't believe the audacity of the cross-dressing pancake. That's quite a reach. I would have believed you if it wasn't for the fact that I was there when the rules were established. The two of them went back and forth as their children could only watch awkwardly at the ensuing debate the two of them were having. Colorful words started to fly out of their mouth, Loki mainly calling Heracles a muscle-headed gorilla, while Heracles bit back with him calling Loki a chopping block of flatness. Finn scoots over to August's side and bowed apologetically. Sorry about that. My goddess can be a little unreasonable at times. August also bowed apologetically while scratching his head. I feel you, man. The old man can be childish as well, really unbecoming of his age. Both of them sighed deeply, understanding each other's plight as captains of their respected familia. Anyway, shall we drink? It's on me, August offered. Gareth was the one who answered. Being a dwarf, he wouldn't pass up a free drink. How nice of you, young August. Come, let us drink to our heart's content. They moved to the table, leaving the two arguing gods all alone. Denki and Frok were feeling awkward as they sat along with the members of Loki familia, especially Frok. She wasn't even part of Heracles' familia. She felt out of place. Being surrounded by all of these monsters made her skittish as she awkwardly played with her hands. Oh, by the way, this is Denki, a member of my familia, and Frok, the supporter of our party. August introduced the two of them. He then raised his hand, calling for a server to take their order. Their drinks arrived shortly, as well as a plethora of dishes. They talk about various things, mainly about the dungeons, sharing information, mostly Finn, about what to expect in the lower floors. They were carefully threading away from the subject of the tournament, mainly August and Iza's match. Tiona was flirting with August a bit, an Amazon thing where they were attracted to strong male. But it was mostly just that as August was more interested about their experiences in the dungeon. Gareth is talking with Denki, mainly about the beverages in the Far East. Frok mostly kept to herself, only talking when she was asked, or if Gareth offered her another glass of ale. And Bita? Well, Bita was being Bita. He was silently sipping his drink while glaring at August, sometimes joining in the conversation while throwing jabs at August, which he promptly ignored much to the annoyance of the werewolf. All was fine until a random passerby mockingly smirked at their table. Well, if it isn't the failure. Frok suddenly paled. She paused midway in her drink as her mind came to a sudden halt. She recognized the voice. It was one of the members of her familia. Hanging out with high-level adventurers, as if that would change what you really are, a failure. Everyone on the table turned to see a Palom with short brown hair, smiling mockingly towards Froke. "Excuse me, do I know you?" August answered. He was smiling politely, but his eyes weren't, and his voice was dangerously low. He saw how Froke reacted when she heard the voice. "Me? Oh no, but someone at your table sure does, isn't that right? Froke," he smiled a toothy grin. "Lewin," Froke spoke with venom in her voice, "what do you want?" "Me? Nothing from a failure like you." Denki's hands clenched hard at his mug, cracking the wooden handle as he heard the Palom spoke. "Lord Apollo, on the other hand, requires your presence." Froke suddenly felt cold at the mention of her god's name, something August and Denki noticed. "I'm afraid she's a bit preoccupied right now." August answered. This time the polite smile on his face was gone and was replaced with full-on contempt. "And she has no say in this matter." Another voice joined in their conversation. This time it was a human, with long brown hair tied to a ponytail. He was lanky in stature and tall, standing close to 6 feet. He was beautiful for a male, with soft feminine features, almost comparable to an elf. "And neither do you. This is our familia's business. Outsiders such as yourself have no say nor power in this." He continued, his voice carried a certain chill. "See, Captain." Froke stutters as she stared at the man who was her captain. "Hyacinthos." Finn eyed him, looking at him dryly. "Finn." Hyacinthos curtly nods at Finn as well as the others from Loki Familia. He then stared back towards Froke and spoke. "Now, Froke, if you mind, Lord Apollo has had a bad day. You wouldn't want him to wait for you now, do you?" "Why, yes, see, Captain." Froke slowly got up, a hand reached for her. It was Denki. He was looking at her seriously, his eyes were telling her to stay. She shook her head and pulled her hand out, her eyes carrying sadness, fear, hopelessness. Something new for the young samurai, as he was used to seeing her with a plucky attitude and strong will, something that was clearly missing in her right now. August also moved to try and stop Froke, but Finn stopped him. He shook his head and whispered, "As much as I hate to admit it, Hyacinthos is right. This is their familia's business, and we have no say in this." August and Denki watched as Froke's back, as she gingerly walked towards Hyacinthos, her body language clearly showing signs of fear. Hyacinthos clicked his tongue, annoyed at Froke for walking so slow. He grabbed the half-breed's hand and forcefully pulled her to his side. Everyone at the table face grew darker, especially August and Denki's. Their hands crushed the wooden handle of the mug as their intent oozed out of their body. Hyacinthos sensed this and jumped back. His face turned ugly as he glared at the two. Froke's eyes widened and quickly looked at her two party members, shaking her head vigorously, her eyes pleading for them to stand down. She smiled gratefully when they did. "Let's go, Lord Apollo is waiting." Hyacinthos pulled Froke out with the half-breed not resisting, and the adventurers at the table could only watch as they left at the front door. "Bastard," Bitek cursed out loud, something August could finally agree with. The mood on the table became sour. The event left a bad taste in everyone's mouth. At Apollo's manor, Apollo was sipping a glass of red wine. His face was angry as he remembered the horrid day that he had. First was his failed plan in bringing the butcher down, then Buddha showed up and smacked him in the head. Not only that, he was left hanging by his so-called allies. He throws the glass on the wall, breaking it, leaving a red stain on his white marbled wall. "I'll fucking rip THEM to SHREDS," he wailed. Gone was his image of immaculate perfection. His face was a crumpled mess as his hands pulled on his hair. There was a knock on his door. He hurriedly fixed himself pristine as he answered for whoever it was to come in. Hyacinthos opened the door, and at his side was Froke. Apollo smiled and licked his lips as he saw the half-breed that he owns. "Ah, Hyacinthos, how nice of you to finally show up," he said sarcastically. "My apologies, Lord Apollo, there had been some complications." Hyacinthos bowed as he answered. "Zip it," Apollo said angrily, shutting his captain up. "Leave us." "As you wish, my lord." Hyacinthos promptly leaves, not before smirking towards Froke. Froke just stared at the captain. She frankly didn't care right now. Her mind was shut off. The door closed, and Apollo's smile deepened. He moved towards a cabinet at the corner of his room. He opened it, revealing various whips, small blades, and other instruments for his sick amusements. He looked back at Froke while pulling a whip, snapping it in the air. "Froke, Froke, Froke, as usual, your beauty is exquisite to look at," he said as he stepped closer toward the half-breed. Froke didn't answer. She looked down on the ground, her breath becoming more rigid at every step the god takes. "A toy like you is hard to come by, small and fragile yet fierce and—" He stood in front of Froke. He glided the whip on her shoulder, prying the strap of her clothing off. "Wild," he continued, a perverted smile deep into his face. This was another reason why Froke could never leave this familia. Apollo wouldn't let go of such a rare specimen. A half-breed, something he loves to use for himself. Froke sniffled as she held back her tears. This had been going on for years now. But even after all that time, she still felt disgusted at being this monster's plaything. There was a momentary hope when she finally achieved a feat. She could level up and maybe Apollo would actually stop. But no. Not only did he continue his nightly activities with her, he actually held her back from leveling up. With that, all her hope turned to dust. Her only respite was her daily diving in the dungeon, along with August and Denki. A momentary happiness in her cruel life. "You know, I really need to let some steam out after the horrible day that I have." Apollo grabbed the collar of Froke. He then pulled it, ripping her clothes off, revealing her skin. It was full of scars which she received from their previous sessions. She swallowed a cry, her eyes tearing up as Apollo fondled her body, his hands forcefully grabbing her chest and squeezing it to his absolute enjoyment. And so another hellish night began for Froke, as she could do nothing but shed silent tears as Apollo has his way with her. Chapter 88, Announcements. Chapter 89, A Secret Meeting, Boy. Orario had now gone to rest, as its inhabitants had now tucked in from the busy yet exciting day they had. Yet there was a place that even in the depths of night was still bustling with people from the populace, with adventurers and civilians alike walking and mingling in the streets. That place is the Red Light District, a place where the scums of the city go to have a good time, where the city police Ganesha familia had very little presence or none at all. Shady familias had taken root in this part of the city. It was an unlawful place, filled with drugs, prostitution, and illegal activities such as murder and mortal trafficking. It was the dark side of the city. And at the center of it, the one who is in control of the whole area is Ishtar and her familia. She ruled the place using her seductive charm which could ensnare mortals, and her children who did the dirtier deeds, such as eliminating those who stood in her way. And right now, Ishtar was having a drink along with a guest. "Ishtar, I've got to say, you really do have impeccable taste." A man spoke with a smile as he twirled the red wine, swirling it inside an ornament glass. "And for someone who is still under suspicion of being a part of Evolus, you seem to be living well." "Erebus, what the hell are you doing here?" Ishtar glared at Erebus and spoke with venom in her voice. She felt threatened. If anyone saw the crazed god who was an open member of Evolus under her roof, she would lose everything. Hades would stop at nothing to hunt her down. "Are you trying to blow my cover?" "Relax, dearie, loosen up a little. I'm just paying a little visit. I do miss the city, you know." Erebus smiled as he took a sip of wine. "And don't you worry, I was careful when I entered this city." "Don't play your games with me. A little visit, you must think I'm an idiot then." "On the contrary, I think you're quite smart. Establishing this little empire inside Orario, gaining power and riches, as well as a foothold as one of the more prominent gods in the city. Color me impressed." Erebus then flashed Ishtar a meaningful smile. "It would be a shame if it all turned into dust, don't you think?" "Are you threatening me?" Ishtar's voice became dangerously low. Her godly aura oozed out her body, making the air dense with her malicious intent. "Of course not." Erebus chuckles and shakes his hand playfully. "Why would I threaten a comrade?" Ishtar could feel her blood boiling. She hates being toyed with, especially in her own home. She was about to say something, but two hooded figures landed behind Erebus and kneeled. Erebus' smile deepens as one of them scotches over to his side and whispers something in his ears. Ishtar became curious. How did those two bypass her security? What did they whisper to make Erebus smile like that? What the hell is he planning? She thought to herself. Erebus nodded. He handed something to one of the hooded figures as he smiled playfully in Ishtar's direction. The two figures slowly moved back and vanished, leaving the two gods alone inside the room. What the hell was that? Ishtar asked. Business, dearie, something that may interest you as well. Ha ha ha, you must be crazy if you think that I'll join in on whatever crazy schemes you are planning. Oh, but it's gonna be glorious. Erebus smiled crazily, sending chills up Ishtar's spine. She knew that smile, and it only meant that something big was running up inside the crazy god's head. I told you I can't risk my cover. If Hades gets a whiff of me being involved in Evelus, I'm as good as dead. Especially now with a Theiko Oplo on the loo, she paused as she saw Erebus's smile became even more crazed at the mention of the weapon. No, it all makes sense. Tomorrow, the prince and the butcher's dog will be fighting. You crazy bastard. See, I told you you're smart. Erebus started laughing as he stared at the look of horror that was slowly morphing in Ishtar's face. No, no, no. Every god in Orario would be there along with their familias. Are you sane? Ishtar wailed as she stood up on her feet. Of course I am. Relax, dearie. Everything is going according to my design. I will not be a part of this. If you fail, and trust me you will, everything I have would be gone. Every god in Orario will hunt me down. And that's the beauty of it, Ishtar. You have no say in this matter. His voice became cold as he also stood up and walked closer towards the goddess. As we speak, one of my toys holds a message that would tie you up with whatever would transpire tomorrow, and it will inevitably reach the hands of Hades. A look of horror appeared on Ishtar's face as Erebus slowly ran his fingers on it. You wouldn't want that now, don't you? Ishtar glared at Erebus. Her face was cold as she bit her lower lip. She then smirks as she realizes that Hades wouldn't be entertaining an anonymous message from anyone. Bluffing. We all know Hades wouldn't move without any evidence, and as of right now, you don't have anything on me. Ha ha ha, I'm clean, you fucking bastard. She slapped the hand of Erebus that was touching her face. Right again, dearie. Look how smart you are. Erebus clapped sarcastically. But what if the message came from someone he trusts? Then you really are bluffing. Ishtar smirked as she turned around, giving Erebus one last glance before continuing. I assume you know where the door is. Leave. Anna Dreyer, Erebus spoke, which made Ishtar stop on her tracks. Oh, you know her? Of course you do, you're smart after all. Ishtar didn't answer. She turned around slowly, her eyes glared at the crazed god. Do you still think I'm bluffing, dearie? Erebus mockingly asked as he sat back down, pouring another glass of wine for himself. What did you do? Ishtar asked, her voice nervous at what may come out of Erebus's mouth. I've got myself a new toy. Erebus's answer made Ishtar shake in her place. She clenched her hands tightly whilst glaring daggers towards the crazed god. Anna Dreyer is a prominent member of Hades's hunting party, a group of mortals whose main job was to investigate and hunt down gods and their familia who is under suspicion as being part of Evelus. She knew Anna because she was the one who investigated her. Fortunately, the mortal didn't find anything that may link her to the organization. But a few weeks back, news of her disappearance was made known to the gods by Hades. She was assumed dead, as she was last seen going home for a vacation back in her hometown in Rakia, a village which was now destroyed by monsters, by what Hades revealed to them. Everyone came to the conclusion that the village was attacked by Evelus. It was their MO after all. The knowledge of this was not shared with the common public, but every god knew of the event. With that said, Erebus had made it clear that Anna was now a puppet for him. This made Ishtar shudder. One word from Anna under the orders of Erebus, saying that she's part of Evelus, would mean death for her. Permanent death. What do you want? Ishtar said, giving up. Erebus has her on the neck. Oh, don't give me that look. Erebus smiled while sipping from his glass. We still need you in Orario so your cover will not be blown. Ishtar breathes a huge sigh of relief from Erebus's words. Now, all I want from you is a place for my pets to stay, some grub for them to eat and to entertain themselves. Erebus continued, his words made Ishtar frown. You can do that, can you? Pets? Ishtar asked. Yes, dearie, pets. Erebus snapped his fingers and multiple eyes shone all around the dark spaces inside the room. We wouldn't want them to be hungry now. They need to be at full strength for tomorrow after all. What a sick bastard, Ishtar thought to herself as her eyes roamed around the room. She could see multiple beings that were not supposed to exist, beings outside the laws of nature. Chimeras, how many mortals did he kill? She asked herself. She didn't care for mortal life, but this is too much. The next day, the street of Orario was filled with excitement as morning came. The final day of the tournament had arrived. The locals of the city flock and rush to the amphitheater, trying to get one of the limited seats. Pubs saw this as business opportunities and hired mages to broadcast the fight inside their establishment using their magic. Of course, the price for such a mage would be high, but pub owners such as Mia Grand value the business that would naturally flock inside. It was an eventful day for Orario. A once-in-a-lifetime event is now coming to a close, but not before one final hurrah. August is sitting inside the waiting room. His mind was in a gutter right now. He was preoccupied by the event last night. Frok's face was stuck inside his mind. He and Denki planned on assaulting Apollo's mansion last night. Consequences be damned. But his god Heracles put a stop to it, forcefully if he might add. His body was still aching from the beating the god of strength gave him last night. Flashback. August and Denki prepared themselves to launch an attack at Apollo's mansion. Yet the moment they stepped out of the house, they felt a huge aura pushing them down to the ground. And where do the two of you think you're going? A deep voice, almost growling, sounded behind them, as their neck mechanically turned only to see Heracles leaning at the wall. Lord Heracles. Denki jumped back in shock, his hands moving towards the hilt of his katana. Tusk, August clicked his tongue, his hand naturally moved to his spear as he got on his stance. You can't stop us, old man. We're getting our supporter back. Oh ho, and how do y'all plan on doing that? Heracles sighed and shook his head disappointingly. Let me guess, by going all gung-ho and charging head first, I thought I trained the two of you to be better than this. Get back inside. Heracles spoke with a cold voice. With all due respect, my lord, we can't do that. Denki spoke with a determined voice. He started sweating bullets as Heracles gave him a look filled with violent intentions. Denki, and I thought you were the smart one here. Heracles let some of his godly aura leak as he now stood straight. August walked in front of Denki, covering him as much as he could from Heracles' aura. What's up, old man? Don't tell me you're scared of Apollo. August questioned, smirking at Heracles. Suddenly, Heracles vanished from where he stood. August's eyes went wide. He then felt a hand grasping him at the back of his head. His body snapped down, the ground seemingly appearing in front of his eyes. Boom! Heracles slammed August headfirst at the ground, his head digging deep inside the cold, hard soil. You seem to have forgotten who I am, boy. Heracles' voice was dangerously low. He then looked at Denki, who was glued to where he stood. Denki could feel his body shudder at the amount of aura Heracles unleashed towards his direction. His knees buckled as he fell to the ground. He couldn't breathe. He felt his throat being clogged up by some unknown pressure. With a quick move, Heracles placed his hand in front of the young samurai's head. He loaded his middle finger with his godly strength, and with a snap he flicked Denki in his forehead, sending him flying and crashing into the trees. August slowly got up. I didn't even see him move, he thought to himself. He felt a hot liquid trickling down from his forehead. He wiped it off and saw blood cling to his fingers. He stared wide eyes at Heracles. He thought he was getting close towards the limit of his god's strength. Oh, how wrong he was. August moved. Straining his muscles to the limit, he twisted his body, delivering a forward slash. Heracles didn't move from his spot. He raised his right hand up and caught the spear head with his fingers. August's eyes went wide. He couldn't believe it, and before he could process what happened, Heracles pulled the spear towards him, yanking August along with it. And in one smooth movement, he delivered a devastating lariat straight at the adventurer's abdomen. August plunged deep into the ground. The wind was knocked out of him. His vision became blurry. He lay sprawled on the ground, his body aching all over. Back inside, boy. Heracles glanced at August. The young adventurer felt a cold chill inside his body. This is your final warning. Why? August glared at Heracles, his voice filled with anger towards his god. They are weak. Me and Denki would demolish them. Why the fuck are you stopping us? Hell, even me alone would be enough in demolishing that fucking familia filled with trash. Heracles closed his eyes, his face filled with disappointment. And then what? He asked as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Huh, August? And then what? Let's say you got that child back, what happens next? August didn't answer, more like he can't. I thought so. Heracles walked back towards their house, passing by August, stopping in front of the door. Without looking back towards August, he continues, that's the problem with you, August. Your strength has blinded you, and with it, you fail to see the big picture. Heracles let out another disappointed sigh as he opened the door, sparing one last glance towards August. Clean this mess up before you enter. I don't want your blood and dirt coming inside my house. End of flashback. August sat as he contemplated the event of last night. He shook his head. Right now his focus should be on the fight ahead, but doing so was hard for him, not with the bubbling rage that was inside of his system right now. He took a deep breath and concentrated, closing his eyes. He moved his mana inside his body, circulating it to reach every crevice. Moments later, a knock sounded. August slowly opened his eyes. You ready? A voice outside said. August stood up and grabbed his spear. He focused his anger on the match, at the prince, a far cry from the teaching of Heracles. But he didn't care, he was angry. Yeah, August answered and opened the door. There waiting for him was Isfi. The female adventurer gulped at the pressure being released by August. Isfi moved out of the way and August passed her, not even giving her a glance of attention, his eyes staring straight at the light at the end of the tunnel. My apologies to the royal cunt. He thought to himself as he marched to the stage. Gonna use you to vent some of my anger. His mana boomed, shaking the very space that surrounds him. Chapter 90, Tournament Finals start. The Amphitheater Incident 1. Ibriya Cha stood in the middle of the stage. He was tasked by Ganesha to host the finals, as the god was impressed by his performance yesterday. With a smile plastered on his face, it's showtime. He took a deep breath before starting. Ladies AMD gentlemen, ITs, TIME. He wailed on the top of his lungs, making the crowd go wild as they cheered loudly. For 2 days, we have witnessed battle, war, and victory, all leading to this moment. And now, only 2 remain. This is the last fight to determine the strongest level 5 in Orario. Nay, the continent, this is the finals. Ibri paused, savoring the adoration from the crowd. Taking another breath in, he continued. Now, without further ado, allow me to call on our 2 fighters. The 2 of them need no introduction, they have dominated the competition, and now only one stood in their way. On my right, the Crown Prince of RAKIA, MARIUS, VICTRIX, RAKIA. Marius marched to the stage, his stride arrogant, his every step held confidence, the look of superiority glued to his face. He smiled mockingly at the crowd that was raining down boos towards him, giving a message loud and clear, he was better than them. He firmly believed it so, he was above everyone. Talk about ego. Ibri thought to himself, he knows that he really shouldn't be biased, but he really wants August to beat the prince to a pulp. And to my left, the Guy Bulg, Auguste, Kaiser. August walked onto the stage, his sight was set on the prince, his mana, pulsing at a rhythmic beat, sending gusts of wind everywhere at a steady pace. His eyes unmoving, his aura put a stop to everyone in the amphitheater, be it gods or mortals alike. Tusk, Heracles clicked his tongue, he knew this feeling well. That idiot. He mutters to himself as he watches August walk to the stage. He's angry, he's letting his emotions get the better of him. The god wanted to smack August in the head. Heracles have taught August the importance of maintaining a neutral emotional state when engaging in combat. He thought him to fight cold like ice. But right now, his anger was like a raging inferno. Sure, anger can be used as motivation, it can fuel you, give you strength, but it can also hinder you. It makes you rash, tense, predictable even. Something that is exploitable for a skilled fighter. August arrived at the middle of the stage, face to face with the prince. There's no trace of emotion that can be seen in his face. Not like his earlier fights, where excitement was apparent with every move he makes. Everyone in the arena gulped, the barrier was stronger than ever before. They weren't able to sense any mana from the stage, yet the ambience that August is giving right now is downright terrifying. There was a pin drop of silence the moment he stepped on the stage. The prince who was smiling moments ago turned serious. His mana suddenly rose, covering every part of his body. A subconscious defense mechanism when facing something dangerous that every adventurer has. Did he just make me nervous? Marius' mind was in shambles. This was unacceptable for someone with his stance. A royal like him shouldn't be nervous of this common trash. Ibri, who is on the stage with August, ran for his life. He felt that if he stayed there any longer, he would get killed. All the thought of professionalism in giving the crowd a good show flew out the window for the host. Right now, his survival instinct is in control. August saw that as the signal to start, and without wasting any more time, August charged in, lifting his spear to the side. He went in for a powerful stab, heading straight towards the prince's chest. Marius quickly drew his sword. He moved it to block the spear while he took one step back to gain a sliver of time before the spear head reached him. He successfully parried the stab, shooting August's weapon to the left. August used this momentum and spun, rotating a full 360. He slashed his spear horizontally, carrying the full force of his physical strength and the momentum of his spin. The prince clicked his tongue. His plan was to counter with a blow of his own after parrying August's stab. But alas, all he could do was block the incoming strike. His sword met August's spear, and he was shocked when his feet left the ground. He went flying, crashing at the wall as his back bounced off the hard surface. Arg! Marius let out a pained grunt, and the moment that he looked up, August was fast on his heel, brandishing his spear. He sent a powerful overhead strike, slamming Beowulf straight down towards the prince. Marius jumped to the side, dodging the blow. The spear slammed to the ground, shaking the stadium as debris flew off everywhere. "You fucking mongrel," Marius cursed as he launched an attack of his own. His sword glowed a violent purple hue as he loaded mana into it. He then slashed vertically, with the aim of cutting down the trash in front of him. August sneered, "Pathetic," he said coldly as he leaned his body slightly backwards, letting the sword pass by him harmlessly. Or at least that was the idea. The sword boomed as the mana inside it violently exploded, right at August's face. It sent the adventurer flying back. Some parts of his skin turned black. Patches of frozen flesh riddled his body. August didn't know what hit him. His body felt cold. Even his bones felt like it was freezing. He glared at the prince, his hand shaking at the extreme cold that he felt. The prince has a huge grin on his face. The ground in which he stood was riddled with purple ice. "Get carried away, mutt?" he spoke mockingly. August didn't answer. He clenched his fist a couple of times, trying to get the feeling back on his fingers, his eyes never leaving the prince. Marius chuckles at this. He then starts to speak. "You think you're special, don't you? Ha ha ha, you make me laugh." The prince walked around August, with the adventurer following his movements. "You are nothing more than a shit under my boots, make no mistake. You might think that you are on my level, but you are beneath me. All of you are. Only I have the right to wield this power." The prince looked at his sword and at the spear on August's hands. "You are a mistake, one that I will rid of right at this moment," he said as he arrogantly opened his arms wide. He then points his sword, the Theiko Oplo Mistiltane, towards August. "So do entertain me before I snuff you out of existence." August smirked. He sighed as he twirled his spear and took his stance. "Are you done?" he asked, his spear glowing a violent red as he charged mana into it. "If you're gonna come, then come." His mana exploded, shaking the very city with its sheer density and magnitude. He got some shit to work through. "Die," the prince roared as he dashed forward. His sword glowed purple as cold air filled the whole stadium. He vanished out of August's sight, appearing behind him as he slashed his blade straight to his neck. August, learning his lesson earlier, didn't dodge. Instead, he opted for a more personal approach. He twisted his body as his spear flew towards the blade, the two god-killing weapons clashing. A violent boom vibrated the stands, their mana battling for dominance. August adjusted his grip, sliding his hand at the end of his spear. With a quick flick of his wrist, his spear twisted, sliding free from their deadlock, rushing inside Marius' space. Marius smiled and leaned forward, dodging the spear with precise movements. He then grabbed the shaft, holding it in place, while stabbing his sword forward towards the adventurer's heart. August let go of his spear completely. He spun to his left, dodging the sword with his movement, all while sending a spinning back fist that landed cleanly in the prince's jaw. The blow staggered the prince, making him let go of the spear, which August caught while delivering a Spartan kick at his abdomen, sending the prince a few steps back. August then stabbed his spear in the ground, and with a forceful yank, he pulled a chunk of solid concrete about as large as Heracles, and with a simple twirl of his spear, he slammed his weapon forward towards the boulder, breaking it and launching fast-moving projectiles towards Marius. Marius' blade blurred as he slashed it forward, destroying every projectile coming his way, the dust covering his vision, and August took advantage of it as he rushed forward, crouching low to the ground with his chin almost scraping the floor. Marius' senses screamed. He couldn't see the attack, but his body moved on its own, moving his head to the right. He narrowly dodged August's spear that was coming from below. "Enough," the prince roared, slashing wildly towards August, with the latter moving his spear to block every blow. The two engaged at the center, sending multiple deadly blows towards each other. Their weapons clashed against each other again and again. But it was clear for everyone to see who held the advantage. August was forcing the issue, controlling the tempo of the fight as he violently pushed the prince back with an unending assault of spear, strikes too fast for the crowd to see. But even with that happening, the prince was smiling inside his head. "Yes, Mutt, keep it up, you'll be in for a surprise." He stopped his lips from rising upwards, forcing himself not to smile. In the stands, a lone figure was cheering as the match continued. "Wow, look at them go." It is Erebus. He was smiling crazily as he watched the match unfold, anonymous along with the crowd. The god glanced behind him, and with a smile he asked, "So, how did it go?" A hooded figure appeared out of nowhere. She was a shadow. Her presence was so minuscule that she was basically invisible to the naked eye. "Everything is ready, my lord," she answered. Erebus nods in approval, his eyes glued at the two mortals fighting below, specifically at their weapons. "And what about our friend Lucius? How is he faring?" "Good, my lord, he has already been prepared," the hooded figure answered, but there was a hint of doubt in her voice, something Erebus noticed. "You seem troubled, Ari, what is it?" Erebus asked. "Are you sure we can trust Anna, my lord?" Ari said her doubts. "I don't get why you would send her back to Hades." "Oh, I wouldn't worry about her." Erebus chuckled. He turned and looked at Ari straight in her eyes. She gulped as she saw the crazy look the god has in his face. "After all, she's already broken." He then turned his attention back to the match. "And I need someone inside Hades' court. Not only that, but her presence there would also tie Ishtar down." "If you say so, my lord." Ari bowed. She extended her hand towards Erebus, showing her palm that was filled with scars. "I apologize for doubting you, Lord Erebus. Punish this lowly servant of yours as you see fit." The god chuckled to himself and took a knife from his back pouch. He then drove it down Ari's palm, with the girl smiling erotically at the pain she received from her god. "Now off you go, little one. Tell everyone that we will be starting now," Erebus said as he pulled the knife out of Ari's palm. "It is time for Evelys to plunge the world back into darkness." Ari kneeled with a smile on her face. She licked her palms, the blood forming a grin on her lips. She then answered, "As you command, Lord Erebus." And like the shadow, her body vanished, like it wasn't there in the first place. Erebus couldn't contain his laughter any longer. He laughed like a madman while looking at the sky. "Ha ha ha, this is gonna be so fun." Chapter 91, Too Strong for His Own Good. August kept on pushing the tempo, putting the prince on the defensive. Frankly, he was disappointed. He expected more from a fellow Theiko Oplo user, but the prince was a pushover. August slashed his spear towards the prince's head, the blow powerful enough to decapitate him. Marius moved his sword, blocking the spear before it reached him. He then spun and delivered a slash of his own, heading at August's shoulders. "He's getting faster," August thought as he harmlessly moved out of the way, but not fast enough. He then stabbed at the chest, his spear blurring at how fast it traveled. Marius followed the motion of his attack, letting his blow carry him, dodging August's stab and moving at his side. He then delivered a quick check kick to the backside of the adventurer's knee. The hit made August raise his brow in surprise. He really is moving faster than before. The blow made him lose his balance momentarily. This allows Marius to follow up with a fast overhead strike. August rolled to the ground, but Marius's blade nipped him at his calf, a scratch by all accounts, but something August should never be hit with. Marius gave chase, his sword glowing that sinister purple glow. August had grown accustomed to the prince's pattern at this point. He knew that that attack is something he shouldn't dodge. He moved his spear, glowing a violent red as he charged up mana into it, and with a powerful first step, he met the prince head-on. Their weapons clashed, the red and purple mana mixing in the air as it battled for dominance. This time it was the prince who made the first move, pulling his weapon back. He spun to the right, moving all the way back to August's blind side. He then slashed at August's back. August's senses flared up. He blindingly moved his spear, placing it in his back as it blocked the blow of the prince. He then put some power into his feet as he jumped and backflipped over Marius. The prince clicked his tongue. He then rolled forward just in time to dodge August's blow. The prince got back to his feet smoothly. He was grinning at August. Almost, a tad bit slow though. The prince smirked while gesturing at August with him pinching his fingers close together but not touching. August ignored him and got to his stance. If fast is what you want, then allow me to oblige, he thought as he loaded mana into the soles of his feet. He arrived instantly at the prince's space, but what surprised him was that a sword was already waiting for him. The fuck? August hurriedly moved the spear to block the sword. Too slow, Marius said crazily as he goes on with his slash, his blade drawing a crimson line at August's chest as it sends the adventurer flying back. August crashed into the wall, his body catering it, sending debris flying all over. As the dust settles, the crowd can see August with a huge wound on his chest and blood dripping out of his mouth. Heracles has a look of disbelief in his face. From what he could see, the prince should be below the level of August. He doesn't know why, but as the fight continued, Marius' speed grew, gradually that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. But that wasn't what's bothering the god. It's August, he has drawn blood, that should have been the beginning of the end, but there was close to no change in his stats. Ares' face was the complete opposite of that of Heracles. The god of war has a sinister smile on his face as he watches his child silence the crowd. His eyes glanced at the god of strength. He almost chuckled at the look of surprise and confusion on Heracles' face. Oh butcher, the fun has just began. He brought his attention back to the match, his eyes amused at what he was seeing. What the hell? Denki have his eyes wide open. The sight was so unbelievable for him. His captain was in control of the whole fight, but it only took the prince a moment to turn the tides in his favor. Looks like your captain has himself in quite a bind. A voice sounded behind Denki. He quickly turned and saw the old samurai who had his eyes closed and with a serious look on his face. Master. Denki quickly stood to bow, but Toga put a stop to it as he raised his hand signaling no. Settle down, child. I have nothing more to teach you, so I am no longer your master. Besides, I'm retired. Toga smiled and then turned to the seat next to Denki. Excuse me, good lad, but can you let an old man have your seat? My legs are getting tired. He asked politely to the person who was sitting. The one occupying the seat, a man in his mid-30s, turned with an ugly scowl, but then paused when he saw who was asking him. Certainly, yes, sir. He quickly got up and even whipped the seat with his hands. Toga smiled and bowed. Why, thank you for your generosity, young man. He then smiled as his thumb points at the seats above. There's an open seat there you can take. It gives a good view, but my old eyes can't really see that far back. Thank you, the man bowed. He then practically ran away as Toga watched his back with a smile. What a nice young man. Toga chuckled to himself as he took the seat beside Denki. The young samurai just scratched his head awkwardly at what he just saw. That's just bullying, he thought, but made sure not to say it out loud. He then shakes his head as he remembers what his master said earlier. He certainly is. I didn't expect the prince to be faster than the captain. Denki then smiled confidently and continued, but that's something he could deal with. That's not his max speed after all. Denki said proudly, as if a matter of fact. Faster than that, kid? Toga raised his brow and smiled meaningfully. I find that hard to believe. Toga's answer should have made Denki relieved after hearing it. But somehow, he felt like there's more that the old man wasn't telling him. Yes, I believe that young August is faster than the prince. Under normal circumstances, that is. Toga continued as he watched the match seriously. What do you mean? Denki asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Toga opened his eyes, revealing his obsidian black eyes, scanning the stage as he touched his chin. There's been no change in the prince's speed since the start of the match. Come again, Denki said stupidly, his mind confused at what his master said. I can clearly see the prince gaining speed against the captain. Young Denki, are you doubting my technique? Toga asked, making Denki paused. He then chuckles as he sees the flustered face of the young samurai. I forgot how easy it is to tease you, Denki, he said playfully. He then brought his attention back to the match as his face turned serious. As hard to believe as it is, I'm just saying what I'm seeing with my mana dome. Everyone here may see the prince gaining speed, but the truth is, young August is getting slower after every exchange. And no, that can't be it, Denki said in disbelief. If that is true, then how come no one else could see it? The captain himself would have sensed it by now if that is the case. Denki's voice rose an octave as he questions his master. Well, the change was minuscule to begin with. Slowly but surely, young August has been losing his speed, not obvious to the naked eye, but as we all know, I don't see with my eyes. Toga then turned to Denki with a grim look on his face. And you're right, young August would have noticed it by now. He's too skilled and talented not to. But not with the state he is in. What do you mean? Can't you sense it? Toga moved his eyes towards August, who was currently chasing after the prince with a cold, detached rage and frustration. His stance, his movement, the way his mana ripples in the air from the moment he entered the stage. He's angry, his emotions are all over the place, blinding him from what's happening around him, to his body to exact. Denki was silent, his mind jumps back at what happened last night. He knew the reason behind August's rage. But isn't it natural to feel emotions when fighting? He asked. Emotions are natural in a fight, sure. After all, you'll feel excitement, rage, and sometimes joy when fighting, and emotions are essential in generating intent. But too much and you lose yourself in it, it'll become a poison that will hinder you. First, it will target your judgment, then your senses, you'll start making rash decisions, then frustrations will build up as the fight continues. Toga sighs as he shakes his head. His inexperience is showing. Emotions are after all more susceptible to young fighters, and if I'm not mistaken, young August is only 16. So you're saying that the captain is slowing down because he's angry? Denki asked, his voice nervous of what Toga might answer. No, he is not. He's actually pushing himself because of his anger. My money is that the prince has some sort of magic or skill that saps away the speed of whoever he's fighting, and August is too blinded by his rage to see it or even sense it for that matter. Denki grimaced at what he was hearing. He knew just how angry August was last night, but he always views his captain as someone calm and collected in a fight. What Toga said was a wake-up call. August was a prodigy of the highest caliber, someone who has talent he could only wish for. His fighting skills and instinct are top-notch, but he is still a young teen, and right now, his age is showing just that. Denki smiled as he remembered something. He still has his magic. He beams. If he uses endless battle, then he can turn this match around and end it in one blow. That's a big if right there, young Denki. Toga sneered as an ugly look appeared on his face. Do you want to know how I see your captain? How I see young August? He asked. Denki nodded and gulped as he listened to the old samurai. I view young August as a spoiled prodigy. Everything comes easy for him. All that talent, all that skill, I'm sure he worked hard for it, but that doesn't change the fact that he achieves what he is right now due to the overwhelming talent that he possesses. He laughed sadly, envy starting to fill his heart. He pushed it back down, shaking his head in the process. He's proud, arrogant even, to the point that he's grown narcissistic about his strength. He firmly believes that he's better than everyone. I should know, I faced him inside that very stage, yet he doesn't even know it. He swallowed, wetting his throat up, and continued. He is someone who is trying to be humble, but finds it hard since he's receiving praises after praises from everyone around him. The only other mortal that I saw him acknowledge is the Sword Princess, and now that he has beaten her, his confidence in himself has risen to another level. You know, he never planned on using his magic against me. he only did so because I asked for a favor. He views me as someone beneath him, and he was proven right when he beat me as well. He said it himself, it is difficult to step on an ant without crushing it. What makes you think that he views the prince any differently? Toga smiled mockingly to himself as he remembered his fight with the young prodigy. He won't use that magic. His pride and anger is stopping him from doing so. He's too strong for his own good. A hint of disappointment filled his tone. His obsidian-colored eyes watched as August missed another attack, and the prince dodged and countered by slashing at his right thigh. August grunted as he slammed his spear in the ground in frustration. If the fight stays the way things are going, young August will lose. "And no way," Denki gulped, his face full of disbelief. His eyes watched the match, with the prediction of the old samurai living rent-free inside his head. He won't lose. He will, from the way he's fighting right now. Losing is a possibility. Toga sighs. Hell, even I would beat him if he fought me in that state. And from what I can see, the prince is stronger than me. Denki shook his head. No matter what, he just couldn't see nor fathom August losing. His eyes watched as the match continued. Captain. He gripped his fist as he focused on the match. Chapter 92, No Chapter Today. Chapter 93, Title at the End. August rushed towards Marius as he bared his spear, slashing continuously, his frustration growing at every slash the prince's blocks. Marius smiled as August kept on falling for his trap. This was a unique skill of his weapon. If August's lethal tempo makes him stronger with every hit he hits, allowing Beowulf to absorb the blood of his opponent. Marius' skill makes the opponent slower every time his weapon makes a connection. It doesn't matter if it hits the target or his/her weapon. The cold would seep inside his opponent's body, slowing them down over time. Chilling Touch, the name of Mistelton's unique skill, a skill that Marius couldn't use without the sword, much like August who couldn't use lethal tempo without Beowulf. Like Toga said, August should have noticed its effect on his body. Yet because of his anger, he couldn't. His primary trait of adapting mid-battle is thrown out the window, as August's only goal right now is destroying the smug look on Marius' face. Due to how slow Chilling Touch is taking effect, August, as well as the crowd, mortals and gods alike couldn't tell the change that was happening inside the stage. In the crowd, only Ares, who knew of the skill, Toga, who could see what was really happening due to his mana dome, and Denki, who Toga told, knew what was going on. It gives the illusion that the prince is the one gaining speed. But the truth is, his speed is staying the same from when he entered the match. August goes for another barrage. This time the prince smirks. "You don't seem to understand, Mutt. What you're doing is futile," Marius roared as he moved in with a barrage of his own. Their weapons clashed in a violent rhythmic sonata. This time, the prince was the one who was holding the advantage. Red-crimson lines started to appear in August's body, as the prince's blade found its way inside his guard. August clicked his tongue. Usually he would jump back to gain distance, but this time he stepped forward, determined to cut the prince down with his weapon. "Can't you see it, Mutt?" The prince dodged August by sidestepping to the right. He then kicked the adventurer at the back of his knees, making him off balance. He then slammed the side of his sword at August's head, hitting him just below the ear. August, discombobulated by the strike, was sent crashing down. As he opened his eyes, he sees the sword moving down his head. He quickly rolled the side, dodging the blade, but Marius followed his attack up by soccer kicking him in his gut. "Can't you feel it? You're nothing." Marius continued his taunting as he chased after August. "I have to move faster," August thought, quickly getting up on his feet, yet to his surprise, the prince was already in front of him. "You're weak," Marius slashed down at August, with the adventurer blocking the strike. His knees buckled at the strength of Marius's blow. Slow. Marius vanished in front of August. He then appeared behind him, kicking him at his side, sending him flying. "He's getting more faster. I need to move, more speed, more power." August landed on his feet, rushing back to Marius, loading mana into his entire body. "How cute," Marius mutters as he blinked in front of August. The adventurer's eyes went wide at how fast the prince was moving compared to him. Though you are supposed to be a prodigy, yet you can't even see through this." Marius slashed down, burying his sword down August's shoulder. "Since you're so pitiful, allow me to explain. It's the least I can do before killing you." He then kicked August in his gut, sending him back with force as blood splattered when his sword was forcefully pulled out of August's shoulder. August grit his teeth in pain. He glares at the arrogant visage of the prince, looking at him like he was trash. "You think I'm going faster, don't you? How stupid. Since the start my speed has been the same. It is you who is going slow, and for me right now it looks like you're standing still." The prince explained as his voice carried that egotistical tone he has. Chilling touch, appropriate name really, and since its effect is slow, your mind wouldn't be able to see it taking place. Ha. How amazing is that? Your mind is actually tricking you, since it won't notice it, tricking you into believing that I'm moving faster and faster. He then held his stomach in mad laughter. And before you realize what's even happening, it will already be too late. August's face remained stone-like, his eyes still glared at the prince. "You understand now, don't you? No matter what you do, you can't win here. You've already been caught in my trap." He chuckled, and over time it grew into a maniacal laugh. "I'm telling you this because it's already too late for you. Ha. All you can do is accept you demise." "You talk too much?" August charge, his mana screaming in rage as it clings into his body and his spear, a blood-like crimson glow emanating and radiating in his wake, lining up as he moves, a crimson line following him as he charged. His purpose, still the same, a singular goal to cut the prince down. "Fool!" Heracles slammed the table in anger. The prince explained his skill, the principle behind his advantage, yet August, like an idiot, still went in headfirst without even thinking of a plan. His hand cracking the table with his strength, the drinks and food flying in the air. "I'm gonna kill that boy." "Control yourself, Heracles." Athena, who as usual is sitting with Heracles, Hestia, and Buddha, reprimanded the god of strength. The one spouting earlier about him letting his emotions run amok, yet look at you now. Hestia has this analyzing look on her face as she watches the match, keeping her eyes glued at August's, something that if the others saw would elicit jokes and teasing in any other time. Something's clearly off with August. She mutters, "Must be because of what happened last night." "I wouldn't worry though," Buddha said while he chugs a mug of ale. "We all know the boy's strength. He'll pull through." Heracles snarls, not with how the way he's fighting. "And as I said, I wouldn't worry. Put some trust in August, he's your child after all. And look at his eyes, is that the eyes of someone who accepts defeat?" Buddha shrugs as he went back on filling himself up with the snacks on the table. Heracles took a deep breath. He returned his focus back on the match. He made a mental note to beat the shit out of August later for neglecting his teaching about controlling his emotions. August slashed without any regard for defense. He was still moving smoothly thou, showing his skill with the spear. Yet the prince was unimpressed. He bobbed and weaved, moving out of harm's way before the spear even got close to him. He countered by sending a barrage of sword strikes, cutting August flesh. Right now, he's toying with him. His idea was killing August with 1,000 small cuts. With a frustrated grunt, August roared, sending a powerful yet telegraph stab at the prince's direction, beaming straight for his neck. Seeing this, Marius' smiles deepen. He prematurely ends his barrage to deliver a more precise slice. Moving his weapon to the left, he slashed horizontally, right at August's chest. August saw the slash, but did nothing to defend it except for loading mana into his chest area. He pushed forward, allowing Marius' blade to connect. He groans in pain and smirks. His mana stopped the blade from going through. "Gotcha," August said coldly. His hands moved to the sword and gripped it by the blade. "My turn." He then growled as he pummeled the prince with the base of his spear, over and over again. Marius reels as his head snaps back, his lips bursting, his nose broken, the skin on his face opening with cuts as August continues to pummel him. August finished his assault as he let go of the sword, gnawing in pain as he forcefully pulled it out, spluttering blood all over Marius's body. He then spun and delivered a devastating, clubbing blow with his spear at the prince's ribs. The prince flew off from the powerful blow. Arg, scowling in pain, 4 of his ribs broke at the hit. August, meanwhile, dropped to one of his knees. He might have protected himself with his mana, but the slash still did damage. The 2 of them had sustained heavy damages in this fight. August has multiple wounds everywhere. While Marius may have suffered a concussion with the pummeling August gave him, He also suffered 4 broken ribs from August's last attack. The crowd cheered loudly because of what happened. They were getting worried when August was the one getting pushed back. But after that ferocious attack he did, the crowd came back to life. And in the crowd, a hooded god was smiling. With the 2 Thay Kuplo obviously weakened, it was their time to strike. Ari, Erebus said with a smile. A hooded female materialized out the shadows, appearing at Erebus' back, kneeling to her god. Yes, my lord. Erebus smiled crazily and answered, give the signal to start, let the chaos begin. Ari smiled sadistically, she then answered in a jovial tone, certainly my lord, as she vanished in the shadows. Marius Victrix Rachia pushed his body up shakily. He can feel his face was disfigured with the punishment he received when August slammed his spear repeatedly on his face. How dare you? His voice low and dangerous. He then screams as his mana erupts. How fucking dare you? A cold, chilling air encased the whole stadium as mist started to appear inside the stage. The prince was now preparing to unleash Mistelton's magic. August, seeing this, moved his mana as well. He knows that feeling, after all, he has it as well. He gripped Beowulf tightly, his mana sending sparks of crimson blood-colored lightning everywhere. But right before they could unleash their respective magic, something or someone crashed at middle of the stage, beaming from above. I'm sorry, boys. That someone spoke playfully. The crowd, the gods, as well as the 2 fights all stop, shock about the disturbance that was happening. They got a good look of who landed on the middle of the stage. It was a man, a giant of a man, holding a great sword as large as his body. He took off his hood that was hiding his face, revealing a middle-aged man, a scar on his left eye, starting from his forehead all the way down his cheek. His hair, a mixture of black and red, with white hair showing his age, he was as big as Heracles is, and under his hood he wears a black armor, ornated with human and demi-human bones, an image of dragon's skull at his breastplate. His eyes, as red as blood, looks playfully at the 2 fighters who was with him on the stage. He continued what he said earlier. Playtime's over. Boom! An extremely dense and sinister mana burst out of his body, pushing both the prince and August to the ground. The barrier, adjusted to be stronger than it was yesterday, broke like fragile glass, his mana sending every civilian in pain as blood started to leak out of their bodies. The low-level adventurers fainted on the spot. Chaos erupted in the amphitheater. As that was happening, multiple hooded figures emerged out of the stands, laughing hysterically at the chaos that was happening. August took a step back from the mana he was feeling. The anger that inside him vanished as all his focus turned into the stranger. The prince as well felt threatened by the man in front of him. Gone was the egotistical look he has on his face. He was serious about this one. The 2 of them can sense it after all, thanks to their weapon's ability to allow them to have perfect control over their mana. They knew they were outmatched by whoever this was. After all, the person in front of them was a level 7. Chapter 94, The Amphitheater Incident 2. August and Marius felt a tremendous surge of killing intent assaulting their bodies. The 2 Thay Kuplo users both jumped back simultaneously. The man stared at the 2 with a small, amused smile on his face. His appearance was just the beginning. From the stands, multiple hooded figures appeared, carrying weapons. Who is this man? August asked himself. The anger he had been feeling vanished as soon as the man appeared. Right now, his senses were screaming that he was in danger. He gripped his spear tightly, his knuckles turning white. The prince, Marius Victrix Rachia, wasn't feeling too good either. His vision was blurry from August's last attack, and now his senses were ringing warning bells inside his head. Even the sword in his hand urged him to move out of this place. His expression turned serious. Oi, I would really appreciate it if you'd cancel your skill right now. August screamed, not looking at the prince. His eyes were glued to the man. Tisk, the prince clicked his tongue. As much as he hated it, he knew August was right. With a snap of his fingers, August's body felt lighter. What's this? I thought the 2 of you would be running by now. Good job on staying, the man chuckled. His voice was deep and raspy, like lead. Who the fuck are you? Marius asked, his voice laced with venom as he crouched low, preparing to rush. "Oh, I'm sorry, Your Majesty, how rude of me not to introduce myself," he answered as he bowed to the prince, turning his back to August. This would have been the opportunity for August to attack, but for some reason, his body just wouldn't move. He could see himself getting cut if he charged in. "The name's Kane Blutstall." "Nice to meet you, Kane." This time it was August who spoke. "May I ask what you are doing here?" "Isn't it obvious? Look around. We are the agents of chaos, the ones who will bring darkness back to this realm. And to start that, we need those weapons." He smiled crazily as he explained. "I would ask for you two to surrender, but with you two alive, the weapons wouldn't bond with another master. So, to answer your question, I'm here to kill the two of you." As soon as he said that, he suddenly vanished from where he stood, appearing instantaneously behind August. "And I'm gonna start with you." The adventurer couldn't even follow Kane's movement. He couldn't see anything. It was literally instantaneous for him. August's body moved on its own, his skill activating as Beowulf sensed danger. Beowulf's Call, a skill that allowed August to use the experience and skill set of past wielders of the weapon for a limited time, exchanging mana in the process. August twisted his body, moving his spear to his back, just in time to block Kane as he slammed his greatsword. He blocked the blow, but his body was sent flying, crashing into the wall and even going through solid concrete. The prince couldn't even move because as soon as Kane was done with his attack on August, he appeared in front of Marius. He grabbed the prince's head and slammed it to the ground, shaking the whole arena with his strength. Kane's eyes twitched as he felt a large amount of mana coming from the hole in the wall. Boom! August, who by now had activated Endless Battle, beamed towards Kane. His spear glowed a violent crimson hue, his eyes shone crimson as well, and blood-like sparks followed him on his charge. With a primal roar, he stabbed his weapon forward. "Oh, shiny," Kane sneered, but suddenly he felt another huge amount of mana, this time from below him. The prince was glaring at him, his eyes glowed purple, and his body was releasing an obscene amount of chilling air. Endless Battle? The prince activated an endless battle of his own, a magic shared by all Thay Kuplo, but producing different effects and having different conditions in place, and its users. Everything surrounding the prince became a frozen hellscape. The ice clung to Kane's legs, and the prince took advantage of it. His sword glowed a violent purple, and with a demonic roar, he slashed his weapon forward. The two Thay Kuplo users launched their attacks, practically arriving at the same time, sandwiching Kane with two powerful blows. But Kane only smirked. "Naive, incredibly naive," he muttered as his sword moved. He only used one hand to hold his large weapon, and the sword traveled to block August's stab. With his free hand, he caught the prince's sword right between his fingers. Their two momentums came to a sudden halt. Their bodies shook as their speed suddenly became zero, their muscles strained, and their bones creaked. But that was the least of their worries. August's eyes went wide. He couldn't believe it. This was the move that he used in his duel with Bite, the move that finished Toga. Aside from the incomplete magic he possessed, this was his most powerful blow. But Kane blocked it like it was nothing. The prince, as well, had his pride shattered when Kane caught his sword between his fingers. He had loaded every ounce of mana he had into that one blow, aiming for the kill. Yet like a joke, Kane didn't even have to use his weapon to block it. And the two of them were boosted with their respective endless battle. Their stats and mana were now at level 6. But alas, for a level 7 like Kane, those attacks were literally nothing. "Is that it? I thought these weapons were supposed to be powerful." Kane sighed, then chuckled. "Oh, I get it. You two are just weak." Kane let go of his sword and grabbed August's spear. He clenched his fingers that were holding Marius' sword. Before his sword could even drop to the ground, he slammed the two Theiko Oplo users against each other. He caught his sword midair and slashed at the two. But before he could finish the job, a huge figure jumped in front of August and Marius. That figure was Otter. He moved his sword to block Kane's slash, and with a smooth transition, kicked the level 7 straight in the gut, sending him flying back. Boom! Kane crashed into the wall, his body going through it as he was carried by the momentum all the way outside the amphitheater. August and Marius looked shocked. The opponent who had been toying with them 1-on-2 had been sent flying like it was nothing. Otter glanced at the two, his eyes cold and indifferent. Otter, a voice boomed. It was Cain. He was walking leisurely while cracking his neck back towards the stage. I expected you to be here. My god did say that you'll be the #1 threat in our plan. The two of you leave, Otter said coldly to Marius and August. Marius left without a second thought. This was not his city, and his safety, of course, was his #1 priority. August, on the other hand, gripped his spear tightly. I can help, he said, his voice carrying his intention to fight as his mana surged from his body. Look around, adventurer, Otter said coldly. August's eyes roamed the arena, fights breaking out everywhere, dead bodies sprawled in the stands, civilians getting caught in the crossfires. Chaos was ensuing everywhere he looked. Go help somewhere else. I can help you. August's voice was laced with resolute determination to help Otter, but the level 7 adventurer cut him off. Go help the others, you're too weak here. You'll only be getting in my way. Otter's voice carried an authoritative tone, his mana surged, dwarfing August's endless battle-boosted mana as if it was nothing. Listen to him, boy, Cain chimed in. He unleashed his mana as well, this time for real as he was facing another level 7. Run along now and play with someone else. August was shell-shocked. Never before had he felt this small, as if the two level 7s didn't even see him. For Cain, he wasn't seen as a threat, and for Otter, as he had said, he would only be getting in his way. This was a slap in his face. August bit his lips as he turned around, rushing to aid the others who were fighting these hooded figures who had crashed the whole tournament. He was angry at himself for being weak. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, the gods were caught off guard by the appearance of the unknown group of people. Their faces were filled with anger, their auras raged as they watched the chaos below. Loki got out of her seat, walking towards the door. She wanted to take control of the situation below. And where do you think you're going? It was Hermes. He grabbed Loki's hand, stopping her. It obvious. I'm going down there, of course. Loki pulled her arm away, her face twisted in anger. And be a liability. Without our arcanum, we are essentially next to useless down there. Hermes answered, his anger growing. His eyes caught Heracles, along with Buddha, who were also moving towards the door. Didn't you hear me? We can't go down there. Unlike you, we don't need arcanum to fight the likes of them, Heracles answered coldly. Yeah, what he said, Buddha followed suit. His tone was unusually cold, not like his usual relaxed and lazy tone. He slung his hands on the bow staff on his shoulders as he and Heracles marched to the door. To their surprise, Thor stood up from his seat and walked beside them, his hammer gripped tightly in his hand. I'm going with you too, he said coldly. His eyes lingered in Heracles' direction. He was still angry about the whole ordeal with August and him possessing a god-killing weapon. He really hated that weapon, but the city's safety took priority over that. Nice to have you back, fat man, Buddha jokingly said as he slapped Thor's back. Hermes moved in front of the door. Look, I know you three can fight without arcanum, but the moment you step out there, every one of those mortals will target you three. He looked at the eyes of the three gods. And even if it is you three, you'll get overwhelmed without arcanum. Move, Hermes, get out of our way. Heracles spoke coldly, his aura exuding power as he pushed Hermes down with its density. Hermes wanted to answer back, he was thinking logically after all. But before he could, Hades' voice cut through the room. Let them go, Hermes. They are the only gods here who can fight high-level adventurers without the aid of arcanum. We need them to take control down below. But that's an order, Hermes, Hades cut him off, his voice authoritative. He nodded at Heracles and his group, and the god of strength nodded back. All eyes were drawn to the three figures. Heracles' hands grasped the doorknob, but as he was about to open it, a voice sounded inside the room. And that's precisely why I need you three to stay here. A voice sounded right behind the gods. All eyes automatically moved to where it came from. Standing there, with a crazed smile on his face, was Erebus, accompanied by Ari, his personal assistant. Of course, I should have known, Hades snarled, his voice cold and menacing. He glared at the crazed god as his aura boomed out of his body. Not just Hades, every god in the room let their aura explode at the sight of Erebus. It all became clear. It was Evolus who was attacking the city right now. Oh, scary. Erebus faked a shiver while his voice carried a mocking tone. What the fuck are you doing here? Apollo stood, his face red from anger. Apollo, you always were stupid, aren't you? I'm here for the weapons, of course, Erebus shrugged as he rolled his eyes at Apollo. Quite arrogant of you to show your face back here after 15 years, or did you forget how our familias slaughtered your members? Freya said coldly. Her alluring seductive charm was gone, replaced by the cold gaze of a war god. Oh dear Freya, how could I forget? I remember how your child Otter mercilessly killed our devoted members with his sword, how your child Mia launched an assault at our flanks. Oh, I remember everything, dear Freya, Erebus chuckled, but a smile was no longer present on his face. I think it is you lots who are getting arrogant, still clinging to the victory you had 15 years ago. Let me ask you, where's Queen Hera? Huh, no answer. How about Zeus? Huh, you seem to forget, 15 years ago, those two were still present in this city. But after the war, hungry for power, you and Loki pushed the remaining members of their familia out of the city to take it for yourselves, greedy for power. And I do admit, we did suffer defeat 15 years ago. I'm man enough to admit that. But that was back then. Things changed. With the weapons now finding their masters, the wheels of the world have now started turning. Erebus chuckled as he stared at the gods. But that's not the only thing that changed. He snapped his fingers as growls and snarls sounded everywhere in the city, even inside the room. You see, for 15 years, I've been experimenting, perfecting the perfect killing machines, something that has no conscience, something that would put Evolus back on the map. And I'm happy to say that I succeeded. An ugly creature walked beside Erebus as he patted it on the head. Why, you monster? Hermes wanted to vomit at the abomination that was standing all around them. Why, you actually created a chimera. Even Ares is clenching his fist in anger. He might be a psychopathic megalomaniac, but he did care for the mortals. That was why he had fought in the war side by side with the other gods against Evolus. You will die for this, Erebus, Ares spoke coldly. How many mortals did you kill for this? Athena screamed in anger. Her aura surged in power as she grabbed the hilt of her sword. Answer me, you fucking bastard. Erebus chuckled. For this one, about 200 or so. This one is special, after all, but in total, I really don't know, I lost count. He smiled crazily as his eyes scanned the room. The gods looked disgusted by his revelations. A booming warcry erupted inside the room as an earth-shattering aura pushed everyone aside. Erebus? It was Thor. He charged in with his hammer up in the air. Ah, Thor. Erebus held his arms wide open and smiled. You always do have a temper. As Thor's hammer was inches away from Erebus' head, the god of thunder felt a sharp pain in his side. He was sent crashing into the wall, bloodied and bruised. Thor glared at Erebus with gritted teeth, snarling in anger, not minding the pain that was all over his body. The creature beside Erebus now stood on its hind legs, its size towering over everyone in the room. Well, I did say this one is special. After all, this one is created specifically to stand toe-to-toe with you, Heracles, to stop you from interfering. This one is created to emulate your natural strength. Erebus, I'll fucking rip you to pieces. Heracles' aura burst forth as he took a step towards the crazed god and his creature. Careful now, Heracles, your butcher side is showing. Erebus couldn't stop himself anymore. He laughed madly, wiping tears from his eyes. Well then, boys, Erebus said with a smile. Every chimera in the room roared loudly as they stared at the gods. Sick 'em. Chapter 95, The Amphitheater Incident 3. In the stands, Toga and Denki, along with the adventurer sitting in their section, were engaging the members of Evolus. The battle was chaotic, as most adventurers weren't used to fighting against other people. The Evolus members didn't seem to care about civilian casualties. In fact, their moves intentionally targeted the fleeing civilians. Who the hell are these people? Denki blocked an incoming slash, then tilted his blade to let the Evolus grunt's sword slide harmlessly by him. With a quick twirl, he slashed the grunt's knee and delivered a thudding blow with his pommel. From the looks of things, these are Evolus members, Toga said, cutting the head off his attacker while sidestepping another slash. He then ran towards Denki and stabbed his katana into the incapacitated grunt. Finish them off. Denki's eyes bulged at what Toga did. He had no experience taking a life and had never imagined himself doing so. He gulped and paled, frozen in place. Behind him, one of Evelus grunts came running, a dagger poised to stab Denki in the back. Toga saw this and kicked Denki at his side, sending him crashing into the seats to avoid the attack. Toga then ducked and slashed upwards, cutting off the assailant's hands. In a smooth motion, he shifted his center of gravity and cut down, slicing the grunt in two diagonally from shoulder to waist. "If you don't have the stomach for this, then get out of here." Toga's voice was an octave higher as he scolded Denki. Denki felt like vomiting. This was the first time he had ever seen death up close. The smell of blood hung in the air, and bodies littered the surroundings, whether from the hooded group, the adventurers fighting them, or the civilians caught in the crossfire. He felt something rising inside his stomach, nausea hitting him hard. "Look around, Denki. You can either help here or leave. I can't babysit you right now. I need to keep those who can't fight safe." Toga's voice cut through the chaos, snapping Denki out of his thoughts. I want to help," Denki stuttered, his skin pale, sweating heavily and his body cold. "Then help, get your head out of your ass and help." Toga turned and rushed into the midst of the chaos, where adventurers fought for their lives and the safety of the city. Denki took a deep breath, smelling the iron in the air. His eyes caught a glimpse of the stage, where his captain was also fighting for his life against these people. "What the hell am I doing?" he thought to himself. He heard a scream nearby and saw a little boy crying as he shook the corpse of his mother, crying for her to wake up. Further down, he saw an elf, smiling as she walked towards the boy, licking her bloodied sword. Denki didn't even think twice. His body moved automatically, rushing towards the boy. With a feral scream, he raised his sword and slashed down at the female elf, cutting the head off of her. His very first kill. He then picked up the boy and rushed out to safety, carrying the child along with him. In a different part of the stands, Finn and his familia were also engaged in battle. Finn moved with extreme prejudice, not hesitating to drive his spear straight into the hearts of the Evelus members. Reveria was busy casting healing spells on the wounded adventurers in her vicinity, while providing support with offensive magic against the grunts. Gareth stood at the very front line, alongside Bite. They mowed down the Evelus members without mercy. As Gareth slammed his axe down on one of the grunts, he suddenly felt a chill run up his spine. He quickly turned and raised his axe in front. Boom! Gareth was sent flying back, crashing further into the stands. His axe was smoking, and his arms felt numb from the impact. He had managed to block whatever had attacked him. "Gareth?" Bite screamed when he saw the dwarf fly off. He moved quickly to reach his wounded comrade. However, a voice sounded right beside him. "Long time no see, Bite." Bite quickly turned, but it was too late. A dagger had already stabbed into his gut. He snarled in pain and looked up, his eyes widened when he saw who it was. Desmond. Desmond was a werewolf from the same clan as Bite, the clan that had been wiped out by a monster when Bite was just 12 years old. Desmond had been his childhood friend, along with Rien, and the two of them had been so close they developed a rivalry when they were young, competing to see who was stronger. Bite saw Desmond for the first time in 10 years. He had thought Desmond was dead, along with everyone else. "Why, you're alive?" Bite raised his hand, wanting to touch the werewolf in front of him to see if he was real. "Hello, Bite, miss me?" Desmond then kicked Bite while pulling the dagger out of his body. Bite crashed into the wall, blood spurting from the wound. "Oh, I'm alive all right, but you won't be after this." Desmond charged towards Bite, dagger at the ready. Bite groggily got up and rolled out of the way just in time to dodge another stab. Meanwhile, Gareth shook his head. He had been fortunate to block whatever had hit him, but that didn't mean he had escaped without injury. He sensed that spine-chilling magic once more, and he quickly moved to the side to dodge it. As he rolled to his feet, he retrieved his axe and threw it towards his attacker. His axe cleaved through the creature that had attacked him, an ominous chimera. But that was the least of his problems. He saw multiple chimeras rushing towards him and the other members of the Loki familia. In his peripheral vision, he saw Bite locked in combat with another werewolf, and although he wanted to help, he knew he needed to prioritize the weaker members of his familia. Bite could take care of himself. These chimeras were strong, and Gareth could feel it. If one of them had been able to send him flying, Then he knew the others would be in danger if he didn't step in. "Damn you, Evelys," he snarled as he rushed back into the battlefield, picking up his axe in the process. Finn was busy relaying orders to his familia members as he observed the battlefield along with Riveria. His strategic prowess was on full display as he quickly deployed the stronger members to assist the others. His thumb throbbed with pain, a constant reminder. "Finn, these chimeras are troublesome. Some of them have strength comparable to level 5s, Riveria said after launching her magic at a group of Evelys members. "I can see that. Damn it, I thought we wiped these guys out ages ago," Finn replied in frustration. "Oh, you did give it your best shot, though." A voice sounded from behind the two. Finn quickly turned and rushed towards the voice, his spear glowing as he loaded mana into it. Finn's spear clashed with the man's sword. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of strikes and parries. "Jillian, of course you're still alive," Finn said with a low, dangerous tone. "Oh, Finn, I would never die until I get my revenge on you." Jillian unleashed a barrage of sword strikes towards Finn. The Palom jumped back and spun his spear into motion. Riveria, too, had her hands full as Kara, another one of Erebus' loyal retainers, dashed towards the elven mage. Riveria created a powerful barrier as the petite, sadistic woman approached her with a hysterical laugh. "Oh, Riveria, I can't wait to turn you into one of my art pieces," Kara said seductively as she relentlessly slashed at the barrier with her dagger. Riveria glared at the madwoman, maintaining absolute concentration to uphold her barrier. However, because of this, the adventurers lost their support in their fight against the Evelys members and chimeras. August rushed in to assist others in the chaotic battle. His mana surged violently as he cut down an Evelys grunt, his spear cleaving through the enemy effortlessly. He didn't stop his momentum, spinning and thrusting his spear into another Evelys member's skull. Otter's words echoed in his mind. "You're too weak." Every syllable of those words stung his heart. He had trained, gained strength, and pushed his limits for 9 years, and all it took was those words to shatter his confidence. "Too weak." With a primal roar, he massacred every Evelys member in his path. No mercy was shown. Every time his spear moved, someone's life was extinguished. Chimeras started to pounce towards the young adventurer, but they, too, suffered the same fate as the grunts. August became a twirling death, his spear decimating everything in his path. He felt his neck tingle, and August quickly slashed behind him, his spear blocked by a dagger. The assailant released their weapon and reached for another dagger, stabbing it towards August's abdomen. August's left hand let go of the spear, grabbing the hand that was stabbing towards him. With a powerful tug, he pulled the assailant closer and placed his spear right between the attacker's neck. With one final pull, he separated the head from the body, blood splattering across his face. He felt another attacker coming from his side. August grabbed the severed head midair and loaded his mana into it. With a grunt, he threw the head, launching it at the attacker with tremendous force. "D-Demon," the Evelys grunts who witnessed this tried to retreat, but August was in a bad mood, and he wasn't feeling merciful. He arrived instantaneously in front of the nearest grunt, swiftly stabbing his spear through their body. With a quick burst of movement, he was in front of a chimera, slamming his spear, along with the severed head, right into its base. The chimera burst, guts and innards flying through the air. The air was filled with blood, blinding the chimera that pounced at August. The blinded creature swung its sharp nails blindly, but August was already behind it. His right hand, filled with mana, grabbed the chimera by the spine, crushing the bone. With a violent pull, he removed the spine, along with its head. "Too weak." His movements were no longer polished and smooth. There was no trace of his martial prowess, only violence, extreme, blood-curdling violence. He was still efficient, but not to the extent for which he was known. His movements were savage and cruel. He killed everything with the greatest amount of pain he could inflict. Everyone around him grew pale, whether they were adventurers or Evelys members. Everything he touched died, with no enemies spared, not even those who screamed for mercy. And the scariest thing was that he did it with no emotion on his face. "Too weak." Well, well, you really do live up to your name, the Spear of Mortal Death. It was Lucius, one of the Evolus members and the one who had devised this plan, at least as far as he was concerned. August just gave him a cold look, and in the next moment, within the blink of an eye, his spear was thrust through Lucius' throat. Lucius' eyes widened, he gurgled blood, staring ahead at August, who remained coldly composed. August slowly pulled his spear out of Lucius' throat, his eyes never leaving the man's. Lucius' body slumped to the ground in a pool of his own blood, and August didn't even spare him a glance. But as August took a step away, a familiar voice sounded once again. "Geez, can't you let me finish?" Lucius stood up again, his head smoking as it quickly regenerated from muscle to skin. "That hurts, you know." August walked toward Lucius, his spear glowing violently. "Hey now, slow down for a moment. Aren't you even curious why I'm not dying?" Lucius gestured for August to stop, but before he knew it, the adventurer had disappeared. "No." Lucius felt a sharp pain behind him and looked down to find a spear going straight through his heart. So that's what it looks like," he said playfully. Lucius grabbed the spear, but August had already pulled it out. This time, Lucius didn't fall to the ground. He turned around and slashed his sword toward August. August blocked the sword and pushed forward, sliding into Lucius' space. He then stabbed his spear into Lucius' head, going from under the chin. But Lucius didn't go down again. He delivered a kick toward August's side. August raised his knee to check the kick with his shin, then spun to deliver a slash with his spear, cutting Lucius in two. August watched as Lucius' bodies slumped to the ground, but to his surprise, the two halves began to reconnect. "Ah, that hurts." Lucius, now fully regenerated, stood up again. "You know, you're a little piece of shit, that's what you are." He glared at August as he cracked his neck. August this time didn't attack, but he was ready to do so at any moment. "Why won't you die?" he asked. "Well, if you'd let me explain earlier, this would have been done with." Lucius stretched his back, bending forward and backward. "Anyway, thanks to Lord Erebus' experiments, I have this power. At first, I was skeptical, but it seems to work." Lucius smiled crazily as he stared at August. "You see, every time I die, someone else dies in my place. Those someones are the children we kidnapped from the village we ransacked. So, you've killed me, what, 3-4 times now? Congratulations! You've killed 4 innocent children." H. August's expression turned even colder, his mana surging even more. "How many?" he demanded. "Geez, I don't know. 100, maybe more. See, I don't really care, but I know you do, all of you goody-two-shoes adventurers do." Lucius continued laughing mockingly, holding his abdomen as he wiped tears from his eyes. 100 or more, huh? Good to know," August said coldly. He then arrived in front of Lucius and stabbed his spear straight inside his mouth. Lucius' eyes went wide as he stared at the spear lodged there. August pulled it out and slashed Lucius' head clean off. "I guess I'll have to kill you 100 or more times. Then," August spoke, his voice devoid of any emotion. Lucius stared at August palely, fear now evident in his eyes. Do you not care about them?" he asked desperately as he crawled backward. "No," August replied with an indifferent, cold tone. He then stabbed his spear toward Lucius, killing him once again, and again, and again. Chapter 96, The Amphitheater Incident 4. Heracles burst out the wall of the VIP room all the way out the stands as the large chimera tackled him. The two mountains rolled down the seats, while they threw bombs at each other. The two crashed at the east side of the amphitheater, just below the VIP room. Heracles, with one powerful clubbing blow, sent the chimera flying. I was caught off guard. For a mindless beast, that thing packs a punch. He thought as he got up on his feet, his eyes glued to the chimera who was doing the same. But I feel insulted. Erebus is really underestimating me. Roar, the chimera roared as it crouched low to the ground, preparing to pounce at Heracles. The god cracks his neck and smiles. Yeah, you can roar. Let's just get this over with," Heracles said while he cracked his knuckles. The chimera dashed towards the god, its claws poised to cleave right through him, its jaws wide open, as the sharp dagger-sized teeth threatened to rip Heracles' flesh by flesh. The beast jumps midair, beaming straight for Heracles' neck, but the god just smirked at this. Erebus really thinks that this thing can emulate my strength? With speed that shouldn't be even possible with his size, Heracles took one step forward, cracking the ground with his first step, and as he loaded his entire body weight and physical strength forward, he delivered an overhand right. 60% will do, he mutters. His fist connected at the dome of the chimera, a loud, thunderous boom shook the very air. When his fist made contact, the head of the chimera exploded in a mushy pulp of flesh, blood, and bones. What a joke. He sneered, this was supposed to be equal to my strength, how insulting. His fist traveled right through it, like it was nothing, and it wasn't even at full extension yet. His punch continued to travel forward, and as it reached full extension, it generated a shock wave that tore everything in front of him with how powerful the wind burst forth. The wind generated by his punch created a hole at the amphitheater, breaking solid concrete like it was made of paper and destroying everything in its path. That's a bit much. Should have only used 40%. The sound from his punch made every fight in the arena paused. Every eye traveled to the god of strength, be it mortal, gods, or chimera. August as well, his spear stopped midway before delivering kill number 72 to Lucius. His eyes were stuck at the image of Heracles, and he is mighty indeed. Lucius, who was at the receiving end, also has his eyes glued to God. That was the Alpha, how? His question flew on deaf ears. After all, everyone's attention was on Heracles. I got to get out of here. Lucius almost yelled in panic. Aside from Cain, the Alpha Chimera was supposed to be their strongest asset, but now it was gone, literally. The blow from Heracles shredded it to fine mush. At the middle of the stage, Otter and Cain also stopped their fight. The two level 7s understood that with it, the tide of this fight had turned. Tusk, Cain clicked his tongue, so much for the anti-Heracles plan. He groaned. Is that his full strength? Otter, on the other hand, is curious. He never saw a god that generates that much raw power without the aid of Arcanum. To be fair, he also has never seen a god use Arcanum before. Erebus' eyes widened. At the VIP room, his chimeras are putting up a fight. After all, aside from the few gods who can fight, the majority of them are, as Hermes said, useless when it comes to a confrontation. Everything was going well for Erebus, but he made one major mistake, and that was underestimating Heracles' raw natural strength. And truth be told, he didn't really do that. As a matter of fact, he created that chimera stronger than what he imagined Heracles' strength is, because he believed Heracles was stronger than what the gods thought he was. But even with that, he was still wrong. Heracles was still much stronger than what he imagined his real strength is to be. Heracles looked up and his eyes met Erebus. The two glared at each other. Erebus snapped his finger and Ari appeared right behind him. He gave his assistant a nod, and the two of them vanished in the shadows. At Finn's side of the arena, all the fights also came to halt, with every adventurer and Evolus members having their jaws dropped on the floor. But it didn't continue for long. Finn, being experienced as he is, also has a cunning side. Taking advantage of the sudden show of strength, he charged with his spear at the ready, slashing it forward towards Jillian. The Evolus executive hurriedly raised his sword up to block the incoming slash, yet he was a tad bit late to do so. He was able to redirect it, but a huge gnarly slash is carved at the side of his face. Jillian jumped back, gaining distance and space away from Finn, and the Palom didn't give chase. Finn smiled, and with a loud shout, he screamed on the top of his lungs. Push them back, show them the power of Orarios adventurers. They are faltering. Follow the lead of Lord Heracles. For Orario. With a rallying cry, every adventurer in the arena pushed forward with renewed vigor, and the Evolus men, who had witnessed one of their triumph cards destroyed, was now low on morale. Damn you, Finn, Jillian cursed. He charged towards the Palom, his sword glowing an orange hue. Finn blocked his slash and aimed a kick at his left calf. Jillian jumped, dodging Finn's kick. With a mad roar, he pulled his sword back and slammed it down to the Palom. Big mistake. Finn moved to the side and stabbed his spear forward. Blood splashed on his face as his spear entered Jillian's shoulder. This time, I'm making sure that you and Evolus are rid of the world. Finn pulled his spear out violently and slashed it horizontally, aiming for Jillian's neck. Die. Finn felt a tingle on the back of his neck. He quickly canceled his slash and rolled to the side, just in time to dodge a dagger from Ari. Ari didn't continue her attack. She rushed at Jillian's side and grabbed him by his arm. With a quick burst of mana, the two of them vanished in the shadows. Fuck, they got away. Finn slammed his fist to the ground in frustration. Jillian appeared just above the roof of the amphitheater. There, Erebus was starting at the fight below. His children and his chimera are getting slaughtered by the adventurers. Lord Erebus, why did you interfere? I could have beaten high. Shut it, Erebus cut him off. He was angry. His flawless plan was going down the drain, all because of Heracles. Ari, tell Cain and all the executives to retreat. But lo, I'm not talking to you, Jillian. Know your place. Erebus looked at Jillian coldly. His eyes were warning him that if he ever speaks out again, he'll kill him on the spot. As I said, Ari, tell Cain and the executives to retreat. What about our other men? Ari asked. What about them? Erebus answered coldly. Understood, my lord. Ari nodded. She was about to leave, but Erebus' voice stopped her. Oh, and Ari, activate our contingency. No victory will be celebrated today. Erebus smiled crazily, his eyes staring at the west side of the amphitheater, where August is currently killing Lucius once again. Ari followed Erebus' eyes. When she saw that, she smiled sadistically as well. Consider it done, my lord. With it, Ari once again vanished from the shadows. Now that Ari is gone, Erebus looks at Jillian coldly. Speak, child. My lord, I apologize for my outburst earlier. It was in the heat of the moment, and I didn't realize that you'll be activating that. Jillian spoke, looking down on the ground as he kneeled in front of Erebus. Look at me, child. Erebus' voice entered his ear. Jillian looked up. He then cringed and shifted his face to the side, trying to hide the ugly open wound he had on his face. Courtesy of Finn. Did you not hear what I said, child? I said look at me. Jillian flinched. His eyes looked at Erebus, full of fear for his god. He winced when Erebus palmed his face, shifting it to have a better look at his wound on his face. Child, if you ever question my decision again. Erebus pressed his thumb on the wound, his finger digging deeply into open flesh. Blood squirt and trickled down Jillian's cheeks. I'll personally see that you'll be one of those things down there. Do you understand me, child? Erebus leaned in closer, his eyes piercing that of Jillian. Jillian dodged Erebus' eyes. As he did, a strong slap arrived on his cheeks, where the wound is placed. He fell to the ground. It did not hurt him physically. He was a level 6, and Erebus is weaker than a level 2 without his arcanum. Yet it hurts his soul, his very core. Jillian and the other members of Erebus Familia were mentally tortured to submission starting from a young age. For them, the greatest pain is the disappointed look on Erebus' eyes. They only feel unparalleled love for their god, and disappointing him is worse than death. Get out of my sight, and have yourself healed up. Erebus wiped the blood on his hand as he walked away from Jillian. After he recalls all of his executives, they would retreat from this place. The others are to act as a distraction, leaving them to die, along with every adventurer here. Erebus smiled just imagining it. Oh, how glorious it would be. But alas, he wouldn't stay here. That thing, after all, is too dangerous. On the stage, Otter blocked a slash from Cain's greatsword. The blow pushed him back a little, his feet skidding on the ground. He then ducked to dodge a slash coming for his neck. Cain clicked sneered as his sword passed by Otter harmlessly. With the adventurer's position as he is now, he is open for a strike from below. Cain kneed Otter to the face. The bows moved his hand and caught the knee. He shifted his hold to Cain's ankle, and with a grunt he stood up, turning and throwing Cain to the ground. But Cain has other ideas. As his feet left the ground when Otter lifted him up, he twisted his body, and in an awkward angle, he slashed down to the bow's face. Otter has no choice but to let go of Cain's ankle. As he did, he lifted his sword up and blocked the blow. Otter then pushed up. The ground beneath his feet cracked when he did, a testament of his strength. Cain was sent flying upwards by the push. He balanced himself midair and landed on his feet. But as soon as he touched the ground, Otter was already in front of him, on the attack. Cain was expecting it, of course. At their level, everything can be exploited. Even before he landed, he was already setting up his attack. Both of their swords glowed as their mana rages, battling for dominance. Their two greatswords collide, generating a thundering boom that sent shockwaves all over the stadium. The two men skid off the ground away from each other. their feet uplifting the floor as they do. Your reputation precedes you, King. I'm actually enjoying this fight. Cain placed his sword on his shoulder as he smiled wildly towards Otter. Likewise, Cain Bloodstall, I've heard of you, and I must say you live up to your alias as the Red Death. Otter answered coldly. But last time I checked, you are with Helios Familia, you are not a member of Evolus, nor one of Erebus' underlings. Why join them? Let's just say my objectives are aligned with theirs, and as for Helios, well, Helios isn't with us in the lower world now. I personally made sure of that. He smiled crazily, trying hard to hold down his laughter. You killed your own god. Otter's eyes widened. Are you mad? Killing a god has consequences for us mortals. Yeah, I heard of this before. Killing a god would send them back to heaven, where they would wait for you to die and personally erase your soul in the reincarnation cycle. That was, after all, what he threatened me with. Cain's smile deepened. But you see, Otter, I don't care about that. I just want to kill people, and if a chance is given where I can kill a god, of course I'll take it. That's why I joined Evolus in the first place. Is that so? Then I'll be the one who will personally send you to Helios then. Otter's mana rose, his body bulged, patches of fur started to grow on his body, his canine became more pronounced. Otter is unleashing his beastification. Are you finally fighting seriously? Then allow me to do the same. Cain's mana also exploded, his skin turned red, as black veins started to crawl out his skin like a tattoo. It was his ability. If Otter has beastification, then Cain has monstrification. But before Cain could complete his transformation, a shadow jumped to his side. His clicked his tongue and had a face like he had eaten something bitter. Well, regretfully, this is where our fight ends, Otter. Such a shame. I really wanted to kill you. Cain's body returned to its normal size, his skin also returned to its original color. Hopefully, you'll be able to survive this. Cain's body sank in the shadow, as if he was never there in the first place. Cain re-emerged from the shadow with Ari on top of the roof. The other executives were there as well. With Cain here, Ari had completed her task of retrieving all executives. Now she only needs to activate that thing. She sank to her shadow yet again to do her last task. You know, your timing is really bad, Erebus. I was finally enjoying a good fight. Cain said playfully at the crazed god, which earned him the glare of every executive of Erebus Familia. Don't be like that, Cain. You'll get another chance at Otter, I swear. Erebus chuckled. As Otter said, Cain was not originally his child, but he made a deal with the level 7, one that he accepted on the spot. That deal was for him to have a chance at killing gods permanently. Erebus was planning on having Cain wield a Thay Kuplo if they would have succeeded. But as it is now, Erebus had failed to gain even one. The prince had retreated to who knows where, and August is protected by his god Heracles, who was supposed to be occupied with dealing against the Alpha Chimera. But we all know how that ended. Another failure was that he was only able to send a handful of gods back in heaven, and those gods are not really important. The major gods who they were planning on targeting all survived, thanks to Buddha, Thor, Ares, and Athena, who were there in the VIP room to deal with the chimera he brought. He didn't calculate that Buddha would be here. If he did, he would have brought more. Remember our deal, Erebus. Cain's voice snapped Erebus out of his thoughts on why his plan failed. I join you, I get the god-killing weapon. His tone carried little to no respect to the god. You dare talk with Lord Erebus that way? It was Braun, another executive of Erebus Familia, and a level 5 adventurer. Cain flicked his hand, and in the next moment, Braun's head was gone from his body. Every executive draws their weapons and glares at Cain. The level 7 only sneered at them. They were not a threat. Enough, Erebus ordered. Cain, I would appreciate it if you didn't kill my children, he said coldly, his eyes staring straight at Cain's. Sorry about that, he said with a smile as he raised his right hand up. It was bloody with chunks of flesh still sticking on it. My hand slipped, he said with a sarcastic smile. Anyway, if you don't mind, I'll be on my way now. Do what you want. We'll be leaving as soon as Ari returns. Good luck then. I'm off. I'll see you back at base. Cain vanished from here. He stood as he made his exit. The executives were still glaring at where he once stood. On the west side of the amphitheater, August chased after Lucius. He already lost count on how many times he killed this son of a bitch. and frankly, he didn't care. Lucius, on the other hand, was running for his life. He was, after all, counting, and August had killed him a total of 106 times. He forgot the total number of lifelines he has. All he knows is that it's over 100. And right now, any death he suffered might be his last. As August gave chase, he felt a tingle on the back of his head. His senses picked up something coming at him at extreme speeds. August slashed his spear behind him blindly, following his instinct in doing so. His spear was blocked by a dagger. It was Ari. Ari then sank to the ground and appeared right behind August. She loaded her dagger with mana and stabbed it down towards the adventurer. Fast, August thought, barely able to block the dagger with the base of his spear, he pushed her back and shifted the hold on his spear, holding it at the very edge of its body. With a flick of his wrist, he slashed his weapon downward, heading straight to Ari's head. Ari just smirked. She didn't even attempt to dodge it. August's spear hit nothing but air. It completely passed by Ari's body. Only a black mist remained from where she once stood. It's the same magic as Locke. August's eyes widened. He jumped back, just in time to dodge the dagger coming for his abdomen. Ari then threw her dagger towards August, as she also jumped back beside Lucius. August blocked the dagger, swinging his spear upwards. He then caught it mid-air and threw it towards Ari with all his strength. Ari didn't dodge again, the dagger going through her head. A puff of black mist spread as her body turned into a shadow. She then caught her dagger and smiled at August. She's dangerous. He thought. He didn't rush. He started intently at the two Evelus members. He knows that rushing here won't do him any good. He might be angry, but he was not that dumb. She's a level 6. If it was only Ari, August was confident in taking her on, especially since his endless battle is still activated. But Lucius, who is level 5, is also there. A 2-on-1 fight against a level 5 and 6 wouldn't be favorable for him, even with endless battle activated. Shit, what took you so long? Lucius cursed at Ari, his face a mixture of relief and anger. The plan was for you to help me deal with him. The plan changed. Lord Erebus ordered for a retreat. He'll be activating his contingency. Ari said coldly, her eyes never leaving August. Contingency? I was the one who made this plan. Why weren't I informed of this? Of course you weren't. You were only a pawn after all. Lord Erebus made you believe that you are the one making the plans. And as for the contingency plan and why you weren't informed of it. Ari turned towards Lucius quickly. She stabbed her dagger straight through his heart. You are it, of course. Be honored that Lord Erebus has chosen you to be one of his experiments. August as well as Lucius' eyes widened. August didn't expect Ari to stab Lucius, and Lucius of course didn't expect it as well. Ari then shoved something inside Lucius' mouth. She then slammed the pommel of her dagger at his throat, making him swallow it. With the souls of those we sacrificed for your pseudo-immortality, as well as your soul, Lord Erebus has made you, his most powerful creation to date. And with your death, another being will rise. Ari smiled sadistically as her eyes stared at Lucius' fearful eyes. And as for the one I forcefully feed you, it'll make you even stronger, an artificial demi-spirit. Lucius fell to his knees, his body started to bubble, his hair fell off his head, his skin scalded and started to smoke, a disgusting smell was starting to exit his body. He started to shit and pee himself as he lost control of his bowel movement. He vomited. At first it was his food, then it was blood. Rejoice, Lord Erebus has chosen you. Goodbye, Lucius. We thank you for your service for Erebus Familia and Evelus. Ari said as she tilted her head and smiled politely. She then turned towards August. August jumped back. He felt a sinister mana coming from Lucius. He gulped. The mana was rising and rising. It was now equal to what he felt from Cain. Good luck, Gibulg. I do hope you like my god's present for Orario, Ari said with the sweetest voice she could muster, and then she sank her shadow in the ground. August ignored her. He has more pressing matters in his hand. His grip on his spear became even tighter. He took another step back. Lucius's skin was now starting to melt. A black, mushy substance was starting to take its place. His body grew larger and larger. Pus started to squirt all over his body. His jaw opened wide, unhinged as he screams painfully. W, what the fuck is that thing? August muttered. His heart was beating fast. A sense he forgot started to creep into his heart. It was fear. The mana he was feeling was now stronger than Cain and Otter combined. Everyone in the amphitheater felt it as well, nay, everyone in the city could feel it. It was dreadful. The mana was disgusting, vile. It clings to the skin. With a violent roar, the creature stood over everyone, dwarfing even the largest of the gods, Heracles. August felt it, the mana it was, L level N9. Chapter 97, I'm sorry. Chapter 98, Unleashed 1. Ari panted as she arrived back on the roof. She couldn't believe August was only level 5. She was level 6, yet the kid was able to exchange blows with her, even pressuring her into using her ancient magic. She calmed herself down. She really wanted to carve her daggers deep into August's body. But she had orders, and she wasn't stupid enough to stay in the city along with that thing. She turned and kneeled in one smooth motion. It is done, Lord Erebus. She kept her face down, showing her respect for her god. Arise, Ari. You have done well, which is more than I can say for any of my other children, Erebus said coldly as he glared at his back, where the executives of his familia were looking down in shame and anger. His eyes stayed on Jillian as he scowled in disappointment. Now, let us leave this place before that thing starts its rampage. Erebus continued as he started to walk away from the amphitheater, Ari following closely behind him as both their bodies sank into the shadows, disappearing from where they stood. The executives followed after. They might be angry about this failure, but they wouldn't stay here along with that thing. And just like that, Evelus's attack was over. They failed in their primary objective of gaining a Thay Kuplo, but like sore losers, Erebus left a gift behind, one that would kill many of the adventurers in the city, making it easier for their next attack. Dread enveloped every being in the city, be they mortals or gods. The creature defied nature's laws, a hybrid born from Erebus's dark machinations, a chimera housing a fragment of an artificial demi-spirit. The creature looked like a centipede-like insectoid, with a humanoid body protruding out of the very front. It has 6 black tentacle-like tendrils on its back. Its head, missing every other organ except the mouth, opened all the way to its abdomen, sharp razor-like teeth showing when it did. Black oozed, and pus squirted out of its body every time it moved. Stationed in the west wing, the creature remained motionless, processing information. It had shed all traces of Lucius, becoming a mindless entity. As its eyes blinked open for the first time, confusion emanated from its 3 eerie orbs, surveying the terrified crowd. The adventurers stood frozen, fearing that any sudden movement might trigger an attack. Finn clenched his thumb, pain threatening to sever it. He bit his lips, desperate to formulate a plan. Lacking Thay Kuplo mastery, he couldn't gauge the creature's true power, only knowing it surpassed them all. Reveria, highly attuned to mana, trembled in fear, clutching herself tightly. Finn, if that teething attacks. She couldn't finish, unable to fathom the horrors an assault would unleash. I know, we have to stop it here, Finn asserted, resolved to confront this dire threat. The creature scanned the area, emitting an eerie screech, uttering a single word, H-hungry. Its tentacles shot out, impaling an unsuspecting adventurer. Arg, Elena, a level 4 from Anubis Familia, gasped in agony as the tentacle pierced her abdomen. Her eyes widened as she looked down, only to find the creature's tendril-like tentacle pierced straight through her. Her life force drained, a scream caught in her throat. Elena's transformation into a lifeless husk jolted the adventurers from their stupor. Eliane, Locke Rojo charged furiously, daggers gleaming with dark mana. Locke led the assault, followed by every adventurer in the West Wing, their mana surging. No, wait! Finn tried to shout from the northeast side, his voice unheard. Reveria, tend to the wounded. Gareth with me, Bete, join the fray when that wound is healed. He issued orders as he and Gareth sprinted towards the West Wing. This is dire, Heracles muttered, feeling outmatched without his arcanum. He watched as adventurers rallied, sensing it might not suffice. Beside him, Thor and Buddha landed heavily. Erebus has outdone himself. That creature could devastate Orario, Buddha remarked gravely. That's why we must halt it, Thor grumbled, gripping his hammer. Agreed, Heracles concurred. Don't misunderstand, Heracles, we still have unfinished business. Thor glared at him, seething with rage. "I'm aware," Heracles replied without averting his gaze from the creature. Yeah, why don't you two just kiss and make up already?" Buddha quipped, twirling his bow staff. Heracles prepared to advance, but Hades intervened. "I cannot allow you to proceed," Hades stated coldly. "Move aside, Hades," Thor's voice thundered with anger. "We've lost 8 gods. Do you comprehend what happens when a god returns to heaven?" Hades remained resolute. "Their children's access to Falna is locked until they join a new familia. We've not only lost 8 gods, but also the firepower of 8 familias. You can't join the fight." "I don't care," Buddha smirked. "Remember, I don't have a familia." "True," Hades admitted, "but these two do. Thor leads a substantial familia, and Heracles' child is a Thay Kuplo user, currently battling that creature." "What changed? You've let us go earlier, you said it yourself. Us 3 are the only gods that cowl," Thor argued, but Hades cut him off. "That was when we were only facing mortals from Evolus. This is different, that thing," he pointed at the creature. "Has the power to destroy the 3 of you. So we just watch," Heracles glared at Hades. "Yes, and we trust in our children," Hades nodded. At the west wing, August slashed his spear forward, only to be stopped by the hard exterior of the creature. He clicked his tongue. He was boosted by endless battle, yet his blow couldn't even penetrate its skin. His instinct screamed. He shifted his center of gravity left, just in time to dodge the large tendrils of the creature that were coming his way. The adventurer beside him wasn't that lucky. The tendrils tore him like paper as blood flew everywhere, creating a red mist in the air. "Fuck," he cursed as he jumped back to create some space. He felt multiple large mana coming. He turned to see Finn, along with Gareth and adventurers from Loki Familia coming into the fray. Finn jumped in the air. His spear gleamed a golden hue, and in one swift motion, he beamed straight for the creature. His spear pierced flesh, but it was shallow, too shallow to even be considered a scratch. "Tusk." He clicked his tongue and set his foot on the body of the creature and jumped back, just in time to dodge the violent whip of its tentacles. "That's gonna be annoying to deal with," he thought as he landed on the ground. The creature set its eyes on the palom, and with a whooshing sound, it slammed its tentacles down on him. "Gareth," Finn lowered his center of gravity, not even attempting to dodge the blow. "Got it, you slave driver." Gareth grumbled annoyed as he stood in front of Finn with his axe placed in front like a shield. Boom! Arghh. He was sent flying, but he was able to change the trajectory of the blow, successfully defending Finn. "Follow up on MY attack," Finn ordered everyone in the area, his voice authoritative. "Aim for the same spot I'm hitting." The adventurers readied their weapons. The mages in their ranks started to chant. They were now more organized because of the presence of Finn. Finn took a step forward, cracking the ground, and like a laser, he beamed straight to the creature, a trail of golden light following his silhouette. August moved as well, loading every ounce of mana he had on his spear. A violent aura erupted out of his body, crimson lightning sparked as he lowered his center of gravity. Rojo gripped his dagger hammerfist style. A black mist oozed out of his body. He grit his teeth as he too loaded everything into his attack. Finn arrived in front of the creature. With a mighty bellow, he stabbed his weapon forward. The creature also swung its every tentacle towards the palom. But before it could hit, Otter dashed in front of Finn, and with a guttural roar, he slammed his greatsword forward. He was able to blow the tentacles away. In return, he was flung back at extreme speeds, crashing into the wall. He spat blood upon impact. But it was enough. With it, he was able to open the way for Finn. And the palom was not gonna let this chance pass through. He stabbed his weapon forward, the spear cutting through the air, and on impact, a bright radiant light covered the whole amphitheater as his mana exploded forward. "Now," he ordered, while jumping back. As on cue, the adventurers unleashed everything they had, their weapons, their magic, all for the sake of protecting their home. August dashed forwards, a trail of crimson blood-like lightning following his wake, like a red beam. He gripped his weapon, and with a primal roar, he slashed his spear with everything he had. Rojo was not far behind. Angry at the death of his ally, his body moved like a shadow. He jumped and beamed to the creature, twisting and spinning like a drill, his dagger poised forward. Toga was there as well. He unleashed his most powerful technique, as combined and mend emotions into his mana, his anger, his wrath, controlled precisely with the sole purpose of cutting the thing in front of him. Mamoha no Suzumi no Hisho. Every single adventurer placed everything on their attack. And with a thunderous explosion, the whole of Orario shook at the violent, combined effort of everyone to kill the creature that was threatening the city. They panted in tired exhaustion. Their bodies neared their limit, some even fell into mind zero after throwing everything they had. Did that do I, Calvin, an adventurer from Ganesha Familia, didn't even get to finish his words as a tentacle pierced straight through his skull, killing him instantly. As the dust settled, they saw it. The monster was still standing, and at its center was a tiny scratch. All of their efforts only amounted to that much damage. "Fuck," Finn muttered as he stared at the horrifying creature. That was everything they had, and it only resulted in a tiny scratch. This isn't even funny. He wanted to laugh at the absurd joke, but he knew that he must stay strong. He looked around only to find the crestfallen faces of the adventurers. Tusk. He clicked his tongue. Their spirit is broken. They no longer have the will to fight. Finn scowls at the desperate situation he now has. He was a good commander. His plan would have worked, but the creature was just too strong. He closed his eyes. Right now we don't need a commander. Right now we need more firepower. He grit his teeth as he placed his thumb on his forehead. We need another level 7 to support Otter, he said with conviction. Right now, he was gonna use Hellfingas. But before he could do it, a hand gripped his shoulder. No, it was Otter. What we need now is order amongst our ranks, and only you can do that, Finn, he said seriously as his eyes glared at the creature. Otter, Finn shook his head. What is there left to command? Look at them, they don't have the will to fight anymore. Finn argued. Can't you feel it? The others are coming. And they need you to be the commander if we would have any hope of bringing that thing down. Otter said, and as on cue, Reveria and Beta arrived on their side. Gareth also got up, his body battered, but he still has fight left in him. August, Locke, and Toga also stood at the side of Otter and Finn, glaring daggers at the creature. August smiled, being someone who has full control of his mana due to Beowulf. He was able to sense it more clearly than anyone on the battlefield. Otter was right, backup was on their way. Denki, you magnificent creature, I'll promise I'll buy you everything you'll ever ask for. August chuckled, couldn't help himself. He could feel Denki coming from the south, and along with him were Mia Grand and the employees of the goddess of fertility. He could also feel Eyes, Tiona, and other strong adventurers coming along with him. From the north, he could feel Alan Fromel, along with the adventurers from Freya Familia. Along with them are adventurers of other familia as well. At the east, he could feel Shakti Varma along with the rest of Ganesha Familia. His blood boiled when he also felt monsters along with her, but he knew it was her tame, but something was bothering him. Along with Shakti, he could feel a monster as strong as Otter. A Rex? No, it's something more powerful than a Rex. I heard that a green dragon was among her tame, and it was strong enough to toy with a Tyone who was a level 5. That must be it, he thought. As they got much closer, Finn was able to feel them as well. He laughed. Sorry about that, Otter, I was panicking. Thank you. With renewed vigor, he took his stance as his mana erupted. Not to be left behind, the adventurers standing along with Finn also unleashed their mana in full force, shaking the ground, the air, the very space, with their combined power. Hades smiled as he saw this, maybe the first smile he ever did in who knows how long. He looked back at the three gods, Heracles, Thor, and Buddha. I told you, didn't I? Put some trust in our children. Have a little faith. A loud roar boomed in the amphitheater as a green dragon landed on the roof. Riding him was Shakti. She was the first to arrive, and not soon after, the adventurers came in, their faces filled with fire and determination. Their sole purpose was to take that creature down. Finn looked around and smiled. Well, let's give it hell. Chapter 99, Unleashed 2. Well, let's give it hell. Finn's voice reached every adventurer in the amphitheater. He dashed forward, his mana pushed to the limit as a trail of golden light followed his wake. The adventurers behind him charged forward as well. Otter, August, Toga, and Locke brandished their mana at full force. That was the catalyst. As if on cue, every single adventurer charged forward, with a war cry. They are the hope of Orario right now, they must slay the creature here. Agon took flight, with a mighty roar he charged forward. The dragon was the first to arrive to the creature. He swung his claws forward, the creature reeled back. His claw may not be able to gore through its skin, but it was enough to push it back. Not done with his attack, he bellowed a breath of extreme hit, pushing the creature even more. Waiting for the creature's fin, he slammed his spear forward. It sliced through air. His weapon connected with a loud, thundering sound. It was followed up by Otter, who by now is at full beastification. His muscle bulged as he slashed his Durandal-grade greatsword horizontally. The two hits did little to no damage to the creature. Yet due to their strength, the creature was pushed back by the sheer force of their attack. The creature roars in anger. Its huge jaw opened wide as it sucked the air in the arena, threatening to suck in the adventurers as well. Proud warrior, snipers of the forest, take up your bows before the advancing plunderers. A voice cuts through the loud area. Heat started to take hold over everyone. Answer the call of your brethren and ready your arrows. Tinge them with flame, the lamplight of the forest. It was Lephia and Reveria, both chanting their spell as their mana densely enveloped the whole arena. Release them, the fire arrows of the fairies. Falling like rain, burn away the savages. Fusillade Fallarica. Their combined mana made a huge fire elemental magic form above the arena, covering it, like a sun had appeared at the center of Orario. With a howling cry, the two elves pushed the fire magic forward. The creature had made a mistake. Because of his attempt to suck the adventurers straight to its large mouth, it inadvertently sucked the magic straight to its inside. The fire spell exploded as the creature shrieked in pain. It was basic knowledge. No matter how hard a being's exterior is, their interior, organs, and innards would still be made of soft tissues. But the magical bombardment wasn't done. Silver Moon's mercy, the golden wilderness. This body is destined for the wild boar of the war. Run through, carry the goddess, will, Hildisvini. Otter from above crashed down the creature like the wrath of the gods, extremely fast and extremely heavy. His blow cracked stands on where they were fighting the creature, destroying the very structure of the amphitheater. Dust cloud erupted high in the air as debris, and other particles flew everywhere. Otter felt a tingle in his spine. As a tentacle cuts through the dust smoke, he tried to raise his weapon to block, but was a tad bit slow. The tentacle hit him cleanly at the side. Arg! He grunts in pain as he crashed, tumbling into the ground. He can feel multiple bones breaking because of the hit. His skill, healing power took effect as his body tried desperately to mend himself. The creature in a fit of anger started to wail his tentacles all over the place, taking out and killing adventurers and monsters that Shakti brought in the process. Ryu Lion dashed towards the creature, her mana oozing out her body as she starts to chant. In the sky of a now distant forest, infinite stars scattered in the endless night sky. She jumped up to dodge a tentacle and slashed down, her weapon doing no damage, but doing damage wasn't her aim. Her attack launched her higher in the air, pushing her mana to the limit. She loaded it at her legs, and with a grunt she was able to take to the skies. She wasn't flying, she used the momentum of her attack and a boost of mana to gain the height she now had. Respond to my foolish voice, give me now divine protection of starfire. Give the mercy of light to the one that abandoned you. She continued her chant. She twirled her body and dived down, gaining speed with the aid of gravity and the wind, which felt like it succumbed to her control. Come, wandering wind, the wandering traveler. Cross the sky and run through the wilderness, run faster than anything else. Imbue the light of stardust and destroy the enemy. She crashed down at the creature, palm first, placing it firmly on its head. Luminous, wind. Boom! Her magic burst forth, a mixture of wind element and light. Shockwaves blowed everyone away, and Ryu didn't get out scotch-free. Due to her releasing her spell point blank, she had sustained a huge amount of damage as well. She was sent flying back by her own attack, crashing through multiple walls of the amphitheater. Holy shit, Isfi cursed, her eyes widened. I know she's strong, but who knew she is at the same level of eyes and August, she exclaimed out loud. Ryu's magic was so strong that it was able to give pause to adventurers as they admire how powerful it was. But it still wasn't enough. Her magic, although strong, wasn't able to do significant damage to the creature. Why, you've gotta be kidding me. Togo was at shock. Even with all of that, the creature was still standing tall. He felt something ominous creeping in the air. All his instincts are telling him to run, his experience are pushing for his retreat. And he wasn't the only one, everyone felt it. It was sinister and vile. The mana in the air started to shift. As the dust settled, they got a full glimpse of the creature. It was just standing there. No longer was it flailing its tentacles to attack, no. It was staring at them, at adventurers on the ground. Finn's thumb started to go numb in pain. He didn't know what's happening, but he can feel it, he can sense it. Things are about to go from bad to worse. Attack it now. Finn wailed, his senses are ringing alarm bells, telling him to run. He knows that if they can't take it down now, they wouldn't have another shot. Right now, the creature was unmoving, but it may change in a few seconds. He didn't know why it was doing that. All he knows is that he need to attack it now before it was done whatever it was doing. Don't even think about reserving your mana. We must kill it now, before Finn could even finish what he was saying. 4 persons are already on the move, passing by him, the wind pushing him back. It was Otter, August, Eyes, and Arthur. Tempest. Eyes chanted her magic on the top of her lungs. Black winds started to coil around her body as she beams forward with her weapon. Pushing herself, her strength reaching the level 6 cap. Otter was now throwing cautious to the wind. He also felt that if they didn't kill it now, they would all be killed. Unleashing the full power of his skill, Vana Argenture, he was now more beast than man. His muscles bulged to the max, his skin releasing red vapor as his blood started to boil at how much mana he was expanding. His strength was now at a level 8. August, who has never turned off his endless battle, was now at his very peak. His stats are now equal to that of Eyes, threatening to even break free from the cap. Blood started to exit his eyes as his body tried desperately to hold itself together. Consume everything in your path. He started chanting his extreme magic, the magic he created as his last resort. And bring death to the Enemies, Gbulg, Beowulf. August chanted, red crimson mana erupted out of his body as he gripped the spear with everything he had. This was his now or never. But what surprised everyone was Arthur. No one knew who he was, yet he was one of the 4 adventurers who moved without second thought. One of the 4 adventurers who is dashing forward to face the creature head-on. The gods suddenly felt a crippling fear. They started to sweat as heat enveloped their bodies. Like being burned alive, they felt their heart being scorched by an imaginable amount of heat. They felt their skin boil, their very essence turn to ash. At first they thought it was August as he unleashed his full power, but this was different. August's Thay Kuplo exudes a primal fear, a fear of the uncown, like that of a predator aiming for their hearts. This fear was crippling. They felt like they were being dragged to the depths of hell. They felt it in their very soul. Thor slammed his hammer in anger. He felt this sensation before. This was all too familiar to him. His godly aura burst forth in anger. This was the reason for his hatred towards the weapons. This was the Thay Kuplo that killed his wife and 2 sons. Heracles and Buddha felt it as well. They held Thor down as he attempted to dash forward, and kill whoever it was who wields it. And then it happened. A huge burst of mana engulfed everything. August, who was on the attack, felt it as well. His spear vibrated, his eyes widened. Another one? His senses told him to look right, and there he saw him. Arthur, charging forward alongside him with a sword that is glowing a radiant gold. And his words confirmed August's thoughts. With an absolute roar deep inside his guts, Arthur chanted his own magic, endless battle. Heat started to consume everything around Arthur. His very presence was heat itself. His sword glowed so bright that it was even drowning out the sun. And with it, he also unleashed an extreme magic of his own. I beseech the heavens and the earth, the very essence of existence, bear witness to this judgment. Feel its wrath, Excalibur. Chapter 100, Unleashed 3. Feel its wrath, Excalibur. A searing heat radiated from the sword in Arthur's hand, glowing in a golden radiance. With a powerful roar, he stabbed his sword forward, a beam of extreme heat blazing straight towards the abomination. August, seeing this, grinned wildly. His body became charged with excitement. Sparks of crimson lightning boomed as he unleashed his magic as well. His spear traveled forward as he threw it with all his force. The fire of wrathful judgment and the crimson lightning of death intertwined, threatening to devour the creature. Otter and Eyes weren't far behind. With all his mana, Otter unleashed his magic. His sword glowed with a golden aura. Silver Moon's Mercy, the Golden Wilderness. This body is destined for the wild boar of war. Run through, carry the goddess, will, Hildisvini. The black winds shifted towards Eye's sword, pouring everything she had into her final strike to destroy the abomination. With a scream at the top of her lungs, she unleashed her most powerful move. Lil Rafaga? The black winds roared as they followed her command. All of their attacks merged into one powerful blow, converging into the spear as it traveled even faster. Everything in its path was turned to dust, the arena sucked into the powerful combination of magic. The adventurers watched in bated breath and awe. This was their last resort, they knew it. If this failed, then all would be lost. Boom! A powerful explosion erupted as their attack made contact. A bright white light engulfed the whole of Orario as shockwaves assaulted the city as a whole. The amphitheater, a structure once revered for its beauty and majesty, was now in ruins as the shockwaves destroyed everything in its vicinity. Its sheer force sent the adventurers flying back. Even the gods didn't come out unscathed. Everything within a 3-kilometer radius of the amphitheater was now laid in ruins due to the immense power the 4 adventurers put into their attack, all to destroy the creature that had threatened Orario. Otter, being the strongest of the 4, covered the 3 adventurers with his sword and body. Pushing himself to the limit, he screamed in agony as his body was hit by the backlash. His Durandal-grade greatsword melted from the combination of mana and heat, his body charred black, yet he gritted his teeth and stood his ground. Eyes entered Mind Zero. She had used everything she had in that attack. Her body, still not at 100% after her fight with August, sustained even more damage because of the backlash. If Otter wasn't there, she would have been dead. Arthur's hands were charred beyond recognition. Much like August, his magic was incomplete, and his body had suffered greatly because of it. He could only see a blur of white and silhouettes right now, as the heat evaporated the liquid in his eyes. His skin was cracking due to how dry it was. He was on the verge of death, much like how August was when he first unleashed his magic against Goliath Rex. And then there's August. He has more experience using his magic now, but the fact that it was still incomplete was still apparent on his body. His right hand was a mess. You could even see his bones as chunks of his flesh were missing. It was black as well, charred due to the overwhelming amount of mana he had used. The 3 of them lay on the ground, while Otter stood in front, catching the brunt of the explosion with his own body. The skin on his face peeled off, his clothes now turned to dust, and with a scream, he pushed forward, not wanting any harm to fall upon the 3 adventurers who had risked their lives along with him. Riveria was able to erect a barrier to protect the other adventurers, but alas, she couldn't protect everyone. Some of the adventurers had been burned to a crisp due to the attack. Some suffered horrific damage. Those who were closest even died on the spot when the attack connected. Such power? She couldn't believe just how powerful the attack was. It was breathtaking, yet horrifying. If she was just a tad bit late, all of the adventurers here would have been either injured or dead. Of course, she wasn't the only one who cast a barrier. With her taking the lead, she had ordered every mage to cast their strongest defensive spell along with her. After a few seconds, the backlash of the attack finally subsided. The bright light slowly dissipated, as a huge cloud of smoke replaced it to cover their vision. "We did it," Kyath, an adventurer from Apollo Familia, muttered as he looked around. "We really did it. We won, we won." His voice gradually grew stronger as the emotion of victory took over. "We did it. How do you like that, you fucking monster? It's finally over." The adventurers started to celebrate as tears started to wet their eyes. They had survived and beaten the creature. They had won. Orario still stood, and Evelys had failed, but the victory was bittersweet. They had lost countless lives, be it adventurers or civilians. They even lost gods, as they were slain and sent back to heaven, leaving their familias in shambles as they lost their fauna during the fight. The adventurers' eyes quickly turned to the four heroes, all worse for wear. Otter fell face first when his body finally relaxed. He had suffered the most damage out of the four, sacrificing his body to protect the young adventurers. August and Arthur had suffered a gnarly amount of damage as well. Arthur was panting hard, his hands charred beyond recognition, his body smoking from the heat that he released when he used his Thay Kuplo at full force. August was slightly better than Arthur. He had more experience in using the weapon, although his right side was unusable right now. The three of them had suffered a huge amount of damage, but it would heal with the aid of magic and time. Eyes, on the other hand, was unconscious, having released everything she had in her attack, but at least her move didn't have any drawbacks for her. Aside from the heat from the attack that managed to pass through Otter, she was relatively okay. August and Arthur relaxed their bodies, wanting to exit the state of endless battle. But before they could do it, they suddenly felt a shift in the air. August gulped, his eyes widened as he snapped towards the cloud of dust. And no, it cannot be. Arthur's reaction was much the same. How the fuck did it take that? Their scream, a mixture of anger and fear, caught the ears of everyone. And like clockwork, a powerful burst of mana scattered the dust and revealed the creature in all its glory. Every adventurer, mortal and god, gulped and gasped in horror. The creature had survived, and not only that, it had changed. Gone was the insectoid-like centipede body, gone were the tentacles on its back. The creature had now taken a more humanoid form. It was lanky and tall, with arms that reached the ground while it stood at almost 8 feet. Its arms had 5 fingers that were like bones, sharp and menacing, its skin dull and lifeless, like that of death. Its body twitched as it clenched its fists open and closed. Its face was like a skull, its eyes hollow as sharp teeth showed through its mouth, the opening on it from ear to ear. A black miasma oozed out of its body, a low growling sound came from it. Everyone couldn't move a muscle, they were petrified at what they were seeing. August's spear was caught in its right hand. It was like a bad joke, a tough pill to swallow for the young adventurer. Otter's words were now starting to repeat in his head again. He was weak, and right now, the creature who had caught his spear, along with his strongest magic, was proof of it. It looked at August and smiled, a kind of smile that was mocking. It tossed the spear softly towards August, almost daring him to try it again. The creature had retained its sentience now, and it might be a different being entirely, but it still retained a piece of Lucius' thoughts and dark desires. And then it spoke. "Weak, you all are weak." Its voice, like scraping metal, sounded disgusting and eerie, "and I will feast on your flesh." Boom! The creature released its mana, for everyone to feel. The black miasma spread everywhere, the air was hard to breathe because of it. It slowly poisoned the body of everyone around. This isn't something that should have existed, a true abomination, the true form of Erebus malignant and sinister machination, a being that was born out of sadistic desire by a crazy god. The true form of a being that is created using an artificial demi-spirit, and the dark and cruel magic that is the creation of the chimeras. A being that is born using the souls of countless innocent lives, their hatred, rage, and anguish making the creature whole. Finn's fear had come true. His thumb was now so numb that it was practically painless now. He knew right then and there that there is no more stopping that creature. But he wouldn't go down without a fight. His mana gathered densely inside his body. He was preparing himself. Otter is down, unconscious on the ground. Eyes is the same. August, although awake, is no longer fit to fight. The same goes for that silver-hair adventurer, he thought. With fiery resolve, he issued his last order before his mind descended into madness. Reveria, Garthbetmia, we will hold it down here. The rest of you get out. Carry those who can't move and get out. Evacuate the city. The 4 level 6s answered as they glared at the creature. They knew that this was suicide, but right now, they didn't have a choice. They needed to protect the civilians of Orario from this abomination. August jumped back and stood at the side of the level 6s. "I'll be fighting as well," he said, his right hand dangling at the side. Smoking as his skill, healing power was starting to take effect, slowly but surely healing his arm. No, Finn answered firmly. You are in no shape to fight, you'll only be slowing us down. That's bullshit, August screamed. Look at my arm, it is healing as we speak. I still have plenty of mana and my stats right now are at a level 6. Hell, I'm fucking stronger than you right now. His voice forceful and angry. That's not the point. Finn snapped, his voice angry, his mana bursting out of his body momentarily. He glared at August and continued. As of right now, you are not in a state of mind that is suitable for battle. You're in shambles. You've been in that state since your fight with the prince and now it's even worse. Aika. You're a child, Finn cut him off forcefully. An arrogant one at that. You let your emotions, your pride run amok, fighting recklessly because of it, and right now I can't afford a liability such as yourself. As I said, you'll only be slowing us down. Finn's words cut deep inside August. He had no answer for it. Deep down, he knew the words of the Palom were right, yet he couldn't accept it. August wanted to argue, but this time it was Mia who put a stop to it. She placed her hand on August's shoulder. He winced in pain. He might argue that he was fine, but his body was close to collapsing. He's right, August, Mia said as she shook her head, signaling August to let it go. You've done enough, child. Let us old-timers handle this. Toga's voice cut in as she too urged August to fall back. She gave a nod to Finn, and Finn did so as well. August, I know that you're strong, you have proven it time and time again, but this isn't your fight anymore. None of us are leaving here. Finn said with a sincere smile, now your job is to keep everyone safe. Get them out of this city. Do you understand? I can help, he said, his voice cracking as he bit into his lips, drawing blood. I know you can, that's why I'm asking you this. Finn smiled. He remembered 9 years ago when he could ruffle the hair of this young man, but now August was much taller than him. Now protect everyone and get them out of here. That's an order. August wiped the tears that were threatening to fall, and with a resolute voice, he answered, understood. He turned back and helped with the evacuations of the city. He's a good kid, Finn chuckled as he watched August's back. Mia nodded in agreement. Prideful and arrogant if you ask me. Toga chimed in, with B10 nodding along with the old samurai. Well, he is young, Gareth answered as he placed his axe on his shoulder. Finn looked at Toga and spoke. You should get out of here as well, he said. Ha, Toga chuckled. Old, I don't need to follow your orders, and you don't have to protect me, I already lived a full life. HHHA, well said, Gareth laughed heartily. The creature looked at them amused. It then opened its mouth and spoke. Done with your goodbyes? It said mockingly. The adventurers who stayed turned serious as they faced the creature. Goodbye? What goodbye? You'll be the one dying today. Finn readied his spear as his mana gathered towards his thumb. What bravado, the creature chuckled, but what came out was a scratchy, disgusting metallic sound. We all know how this will end, with me feasting on all of your flesh. Finn and the adventurers didn't answer. There was no need for words. Their mana exploded in the air as they prepared for their last stand. Mia, you're in command after this. Finn looked at his side at Mia. The female dwarf nodded as she gripped her trusty shovel with all her might. Now then, Finn placed his thumb on his forehead, and with a resolute voice, he chanted his magic. Magic spear, penetrate my forehead offering blood. Hell Finegas. Chapter 101, Unleashed 4. Finn's mana erupted into the air. His muscles bulging as the golden hue that was his mana started to take on a dark coloration. Veins started to pop out on his body, the air shook with the magic he released. He clenched the spear in his hand, his fingers digging deep into the hard metal. With a wild roar, he charged at the creature with the singular motive of killing it where it stood. Support! Mia dashed while giving the order, her body bulging in size as she tapped into her gigantification skill to the max. Bete and Gareth moved left and right respectively, planning on flanking the creature along with Mia and Finn, who was charging at the front. Toga, the weakest among them, ran circles around the creature. He knew his job was to target any opening he could find, as he knew he couldn't take a hit from the creature. Mana gathered inside Reveria's body as she chanted an enchantment spell for everyone on the attack. Assemble, Breath of the Land, my name is Alf, Veil Breath. Veil Breath, a green protection magic that raises the target's resistance against physical and magical attacks and also heals the target slightly. Every one of her allies was enveloped in a green light as her spell took effect. She wasn't done. After casting the enchantment, she began to cast an offensive spell of destructive proportion. She gripped her staff with 2 hands as she pointed it at the sky. The flame will soon be released, creeping war, unavoidable destruction. Finn arrived at the creature, slashing his spear wildly. A dark golden trail followed every slash. The creature almost grinned. Using its extremely sharp claws, it blocked the spear with ease and backhanded the palm, sending Finn flying into the air. Finn spat out blood as he crashed into the wall, but with his mind in a feral state, he ignored the damage and charged forward once again. Mia jumped in the air, using all of her weight and strength. She slammed her shovel down on the creature. Gareth and Beta arrived at the same time as her. Gareth swung his axe horizontally, aiming to cleave the creature in half. "Die, you fucking asshole!" Beta roared as he brandished his 2 swords, a cross slash aimed at the creature's neck. "How cute!" the creature spoke in a mocking tone as it moved faster than the adventurers attacking it. It grabbed Gareth by the head and with a powerful yank, tossed the dwarf into the air, straight into Mia, sending them crashing into the rubble that was scattered all over the place. It placed 1 finger in front of its neck, blocking Beta's sword. The werewolf's momentum came to a forceful halt, his body aching as he was going full speed. The werewolf's eyes widened in surprise, but he didn't have time to be shocked, as the creature used its other hand, shaping it like a spearhead, and stabbed it straight into Beta's abdomen. "Oh no, you don't?" Toga appeared right behind the creature, in an aijutsu stance. With a quick draw that almost seemed instantaneous, he slashed his sword at the back of the creature's head. The blow was enough to offset the creature's attack, missing Beta by the skin of his teeth. Beta quickly moved into action, placing his 2 feet on the creature's abdomen and kicked to gain distance away from it. The creature, a little annoyed, slashed blindly behind it. Toga hurriedly moved his sword to intercept, but as soon as its claws made contact with the old samurai's sword, a sound of glass shattering could be heard. It only took 1 hit for it to destroy Toga's katana. The force sent the old man back at an extreme speed. The creature moved to give chase, wanting to finish the annoying pest. But its step came to a halt as it felt a prickly, searing heat above the sky. It looked up, only to see a massive ball of flame forming directly above it. The horn of battle sounds aloud, the cruelty of conflict will envelop all. "Come, crimson flames, the ruthless inferno, you are the avatar of hellfire. Sweep completely, bring a close to the great war. Burn them through, sword of Surtur, my name is Alf." Riveria smirked at the creature. The creature roared angrily as it dashed towards the elven mage, but before it could reach her, Finn arrived in front of it and stabbed his spear straight into its skull. The spearhead broke on contact, but it was able to whip the creature's head back, due to the momentum of it going forward. Finn then slammed the shaft at the side of the creature's head. It may have lost its edge, but the body of the spear was still made of solid cold steel. "Get the captain," Riveria screamed. Beta, being the fastest among them, dashed forward and grabbed Finn by the waist. Riveria, seeing this, smiled viciously. With a feral shriek, she looked at the creature and said, "Take this, you fucking abomination, Arie Laviatianen." The blazing hot ball of fire above the creature rained down, a large-scale annihilation magic Ria Levitain, a magic that is made to destroy a large area, was condensed by Riveria to solely target the creature and the area surrounding it, making the spell more powerful, potent, and focused. The magic slammed down like a pillar of hellfire, with the sole purpose of eradicating the creature. Boom! The heat even reached the citizens who were evacuating, the pillar of flames reaching high above the skies. It was destruction at its truest form. Riveria screamed as she added more mana into her spell, making it even stronger as it continued to beam down at the creature. After a few seconds, the fire slowly subsided, the ground molten as smoke rose to the sky. The area, tinged with red as the flames danced in the air. Riveria panted as she fell to her knees, her hand clinging to her staff for support, her body shaking from exhaustion and overuse of mana. Her right hand shakily moved to a pouch on her back, desperately wanting to chug a bottle of mana potion to ease her pain. Her eyes glued to the rising smoke, her heart beating out of her chest. She gulped, trying to wet the dryness in her throat. The smell of burning, melted concrete wafted in the air, entering the adventurers' nostrils, the heat prickling at their skin, as dryness in the air was apparent for everyone to feel. Riveria hurriedly chugged the mana potion, gulping it greedily, desperately trying to fill her mana. She knew that the magic, as strong as it was, wouldn't be enough to kill that abomination. And she was right. A cackling sound echoed, entering the adventurers' ears. Soon it evolved into a crazed laughter. It sounded like two metals scraping against each other. The adventurers glared and watched with bated breath as the smoke cleared, revealing the creature. It stood there, a scorched ground under its feet, charred flesh smoking all over its body. "That one actually hurts, you bitch," the creature spoke, its voice laced with anger as it looked at Riveria with a predatory snarl. "I'm gonna enjoy tearing you to pieces." Riveria, with shaky knees, pulled herself up, using her staff as a crutch. She stared defiantly at the creature as her mana boomed once again. The adventurers took a deep breath as they willed their bodies to force mana out once again. Ari-chi-chi-chich. Finn was the first to move once again, his spear no longer having a blade, raised up in the sky. He charged forward. The rest not far behind, screaming their own war cry as they dashed towards the creature who received them with open arms, all determined to do their job for the civilians to flee from the city. Fear may have gripped their hearts, but they wouldn't back down, and the creature relished and marveled at their determination, knowing full well that it was all for naught. The evacuation of the city was being rushed, as explosions from the amphitheater could be heard all over the city. The adventurers could feel the vibration of mana in the air. Their faces darkened as they thought about those who stayed behind to slow the creature down and buy them time. One of those adventurers was August. He clenched his spear as he looked back at the amphitheater, their mana telling the story as it was. The adventurers who stayed didn't really have a chance. It was like comparing an ant to an elephant. With the Thay Kuplo, he could sense mana more clearly, and the difference between the level 6s and the level 9 creature was like night and day. He grimaced at the fact that those who stayed behind were using every bit of mana in their bodies, just to keep up with the creature who wasn't even taking them seriously. It was toying with them. August could sense it all too clearly. It was giving the adventurers false hope that what they were doing was going to make a difference. But it wasn't. The creature would come for the evacuees. It was biding its time, entertaining itself with Finn and company before it slaughtered the people of the city. Is there really nothing I can do? August felt a sensation, one that he had forgotten, a feeling of helplessness. Am I really this pathetic? His mind jumped back to 9 years ago when he watched his family get slaughtered like cattle. His mind replayed each and every death, from his brother Ludwig, who got decapitated without even knowing what happened. His infant sister, Maya, a babe only 8 months old, her head crushed at the hands of an orc. Her body was tossed aside to feed the frenzy of goblins who ripped her flesh with their claws and teeth. His mother, Kristen, how she pleaded and begged for the life of her sister, how the monsters stabbed her to death and gorged on her flesh in front of his eyes. And his father, Siegfried, who protected him until the end, how he could only watch as the orc swung its axe down, how he was useless and weak. He made a promise to himself, to his family's grave, to be strong, to never suffer that fate again. Darkness oozed out of his body. His wounds closed as his mana was forcefully pushed out of his system. I refuse to be weak. I refuse to have a repeat of the past. His voice was laced with venom as he glared at the amphitheater. His eyes snapped to his spear, to the Thay Kuplo, to Beowulf. He gripped the spear tightly, his voice cold and angry. "Oi, I don't care what it takes. Give me everything." He cast aside his pride, his arrogance. A dark voice echoed in his mind. "What's this? I thought you said you didn't want to rely on my power. What happened to that bravado, my master?" "Shut up, give me everything. You said that when I broke the chain that you've grown in power. Give me that power. Give it to me now." H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. That's IT, MY master. Ask for MY power. Use IT. Slaughter your enemies with it. Beowulf's voice boomed inside August's head. The mana surrounding him grew stronger and stronger by the seconds. Red-crimson lightning crackled in the air, making the space around him crack. The adventurers stared in awe and fear at August. The mana he possessed felt as sinister as the abomination in the amphitheater. No, it felt even darker. They felt a looming sense of death emanating from August. The sky started to darken, black clouds started to form. The sound of thunder boomed on the horizon. But be warned, my master. Your body can't handle my power as it is right now. There will be a price. Are you prepared to pay it? The voice inside August's head sounded amused as it asked. Yes, give me everything you can give. Beowulf, August said coldly. So be it, the voice answered as the very space started to shake. A huge amount of mana exploded in the air. The clouds above started to stir, stronger and stronger. A storm was brewing in Orario, and at its eye was August. Death gripped everyone in the city, like a hand just grasped their hearts. The gods stood petrified, a sense of impending doom took hold over their bodies. A primal fear dug deep into their very soul. The eyes of the predator had opened and were looking at its prey. Red lightning crashed where August stood, his body growing larger, stronger, his veins crackling with red electricity as it sparked all over his body, coiling around him, like a living armor made up of a static current of red-crimson blood. The spear in his hand looked more sinister. Its color changed from jet black obsidian to a more malicious blood crimson red. His hair stood as his body absorbed the lightning that struck his body from the skies. Tattoos of red lines started to creep out of his neck, forming an intricate pattern that looked like his veins. The ground where he stood melted as it was hit by the sparks of lightning that flowed all over his body. He had now become the true embodiment of death. Chapter 102, The Embodiment of Death. Finn alongside Bete and Gareth rushed the creature on the front, while Mia decided to flank it along with Toga. The creature scoffed. It stood its ground waiting for the adventurers to come to him. Finn was the first to arrive. No longer having a spear, he swung his fist forward. His attack has no form nor technique. It was just a wild swing that relied solely on his boosted stats given by Helfingas. The creature caught the fist and leaned its head to the side, dodging a blow from behind coming from Mia, who stabbed the sharp end of her shovel forward, targeting the nape of the creature. The creature shifted its grip on Finn's hand and twirled, pulling the palm along its momentum. It slammed Finn's body straight to Mia's side, which gave the female dwarf no other option but to catch Finn using her body. The blow took the air out of her lungs, as she and Finn crashed to the smoking hot rubbles on the side. Bete jumped and spun in the air as he extended his legs, doing a tornado kick aiming for the creature's jaw. The creature vanished from where it stood and appeared behind Bete, and with its sharp claws, it slashed at the back of the werewolf, leaving a nasty gash. Argh, Bete screamed in pain, but the creature wasn't done. Using its other claw, it stabbed Bete at his right leg, the sharp bone-like claws going through it like a hot knife through butter. Bete, Gareth screamed as he loaded his axe with mana, slamming it forward with everything he had. As Gareth's axe charged forward, the creature swiftly sidestepped the attack, showcasing its agility and quick reflexes. It retaliated by sweeping its leg, knocking Gareth off balance and sending him crashing into a nearby building. The impact left him dazed, struggling to regain his footing. Meanwhile, Toga darted around the creature, attempting to find an opening in its defenses. He struck with precision, aiming for vulnerable spots, but the creature seemed to anticipate his moves, parrying his attacks effortlessly. Finn, recovering from the earlier impact, gritted his teeth in pain but refused to yield. He charged forwards once more, with a wrathful roar, his body surged with power. With strength that pushed his very limit, he lunged at the creature, aiming for its abdomen. The creature, however, countered Finn's attack with a swift knee to the chest, momentarily winding him. It followed up with a brutal uppercut, sending Finn sprawling backward, his vision blurred from the impact. Mia, still recovering from her previous collision with Finn, managed to crawl to his side. She glanced at the injured Bete and Gareth, her determination flickering in her eyes. "We can't give up," she gasped, her voice strained. "We have to keep fighting." Bate, clenching his teeth in pain, nodded in agreement. Despite his wounds, he forced himself back onto his feet, his werewolf resilience aiding his recovery. Right. We can't let this thing win. Gareth, shaking off the dizziness, joined them, his grip tightening on his axe. Let's finish this, he declared, his determination reignited. The adventurers, battered and bruised, circled the creature, their movements synchronized. They communicated through unspoken determination, understanding that this battle was their last stand. With a collective battle cry, they charged at the creature once more, their attacks fueled by sheer willpower and the desire to protect their city from the impending threat. "Riveria, how's your mana?" Mia asked as she wiped the blood on her forehead. "I'm on my last mana potion. I can only do one enchantment and one offensive spell powerful enough to slow it down." Riveria grimaced as her hand searched in her back pouch. "Tusk!" Mia clicked her tongue. She reckoned that if Riveria runs out of mana, they would undoubtedly be wiped out, as the only thing keeping them from dying was her enchantments, healing, and support. They were too concentrated on the creature that they failed to notice the sky starting to darken, as storm clouds formed high above Orario. Gareth shook his head, trying to shake the dizziness off him. He started at the creature just standing there, again, waiting for them to move. "It's toying with us," he said seriously. "Yeah, I noticed." Mia nods. "It could have killed us multiple times now, and I got a feeling that it can do so if it wishes." As they were talking, Finn got up again. This time he was panting heavily. The effects of Helfinga's was now subsiding. His mind was still not as sharp, but he was now starting to think like a mortal and not a wild beast. He snarled at the creature while crouching low, positioning himself to lunge at any moment. Mia saw this and sighed. This is why she hated when Finn does his magic. Sure, it boosted his stats to a level 7, but his mind becomes a mess. Mia made a decision on the spot. "Riveria, focus all enchantments on Finn. Right now he is the strongest one here due to his stats. The 4 of us will manage," Mia said as she tightens her grip on her weapon. "What? That's suicide," Riveria protested. "I can still cast enchantments and support to everyone if I just focused on it." "And what should we do?" Mia's voice raised an octave. "This is the only way we can slow it down. If you enchant all of us, you'll run out of mana much more quickly." "She's right, you know," Gareth weighed in. "We can manage, don't worry." He let out a soft chuckle as he pushed his remaining mana out his body. "We're reliable adventurers after all." "Fine," Riveria answered. Her eyes shine with a firm resolution. This was the closing moment of their stand. This is their last strategy. The atmosphere crackled with tension as Mia's voice cut through the chaos of battle. Riveria nodded, her hands glowing with magical energy as she chanted incantations. The air around Finn shimmered, enchanted with protective and enhancing spells that bolstered his strength and resilience. Finn, now infused with renewed power, let out a primal roar, his eyes blazing with determination. With newfound burst of power, he charged at the creature once more, his movements more controlled, more precise. His fists flew with purpose, each strike calculated to land a blow on the creature's vulnerable spots. Mia, Bite, Gareth, and Toga fought valiantly, their attacks becoming more coordinated as they adapted to the shifting dynamics of the battle. Despite their exhaustion and injuries, their spirits remained unbroken. They pressed on, channeling their fear and desperation into fierce determination. The creature, seemingly unfazed by their renewed assault, countered their attacks with calculated precision. It moved with an otherworldly grace, deflecting blows and evading strikes with ease. The battle raged on, the clash of weapons and the roars of combat filling the air. As the battle reached its peak, the storm above Orario intensified. Thunder rumbled ominously, and red lightning streaked across the darkened sky. The city below was engulfed in shadows, the eerie atmosphere amplifying the sense of impending doom. With a final surge of determination, Mia rallied her companions. "We can't back down now. For our city, for our families, for everyone we care about, we fight until our last breath." But then it happened. Toga, the weakest of them, was caught slipping by the creature. With one fast swipe of its claw, the right side of Toga was cleaved cleanly off his body, from the shoulder to the waist. His hand flew in the air as blood splattered everywhere. Argh? He screamed in pain as he clutched his right side. The creature then raised its arm up, its finger placed close together, forming a spear with its sharp claws. It cackles as it stabs it forwards, aiming for the old samurai's neck. Bitem moved to intercept, kicking the ground with all his might. He propelled his body forward and pushed the old samurai out of the way. Bite then moved his swords to intercept the blow, but with a glass-shattering sound, the claws of the creature shattered the two Durandal grade swords as its attack continued to travel forward. Schlack! Blood splattered in the air as the creature's claw went trough Bite's left collar. His hands holding his two broken swords up as his eyes stared widely at the creature. Weak! The creature leaned close to the werewolf as it whispered in his ear. It then forcefully pulled its claw out of the werewolf's collar as Bite stood unmoving, a look of disbelief plastered on his face. He coughed blood as the liquid started to exit his mouth. Bete! Reveria, Gareth, and Mia screamed in horror as they watched their friend and comrades fall on his knees. Argh? Finn roared as he assaulted the creature from behind, his fist glowing in a dark gold hue. His mind might be in shambles due to the madness effect of Hellfingas, but he still recognizes his friends. And right now he just saw someone he cared about received a fatal wound from the creature. Finn, no, Mia screamed frantically, trying to stop Finn, but it was already too late. The palom was already inches away from the creature. The creature glanced back at Finn, a smirk on its face revealing its sharp teeth. In a split second, it vanished, making Finn's punch hit nothing but air. And in the next, it appeared on top of the maddened palom and grasped at the back of his head, pushing it down and slamming Finn face first into the ground. A bone-shattering sound echoes in the amphitheater. As Finn's head was driven deep inside the solid ground, the floor cracked and cratered due to the force of impact. The blow knocked the magic out of Finn, snapping him out of Hellfingas, his face a broken bloody mesh. As his nose dug deep into his face, his cheekbones broken, his eye socket peeled off. It was brutal to look at. The creature lifted Finn up. It smiled sinisterly at the three remaining able fighter adventurers, Mia, Gareth, and Reveria. It then spoke, how weak, as he tossed aside Finn, landing in front of the adventurer's feet. But I must thank all of you for entertaining me, but now, I'm gonna end this. The creature walked towards the adventurer as it let a portion of its mana go, dwarfing the mana of every one of them combined. The adventurers couldn't move, fear had gripped their hearts. Hopelessness was now drilled into their minds. They stood, with eyes dead, staring at creature as it moved closer and closer towards the three of them. A hand grasped the ankle of the creature. It was Finn, desperately trying to stop the creature from harming any more of his comrades. The creature cackled as its smile widened. It looked at Finn with amusement in its eyes. It raised its claws up, its sharp bone-like edges forming a spear as it aimed it at the palom's head. And no, Reveria lifted her arms forwards, like reaching for Finn to stop it while she took a step forwards the creature and her captain. No, no! Her knees shaking from exhaustion and fear, her eyes started to tear as the creature's sharp claws started to fall towards her captain's head. Nuo. Boom! A loud thundering boom erupted, making the entire city shake. A red gleam shines at everything as the lightning struck something on the ground. The city felt a primal fear gripped wash over their very soul. The skies continued to darken as crimson-red lightning began to strike everything. A dark, malevolent mana clings densely in the air. Every being in Orario came to a sudden halt. The creature's claws stopping mere centimeters away from Finn's head. Even it now started to feel immense amount of fear. The adventurers who were fighting the creature all fell on their knees. They felt like vomiting as an unprecedented fear of death washed over their body. They felt their heart being pulled out of their chest and crushed. They felt the scythe of death poised at their neck, the hair on their bodies stood, a chills ran up their spines. The mana they were feeling was even more vile and sinister than what the creature exuded earlier. No, comparing it to this would be a joke, a very cruel joke, because the mana in the air was dwarfing that of the creature. Reveria and Gareth's eyes widened. They had felt this before, but not this intense. They had felt it at the 17th floor of the dungeon, when they saw a young, inexperienced adventurer took on a monster Rex alone. But that was child's play compare to what they were feeling now. The sound of thunder was becoming for frequent. The mana was continuing to rise, larger and larger. A loud thunderclap booms as a lightning struck the very middle of the amphitheater. Red light blinded everyone. They held their breath as their eyes all collectively looked at the spot where the lightning struck. And there he stood, the very embodiment of death himself, the Guy Bulg, the one dubbed the spear of mortal death. There stood August Kaiser. Chapter 103, An Adventurer and His God. A few moments earlier, Hades, along with the trio of Heracles, Thor, and Buddha, who were leading the Familia and gods in taking control over the panic, felt a powerful fear grip their bodies. It was instantaneous, like lightning striking their very core. The primal fear was now starting to take over, growing larger with each passing second. That, damn idiot! A violent burst of godly aura exploded out of Heracles. The primal fear could only be attributed to the primal spear that August was wielding. It was clear to Heracles, a former wielder of a Thay Kuplo, what was happening. Control yourself, Heracles. Hades's voice cut through the air. Pull your aura back, there are civilians here. Heracles glared at Hades, his heart pounding in his chest. Denki, he yelled while locking eyes with the old god. Denki ran beside his god, sweating buckets. He could feel the primal fear, but not to the extent of how the gods were feeling it. No, he was sweating for a different reason. Heracles' aura was so dense that even standing, much less walking, was taking everything Denki had. Lord Heracles, Denki stuttered as he stood beside his god. Get my mace and meet me at the amphitheater. Make it quick. Heracles' voice was angry. Denki could feel it. The young samurai could only gulp and nod as he ran. Are you out of your mind? Hades screamed, unable to control his anger. It was hard to do so because of Beowulf's mana clinging to the air. I explicitly told you why you can't join the Phi. Shut up! Heracles cut Hades off, shocking both mortals and gods in the area. Even Thor and Buddha were taken aback by Heracles' tone. If you want to stop me, then you are free to try. If not, get the hell out of my way. His voice was cold, letting everyone know that there was no stopping him now. Let me remind you what happens if you die. Your child will lose his foal. Boom! Hades' words were cut off by a fist landing in his abdomen. He couldn't even see what happened. He fell to his knees and looked up, only to see the god of strength looking down coldly at him. Why, you are making a terrible mistake. Maybe so, but I will not lose my child. Heracles began to move, but on his first step, multiple adventurers from Hades' Familia surrounded him. Well, I'm sorry, Heracles. Hades slowly got to his feet, still shaky from the power of Heracles' punch, but I can't let you leave here. The adventurers from Hades' Familia all let their mana roar, determined to stop the god. Oh ho, what do we have here? A playful voice made the adventurers look to the side, finding Buddha smirking as he playfully twirled his bow staff. You seem to forget that he isn't alone. Isn't that right, fat man? Buddha, call me fat one more time, and this hammer will find its way into your face. Thor grunted as he also glared at the adventurers. He snapped his fingers, and his familia came running to his side. He then looked toward Heracles and said coldly, You owe me. Heracles nodded and moved. As he did, Buddha and Thor, along with Thor's familia, rushed toward the adventurers of Hades' Familia, clearing a path for the god of strength. UFOOLS. If he dies, we will never know where the heroic bow is. Hades yelled, his face turning red as he could only watch Heracles' figure grow smaller and smaller as he gained distance. So that's what it was. Greedy as always, huh? Buddha grinned as he smashed his staff at the adventurers left and right, his eyes never leaving Hades. Don't worry your pretty little mind. Knowing Heracles' temperament, that abomination is as good as dead. Buddha smiled politely, blocking a sword that came his way. At the amphitheater, current time. Lightning crackled in the sky, turning the world red. The creature was taken aback by what it was seeing. The boy was still fresh from one of its many memories. One of the souls inside its body was both fearful and angry at seeing the adventurer. August? Mia was shocked at what she was seeing, unable to help but raise her voice. It was the first time she had ever seen someone wielding this amount of mana. Mia, take Finn, Bita, and Toga out. August ordered, his voice firm with no room for argument. Why, you can't take it on alone? Riveria stood up. She had seen this magic before. August wasn't in control at that time, but this time he was in control. But still, she can feel that it isn't enough. It's suicide, she pleaded. He isn't alone. Boom! The ground shook as a being beamed from the heavens, landing beside August. The dust cleared, revealing a mountain of a man with muscles all over his body, a lion head adorning his helm. A godly aura burst out of him, the space itself shook from his very presence. It was Heracles. The adventurers' eyes bulged out of their sockets. They didn't expect a god to show up here. His aura is breathtaking, so powerful that the adventurers felt hope for the first time since facing the monster. Starting at Heracles' back makes them see a hero of old, standing against the force of darkness, like the legends told in the past. Take the injured and leave, we will deal with it ourselves. Heracles glanced back at the adventurers, his eyes telling them to get the fuck out or else. The adventurers gulped and did what they're told, more like their body was compelling them to obey. The creature was unmoving, felling two tremendous aura pushing it down. It had no choice but to have its full concentration at the two beings. One god and one mortal, allowing the adventurers to collect the broken bodies of Finn, Bete, and Toga. What are you doing here, old man? August asked, not looking at his god. Saving my foolish child, of course. How can you be such an idiot, August? Heracles answered, not looking at August as well, the two never leaving their eyes off the creature. What did you ask for? Heracles asked, his voice tinged with worry that caught August off guard. The young adventurer looked at his god. What he saw was a face of man who seems like he was about to lose someone. Everything. I ask for everything it have. August is confused on why his god knows this, especially when Heracles grimaced when he heard his answer. Tisk, Heracles clicked his tongue, his aura grow more powerful as he took a step forward towards the creature. Then let's finish this quickly. The creature felt a huge burst of killing intent rushed all over its body. Its instincts tug it to take a step back. In a blink of an eye, the huge god was in front of it. Its eyes widened. This was the first time it ever saw someone moved almost as fast as it. Shock, the creature instantly flail its claws forward, aiming for Heracles' head. The swing was wild, due to it being caught off guard. A mistake Heracles was capable of taking advantage of. With grace and finesse unbecoming of his size, Heracles shifted his center of gravity to the right, with a quick burst in a single step, making the claw harmlessly pass by his head. He then shoved his shoulder deep inside the creature guard while maintaining a low center of gravity. Almost crouching, he then planted his feet on the ground, digging deep inside it. Using his big toe, he spun like a top, using every fiber in his body as well as his body weight and delivering a thundering uppercut. His movement so smooth that it was mesmerizing to look at. The blow cracking the maw of the creature and sending it hurtling in the air. Waiting for it was August, crimson red lightning coiling around his body, his spear poised to strike the creature down. August jumped in the air. Using the wind as a platform, he beamed down the creature, his spear crackling with an overwhelming amount of mana. The creature quickly balanced itself and raised its claw up, wanting to meet the spear with its own weapon. But inches away, August's spear bent and curved. The sparrow took flight, dodging the claws of the creature and heading straight for its neck. The spearhead tore through its flesh, black tar, squirting out of the wound, as the abomination roared in pain. It can feel 1,000 bolts of electricity spreading through its body, as it spasmed in the air. Angry, the creature swung wildly towards August, at speed that the adventurer couldn't even see. But that doesn't mean he couldn't sense it. With a flick of his wrist, August pulled the weapon out and twirled it to his right, blocking the blow. The force sending the young adventurer crashing to the ground, buying the creature time to recover. But time isn't something that Heracles is willing to give. The creature felt a hand grabbing its ankle. It looked down and saw the god staring coldly at it. It felt a yank as its body was ragdolled by Heracles as he threw it to the ground. An earth-shattering impact boomed all over Orario as huge crater formed at the middle of the amphitheater. The creature dug its body deep into the floor, It opened its eyes only to see a pair of large boots heading straight to its head. Boom! The creature head dug deeper inside the hard pavement, its teeth shattering upon impact as the god landed on its face. Heracles felt a tingle at the back of his neck. He felt a thudding blow landing on his back as the creature extended its leg to kick the god. It knew that it wouldn't be able to dodge, so it decided to go for a simultaneous hit. Heracles crashed at the debris as his body rolled a few meters away. As much as the god hates to admit it, the creature's strength was at least comparable to his without arcanum, that is. The creature pulled its head out as it sat up, but it didn't have a moment of respite. A flash of red lightning tinged the whole arena with its color, and the young adventurer arrived in front of the creature, with his spear poised to cut its head. The creature hastily put its claws up to guard the blow, but August saw right through it, because that was what he would have done if he was on the same situation as the creature. The spear was a feint, and with the creature covering up, it made him lose sight of the young adventurer. August flickered at the creature's back as he slashed its spear down, slicing the creature from the shoulder to its waist. A numbing pain made the creature growl in response as its face grimaced in pain. It quickly turned around and saw the adventurer smiling viciously at it. August then jumped high in the air, the creature's eyes inevitably following him just for a moment, because a fist the size of its head covered its entire vision. Boom! The creature's head snapped back as its body was bent at a painful direction, the blow shaking its inside as it spat out black tar. A portion of its face was turned to mush from the force of the blow. Heracles followed up with a body blow, but this time the creature was ready for it. It caught the god's left hand with its right, and using its left, it took a stab at Heracles' abdomen. The god parried the stab with his right, but he was tad bit slow, as the claws grazed his side, taking out a portion of his flesh. Still, it was better than being stabbed straight to his belly. The god then kicked the shin of the creature, making it lose its balance, and with a quick follow-up, he raised his knee up, hitting the creature at its chin. The creature reeled back. From the side, August began an assault as he launched a barrage of slash, his spear cutting through the air. The creature can see his movement, though, its mind moving in instincts as it dodged the blow. Looks like August's strength is still that of a level 5 with boosted stats to reach level 6. Heracles thought as he joined in on the assault, the creature doing everything it can to deal with the combined attack from the mortal and the god, so the mana we were feeling is from the spear itself and not his. Heracles out 2 and 2 together. Like a well-oiled machine, the two of them pushed the creature with a terrifyingly precise synergy. Heracles covering for August whenever he saw his child slipping, while August fight like he usually does, with unrelenting aggression and pace. Of course, the weapon knew that August wouldn't be able to handle its power, so it focused everything it had on itself, allowing August to deal damage to the creature even with him being 4 levels behind. Heracles was able to asses the whole situation. Still, the mana is seeping inside August's body. If this keeps up, he will undoubtedly crumble due to the overwhelming mana that is being pushed inside him. The more the fight lasts, the stronger he gets, but the more damage he will receive. Greedy fucking mutt, Heracles cursed Beowulf inside his head. The god knew that the Thay Kuplo is essential killing August the more the fight drags on. This was the price August has to pay for asking Beowulf to give him everything it has. As of now, August's stat was reaching the very peak of that of a level 6. Any more and his stat would match that of a level 7. And with his body being that of a level 5, it would undoubtedly burst and shatter, as too much mana would kill him. Heracles understands this more than anyone, even more so than August, because he once wielded a Thay Kuplo when he was mortal. Heracles understood that they must end it now. Chapter 104, Gabulg, Beowulf. The sounds of the battle was echoing all throughout the city of Orario. Every impact shook the ground as Denki, who was running with everything he has, gulped. He could already see the amphitheater. His legs was straining at every step he takes, his hands bleeding from the heavy object that he was carrying. Even at level 3, Denki was struggling to lift the weapon of his god, but he knew he must make haste. This is the only way he could help. Why is this fucking thing so fucking heavy? He cursed as he grit his teeth and moved. August's hand shook as he blocked an incoming attack from the creature. He can feel his bones rattling and straining from the impact. He grit his teeth as his feet was lifted of the ground. The creature sent the young adventurer flying back, but it knew that it still has more problem to deal with. A gigantic fist crashed at its jaw. It snapped its head to the side, as Heracles followed up with a 3-punch combination aiming at the creature's vital points. The creature found a bit of leeway since he sent August back, so its focus was primarily at the god. Seeing no point in dodging or blocking, the creature opted for a simultaneous hit, brandishing its claws to attack at the same time as Heracles. It trusted that its durability will be able to take the god's assault, but Heracles wouldn't be able to take on its claws. Heracles shifted his lead leg to the right, canceling the combination he was about to throw. Fighting barehanded against the creature that has greater durability than him was starting to take its toll. Damn it, it's learning as it fights. Heracles narrowly dodged the sharp claws of the creature, and with a rotation of his body, he threw a low hook straight for the creature's ribs. His fist digging deep into the creature's side. A gnarly crunch made the god smirk as he could feel the creature bones cracking at his strength. The creature grunts in pain as it swung its claws wildly at the god. Heracles leaned back, his eyes starting at the claws as it passed by his face. But he didn't expect the creature would also bring its head forward, head-butting the god straight at his nose. Heracles winced, caught off guard by the blow, and the creature didn't let that small opening pass by. It stabbed its claws straight at the god's lead leg, the spear-like claws going through the hard muscles of the god. Heracles roared in pain whilst delivering a straight right at the creature, sending it back a few steps. His lead leg buckled as the claws were forcefully pulled out. The creature smiled wildly at this. This is its chance. It rushed forwards, claws at the ready to tear the god to pieces, only to crash face first at a violent boom, as August took advantage of the creature's tunnel vision, slamming his spear at its head, sending it flying back. August jumped back and landed at the side of Heracles. "You good old man?" August asked, his voice a bit worried as his eyes momentarily glanced at the wound in Heracles' left leg. "Don't worry about it, keep your focus on that thing." Heracles answered, his voice firm, but his face was grimacing at the pain. "What's taking Denki so long?" he thought to himself as he took a deep breath. The creature roared in fury, black tar streaming down its face from the blow it had just received. It eyed August and Heracles. "We need to synchronize our attacks," Heracles panted, his breaths heavy from the strain. Distract it, you find an opening and strike." "Got it." August nodded, his eyes sharp and focused. He knew the god was right, they needed precision and timing to defeat this relentless foe. With newfound determination, Heracles charged at the creature, his fists at his side, muscles bulging at its limit. His movements were swift and calculated, designed to keep the creature's attention on him. As Heracles dodged and weaved, August analyzed the creature's patterns. He watched its every move, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The creature, enraged by Heracles' audacity, lunged at him with deadly claws. The god parried the attack skillfully, deflecting the blows with precise timing. His agility and reflexes were impressive, but he couldn't keep this up forever. Seeing an opening, August lunged forward, his spear, crackling with red lightning, aiming at the creature's vulnerable spots. The creature anticipated his move, attempting to counter, but August shifted his weight at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the strike. August seized the opportunity, his spear dancing with lightning as he aimed for the creature's eyes. The creature recoiled, howling in pain as the sharp tip of the spear grazed its skin. Heracles followed up with a powerful uppercut, his fist connecting with the creature's jaw. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, and the creature staggered backward, momentarily disoriented. "Now, August," Heracles shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos of battle. August nodded, his eyes determined. With a fierce battle cry, he unleashed a barrage of lightning-imbued thrusts, each strike finding its mark on the creature's body. The creature roared in agony, its movements growing sluggish under the onslaught. Heracles seized the opportunity, his fist cracking the space as he delivered a mighty swing. He struck the creature's side, the force of the blow sending it crashing into a nearby building. The ground trembled as the creature struggled to rise, its body battered and bruised. August and Heracles stood firm, their determination unyielding. "We can't let it regain its strength," August said, his voice resolute. "We have to finish this now." Heracles nodded. With me? Together, they charged at the creature, their combined strength and determination fueling their assault. The battle raged on, the clash of gods and mortals echoing through the city. With unwavering resolve, August and Heracles fought side by side, their teamwork and determination pushing them to the limits. "Enough!" the creature roared as its mana pushed the two of them back, sending them crashing at the rubbles and ruins of their fight. The creature was panting, damage was apparent on its body as well. It can feel its inside mushed and battered due to Heracles' blow, while its skin was ripped and charred by August and his lightning-infused spear. "I've had it, you too will die now." The creature spoke with malicious intent, the violent mana inside its body, growing larger and larger. August and Heracles got up shakily, panting as well, as their body was littered in wounds and bruises. "We seem to have pissed it off," August chuckled as he got on his stance. "That's one violent mana right there." "It's planning on ending this." Heracles spoke seriously. He clenched his fist as his godly aura burst out. "We need to kill it now." August took a deep breath. Since the battle started, the voice of Beowulf was always nagging at his head, telling him to use its power even more. Telling him to use that. "I may have a way to end this, but I need time." August looked at Heracles, his eyes burning with determination and resolve. "Can you handle it for a few minutes?" Heracles didn't answer right away. His mind was analyzing August. "Don't tell me, he has access to that already?" His eyes widened at the thought. He knew how these weapons operate. The magic August used is still incomplete. August may think that it was his original magic, but the truth is, it belongs to the weapon and is only making him think that it's his own creation. The extreme magic of each weapons. At first it comes with just a thought, something to inspire them to form the magic, like when he discovered the monodome. That was the inspiration August needed to knock at that door. Then it will fill the user's mind on how to construct the magic using that inspiration. For August, it was Guy Bulg Beowulf, but it was still incomplete. And Heracles knows why it is. Because the weapon deemed when the user is ready to access that. It isn't like that for every user's. When Heracles was still mortal, he could only count those who were strong enough to handle the extreme magic of the Thay Kuplo with his hands. "Old man, trust me." August's voice snapped Heracles out of his thoughts. "This is our only chance." Heracles grimaced. He could feel the mana inside the creature rising to new heights. He knew that this was their only shot, yet could he really allow August to do it? To essentially break his body. "I'm gonna kill you all, and destroy this place along with everyone." The creature mana had now reached its peak. Heracles closed his eyes. He knows that he must do this. He nodded at August, his eyes staring at his child. Before August could start, he felt someone who shouldn't be here. He looked to right and saw Denki, his face disgruntled and pale as beads of sweat fall from his face. Heracles followed August's eyes, and with it a smirked rose on his face. Finally, Heracles couldn't help but raise his voice when he saw his other child, and at his side his mace. "How much time do you need?" Heracles asked. "A minute or two, can you do it?" August smiled as well, his voice almost challenging his god. "From the looks of it, that thing is really angry right now." "Boy, who do you think you're talking to?" Heracles raised his right hand up. He then screamed on the top of his lungs. "Throw it." Denki eyes bulged. He was straining himself with just carrying this lumbering weapon from their house to here, and his god wants him to throw it? Fucking slave drivers. Denki mustered everything he had, and with a forceful grunt, he tossed the mace as far as he can, using every bit of strength his level 3 body can give. The mace flew high into the air, and Heracles' smile dropped at the pathetic throw Denki did. He could tell it wouldn't even reach him. "I'll double your training after this," he screamed as he ran towards his weapon. "Agreed," August chuckled as he got to his stance. "Now get the hell out of here." But Denki was already running before August could even finish his words. He did what Heracles asked him to do. His task is complete. Now he need to get the hell away from here. He knows that he'll only be getting in the way if he stays. "Please win." he said without even glancing back, fully trusting his god and captain to do the task. Heracles jumped, his face crumbled from the pain of his injured left leg. But he fought through the pain as his hand firmly grasped his weapon, the legendary mace of Heracles. His eye gleamed as he smiled at the creature, a smile that mirrored August's vicious one. Round 2, you fucking abomination. As soon as he landed, he dashed towards the creature, ignoring the protest of pain his body is sending towards his brain. The creature roared in response, its claw glowing as it charged mana into it. When Heracles said that it was learning as it fights, this is what he meant by it. At first the creature didn't even bother infusing its attack with its overwhelming mana, relying on its natural stats as it fights, but now, as it watched the adventurers, especially August, it had learned how to use its mana pool. Heracles didn't care though. If he was bare-handed, then it would have been a problem, but now he has his weapon. The god swung his mace at the same time the creature slashed his claws forward, the two being of immense strength holding nothing back. The claws and the mace collided as an explosion of mana boomed throughout the whole city, the shockwaves reaching the evacuees who were now outside of Orario. A huge crater formed below the god and the creature, their body unmoving, as they locked eyes with each other. The two roared as they continued to pummel each other, the creature with its attack now amplified with mana, and Heracles who now has a weapon that can handle his full power. Exchanging blows after blows, clashing as the crater that they were standing on became deeper and deeper at every clash of their powerful blows. As this was going on, August dived into his mind, into the abyss inside Beowulf. There he saw the golden wild eyes staring at him, with a firm, determined voice. He spoke, "I need more." "I've already given you enough," Beowulf answered him, its tone seemingly amused by the mortal's request for more power. "It's now up to you on how you'll use my power." "The show me," August demanded. "Show me how to use it." "Silly master, you've already used it, but it was incomplete, a fraction of what it really is." "You mean?" "Yes, the magic that you think you've created. That was mine to begin with. You've only touched a fraction of its true power, yet the power is slumbering inside you, inside us. That's what I've been telling you. Use me, use my power, the ability to consume and bring death to everything." Beowulf's voice trailed out as August opened his eyes. "Bring death to everything, huh?" He chuckled, the words of Beowulf echoing inside his head. He really did rely on the weapon, and the only thing he thought that was achieved by his own strength was actually a byproduct of the weapon itself. But right now it doesn't matter. He will use it, use everything that the weapon can offer. The mana inside him started to bubble at surface, his mind forming words for a chant to complete the magic that he was only using a fraction of. "I beseech the tempest's wrath, the crimson lightning's might." The clouds above started to twirl as the mana coming from Beowulf calls upon the storm that has formed above Orario. "With bolts that rend the firmament and etch scars upon the sky, I invoke your boundless power, ancient and relentless, guided by my unwavering spirit." The very space started to shake as the debris and rubbles that littered the area started to float in the air, each one crackling with red electric currents. "Let the world shudder, let the heavens weep, and let the earth tremble in awe. From the heavens to the depths below, from horizon to horizon, let none escape the ferocious storm that heralds my will." The god and the creature both stopped at their tracks, their clash coming to halt as the mana they felt brings them dread and fear. They could feel the eyes of death staring at them. They felt small, they felt like prey. The creature eyes snapped towards August, its eyes filled with primal fear. It could feel the intent of the adventurer. It could feel death grasping its heart. It moved, dashing towards the adventurer, but Heracles slammed his mace at the creature's abdomen. Even the god felt the overwhelming fear, even more so than the creature. His instincts telling Heracles to ran as far away as possible, away from the primal spear. Yet he fought that instinct, he fought it with everything just to stop the creature from reaching his child. "With the roar of 1,000 thunderbolts and the fury of countless tempests, I command the very essence of lightning, the very embodiment of death. Consume everything in your path and bring death to thy enemies." The mana erupted high into the sky, a red beam coming from the center of the amphitheater, coming from August. Piercing the heavens above as the world turned crimson blood-red. August lifted his weapon, the Thay Kuplo, the primal spear Beowulf, above his head, taking a throwing stance. A monodome the size of Orario burst out his body. He could see everything, feel everything, but all he cared about right now was the creature, who this time knew that it was too late. It ran, its instincts getting the better of it. The creature whose only goal was to kill and devour everyone here now had a different agenda: survival. The ground beneath August cracked and cratered as he jumped high into the air, his eyes cold, as he started at the creature who was running for its life. His muscles bulged, as the red lightning that coiled around his body all moved towards the spear, making it crackle with the energy and magic to kill everything. Die. He muttered coldly as he threw his spear, beaming straight to the heart of the creature, like a lightning bolt from the heaven, a flash of red blinding everyone, even those outside of Orario. G.B.U.L.G. Beowulf. Chapter 105, The Aftermath of the Battle. With a primal roar, August unleashed the extreme magic inside Beowulf. Like the smite of the gods, lightning crackled inside the primal spear as it beamed straight towards the creature. A flash of red light erupted as a deafening, thunderous boom shook the air. The spear traveled true. A beam of red flew straight towards the heart of the creature, scorching the very air as everything in its path seemed to make way for the spear to connect. The red lightning formed into a wolf, pouncing towards its prey, bringing nothing but death, like the predator that it is. The spear made contact, straight to the core of the creature. It didn't even pose any resistance. The red lightning erupted inside the creature, destroying everything within, its skin charred as the unending volts and mana bombarded. It embedded itself into the ground, passing through the abomination like it was nothing. The spear encountered no resistance from the creature's tough skin. The deafening roar of the crimson lightning subsided, leaving behind an eerie silence that settled over the city of Orario. The air was thick with the scent of burnt ozone and lingering magic, a testament to the cataclysmic battle that had just taken place. August stood amidst the aftermath, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. His eyes, once filled with determination, now held a mix of exhaustion and something deeper, something primal. But it soon vanished, as the mana inside his body started to disappear all too quickly. The magic endless battle had now come to an end with the death of the creature. Every ounce of pain, fatigue, and mana exhaustion assaulted August. The one starer that had plagued the city now lay motionless, its body charred and lifeless. The red beam of destruction had struck true, piercing its heart with unerring accuracy. The threat was finally over, but the cost had been immense. The gods could feel their skin crawling. All they could do was stand still, unmoving, as the fear slowly subsided. It was surreal. Never did they think they would feel the dread and despair of a Thay Kuplo releasing its extreme magic. The remnant of the mana clung in the air. A touch of it made the gods want to vomit at how sinister the mana was for them. Hades was the first to move. He could no longer feel the presence of the creature. He gulped and quickly ordered his familia, who were also glued to the ground, to hurriedly check on the amphitheater. This made Buddha and Thor snap as well. Using all of their natural speed, the two gods dashed towards the amphitheater to see if their blood brother survived. They too felt the magic that was released by the primal spear. They were worried that the god-killing weapon may have also claimed the life of Heracles along with the creature. The gods rushed to the scene, their divine senses stretched to the limit, searching for any trace of Heracles amidst the aftermath. Hades' familia was the first to reach the amphitheater, their eyes widened in shock at the devastation before them. The once mighty creature lay in a smoldering heap, its body a testament to the sheer power of Beowulf's extreme magic. And they found August, standing still and unmoving, and Heracles just staring at his child with a grimace on his face. August's eyes had no light in them, his breathing was faint, and his face had this sunken, pale look. Heracles moved shakily towards his child. Every step was painful, as the wound in his left leg squirted out blood at every move he made. The god stopped in front of his child. August looked at his god with a shaky voice. He spoke. I did it, old man." He coughed blood as he fell forward, Heracles catching him by his chest. "You did good, boy," Heracles muttered as he looked back. only to see the dumbfounded faces of the adventurers and gods who rushed towards the amphitheater when they could no longer feel the mana of the creature. "He did it?" Gareth stuttered, his eyes wide open as he stared at the creature's lifeless corpse. It was charred and mangled, with whiffs of smoke and black tar oozing out of its body. The lad really did it. The other adventurers started to feel the emotions of triumph wash over their bodies. The abomination lay lifeless on the ground, no longer exuding the sinister mana that threatened to devour everything in Orario. It all started with one, then two, cascading into every adventurer as they cried and cheered. They had survived, first from the attack of Evelus, and now from the abomination. But not everyone was cheering in joy. Heracles looked at August, a melancholic look on his face. He could feel August's heartbeat starting to slow, the coldness creeping up his child's body. Heracles knew that this was the price August had paid for. Now it was all up to his child on how he would survive this, or if he could survive this. August's body felt light, like he was floating in the air. There was a serene, quiet buzzing in his ear. This sensation was all too familiar for him now. "Beowulf," he looked around while he called for its name. "What's this? Why am I here again?" "Hello, master." He could hear its voice, digging deep inside his core. He could feel his bones vibrating at the sound of its deep, growling voice. "It seems that you're alive, for now at least." August felt a bit taken aback by its words. "Alive? Of course I am." He snapped his head, trying to look for where it was. "Show yourself." "What's the rush, my master? We have plenty of time here." Beowulf's voice echoed behind him. He quickly turned only to see the endless blackness of the abyss. "Or did you forget what I said?" "What game is this?" His voice gained volume. He was starting to get pissed. "No games. This is merely a byproduct of your actions. I've warned you, didn't I, that your body wouldn't be able to handle my power as it is." A low laugh shook the dark abyss as its voice continued to assault him from every direction. "As I said, there is a price. There is always a price." August couldn't answer. Yes, it had warned him, but at that moment, if he had to choose again, he would still do it. It was the only way to kill that abomination. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, remembering the teachings of the old man. He needed to calm his mind. "So, what happens now?" he asked. "Are you going to take my body now?" "Silly boy, you're still too weak for me to reap." He felt a tingle at the back of his neck as its words left a bitter taste in his mouth. Weak. That word had been thrown around so many times today. First it was Otter who called him weak, then it was Finn as he urged him to leave along with the evacuees. Anger started to rise inside him. He hated that word. He chuckled as his voice gained volume without him knowing. "I am not weak," he said with anger laced in his voice. "Your performance would say otherwise," Beowulf said, amused. It felt like it was mocking him. "Let me remind you that you were useless in today's event. You were useless against that Cain person, useless against that semi-immortal bastard. So useless that the adventurers even sent you away because you would become a liability if you stayed." A pair of golden eyes opened in front of him. He felt small compared to the majesty that those eyes held. "It was your fault that the creature was unleashed. The death of everyone there was because you failed to kill a person that was so weak he couldn't even put up a fight." It grinned, revealing canine teeth that shone through the darkness of the abyss. Chains rattling in the background could be heard as August could feel Beowulf moving closer towards him. He was but a speck of dust in front of it. "And at the end of the day, after telling me that you won't rely on my power again, that you would find your own strength, that you would make me your own, what did you do?" He looked down, his face crumpled as he clenched his fist in anger. "You begged for my strength, you asked for it. You were the one who called on me. Face it, August, you need me." August couldn't muster a word. He looked up to see it looking down at him, like a child. Its golden eyes gleamed in the darkness of the abyss, like the sun in the night. "What's this? No witty comeback. No answer, pathetic." Its voice growled in anger. It closed its eyes as the world returned to darkness. The only thing that could be seen were stars in the endless abyss. A product of him breaking the first chain, or at least that's what it said to him. Now you may be wondering why you're here. The answer is simple. You will stay here until I say you're ready, and you will learn how to properly use me. The god trained you well, but he has not trained you enough. Its words caught him off guard. After all that, it suddenly would offer to train him. Why? He couldn't help but ask. Isn't it obvious? As talented as you are, you still don't know how to properly use my power. The event of today proved it. It paused and continued. And I can feel something big coming. For the first time since the Age of Heroes, multiple Thay Kuplo are unsealed and claimed. You mean the prince and that gray hair guy? August asked. Yes, we were sealed after all. Ganesha is just stupid enough not to recognize the power within me when his familia dug me up. He released a soft chuckle as he reminisced on how he became unsealed. But now 3 Thay Kuplos are active, which can only mean one thing. The Age of Heroes would be returning, and a great war would be coming, a war that would pull the gods, mortals, and monsters into the fray. And you need to be ready for it. August's heart raced at the information Beowulf revealed. He gulped and tried to calm himself down. How can you be so sure? Primal instincts. Erebus's heart raced. He and the members of his familia had gotten quite far away from the city, but he could still feel the aftermath of August's extreme magic. There was a prickly sensation crawling up his skin. As crazy as he is still a god, and is not immune from the fear that the Thay Kuplo released. Not to mention, he felt another one back in the city. A crippling fear that seems to burn him from the inside. He breathed heavily as Ari supported his figure. He had to make sure none of his other children are present to see him in this state. He had a reputation to protect, and Ari was the only member of his familia that he trusted completely. After all, the girl was extremely infatuated with him and would die if he so ordered it. There was another one in Orario, Erebus mused as a smile slowly formed on his face. 2 Thay Kuplo were a coincidence, but now that it was 3, it could only mean one thing, and it made Erebus salivate at the prospect of it. Chaos would be coming to the lower worlds, and it was something that he craved. Ari, send a message to the others. Erebus ordered with a smile on his face. Tell them to prepare their familias. We are going to war. Consider it done, my lord. Ari bowed and sank into the shadows. Her destination was the other gods of Evelus. They had dealt a massive blow in Orario, something that they could take advantage of. In Orario, Marius had an ugly look on his face. He felt humiliated as he was toyed with by the level 7 Cain. Not only that, someone he viewed as trash had unleashed something beyond his understanding. Fucking trash, only I have the right to hold this power. Marius gripped the sword on his side. His aura was dangerous as a cold air followed his wake. Arthur hid himself in the alley as his injuries started to heal. He didn't know why he did what he did. His plan was to enjoy the quiet life as an adventurer in Orario, away from the dramas of the gods. You've done it now, Arthur. You just had to play the fucking hero. He reprimanded himself as he glared at the sword on his side. And you could have stopped me, you know. A voice then chimed inside his mind, sounding amused by his reaction. Hey now, you were the one who jumped in, not me. Not the point, Arthur sighed as he slowly got up on his feet. I really shouldn't have pulled you out of that fucking rock. What a harsh master you are. The voice hummed inside his head as Arthur walked out of the alley, now completely healed from the injuries he had suffered. I really need a Coke. Somewhere in the mountains north of Orario, a boy with white hair placed his bag on top of the carriage. He would be joining a caravan heading towards Orario. The villagers had told him to stay, and he was welcome with them. But he respectfully declined their offer. With his grandfather now gone, there was nothing left for him in that village, so he decided to go on a journey, to become an adventurer in Orario. This is what he would have wanted. He thought about the time where he and his grandfather would read stories about heroes and monsters inside the dungeon. Well, he would be interested in that, but his grandfather always let the subject go on how to pick up girls inside the dungeon. He chuckled, remembering those memories. Watch over me, Grandpa. He smiled as he looked at the heavens. A tinge of red seemed to color the sky. It was majestic in the eyes of the young man. Belle, the boy looked back as he heard his name being called. Are you sure about this? You know, you could always stay with us here in the village. It's okay, I already made up my mind. Belle smiled as he scratched the back of his head. He then turned serious, and with a determined voice, he clenched his fist and said, L become an adventurer like in the stories my grandpa would read. Chapter 106, Cause and Effect. Orario, the once vibrant city, was laid in ruins, as building and corpses lay waste in the streets. This was a moment in history, a dark moment, where countless lives had been lost due to the chaos that had been brought up by Evelus. The gods all but their lips in anger, their home had been attacked, innocent blood had been shed, adventurers killed left and right, some of their kind even sent back to heaven. They had received a massive blow, both in their city and in their pride. There was very little fanfare when they won, due to the cost of victory. Every gods and their familia had suffered a hit, one that would send them back years to mend. For now, all that they could do is to pick up what's left and try to rebuild their city and home. The gods are all present inside the room of prayer. Uranus had called them all here to discuss what have happened. They have caught us off guard. Uranus opened as his eyes, he scanned the gods and took a deep breath as he continued. Never did I imagine that Evelus would attack, especially after their defeat 15 years ago. This wasn't a on-the-spot plan. Hades jumped in. They were planning this for who knows how long now, and I think we all know why they did it. Yes, Uranus nods and looked at Heracles. The other gods followed his gaze, as the god of strength stood his ground and kept his eyes peeled to Uranus, meeting his gaze. Uranus sighed and took his eyes off Heracles. He then turned towards Ganesha and spoke. I have received the reports of the previous DANMACHI, and I have to say, I am really disappointed, Ganesha. Ganesha bowed, keeping his eyes on the ground. He opened his mouth and answered. It was not my secret to tell, Lord Uranus. Ganesha answered firmly. And yet you told Heracles this secret, even swearing in an oath with him. Uranus answered, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Well, to be fair, it was August who held the Thay Kuplo, and seeing that he is Heracles' child, Ganesha telling him is the best move. Buddha shrugs as his voice cuts through the tension in the room. His eyes then turned a bit cold as he looked at Uranus and smirked. You think so? Buddha, you really need to learn when to shut up. Hades spoke coldly. He was still quite pissed about earlier, when Buddha and Thor sided with Heracles and fought his familia. Oh, I really want you to make me. Buddha smirked at Hades' direction. His right hand moved towards his bow staff. That's quiet enough. Balder stepped in the middle. We have more pressing matters to discuss than this pointless squabble. Hades and Buddha still glared at one another, but the two understood that Balder is right. Seeing this, the headmaster of the school district nods in appreciation as he too looked at Ganesha and continued on the earlier discussion. I have to agree with Buddha on this one. Balder opened. Letting Heracles know that his child possesses a Thay Kuplo was the best move possible. I disagree, Apollo joined in. He has an ugly snarl on his face as he looked at the gods. If Ganesha only told everyone, then we could have prepared better in case of an attack. He then scoffs as he looked at Ganesha with contempt in his eyes. If he hadn't been selfish and told us from the start, none of this would have happened. The gods murmured to themselves. Majority of them seemed to agree with what Apollo had said. But as the whisper started to grow louder, a chuckle cuts through the noise. The gods followed who the voice had come from and saw Anubis, holding his mouth, trying to suppress a laughter that was threatening to burst. Oh, I'm sorry, ha. It's just so funny to me. Anubis, Uranus' voice was cold. This is no laughing matter. Oh, I know, Uranus, this shouldn't be funny, but the fact that one of the greediest and narcissistic gods is talking about unselfishness is really grinding my nerves, so much so that I find it funny. Anubis' voice may have sounded playful and lighthearted, but his eyes held a cold chill. Eyes that are fit to his domain in death. Don't get me wrong, the weasel right there is right. Anubis said as he points at Apollo, but you have forgotten one major factor in play here. His voice suddenly turned cold as his eyes scanned the entire room. The majority of the gods in Orario are greedy, narcissistic assholes. All of you lots are salivating in taking the young August into your familia, and this was before you all knew that he's a Thay Kuplo user. What do you think would happen if Ganesha had made that knowledge public? Hell, if Evelus didn't attack, I reckon many of you would have challenged Heracles in a war game for August after the tournament concluded. Anubis' words earned a smirk from Heracles and Buddha. Ganesha nods in his way. Even Thor let out a soft chuckle as the faces of the gods turned a bit ugly due to Anubis' blunt remarks. Hades sighed, messaging the bridge of his nose. As much as I hate to admit it, Anubis is right. To be completely honest, I don't trust any of you, especially with the stunt Ares pulled when he gave his child a Thay Kuplo without our knowledge, and now another user has been spotted. Not only is the primal spear and demonic sword active, the holy sword has also found a master. I think we can all agree that our first priority should be finding whoever that child is. That would be a challenge since I couldn't feel any Falna coming from him. So it's safe to assume that even without a familia, a Thay Kuplo users can use a large portion of mana and the mana within the weapon itself. Hades continued. His eyes linger into Heracles' direction for confirmation of his theory. As the god of strength is the only one here who has experience in using such a weapon. Heracles nods and explained. Yes, as far as I know, that is true. At least when I was still mortal, I was able to use mana without the need for Falna because of Epirus. He paused and think, did he really want to reveal the secrets of the weapon? The answer was simple, it was a no. Those words made Thor clench his fist. He hated every Thay Kuplo, but there's a smoldering anger in him when the holy sword is mentioned. He did not get a good look of who the user was, as everything happened too fast. But he knew that whoever that mortal was, he will find them, and he will kill them. Buddha took a quick glance at one of his blood brother and thought to himself, oh boy, the fat man is angry. He took a deep sigh, whelp, not really much I can do now. He coughed and got the attention of everyone inside the room. By the way, Arthur, the one who used the holy sword, he's now officially a member of my familia. Everyone inside the room all stopped, a look of shock apparent on their face. All eyes looked towards Buddha, who was smiling nonchalant as he scratched the back of his head. A violent surge of godly aura filled the room as Thor let go of his anger. His eyes are glued towards Buddha, a look of betrayal plastered on his face. The gods besides Thor was pushed to the ground due to the pressure he was releasing. He clenched his hammer, Mjolnir hard, and made a mad dash towards Buddha. Buddha stood his ground, his stance relaxed as he gripped his bow staff loosely. But before Thor can reach Buddha, Heracles moved and put the angry god in a full Nelson hold. Buddha, you fucking asshole! Thor pushed his body to the limit as he flailed around, trying to break out of Heracles' hold. The veins in his neck are popping as his face is tinged with red. That fucking mortal is mine to kill. Heracles looked at Buddha with a what the fuck look on his face while he forcefully pulled Thor back. He might be stronger than the god of lightning when it comes to natural strength, but it doesn't mean Thor was weak. Enough, Uranus screamed with his voice laced with his godly aura. This is no place for violence. Uranus stood up on his throne as he looked at Buddha and Thor. Buddha, your decision to bring Arthur into your familia was unwise considering the circumstances, Uranus said, his tone stern and authoritative. We cannot afford internal conflicts now. Our enemy is out there, and we must stand united if we are to have any hope of defeating Evolus. Buddha sighed while he picked his ears with his pinky finger. You don't see the big picture, do you? Buddha then turned to everyone, his face becoming serious. Evolus, as bad as they aren't the threat we should be focusing on. Or did you forget the prophecy Athena had presented to us? These mortals might be our only chance at fighting the threat that is coming. And Thor here would undoubtedly kill whoever wielded the holy sword, and you lots wouldn't be able to stop him. Buddha smirked at Uranus, which pissed the old god off. And you think you can? Thor struggled as he used every ounce of his strength to no avail. Heracles put more pressure into his hold, trying to keep the god of thunder in place. Heracles was a bit torn. Buddha and Thor are both extremely close to him. He started at Buddha with a serious look, trying to gauge what he was thinking. Buddha looked at Thor apologetically. His eyes are genuine and sympathetic. He know what he did was something akin to betrayal in the eyes of Thor, but he know that what he was right. Arthur was innocent. He may wield the weapon that killed Thor's family, but he isn't the one who did the deed. Well, as much fun as this is, I'm afraid I have to take my leave now. A voice cut through the tension as Ares nonchalantly spoke without a care in what was happening. Ares, we are still not done. Hades interjected. He looked at the god of war coldly as his eyes are telling him to stay. Ares scoffed and turned to the exit. You seem to forget, I am not of Orario, My business here is done." A tense silence settled over the room as Ares's words hung in the air. The gods, still caught in the whirlwind of emotions and disputes, watched as the god of war made his way toward the exit, his footsteps echoing through the chamber. Hades, never one to let things go easily, stepped forward, his expression a mixture of annoyance and suspicion. "You can't just walk away, Ares. You're involved in this whether you like it or not." Ares turned to face Hades, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Oh, I'm involved, but my involvement ends where my interests do. Orario's squabbles are not my concern." "You're a god of war. This is a battle for our realm," Athena chimed in, her voice steady. "Evolus poses a threat to all of us, including you." Ares chuckled darkly, his gaze flickering with amusement. "Let me make something clear, Athena. I thrive in chaos, in conflict. But this—" he gestured around the room, indicating the gods and their internal strife. "This is petty politics, not war." Despite the tension, Buddha couldn't help but grin at Ares's audacity. "Well, you might have a point there, Ares. Our infighting is a distraction from the real threat we face." As he said that, he made sure to leave a subtle glance towards Thor. Ares smirked back at Buddha, acknowledging the unspoken truth in his words. "Exactly. You gods can bicker all you want. Just know that when the real battle begins, I won't hesitate to join the fray." "And conquer everything for my gain," he did not say the last part out loud as he chuckled to himself while he walked out on the gods if Orario. With that, Ares turned on his heel and strode out of the room, leaving the gods in a state of uneasy silence. "Bastard," Myich muttered under his breath. He looked around and found the gods already starting to follow along Ares' steps. The gods exchanged glances, a sense of reluctant understanding passing between them. The time for internal discord had passed. Now, they needed to focus on rebuilding their city, strengthening their forces, and preparing for the inevitable clash with Evolus. As much as I hate to admit, the arrogant bastard is right. Loki also made her way towards the exit. "You can engage in this petty politics all you want. I'll be tending on my children." Her voice carried a tone that she would not be stopped. Out of all the familia in Orario, her familia had suffered the most amount of damage. Freya followed suit, not even saying a word. She walked out, cascading with the other gods also leaving to tend to their losses. Athena clenched her first. How could they not understand? "We need to strategize about our next move," she thought to herself. Heracles sighed. This meeting had achieved nothing, but put a strain in the already tense relationship of the gods. His mind wandered off to his child, August, who is still being tended to and unconscious. This is going to be complicated. His head hurts just imagining what would happen next. "I'm gonna let you go now," Heracles muttered tiredly towards Thor's ear. "Do something stupid." Thor did not answer. His eyes are glued at Buddha, but Heracles can feel that his muscles are already relaxing. The god of strength slowly eased up, and Thor forcefully pulled his arms out. He gave a glare towards Heracles and marched out the room, bumping shoulders with Buddha along the way. Buddha clicked his tongue and closed his eyes, letting the god of thunder walk. He sighed when he opened his eyes, meeting with Heracles' serious look. "So, what the fuck was that?" Heracles asked as he walked towards Buddha, his face scrunched up. "I know what I'm doing, Heracles," Buddha answered, his tone drained because of today's event. "From where I stand, it looks like you don't," Heracles said, his voice a bit annoyed. "It was the only way to keep Arthur alive," Buddha shrugs as he answered. "And why do you care about this mortal?" Heracles asked, curious on why Buddha wants to keep the child alive. "I don't know. I can't put my finger on it, but he feels different." Buddha paused. He took a deep breath and looked back towards Thor's leaving figure. "I sure hope that you know what you're doing, old friend." Heracles sighed as he too made his way out of the room. His every step felt force as he limped towards the exit, the wound on his left leg still giving him trouble as it was still not properly healed. A good distance away from Heracles, Buddha muttered to himself, "I hope so too," as he also made his way towards the exit. Chapter 107, Epilogue Book 1. It had been a week since the amphitheater incident, an event named by the locals of Orario after the Evolus attack. Rebuilding efforts were in full swing, with survivors now recovered and actively participating in the reconstruction process. However, August Kaiser, the adventurer hailed as the hero of Orario for his brave actions, remained unconscious inside the Heracles Familia's manor. Despite his physical recovery, he showed no signs of waking up. In August's room, Heracles, along with Denki and Hestia, sat in solemn silence. Sunlight streamed through the open window, casting a serious tone on their faces. The healer mentioned that there's nothing wrong with his body now, Denki spoke, his voice laced with confusion. His injuries have healed, and even his mana has recovered. I don't understand. Why isn't he waking up? Heracles sighed, his gaze fixed on August's unconscious form. He harbored two theories, ones he refrained from sharing until he was certain. Either August was being kept by Beowulf, aiming to weaken his spirit and take over his body, or the spear was training August inside its domain. Either explanation would likely plunge the gods into heightened paranoia, surpassing their current state. Denki, Heracles turned his serious eyes towards the young samurai, causing Denki to gulp nervously. Until August awakens, you will act as the captain of this familia. Many adventurers lost their Falna when their gods returned to heaven due to Evolus' attack. I'll begin recruiting additional members. Heracles paused, his hand resting on his chin as he contemplated. Considering August's performance in the tournament and his growing status as the hero of Orario, swarms of unrecruited adventurers will likely apply to join our familia. Heracles had forethought, intending to bolster his familia's numbers as insurance against potential challenges from greedy gods engaging in war games. Denki didn't answer right away. This was a huge responsibility. Can I do this? He thought to himself. I'm not really the leading type, and I'm much more comfortable in receiving orders than giving it. What if I made the wrong call inside the dungeon? What if I get everyone killed? The pressure was getting into his head as beads of sweat started to pool on his forehead. They likely would have wanted the captain to be the one leading them. Would they even listen to me? If Lord Heracles is right, the adventurers who will join the familia are likely joining because of the captain. I can't do. While Denki hesitated, grappling with the weight of this newfound responsibility, Heracles placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, conveying his trust. This snapped the young samurai out of his stupor. Breathe, Heracles spoke calmly, his hands pressing Denki's shoulder firmly as his eyes stared at his with calm understanding. Denki nodded, his determination shining in his eyes. I won't let you down, Lord Heracles. I'll do my best for the captain and every member who joins our familia. Heracles nodded approvingly, his confidence in Denki evident. You have my utmost trust. With newfound resolve, Denki straightened his posture, ready to face the challenges ahead. Meanwhile, outside the window, the sun began to set, casting a warm, golden glow over the city of Orario. In that quiet room, a new chapter began for the Heracles familia, one that would test their strength, unity, and belief in each other. Hestia, seeing this, couldn't help but smile. She knew Heracles since he was still mortal. She was the first god who talked to him when he ascended into divinity. Seeing her friend open up and be a good father figure to both August and Denki made Hestia's heart swell. She knew the pain Heracles had suffered when he was still mortal, all the trial he had faced. She was happy for her friend. He had come a long way. Her smile was a mixture of pride and warmth, a silent acknowledgement of Heracles' growth and the trust he had in his chosen children for his familia. Hestia was still a bit jealous, though. After months of staying in Orario, she still has no member of her own familia. How did the big muscle-head gorilla have such great and wonderful children? He asked herself while pouting. Amidst it all, August remained unconscious, a silent observer of the familia he had fought for, his presence a beacon of hope and a reminder of the unwavering bonds holding them together. The setting sun bathed the streets of Orario in an orange hue. City guards, most of them members of Ganesha familia, patrolled the weary streets. Finally, my shift is over, exclaimed Lindo, a youthful guard, stretching his tired limbs. He looked forward to going home and unwinding. You sound like an old man, teased Hobbs, a middle-aged guard, his sheepish smile belying his weariness. You sound even older than me. Lindo chuckled, too tired to be annoyed. What can I say? I'm an old soul. After what we've been through, a good rest sounds heavenly, maybe even a hot bath. I couldn't agree more, Hobbs chimed in. Those damn Evolus bastards really did a number on us. Fucking Evolus. He spat, his anger evident. Lindo's expression darkened as he recalled the events of the past week. The city guards had tried their best to protect the civilians, but many lives had been lost. When the creature appeared, their efforts had been futile. The guards felt a deep sense of failure. Their purpose was to protect Orario and its citizens. The fact that the hero of Orario, August Kaiser, remained unconscious only deepened their guilt. They sighed as the city gates came into view, signaling the end of their shift. Relief washed over them, and they looked forward to heading home. "Let's not dwell on that day," Lindo said, his eyes fixed on the gate. "Agreed. Let's finish this day so we can get the rest we deserve," Hobbs sighed, walking alongside Lindo. At the gate, they were met by Ilta Farna, the vice-captain of Ganesha Familia. She had been posted at the gates under Ganesha's orders, given the shortage of hands after many adventurers were killed in the attack. "Eliandiocato, Hobbs BCKMAN," they saluted, their voices ringing out in unison. "We have completed our patrol and are returning." "At ease," Ilta said, nodding at them. "Any issues?" she asked, keeping her eyes at the mountain of papers that were slumped on her table. "No problems in the Southern District, ma'am," Lindo reported with discipline. "The same for the Academy District, no issues on my patrol, ma'am," Hobbs added, echoing Lindo's tone. "Good to know. If I recall correctly, this marks the end of your shifts, correct?" Ilta inquired, her eyes flicking between the two guards. She juggled paperwork, trying to manage the shortage of personnel. "Yes, ma'am," they answered simultaneously, attempting to hide their relief behind their disciplined facade. "Well, in that case, of—" A loud shout interrupted her, capturing the attention of everyone at the city gates. "Caravan spotted, headed straight for Orario," yelled a guard from the tower, pointing toward the approaching carriages. "They've arrived earlier than expected," Ilta mused, standing up and walking toward the gate. "Looks like it's overtime for you boys." She glanced back at Lindo and Hobbs, a playful smile playing on her lips. The two guards stifled groans, maintaining their discipline while hiding their annoyance. "Well, what are you waiting for? Go and see who those people are," Ilta ordered, her voice carrying a hint of amusement. Despite their efforts, their emotions were not entirely concealed from her observant eyes. "Yes, ma'am," they answered in unison, hurrying toward the gate. Bell Cranel's POV. Dusk settled as we approached Orario. The caravan I traveled with consisted of 4 carriages from our mountain village, laden with produce such as pelts, wheat, and barley. Alongside me were men and women, all sharing the dream of becoming adventurers in the famed dungeon city of Orario. My heart raced with excitement as I neared the city Grandpa had so often told me stories about. "I'm finally here, Grandfather." The orange rays of the setting sun illuminated the city's skyline, casting a majestic glow. A smile crept onto my lips as I marveled at the sight. As we approached the city gates, I hurriedly checked my belongings to ensure I had everything I needed. My provisions were meager: a few sets of clothes, a dagger gifted to me by Grandfather, and some volleys from our savings. I nodded and took the bag and placed it snugly on my back as we prepared for the upcoming inspections of the guards. "All set back there?" the carriage driver asked. "Yup, all set," I answered, excitement palpable in my voice. "Well, here goes nothing, the beginning of my adventure." August Kaiser's POV. Numbness spread through my muscles as I deftly intercepted an onslaught of arrows and magic, my body enveloped in red lightning. For 70 years, this had been my life: relentless fighting, countless faceless enemies attacking from all directions. I had lost count of the faceless figures I'd killed, the times I'd been killed and brought back by this cursed entity. My teeth ground together as I dashed forward, my spear slicing through everything in my path. In an instant, pain flared as I was struck from behind. I moved, dodging a sword aimed at my midsection. With a fluid motion, I struck behind me, my senses sharp from the monodome I had set up. But before I could catch my breath, another wave of faceless figures surged toward me. I fought desperately, but soon found myself lying in the abyss, weapons embedded in my body. The pain was overwhelming. Again, Beowulf's voice echoed in my ears. I felt my body healing as the weapons were forcefully removed. In a blink, I was back, facing countless faceless enemies, their weapons poised for a killing blow. They surrounded me, their intent palpable. I gritted my teeth, my grip on my weapon tightening as red lightning coiled around me. I charged forward, meeting them head-on. Again. I felt my head getting severed, as a sword sliced it clean off. Again. Magic bombarded my body, as sharp stones and ice pierced me all over. Again. A spear pierced my heart, a massive creature crushing my skull. Again. My skin burned as unimaginable pain enveloped me, my eyes melting from the heat. Again. I was cleaved in two by a giant axe. Again. Argh. I roared as red lightning followed my trail. I rampaged and killed everything only for an arrow to pierce straight to my eyes. Again. I breathed heavily as I stood on top a pile of corpses. Below me are countless more, marching towards me, brandishing their weapons and magic, all with the goal of killing. Again. I spat out blood as I felt my intestine being pulled out of my body, the pain now getting numb. Again. Again and again, Beowulf's voice taunted me. I felt myself being killed, only to be resurrected and forced to endure the agony once more. I could feel myself getting stronger, my move getting faster, my reflexes sharper than ever before. But more enemies had been added every time I made progress. Stronger creature arrived to rid me of my life. More powerful magic bombarded me in every direction. And every time I grow stronger, so does the countless if faceless figure that laid before me. An endless loop of fighting and dying and fighting, over and over and over again. 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 Again.